This handsome young man possesses the superpower to understand the inner thoughts of other living creatures. However, he lives a difficult and bleak life in his own home with his blood relatives. Since he was a child, he has been considered a cursed being and was brutally beaten. To keep him alive, his mother locked him in the attic all year round, with no contact with anyone. But today, early in the morning, his eldest brother Terios kicked open the attic door to wake him up. He looked dapper and neat, a stark contrast to his younger brother's ragged and filthy appearance. The reason Terios woke Esto up so early was because today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Esto crawled down from the attic to find everyone already prepared. His older sister, Rosit, openly showed her disgust for Esto because he was smelly and ragged, no different from a beggar. It's ridiculous that they always lock Esto in the attic, yet criticize his appearance. His parents couldn't care less about Esto, so they just let his siblings bully him like this. "We're leaving first. Remember to wash up before you get there." The whole family left ahead, leaving only a stunned Esto behind. They told him to wash up, but where he was supposed to do that was the problem, as Esto wasn't even allowed to step into the bathroom. The only thing that could provide him with bathwater now was the well in the yard, but Spia was in the middle of winter, and the thought of bathing in that ice-cold water made Esto hesitate. But in the end, he still had to endure the skin-piercing cold to make himself a little cleaner. The water was so cold it made Esto's skin turn bright red. While Esto was still shivering, a meow echoed from above, and he immediately cheered up. "Suki, there you are." Suki was Esto's black cat. Many years ago, on a cold night when he was very young, he had found her injured in the middle of the snow. And since then, Suki had become Esto's companion. She had disappeared early today, and now, upon her return, Suki brought back a beautiful shirt. "This is a gift I received, and now I'm giving it to Esto." Suki jumped down from the roof and rubbed against Esto's leg, but he knew things weren't that simple, so he made Suki tell the truth. It turned out that today, she had saved a little girl from being run over by a horse-drawn carriage on the street, and to demand a reward, Suki insisted on getting this shirt for her master. "You're amazing. Thank you, my kind Suki." Esto scratched her chin a few times and slipped into the shirt. The warm feeling enveloping his body made him feel instantly healed. Suki often brought him strange gifts like this, such as a bag of medicine when he was sick, or 2 pieces of bread when he was starving due to a failed harvest. Although he didn't know exactly how Suki could do it, that was also why Esto cherished this black cat even more. Besides Suki, Esto also had a few other little friends, like that sparrow he named Feria, who often visited his attic, or the neighbors' dogs, Ben and Ricky. Thanks to his ability to communicate with animals, Esto's life was less lonely with these friends around. While Esto was talking to his little friends, a beautiful girl appeared. It was Bella, the prettiest maiden in the region and the same age as Esto. It seemed that because he was uncharacteristically clean and tidy today, it took the girl a moment to recognize him. After exchanging a few words, Bella invited Esto to the festival with her. Meanwhile, at the festival, the villagers had already gathered to drink. Esto's parents and siblings knew he hadn't arrived yet, but they didn't care in the slightest. Only the village chief noticed this. "Esto, where is that boy?" His parents looked at each other, not knowing how to answer, and it was Rosette who spoke up. "I know you think he's a lazy freeloader, but I already told him to get cleaned up. It's a new year, and yet he's still so slow." Terios, who was standing nearby, kept waving his hands, telling them to just ignore Esto. Seeing this indifference, the village chief gradually stopped caring so much. He was about to signal for everyone to start the feast, but was interrupted by a young, blonde-haired man for the reason that Bella still hadn't arrived. At the mention of Bella's name, the atmosphere instantly became much more boisterous. After all, she was the prettiest flower in the region, so the young men were all happy to wait a little longer for her. Not long after, Bella arrived, looking beautiful in a pink dress, and radiantly entered the party. Esto was behind her, but no one paid him any mind. The blonde young man named Luis, as soon as he saw Bella arrive, immediately rushed toward her. When he saw Esto, he also looked stunned by how different Esto looked compared to his usual self. Seeing Esto's hesitation, Bella suddenly flashed a strange smile. Then she grabbed his arm and cheerfully pulled him into the party. This simple act of holding his hand caused Esto to suddenly see a flood of the young woman's memories in front of him, from her mother abandoning her as a child to her getting involved with numerous men, both young and old in the village. The truth about this seemingly innocent girl left Esto in deep shock, his face turning ashen. Bella wanted to raise her hand to touch his face, but Esto instinctively pushed it away. Realizing his rude behavior, he quickly offered an awkward apology. "Are you mad at me for holding your hand without asking first?" "I'm sorry," Bella asked, putting on an innocent and blameless facade. "No, that's not it at all," Esto replied, feeling extremely awkward. Bella looked as beautiful and pure as an angel, but the things he had just witnessed were truly unsightly. To ensure the party went on smoothly, Esto tried to suppress his emotions and act like he hadn't seen a thing. He grabbed a cup of fruit wine, chose a spot, and sat down. Naturally, Bella sat down right next to him. Out of politeness, Esther tried to make pleasant conversation with her throughout the party, but this inadvertently rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, especially the blonde young man, Luis. What caught his attention wasn't just that Bella was laughing and chatting so happily with Esto, but also the expensive-looking shirt he was wearing. On top of that, he also happened to overhear Esto's parents talking in a corner. They were also discussing the new shirt their son was wearing. "Honey, did you buy him that shirt? I don't think we can afford it, so where did he get it? He must have borrowed it." Esto's mother seemed worried, since no one in their area wore such a uniquely designed shirt. A surge of jealousy welled up inside Luis. After downing his cup of wine, he decided to go and start trouble with the poor boy. "Esto, where did you buy that shirt? I've never seen a design like this before. It was a gift." Esto answered honestly. Of course, that wasn't the answer Luis was looking for. He slung his arm around Esto's shoulders, his tone becoming increasingly mocking. "A gift? And who might that be?" "A friend," Esto replied. Naturally, he couldn't reveal that the shirt was from Suki, because no one would believe him anyway. Besides, he genuinely considered Suki a friend, so his answer wasn't wrong. Even so, the smile on Luis's face twisted into a sneer. "A friend? And who might that be? You have a friend so rich that they can give you such an expensive gift?" Luis's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of everyone at the party. "Just tell the truth. You stole this, didn't you?" This wasn't really a question. It wasn't a question, but an accusation. Esto looked around bewilderedly at everyone at the party, knowing that even if he answered no, nobody would believe him. The horrifying memories of his childhood came flooding back when Esto was always beaten and scolded by the villagers for no reason because they called him a cursed being. Some of the beatings had even nearly taken his life. To ensure her son's survival, his mother locked him in the attic, and so Esto grew up there, living a difficult life. Seeing his silence and darkened expression, Luis was emboldened to press on. "We haven't seen you in a while. You must have gone to the city and stolen these clothes to look so presentable today. Huh?" The crowd started whispering. They all believed Luis's accusation was spot on, because someone like Esto couldn't have possibly obtained that nice coat by honest means. His eyes unconsciously searched the crowd for sympathy, but it was completely futile. Even Bella, who just moments ago had looked at him so fondly, was now giving him a disdainful glare. "You monster!" A child at the party grabbed an apple from the table and threw it right at Esto. The throw missed him, but hit the lamp oil lamp hanging overhead, and the oil spilled out, pouring all over Esto's head. He had just taken great pains to wash himself in ice-cold water, and with great difficulty, had managed to get a little cleaner, yet now he was once again a filthy and pathetic mess. Esto looked toward his family with the last hope that they would speak up for him. But no, from his parents to his siblings, not a single one of them paid him any attention. His hope for a truly happy family was completely shattered, and that was when Esto realized there was no place for him here. That night, after returning to his familiar attic, he thought for a very long time. Esto kept thinking, then suddenly let out a self-mocking laugh. He just kept laughing and laughing, until he was tired of laughing and tears began to stream down his cheeks. After a long while, Esto made the most important decision of his life. He gathered all his belongings to prepare to leave. To him, it didn't matter where he went. The important thing was that he had to leave this place to find a reason to live for himself. That was the first time Esto ever left the village of Spia. The weather was numbingly cold, and in truth, he had no idea which way to go. Fortunately, along the way, Esto met a kind man who offered him a ride in his horse-drawn carriage, inside which it was a little warmer. Through a crack in the carriage roof, Esto could see the night sky filled with sparkling stars, and as he was gazing at the sky, a small black head peeked in. Meow. Esto was overjoyed. Suki had indeed followed him. And on that night after his coming-of-age ceremony, as he officially left the village he had called home for the past 19 years. Sometime later, Esto woke up. The carriage was still moving, but a complete stranger had appeared in front of him. "Geez, you're an interesting one. Seriously, how can you sleep so soundly in this freezing weather?" Seeing Esto was still sleepy, the guy burst out laughing, then kept cracking jokes. But Esto remained silent. He looked behind the man and saw two very large sword sheaths. Esto guessed this guy was a carriage guard. "Your silence is making me feel awkward. Come on, say something. We went to the trouble of giving you a ride, so don't bore me." Seeing how overly enthusiastic the guy was, Esto finally opened his mouth and managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I'm Esto." It was just a simple introduction, but the other guy looked happier than if he'd struck gold. He introduced himself as Lena, but his full name was actually Lena Rannick Andre. Esto unconsciously nodded in acknowledgement. Your naive look piqued Lena's interest, so he moved closer and started a conversation. "Why did you come to the city? So how are you going to find a job?" Before Esto could even answer, Lena continued, his mouth working at full capacity, like a chatterbox. "My dear country boy, don't think you can just get lucky by coming to the city. There is no such thing as a miracle. You'll have to experience it all for yourself. Esto knew Lena's words came from the perspective of an experienced person, but he hadn't really thought that far ahead, since he had no goals or special talents. Esto's abilities couldn't even help him protect himself, let alone protect others like Lena. Nevertheless, he still wanted to go to the city, simply because he wanted to leave that miserable place. It must be said that Lena was quite persistent, even though from the beginning. To the end, Esto was mostly silent. Lena still came up with a ton of things to ask him. Hey, do you have any talents? Looking at you, I bet you can't even lift heavy things, can you? Animals, I'm good at communicating with animals, Esto answered honestly. After all, he really could talk to birds and beasts. With this talent of Esto's, Lena immediately thought of a job for him in the circus. It's not like that. I know what they're thinking, Esto clarified. Lena burst out laughing again. The idea of reading the thoughts of other creatures was completely absurd. It just made him think that Esto must have been on something strong last night. Esto didn't bother to argue further, because since he was a child, he had never met anyone with the same ability as him. Through contact, he could read the memories and thoughts of others, those images appearing vividly before his eyes, even when he didn't want them to at all. For example, when he saw Bella's filthy past, this was clearly a power that a human shouldn't possess. Therefore, it was only natural that others wouldn't believe him when he spoke of it. He was still wondering how to change the subject when the carriage suddenly screeched to a halt. Lena dropped his playful demeanor, suddenly becoming serious. He stood up and leaped out of the carriage in a flash. At first, Esto thought they were being attacked by bandits, but after assessing the situation, Lena seemed helpless as the merchant said the carriage horses were suddenly acting up. They refused to move and wouldn't even touch their food. There were quite a few other people on the carriage besides Esto, and they were all getting very impatient as the journey was halted midway. 3 hours later, the horses still hadn't budged. While Esto calmly munched on his bread, the other passengers were all losing their tempers. Lena had a major headache, and while he was wondering how to resolve this situation, he suddenly remembered what Esto had said earlier. I know what they're thinking. Lena's frantic shout startled Esto, making him drop the piece of bread in his hand. He hurriedly pulled him out of the carriage. Let's go. If you're really a psychic, then go see what those horses are thinking. Honestly, Esto really wanted to refuse this task because if the horses' will wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to read their thoughts even if he wanted to. But Lena kept pushing him to go, and that merchant was relentlessly whipping the horses, which made Esto feel pity, so he decided to give it a try. Esto approached the horses, gently cradling their heads as if embracing a lover, even though he'd never been in love before. Very quickly, Esto heard their inner voices. They weren't tired, nor were they hungry. The horses were afraid because the road ahead was full of terrifying dangers. And danger? Why is that? Esto continued to ask it. It's huge and sharp. It's extremely aggressive. It will take the lives of our caretakers. Esto couldn't clearly see what was frightening the horses, but based on their description, it seemed like a monster was waiting for them up ahead. Esto snapped out of his vision, and the horses returned to reality. Seeing him come to, Lena eagerly asked if he heard what the horses were saying. Esto pointed down the road, relaying their message word for word that there was a white-furred monster with bloodshot red eyes, bigger than a horse, with long claws. On top of that, it was furious, and if they stubbornly tried to pass and were attacked, the losses in life and property would be immense. Lena fell silent in thought, but the merchant didn't believe there was a monster up ahead. After all, he had traveled this route countless times before. While he and Lena were talking, Esto quietly went to comfort the horses who, for refusing to move, had been whipped by the merchant until they were covered in wounds. Ultimately, Lena chose to trust Esto because he actually knew of a large creature matching the description, the white-furred ape. It was a rare and elusive being, but one that could certainly appear on this snowy mountain. As soon as the other travelers heard Lena mention the white-furred ape, a buzz went through the group because its fur was highly fashionable among the nobility. That fact alone was enough to put it on every hunter's radar. But isn't it just a beast, not a monster? There's no reason for the horses to be so scared of it, the merchant asked. Just then, Lena retrieved his 2 large swords from the carriage. Since the horses refused to move, he had no choice but to investigate the situation himself. But the main point was that he wanted Esto to go with him. Having been a coward his whole life, Esto wanted no part in this dangerous mission, but luckily, Lena wasn't going alone. He was accompanied by several other mercenaries, all with exceptional skills, so one could feel somewhat at ease. However, the only one who seemed at ease was Lena. Esto was still completely baffled as to why he, who didn't know the first thing about fighting, had to go with them. You have to come too. What if we need a translator? Lena said casually, then pulled Esto along by the hand. Along the way, Esto was a nervous wreck, because according to the horses, the enemy was far more terrifying than a white-furred ape. It had to be a vicious monster, or maybe even something beyond that. Esto had struggled to escape the village of Spia just to survive, and he was not happy at all about being dragged into another life-threatening situation. But Lena's attitude gave Esto pause. He seemed unusually interested and cheerful upon learning about Esto's ability. This was a stark contrast to his own family, where everyone despised Esto for this supernatural power. They had gradually distanced themselves from him after realizing he could read their minds. That's why Esto had lived a lonely life for nearly 20 years. He continued walking, lost in these thoughts, until one of the mercenaries signaled for a halt, snapping Esto back to reality. The cold was biting, and he tried to pull his collar up a little higher. Standing amidst the fully equipped mercenaries, Esto looked even more frail and small. One of them used their light skill, instantly illuminating the entire area. Esto felt the snow beneath his feet tremble. It seemed the creature had finally appeared. Foolish humans, today I will send every last one of you to the afterlife. Indeed, it was a giant white-furred monkey, and of course, only Esto could hear the words it spoke. And that very fact terrified him. To be able to understand a creature's emotions without touching it, that creature must possess an incredibly strong will. From such a great distance, Esto could already feel the opponent's boundless killing intent. Just how dangerous could it possibly be? Esto felt they had no chance of winning this fight. He valued his own life, so he advised Lena to turn back. But not only Lena, but all the remaining mercenaries refused, because this was the only path leading to the city. What other monster could there be besides this one? Lena drew his sword as Esto replied, "No, but this one is extremely dangerous." He knew his advice was useless, because there were several mercenaries here and only one monkey. Naturally, they all wanted to have a life or death battle with it to carve a bloody path back to the city. The monster let out a roar, and Esto felt as if the world around him was shaking violently. He couldn't even stand steady, yet Lena seemed very excited. And not just him, the rest of them were exactly the same. Esto thought these people were insane, completely insane. He still tried to stop them, but before he could even open his mouth, Lena had already dashed forward. His speed was incredible, and Lena's attacks were so fast that it was hard to even follow with the naked eye. The rest of the team also rushed in to support him. Among them were an archer and a mage. Each one busily unleashed their most powerful techniques, wanting to overwhelm the enemy, but unexpectedly. This monster had incredibly thick skin. The damage they dealt barely scratched it and only made it even more furious. The moment Esto saw the white-furred monkey's eyes turn cloudy with rage as it let out another ferocious roar, only one thought appeared in his mind. We're screwed. It was only then that the mercenaries seemed to finally realize the monster's danger. It began to counterattack. With just a single swipe of its hand, it sent the nearby bald archer flying dozens of feet away. Just as he hit the ground, the white-furred monkey's massive hand lunged for him. The young man felt his life was over. Yet Esto, who had no fighting experience whatsoever, rushed forward at that moment, using his own frail body to shield the other man. He used almost all the strength he had to shout at the giant monkey. "That's enough. Please calm down." The monkey's blood-red, cloudy eyes cleared, and it seemed a bit surprised to see a human who could communicate with it. Esto began to feel hopeful, planning to negotiate with the monkey instead of resorting to bloodshed. But just then, Lena appeared from behind and ruined all of his plans. "I told you to watch your distance," he yelled, obviously at the bald archer. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lena used his two swords to slash two long gashes across the monster's back. It roared in pain, and then clutched its face and fled into the forest. The mercenaries quickly gave chase, determined to finish the monster off. Only Esto remained, sitting in the cold snow, still in shock. In that moment, he knew the beast had understood him. It had stopped and then fled for its life. And what Esto heard at that moment was completely at odds with the fearsome appearance of this monster. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Mommy." If that was the white-furred monkey's inner voice, then Esto, feeling like he couldn't just sit there any longer, he jumped up and followed the sound he heard, eventually finding a cave. In front of the cave were countless footprints not yet erased by the blizzard. It seemed the ape hadn't returned to the cave for long, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. He guessed that the group of warriors hadn't found this place yet. Esto took a risk and cautiously stepped inside. Inside, the overwhelming stench of blood made him unconsciously cover his nose. Esto went deeper into the cave and saw the white-furred ape. It was sitting with its face to the rock wall. For some reason, he suddenly found it strangely lonely and pitiful. Esto took another step. He was immediately pulled into the white-furred ape's memories. It turned out this ape was a hybrid of a white-furred ape and a human. Its mother was a beautiful blonde woman. Not long ago, also on a day of ice and snow, its father and his kind left the cave and found a severely injured girl. They carried the girl on their backs and brought her to the cave. When she woke up, the first thing they did was bring her a delicious piece of meat. In the following days, its father took great care of the girl. Eventually, the girl was moved and decided to stay in the cave. A love that transcended racial boundaries blossomed. And this ape was the result of that love. When he was born, he looked very cute, so he was given the beautiful name Nura. Nura's life was once very happy with such a beautiful and gentle mother. until a group of hunters found the cave. Even though Nora's mother was also human, they didn't spare her. That was the day the little ape turned dark, becoming a monster. Esto fell silent, so this was the reason the ape was always whimpering, "Mommy, I'm so scared." Now, it seemed to have calmed down, even mistaking Esto for its mother. "I'm not your mother. My name is Esto." The white-furred ape looked at him for a long time. Its ferocious demeanor was completely gone, and now it looked like an innocent child. "Did you come to kill me too, Esto?" "No," he replied immediately. Honestly, Esto didn't know where he got the courage to come to a monster's lair. He just felt that he had to be here. Nura looked sad. He began to recount the tragedy of his life. Even though Esto had already seen everything, he listened quietly as he spoke. Those wicked hunters had murdered Nura's entire family, turning him from a happy child into a monster. "I don't understand why they would do such a thing. It was probably for money," Esto answered Nura, not even knowing what money was. Upon hearing Esto's words, he genuinely hoped that if he had money, he could see his mother and family again. Although the creature before him was like an innocent child, Esto had to crush his false hopes. Nura and his mother would never be able to meet again. Even a beast like Nura had human-like emotional awareness when he truly understood that he had lost his mother forever. He suddenly burst into tears. Esto stood still and listened to him cry for a long time until Nura wiped his own tears and stopped crying. "I was really so angry. I thought about killing all of humanity. But when you appeared, Esto, I found that I no longer cared about that." Esto suddenly felt guilty, as if because he had controlled the other's emotions. Nura couldn't even be angry about his own grudge anymore. He spent time staying and talking with the ape for a long time, until it truly calmed down. Nura turned and went deeper into the cave. He said he wanted to rest. Esto then said goodbye and left the cave. Outside, the blizzard was raging again, and I felt like I was about to freeze solid, but just then, Suki appeared with Esto's bag. "I'm so glad you're okay." Esto breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. "I'm not so weak that I'd get hurt by some nameless punk," Suki said with an air of contempt, and it seemed the nameless punk it was referring to was Nura. After giving the cloak to Esto, Suki turned to return to the carriage, but Esto couldn't bear to leave Nura here. After all, it was seriously injured, and if it was found by hunters, it would have no chance of survival. Suki shot him another contemptuous look. "You still want to stay here? Even if you might freeze to death?" Esto was silent for a few seconds, then he resolutely decided to stay in the cave, where Nura was now asleep. Esto put on his cloak and leaned against it, but it didn't seem to make him much warmer. It seemed that Nura lived in a place that was cold year-round, so its body temperature was hardly any warmer than the weather. Esto didn't leave because he felt he couldn't abandon a child, and Suki didn't leave either. Even though it knew it needed to return to the carriage, it couldn't abandon Esto. Suki waited outside the cave entrance for a long time until it was sure Esto had fallen asleep, then it slowly entered. But now, it no longer had the appearance of a small black cat, but that of a mighty, jet-black tiger. Although it wasn't happy about it at all, in the end, Suki still had to lie down beside him, protecting its master's safety. Suddenly, it remembered the distant days of many years ago. Suki was originally an experimental product with the designation N121, and from birth, it possessed incredible power. But because of that power, Suki was also very difficult to tame, so the very scientists who created it ordered its destruction. Suki was lucky to escape death that night, but it was also severely injured. Suki just ran desperately, hoping to survive. It ran for a very long time and a very long way, and finally, when it was exhausted, Suki had lost almost all its power and transformed into a black cat. In the moment, it was on the verge of death. Its strong will allowed Esto, who was quite far away, to hear its cry for help, and then, as we know, he saved Suki's life. The two abandoned creatures gave each other warmth and relied on one another, even to this day. Not long after, Suki woke up to a voice, and Esto was already awake. "Thanks. Because of you, I was able to rest without catching a cold. Are you hurt anywhere?" Suki coldly asked in return. Esto shook his head, and only then did Suki relax, shaking its body a few times and turning back into a docile black cat. Nura's injuries had gotten much better by now, because it was a beast after all, and the wound on its back was almost completely healed, and there was no more activity in the surrounding area. It had been quite a while, so Esto was sure that no more groups of hunters or warriors were pursuing them, so he was planning to part ways with the ape here. "Esto," Nura suddenly spoke, not telepathically, but it actually knew how to speak, which even startled Suki with its illogicalness. Perhaps because its mother was a human, Nura had also inherited some human characteristics. Because Esto was a special human, Nura wanted to go with him. It was confident that with its strength, it could protect Esto. Above all, since its family had all left this world, Nura didn't want to be alone. This wish from the white-furred ape put Esto in a difficult position. After all, his destination was a large city, and Nura's size was not small at all, so it couldn't be hidden. He was afraid it would be attacked by humans, and also afraid it would go berserk upon seeing them. I think maybe I will. Asterisk, asterisk. Angry? If I see the ones who harm my family, yes, but I don't care about other humans. Nura tried to keep bargaining, but Esto warned, there will probably be many who want to take your life. He didn't expect that Nura, far from being scared, merely chuckled. In that case, I can get angry to defend myself, right? Nura's sparkling eyes completely convinced Esto, and so he had to bring the monkey along with him to the city. Upon arriving in the city, Suki disappeared again, but Esto wasn't surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time, and it would surely reappear when it mattered. As expected, Nura quickly attracted the attention of others. Luckily, right now it just looked like an ordinary monkey, so people just saw it as Esto's pet. A few guards stopped him and reminded him that medium-sized pets needed to be leashed. They then brought over a large collar and chain. Esto hesitated for a long time, not wanting to use this to restrain Nura. But contrary to his own terrible mood, the little monkey seemed quite happy. Esto, it's fine, just do it. If I really wanted to break it, what could possibly stop me? After a moment of internal struggle, Esto had no choice but to put the collar on Nura. Seeing this, the two guards left, relieved. Esto seemed very sad. I'm sorry for making you endure this kind of treatment. Nura didn't blame him in the slightest. On the contrary, it felt that Esto was just like its mother, because its mother in the past also always said, I'm sorry. At first, Nura was very curious and asked why she apologized so much, but every time it asked, she wouldn't answer. Much later, after hearing it so often, Nura finally understood what that apology meant. Mom said I'm sorry with the meaning of I love you, I think. Esto seemed to have a weight lifted from his heart. To him, Nura wasn't a pet at this point. Just like Suki, it was a companion to Esto in this lonely life. After entering the city, the first thing Esto did was look for hired work, but he was rejected time and time again due to his frail physique, and what's more, he was accompanied by a huge beast. The merchants on the street advised Esto that it would be better to look for work at the guild. This was the first time Esto had heard of the concept of a guild. They pointed him to a building in the center of town called Ignis, and so Esto led Nura towards the town center. Ignis was so dazzling, it was hard to miss. In front of the entrance was a sign guaranteeing it was the best guild, with a commission completion rate of up to 99.9%. Esto pushed the door open and walked in, greeted by a beautiful and cheerful receptionist. At first, she thought he was a client. After learning Esto was there to apply as a new member, she directed him to go straight upstairs to fill out an application form. The person in charge upstairs was a middle-aged man. With just a glance at Esto's appearance, he knew the boy had just come from the countryside. Hello, I heard you're recruiting new members. That's right. Do you know what kind of work a guild usually does? I understand that you accept commissions and resolve them. It's simple. The man looked at Esto with the classic expression one gives a naive newcomer. He then took out a business card and handed it to him, and introduced himself as Ha, the branch manager of the Ignis Guild in Galaxia. After taking the business card, Esto followed him to a nearby sofa. Normally, Ha would decide whether to interview a new applicant after reviewing their resume. But recently, commissions had been flooding in while the guild's manpower was extremely limited, so he decided to skip the application review and go straight to the interview. Hack began his interview with very basic questions like where Sto was from and how old he was. From the moment he saw him, Hack had been keeping an eye on Nura. What is your specialty? Animal taming. Something like that. Something like that? You'd better not use those words to describe it. I need to know exactly what you're good at so I can assign you a suitable job. Sto didn't want others to know too much about his ability because he was afraid of being shunned like his family and the villagers of Spaya had done. But he really needed this job, so he had no choice but to tell Hack everything. Upon hearing that Sto could listen to the inner voices of living creatures, the pen in his hand suddenly stopped. Hack never expected this country bumpkin-looking kid to be an ability user, but he had never heard of the power to read the minds of creatures before. The world's ability users weren't too rare. From mages, elementalists, alchemists, apothecaries, and priests to swordsmen. They created magic by using mana or connecting with elemental spirits, and each class had its own unique path. Some discovered and utilized special laws, while others could heal wounds. Most of the ability users in the world were clearly classified, but the strange ability Sto just mentioned didn't fit into any of those classes. This made Hack a bit hesitant. Please forgive me, if I had known you were an ability user, I wouldn't have bothered with this kind of interview. Sto was now like a hidden card because of the strange ability he possessed. Depending on that ability, he could become Ignis's trump card, or he could be completely useless. But Hack was a businessman, and he didn't intend to pass up any opportunity, so he decided to test Sto by giving him his first mission. Go find the animal trader at house number 3 on Sack Street. He's an animal collector who is part of Gui, but lately, he seems to be having trouble with a few rare species he owns. If you truly have the ability to tame animals, you should be able to solve that problem. Sto nodded, understanding what Hack wanted him to do. Then, the man gave Stowe a map and told him that if he succeeded, he would receive a GUI token from the merchant. That item would serve as proof of his success. Once he had the GUI token in hand, Stowe could become an official member of Ignis. He took the map and led Nura to the address on it. Thanks to Nura's sense of smell, someone with no sense of direction like Stowe managed to avoid wandering aimlessly through the streets. He arrived at house number 3 on Sack Street. 2 guard dogs were at the entrance, initially baring their fangs and glaring at Stowe, but after being glared at by Nura, both dogs began trembling like leaves. Seeing them like this, Stowe found it both funny and pitiful. "You don't have to be scared. I'm not going to attack you, so don't worry. I'm here to see the owner of this place." Stowe comforted them, conveniently reaching out to pat each of them on the head. His ability to control animal emotions helped him calm the 2 dogs quickly. While Stowe was busy chatting with them, the owner of the place came out and opened the door. The man didn't look well. He was probably going crazy over the rare acquisitions he had just purchased. The man led Stowe inside the house. His collection was quite impressive, but he led him straight to a cage. Inside the glass was a tiny, gasping dragon. According to the man, it had been thrashing around and struggling ever since he bought it, and refused to eat. "What a damn little pup, it's driving me crazy." The man grumbled and cursed as he spoke, but because of his special ability, Esto could hear the man's truest inner voice. "Little one, please don't be sick anymore, okay?" Turns out he was just cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Esto glanced from the man's bald head to the struggling dragon. In the cage, it was still just a baby. "What are you? What the hell are you talking about? That's obvious," the man yelled right in his ear, nearly bursting Esto's eardrums. He wanted to discipline the dragon from a young age. Otherwise, when it grew up, it could attack people, and if that caused the nobles to complain about the sale of dangerous beasts, he'd be out of a job. The man's attitude was incredibly harsh, but Esto paid him no mind, focusing only on the little dragon in front of him to find the root of the problem. Suddenly, Esto felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest, as if it were about to explode, causing him to fall backward. Fortunately, Nura caught his master just in time. Seeing this, the man was startled. Hey, what's wrong? Kid, are you hurt somewhere?" "No, I'm not the one in pain. This is the dragon's pain," Esto panted in response. Just then, the dragon slowly opened its eyes, sat up straight, and gave an innocent look directly at Esto. He immediately entered a vision containing its memories. Seeing Esto suddenly go silent, the man grew more impatient. "Hey kid, are you paralyzed or something? Damn it, why did you stop talking mid-sentence?" After a long moment, Esto finally replied in a sad tone. "This child, its heart is melting." "What does that mean? What nonsense are you spouting?" the man yelled in confusion. Esto explained to him that this species of dragon usually lives in extremely cold water, but right now he had taken it out of the water and even covered the bottom of the cage with sawdust, so the dragon couldn't breathe and was slowly drying out. Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. "Who are you trying to fool, you little brat? This Drakey dragon is a monster that lives in the desert. You can tell just by the name. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I said its heart, which is made of ice, is melting." Due to his hot-tempered nature, the man was about to argue further, but Esto's determined gaze made him reconsider. After all, he wanted to do everything he could to save this little dragon. Therefore, the man grabbed the shovel next to the cage and threw it to Esto. "Go outside and shovel some snow in here," he ordered. "Why just me? You expect an old man like me to do it? I don't have any ice right now, so a strong young man like you should hurry up and get some snow. If you're too slow, both you and this troublesome little Drakey will be goners." With that, he lifted the small dragon out of the cage and placed it in a glass basin filled with water nearby. After coming into contact with the cool water, the little one's facial muscles visibly relaxed. The man finally broke into a happy smile, then yelled at Esto again, "Hurry up and bring the snow." Esto dropped the first shovel of snow into the water tank under the man's eager gaze. After that, the man made him shovel several more loads. Esto, of course, knew he was being used for hard labor, but with his overflowing love for animals, he was still willing to do it. And thanks to that effort, the ice Drakey, that one had truly recovered. Drakys were already a rare species, but among them were even rarer ice variants, so they weren't widely known. Back, Esto could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but the man of course had no intention of letting him rest so soon, like that, because besides this Drakey, he still had a bunch of other rare animals waiting to be cared for. Esto felt as if he had become a veterinarian in just one afternoon, while the man had to truly acknowledge that the abilities of the boy were the real deal. After settling the issues, the man gave him a bag of geek coins as a work fee. The work was originally completed, but Esto kept hesitating and couldn't leave, because he could hear the inner voices of the animals in the man's house. They were all reluctant to see him go, and now he could clearly hear every single one of their thoughts, even while standing all the way outside the door. This proved that they were all okay. Thinking of this, Esto's nose suddenly tingled with emotion. He led Nura back to Ignis, but halfway there, vague thoughts began to flood his mind. Esto truly didn't know where his future would go and what would happen to a cursed child like him. The negative thoughts and his unhappy past made Esto tremble for a moment, and he slumped down on the roadside to Nura's confusion. Are you okay? Are you cold? It anxiously asked one question after another, and not long after, Suki also appeared. She always showed up when her master needed her most. What are you doing here? It seems you're not hurt. Get up. You'll catch a cold sitting in the cold for too long. Sometimes Esto didn't know if Suki was the cat he picked up or his mother, but the fact that she never left made him feel that this life was a bit more meaningful. For example, Suki hated being touched by humans, but when Esto petted her head, she didn't avoid it at all. Thank you, Suki, Esto suddenly said. For what? The sassy black cat was curious. For not avoiding me. It's been so long, and you still don't get it at all. Esto, to me you are completely different from those other humans. Do what you want. I will never avoid you ever. After saying that, Suki tiptoed away. After calming his emotions, Esto and Nura returned to Ignis, and he received a reward of 2 Gi coins. This made Hack quite surprised, as that man was notoriously difficult, yet today he was so generous. This proved that Esto's abilities were real. Hack felt like he had struck gold, and immediately changed his attitude towards him. Welcome. From now on, you are a member of Ignis. After that, Hack even specially took Esto to get his uniform and Gi identification badge. From now on, he would have to wear it on missions, and he was even willing to provide a place for Esto to stay. Although the facilities here weren't the best, compared to the old attic he had lived in for a decade, it was perfect. Moreover, Hack also allowed Nura to stay, so Esto had no reason to refuse. After he explained all the rules at Ignis, Esto led Nura to his new room. They both cleaned up, and then Esto put on his brand new uniform. He looked at himself in the mirror. This was the first time Esto had seen himself looking so neat and tidy. The bed was also soft, and the blanket was warmer than at home. Next to the bed was a large window, and the faint moonlight shining through the frame suddenly reminded Esto of the past. During those miserable days in the attic, he found it hard to sleep and turned to ask Nura, "Hey, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Nura replied from the floor. "Do you have any regrets?" Esto suddenly asked, "About what? That you followed me?" Perhaps because he possessed the ability to read the minds of other creatures, Esto was more sensitive than the average person. Therefore, ever since arriving in the city, he had always felt guilty towards Nura because she had to wear a chain and her freedom was restricted, and she was constantly stared at by everyone, not to mention their path ahead would be even more difficult. Although it was very difficult, Esto still wanted to take Nura back to the mountains to return her freedom. However, what Nura said next proved that his worries were unnecessary. Not only did she not regret it, but she was also happy to have followed Esto and ended her previous lonely existence. Nura also no longer had to live in constant hatred of humans, which was what made her feel that this life was truly worth living. Nura's words were gentle, yet they made Esto want to cry. He buried his face deep into his pillow, trying to restrain his emotions. In the past, during the time he was locked in the attic, Esto had received an old dictionary from his older brother. He had taught himself how to read and write the words in it, but couldn't fully understand the meaning of them all. But now, Esto seemed to finally understand. The days spent with Nura had taught him the true meaning of the word bond, that even though they were not of the same race or from the same circumstances, from now on they would be inseparable, no matter how difficult the road ahead might be. The next morning, Esto woke up early as usual, and after straightening his uniform, he walked downstairs to Hack's amazement. Well, who's this? I almost didn't recognize you. Turns out, you look pretty sharp in that uniform, Esto. Oh, branch chief. Who's this? A new employee? A petite, brown-haired girl with glasses appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spoke up. Hack introduced the two to each other. The girl's name was Rosalie, also a member of the guild. He also introduced Esto to her as a new member, but explained he wouldn't be working in the job support department, nor in magic support or combat support. Hearing this, Rosalie became curious and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say he was an ability user? So why isn't he on the magic or combat team?" "Well, his ability is a bit special. We have to at least wait for a response from the higher-ups before we can decide." Noticing Esto seemed tense, Hack took out a jar of colorful candies. Out of respect for him, Esto had no choice but to take one and put it in his mouth, though he didn't feel any less tense. "All right, go get the guild's seal." Hack returned to the main topic. "You just need to have it stamped on your skin. It has to be the black rubber brand, so check it carefully. Just one set will be enough. Oh, and one more thing. While you're out, if you see a unicorn feather quill, buy it as well." Esto didn't know what those things were for, but if Hack mentioned them, they were surely not useless. So he went out and asked around, then went to the nearest general store in the square to buy them. But the owner of this store was quite odd, because when Esto arrived, she was busy fumbling with something and had absolutely no intention of serving customers. It wasn't until the girl found what she was looking for that she noticed the customer was still standing there waiting. The two of them made eye contact for less than 3 seconds before her gaze immediately fell on Nura beside him. With a psyche as fragile as a pane of glass, the girl named Yaji let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh my god, a monster. Unfortunately, she was also sitting on a ladder. After that scream, her balance faltered and she fell backward, but luckily Esto caught her. Otherwise, she would have broken a leg or an arm. Despite holding a beautiful woman in his arms, Esto's expression didn't change at all. He just seriously reminded the girl that it wasn't a monster. Its name was Nura. Looking at him up close, she saw that he was actually quite handsome. The girl couldn't help but blush like a tomato, and after landing safely, she began her search for the necessary items for Esto, but halfway through, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, where's my magic orb? You just dropped it over there. Esto answered nonchalantly. This girl looks pretty but seems a bit ditzy. She found her magic orb, looking happier than if she were going to a festival. Esto couldn't be bothered with her, and after getting what he needed, he turned to leave but was called back by the girl. Hey you, wait a moment. What's your name? Esto thought it was something important, but it turned out the girl wanted him to try out the magic orb in her hand. According to her, it was a new product that she had risked a lot to obtain. It was a magic orb that could read other people's emotions, an ability that might seem like a divine power to others, but to Esto, it was useless because he had possessed it since birth. I don't need it, Esto bluntly refused. Really? Why not? Because no one would want to read something like another person's heart. The ability to read others' thoughts, memories, or emotions is the most useless power in the world, Esto replied, then opened the door and left. The general store owner behind him was still bewildered, feeling that this guy was handsome but a bit strange. He talked as if he could really read other people's minds. Esto returned to Ignis, completing the final steps to become an official member of the guild. While waiting for his superiors to decide on his assignment, he just did chores like watering flowers and cleaning the house. A few days later, HCK brought some good news. Esto had been assigned to the Special Support Division and his first request had arrived after becoming an official member of the guild. The client was Saralyn Fabian, the only 10-year-old daughter of the Fabian family. The problem she was facing seemed to be that her puppy, Haru, absolutely refused to listen to her, and Saralyn wanted someone to help her turn Haru into a well-behaved dog. Esto's mood was a bit complicated after becoming a member of Ignis. He had thought he would get more significant missions, but he never expected to be training a dog. But HCK thought this was great. Esto's abilities didn't require training or combat experience. The main clientele were high-ranking nobles, so he could satisfy them without much effort and bring in the money, which was a good thing. Seeing Esto sigh deeply, HCK started using his entire vocabulary to make the issue sound more serious. It may look simple, but the problem is that you also have to meet the nobles' demands. If you get on their bad side, not only will this request be cancelled, but your future life could also be ruined, so be careful. He also constantly reminded Esto not to look down on Saralyn just because she's a child. A noble is a noble, even if they're only 2 months old, and you must serve her with all your strength. Well then, good luck. Alright, let's hope Esto's commission is successful in producing a well-behaved puppy. Hack brought over the candy jar again, and Esto picked out a piece to put in his mouth before setting off with Nura. The Fabian mansion was absolutely massive, and after checking the commission request, the guards quickly let him inside. The interior was even more magnificent, but the only thing that caught Esto's attention was the resentful barking of the small dog inside. Getting a little closer, he could also hear its inner voice, which was just as resentful. Not again. Go away, you human. Haru, don't be like that. He's our guest. A small, pretty, blonde-haired girl ran out from the house. Based on her age, this must be Lady Saralyn. Watching the way Saralyn talked and behaved with Haru, Esto could easily sense the girl's love for animals, but unfortunately, Haru was not an obedient dog. Esto introduced himself as a member of Gi, and a doubtful expression immediately appeared on Saralyn's face. I thought it would be some grumpy old man. So a girly-looking guy like you works at Gi's too? How old are you? This kid's got a real attitude. Esto wasn't too pleased, but since the customer is always right, he still swallowed his anger and answered her question. He had just turned 19 this year. While the two were talking, Haru in the background was still barking incessantly. The loud barking had started to annoy Nura. From behind Esto, it gently threw Haru a murderous glare, causing the puppy to immediately shut its mouth. At that moment, Lady Saralyn also noticed its presence, but instead of being afraid of the large creature, she looked very interested. That gorilla is so big and so cute. Nura immediately retracted its murderous gaze, switching to sparkling, watery eyes to win her over. Lady Saralyn was instantly charmed. The girl was about to rush forward, but was stopped by a house servant for a very simple reason. Nura was a white-furred ape, and they couldn't let their lady get close to danger. After a moment of pouting because she couldn't pat Nura's cheeks, Saralyn decided to get back to the main issue. I heard you can read the hearts of animals, so find out why my Haru is always so hostile to others. Right now, the young lady's eager demeanor made Esto not dare to delay any longer. First, he told Nura to step back for a moment, because Haru was currently scared, stiff by it. Only Esto and Haru were left facing each other. To gain the puppy's trust, Esto took off his gloves and held his hand close to its face. "Haru, I'm not going to hurt you." Saralyn looked tense, because normally no one dared to do that with Haru for fear of being bitten. But the strange thing was, today, after a moment's hesitation, it proactively moved forward and used its head to nuzzle Esto's hand. His ability was greatly amplified by this contact, and Esto immediately entered its inner world. It turned out Haru had an unhappy puppyhood, having witnessed its mother being grabbed by humans by the neck and cruelly discarded right after it was born. Because small breeds like Haru were very popular with nobles, its mother had been forced to give birth many times. Even Haru itself, after losing its mother, wasn't fed enough. It was only given just enough food to not starve to death in order to maintain the small appearance that nobles found so appealing. Not long after, Haru was spotted by Viscount Fabian, the father of Saralyn. The merchants immediately took the small dog, which was barely breathing from hunger, and washed it clean to be sold. Haru became the most beautiful birthday present for the young lady, but for it, this was also when its hatred for humans began, to its peak, because they had taken its mother away and pushed it into endless suffering. Saralyn really liked Haru, and she tried her best to care for the little puppy, but Haru never felt happy being with her. It all came to a head one day when, while they were playing around, Haru bit Saralyn hard on the hand. Seeing this, Viscount Fabian immediately kicked the puppy, as he could not accept a dog that bites its owner and immediately wanted to throw Haru out of the mansion. Saralyn cried and begged her father, as she didn't want to be separated from the new friend she had just made, so she asked Viscount Fabian to send a commission to Ignis. After fully understanding the situation, Esto could only sigh. Saralyn was extremely anxious. How is he? Is Haru unhappy about something? Everything. Haru was afraid of all the affection she showed it. Even though it was just a puppy, Haru was also just a child, and since birth, it had never received love. Esto recounted the entire ordeal it had gone through from the moment it was born, which made Haru believe that one day, humans would also take its life just like how they took its mother away. Hearing Esto's words, Saralyn could only grit her teeth and think to herself, "What? I'm the one who likes Haru the most. If I could read hearts, I would treat him even better." These naive thoughts of hers were also overheard by Esto. Just being able to read hearts isn't everything. Its mother was killed by humans, and it was also forced to starve to increase its value. Have you ever considered how to soothe its fear? Saralyn finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, even though this was an act that would cause a young noble lady like her to lose all her elegance. Esto could understand Saralyn's behavior, for even as a noble, she was still just a child, and moreover, a child filled with love for animals, especially for Haru. To resolve this conflict, Esto created a mental world for the little dog and led Saralyn into it. Here, she could converse with Haru. After this, Haru itself also came to fully understand the young lady's feelings for it, but it still hoped Saralyn could express her affection a bit more gently, instead of actions like lifting it high up and spinning it around and around. Haru slowly stepped forward and nuzzled the hem of its owner's dress. Saralyn also cautiously bent down and held out her hand, then carefully took Haru into her arms. That was the moment their two souls truly connected, and it was also when Esto completed his mission. Saralyn was so happy she cried, "Thank you, Ignis. That was truly amazing. Even though I was the one who made the request, I really had no idea this ability existed." Saralyn held Haru in her arms, her happiness unconcealable, and she couldn't stop blaming herself for not having understood the puppy all this time. "You are not at fault. The people who sold Haru are the ones in the wrong, and he only misunderstood your intentions because it was completely different from anything he had ever experienced." Since Saralyn was a child, Esto made an exception and offered her a few more words of encouragement. Hearing him say that, Saralyn smiled as brightly as a flower. The commission was complete, and she handed the sugui to him. Just as Esto accepted it, Viscount Fabian appeared. "You possess a truly wonderful ability," he praised with sincerity. Seeing her father, Saralyn joyfully rushed into his arms. From now on, she no longer had to worry about Viscount Fabian throwing Haru out for being a dog that bites its owner anymore. It turned out, Viscount Fabian and young Master Jeremy had just returned to the mansion, and they had been watching from outside all of Esto's abilities, so he's very curious about your power. "From what I've observed, your ability is used to handle rather unusual situations, wouldn't you say? What exactly is this power?" "It's the ability to read the hearts of animals," Esto answered without hiding anything. Viscount Fabian was silent for about 3 seconds, then uttered 3 words, "What a liar." Before even waiting for Esto to explain or react, the man continued, "Don't you know what happens when a commoner like you dares to lie to a nobleman?" Esto immediately tensed up. It seemed that because the mission was complete, he had let his guard down too soon. Nobles like him are never easy to deal with, are they? I'm quite interested to see how exactly you define what you call an animal. Is it based on intellect or the soul? What about human-beast hybrids? Esto always tried to hide the fact that he could also read human thoughts by claiming he could only listen to the hearts of animals, but it seemed this nobleman was sharper than he had imagined. It's just that while he was probing Esto, He also accidentally overheard the thoughts of the son, Jeremy. No way. If he can really read other people's hearts, then he's a monster. These thoughts from Jeremy truly did hurt Esto. But anyway, ever since he was a child, he had been considered a cursed monster, so one more person thinking that way didn't change much. The problem now lay with the nobleman. It seemed Viscount Fabian was genuinely interested in Esto's one-of-a-kind ability, even though he only vaguely stated that he would soon send more requests to Ignis. But Esto knew that in the future, he and the Viscount would surely be seeing a lot more of each other. This grand conversation between the adults was beyond Saralyn's understanding. She was just happy that she managed to learn Esto's name before he left, and of course, Saralyn was also grateful that he had sorted out the trouble for her. But her brother, the young master Jeremy, was clearly wary of Esto. He didn't even want his sister getting too close to him. Does that ability of yours have any limits? I can't read everything, so I won't be reading your mind, so please don't worry. Are you sure? Or are you just saying that while reading everything in my head? Jeremy suddenly became irritated. He didn't want someone who could read all his thoughts in his house for another second, so he rudely shoved Esto out the door. Saralyn was startled by her brother's aggression and started crying. After all, Esto was the one who had helped her reconcile with Haru, and now Jeremy was treating him this way, which made her very unhappy. Esto returned with Nura as dusk began to fall. The two words "a monster" that Jeremy had uttered kept replaying in his mind. Even though he was used to it, it would be a lie to say he wasn't sad. Esto gazed at the Sugi coin in his hand and once again, suddenly felt lost in this life. Humans are so strange. Nura suddenly spoke, catching Esto's confused gaze. Before he could ask anything, it continued, Nura feels very happy when Esto reads my heart. Esto can know Nura's thoughts without me even having to say them. Esto knew that it was comforting him. What Nura just said sounded wonderful, but it was also the very reason humans hated his ability. Esto's existence was indeed too abnormal, and it made him feel out of place in this world, even though. Yet Nura didn't find him scary at all. To it, Esto was kinder than everyone else. He also had a kind heart. What was truly wrong wasn't Esto's ability, but the filthy thoughts that other people concealed. Nura said a lot, but it was all from its heart, not just made up to comfort Esto, so he reached out and patted the monkey's head to reassure it. Don't worry, no matter if anyone gets angry or is scared of me, even if they think I'm a monster, I don't care at all, because compared to being locked up in the Sept Tower, it's when we get to walk together like this that I finally feel like I'm truly living. And so, the man and the monkey returned to Guy. Esto ignored the insults from young Master Jeremy and continued on with his life. A few days later, he seemed to have caught the Lord's attention, as that person directly sent a request to Guy. This made H and Rosalie very happy. Actually, because his ability was so special, this was somewhat predictable, but neither of them expected his fame to skyrocket so quickly. Compared to the enthusiastic expressions of H and Rosalie, Esto seemed rather somber, because he knew that the more people who noticed him, the more danger he would be in. But regardless, he still had to work to survive, and so Esto went on to accept the next special support request. This time, the request was related to the Jefferson Company, which held the largest share of the gem trade in the city. For some reason, the company had suddenly closed down, throwing the jewelry businesses into turmoil. Esto's mission was to find the company's owner, Thompson, and investigate the reason. Just like every other time, after confirming his mission, Esto prepared to set off with Nura. But today, before leaving, he noticed something. It seemed that every time he went out on a mission, H would rush after him just to say something like, "Remember to stay safe." And today, Rosalie also specifically reminded him to buy some cantaloupe bread on his way back after completing the mission. They were just small remarks, but they moved Esto, because this was the first time he had felt a warmth like that of a family. The first thing Esto did after leaving Gui was to check the map, but today's location was a bit far. If he walked, it would take a whole hour. While he was racking his brain for a solution, Nura suddenly turned its rear towards him. "Let Nura carry Esto. I run much faster than Esto. You'll get tired if you walk for too long." Esto had never considered Nura a pet, let alone a mount, so he refused. But this unintentionally made it sad, because Nura felt useless, unable to help Esto in any way. In the end, not wanting to disappoint Nura, Esto reluctantly agreed to climb onto its back. And indeed, Nura ran very fast. It didn't take the man and the monkey much time to reach their destination. It was just that Esto felt that after arriving, his insides had all been jumbled up. They stopped in front of a large house, where the west-facing window had a display of precious jewelry. In Esto's eyes, they were just colorful pebbles, so he found it very hard to understand why everyone was so crazy about these things. Putting the matter of gems aside, Esto went up and tried knocking on the door. According to the information, the owner of the company lived in this house, but he knocked for what felt like half a day and still got no answer. Even so, Esto had a strong belief that Thompson wouldn't just abandon his home, even though his business had closed. Therefore, he decided to sit tight and wait there until he appeared. Although it was very cold, Esto stubbornly held his ground in front of the man's house, waiting until midnight. When the temperature had dropped to its lowest point, he finally saw Thompson step outside. "Hey kid, you. Are you out of your mind? I thought this cold weather would make you lose heart and go home," even though he was truly freezing. Upon seeing Thompson, Esto was still very happy because catching the guy meant the mission was already halfway successful. It's just that Thompson shooed him away like an evil spirit the moment he saw him. "Just by looking at you, I can guess you were sent by those nobles, right? I'm not selling anything, so go home." Thompson originally intended to go back inside right after saying that, but seeing the struggling state of Esto, who was about to freeze to death, he couldn't bear it. "You can't even stand up right now. Your limbs are trembling and your face is all pale. Hey, I'm just asking, but you're not trying to commit suicide, are you? Has my house now become an ideal spot for suicide?" Thompson even enthusiastically recommended to Esto that 2 blocks away there was a bridge, and people say the river water there is quite warm, so if he wanted to kill himself, he could choose that spot instead of in front of his house. "Of course, I'm not trying to kill myself," Esto replied weakly. "You're not? Fine then, so why the hell are you sitting outside? Someone else's house? Get lost." Thompson lost all patience, directly pulling Esto up to throw him out. But because of this contact, Esto was able to read his memories. This man, who looked so stern on the outside, was actually weaker on the inside than imagined. He had a beautiful wife named Tin, whom Thompson fell in love with at first sight. Therefore, Tin accepting his marriage proposal was like a dream to him. However, life after marriage was just a long stretch of painful days waiting for the young woman. Their first child passed away right before, celebrating their first birthday, and then the second child, and the third. Tin entered a cycle of getting pregnant and then miscarrying without end. Much later, Tin gave birth to a healthy baby named Leia. The child's cries were loud, carrying Thompson's hopes. But unfortunately, Tin was suffering from depression due to prolonged stress. She believed this baby would also soon follow its siblings. Therefore, she wouldn't even look at the baby. And even after its first birthday, cracks began to form in their marriage. From there, Thompson even knelt and begged his wife, but Tin continued to ignore Leia completely, which was the very reason he closed his company. Thompson dedicated all his time to focusing on caring for his little daughter. Esto knew he didn't have much time to haggle with this man. So after grasping his problem, he immediately offered advice. "Thompson, if your wife doesn't want to talk, then just try ignoring her for a while." Thompson was astonished mixed with alarm. He probably couldn't figure out why Esto knew about that, but in this situation, he could only offer the advice he thought was best. If someone doesn't want to face the truth, they won't listen even if you force them. Thompson's reaction was worse than Esto had imagined. He was aggressively grabbed by the collar and thrown straight into the house. After locking the door, Thompson revealed an extremely terrifying face, just as expected. He began to question Esto about how he knew about Tin. Esto's whole body ached, and he tried to calm himself down. To answer Thompson's question, "I am Esto, from Geese," Thompson put a hand to his forehead, cursing endlessly in his mind at the nobles for prying into his private life and even sending a commission all the way to the guild just to bother him. However, looking at Esto, Thompson didn't feel threatened at all. Because he looked so frail, it was as if Ignis had sent their worst member here. Besides, the kid wasn't at fault for any of this, so he suddenly felt a little bit guilty for getting physical with such a weak kid who was also about to freeze from waiting for him for hours outside. Damn it. A bunch of fools blinded by their greed for gemstones. Thompson let out a weary sigh, then extended his hand to Esto. "Forgive me for my rude behavior. That's right, I am the owner of the Jefferson Company." Esto looked from his hand to the ceiling and finally chose to stand up on his own. His hand left hanging in the air made Thompson feel slightly awkward. Ahem. "So, kid from Ignis, what request brings you here?" It was a request for help so that he could reopen his business once again. Esto answered bluntly. "What the?" Thompson thought he had misheard. "The Lord sure is impatient, isn't he? In any case, this isn't something that can be resolved in just a few words." Thompson then invited him inside, lit some candles, and they had some wine to warm up. After choosing a bottle of wine and chugging a few gulps, his mood finally relaxed a little. To be honest, thinking back on it now, Thompson felt that not only was Esto not threatening, but he also seemed to lack the wits to succeed in his mission. And at a time like this, he should have been trying to get on his good side, but the only thing Esto had done since arriving was stare blankly like a statue. The only thing that made Thompson interested in Esto was that he had mentioned his wife, but frankly, this interest wasn't positive in the slightest, because he hated it when people pried into his private life. Revealing someone's private matters isn't a good thing, you know? When talking about such sensitive topics, you have to be more aware of the situation. "I'm sorry." Esto lowered his head and mumbled. To put it bluntly, he was too naive and childish. Why would the guild send someone like this here? Thompson sighed deeply. Now, he no longer blamed Esto, but he also firmly stated that he had no intention of ever reopening the business. Esto remained silent, not even opening his mouth to ask why. This in turn made Thompson wonder, aren't you going to ask why? Oh, then why did you decide not to reopen the business? Seeing Thompson's curiosity, Esto asked back mechanically. Thompson burst out laughing. It was the first time he had ever seen a guild member on a mission who was this clueless. Perhaps this was the funniest thing that had happened in days, making Thompson temporarily forget the pressures weighing on his life. Perhaps because he was in a better mood, he proactively told Esto the reason, explaining that he loved his wife and daughter very much. Even if the whole world made him an offer, Thompson had no intention of trading them for anything. The most important thing was that Tin's condition was getting more and more serious. Ever since giving birth to Leah, she wouldn't even leave her room. One time, Thompson tried to force Tin out of the room, which resulted in her choosing the most extreme action of biting her own tongue. Although she was fine that time, the cruel truth was laid bare before Thompson that his wife would rather die than have to see her own daughter. That left him with neither the time nor the state of mind to care about gemstones or his business anymore. As Thompson finished his story, he covered his face and began to cry. Esto was just silent, shocked, because a moment ago, even after reading Thompson's memories, it turned out there were still things he didn't know. Thompson didn't cry. After a long moment, once he composed himself, he wiped away his tears and forced a smile. Anyway, I'm sorry for causing your mission to fail, but I have no intention of reopening this year, so you should tell them to find a source of supply from other companies. Thompson patted Esto's shoulder a few times comfortingly, but a stubborn person like him wasn't about to give up here. If your wife's condition improves, will you agree to reopen? Thompson was about to show him the door, but his steps stopped when he heard those words. Perhaps I can help. After Esto said this, Thompson turned back. I will get your wife to leave her room. Seeing Esto's expression, it didn't look like he was joking, but Thompson wasn't very convinced. If even he couldn't get his wife to leave her room, how could an outsider like Esto possibly manage it? How exactly do you plan to do that? Esto didn't answer. Instead, he slowly approached Thompson and suddenly touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Thompson was startled and confused, about to push Esto's hand away. Just then, a strange voice echoed in his head. Please don't be afraid, I beg of you, sir. Esto is not a bad person. Only Thompson and Esto were there, but that voice wasn't his. Thompson looked down and met Nura's earnest, sparkling eyes, which startled him so much that he stumbled backward. The bottle of wine in Thompson's hand spilled all over. Just now, there was a strange voice in my head. Thompson's face went pale and Esto then slowly walked over, offering a hand to pull him up. Although Thompson didn't know what method he had just used, through this inexplicable event, he was certain this young man was no ordinary person. Thompson reached out and took his hand as a sign of agreement. Afterward, Thompson led Esto and Nura to his wife's room. When he knocked on the door, Esto could clearly see the man's hesitation and caution. His wife's condition had probably caused him a great deal of suffering. My love, it's me. We have a guest today. In response to Thompson, there was only a suffocating silence. He nervously turned the doorknob. As soon as the door opened, Esto could feel a cold wind carrying the chill of snow blowing right at him. Tin was sitting in a chair by the window. Despite the freezing cold, she wore only a thin shirt. From this sight, it was easy to tell the young woman had lost all will to live. Thompson hurried over to close the window. Tin's hand, hanging limply over the chair, was ice cold, which pained him deeply, and her eyes were completely empty and lifeless. She didn't even seem to care when Esto approached. He tried touching Tin's head, but strangely, her mind was completely silent. Esto had never needed to adjust his power to read someone's memories, but it looked like this time he would have to. But when Esto did so, the entire room was suddenly shaken by a dark and gloomy power, causing even a healthy man like Thompson to nearly lose his balance. A gloomy black smoke enveloped the entire room. In an instant, it transported Esto, Nura, and Thompson to another space. It was a lush, peaceful forest. They looked around in all directions, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, until a gentle voice spoke up. Phew, it's so hot. Do I really have to work in the fields in this kind of weather? I really want to take the day off. Thompson's eyes widened in shock. The person before him was his wife. Tin looked completely healthy and normal, not at all like the sick and frail woman from just a moment ago. It seemed Esto hadn't controlled his power well and had entered the deepest layer of her memories. He had also pulled Thompson and Nora in with him. In that memory, Tin looked poor, but her face was still brimming with happiness. Just as the memories Esto had previously probed in Thompson's mind had shown, Tin was the daughter of a poor farming family. Her mother passed away before she was old enough to remember, and after she grew a little older, her father followed her. Beside Tin, only her 2 younger siblings remained, needing care, and so she raised the 2 of them by herself from a young age. Tin worked all sorts of incredibly hard jobs. Fortunately, her 2 siblings were very well behaved, so life was relatively happy, and then Tin fell in love. But the man wasn't Thompson, it was another poor farmer named Johan. The 2 of them were deeply in love, But poverty was like a swamp, drowning their happiness. Tin couldn't provide for the lives of the three siblings. Even when she increased her workload, the money still wasn't enough to buy food and medicine for the children. Johan had proposed to her not once, but 3 times. But Tin firmly refused. Their love was immense, but reality was harsh. In the end, Tin and Johan went their separate ways. She went to the city, hoping to get more orders. Then, Tin met Thompson. That was the first time I met Tin. Seeing his wife's memory replayed before his eyes, Thompson couldn't help but be moved. The first time they met, he had fallen face down on the street and was coughing non-stop. Tin was rushing to complete her delivery, but when she saw Thompson was unwell, she still decided to help him to a clinic. When Thompson came to his senses, the first thing that met his eyes was Tin's gentle and beautiful face. He fell for her not long after that. Thompson proposed, and Tin accepted. When she returned to her small house in the suburbs, Johan came to find her, and when he saw the sparkling ruby ring on her hand, Johan nearly went insane. "I heard you're getting married? If you're going to leave me, I'll end my own life right here and now. You'll see." As it turned out, Johan wasn't just bluffing, because right after that, he pulled a bottle of pesticide from his pocket. His goal was still to force Tin to come back to him, but she firmly refused, wanting a better future for herself and her siblings. Perhaps it was because of her cold rejection that Johan actually did something foolish. From then on, Tin always lived with regret and was haunted by the thought that she had been cursed by Johan. This was the first time Thompson had witnessed the deepest memories in his wife's heart. Until now, he had no idea that a man had once loved Tin so deeply, and because of what he had just seen, Thompson became even more devastated, because he believed Tin had only agreed to marry him for his money. Perhaps what he thought was true. After all, she had rejected a poor farmer to be with a man who could give her luxurious gems. Esto's words sounded gentle, but they were like a knife twisting in Thompson's heart. If that's truly the reason, would you change your decision? What did you say? If your wife's decision was influenced by money and poverty, if she coveted the things you have, would she still be one of the 2 most precious people in the world you once told me about? Esto's question was brutally direct, but Thompson's love for his wife was too great. He didn't even need to think. While still firmly affirming that Tin was the person he cherished most, that she was still Thompson's precious wife, even if the truth was that she was trapped in these painful memories. Tears started streaming down Thompson's face as he remembered the days when Leah was just born. But Tin wouldn't even look at the baby, no matter how hard he pleaded. "Thompson, the reality is that your wife is in great agony because she believes that each child she lost was the price for her sins." Thompson's emotions were a complex mix of sadness and pain as he and Esto escaped from Tin's memories. Thompson then slowly approached his wife and knelt on one knee before her, just like the day he had proposed to her several years ago. "Tin, it's not your fault," Thompson whispered as he held his wife's hand tightly. "Leah, our daughter is still alive. She's alive and will be very healthy in the future. She's waiting for you. So please stop blaming yourself and please come back to us." Thompson didn't care about Dawn, nor did he care about his wife's past, and he certainly didn't care if she had married him for money, but he felt there was no reason for her to hurt herself. The only thing Thompson wanted was to overcome all the pain together with his wife, because they were a family. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the nearby window frame, shattering it in an instant. Thompson reacted instinctively, quickly pulling his wife into an embrace to protect her from harm, and in that moment, Tin's eyes seemed to regain their vitality. The sudden change in his wife left Thompson both astonished and moved, and right after, a loud cry came from the baby's room next door. Tin shot to her feet before Thompson's astonished eyes. "Lee," she called out as she bolted away. For the first time in her life, Tin held her little daughter Leah, endlessly apologizing for not being there for her all this time. This sudden turn of events brought immense happiness to Thompson. "The baby's hungry, you can tell just by her cries." He handed his wife a baby bottle. "You must be hungry too, right? We have chicken soup at home. Thank you." Thompson joyfully embraced his wife and daughter. Their family of 3 finally had a happy ending. As for Esto, perhaps because he had used too much of his power earlier, his body was completely exhausted. After Thompson and Tin ran to the baby's room, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the floor. Esto was Thompson's benefactor, so of course, he couldn't just leave him there. So, in the dead of night, the couple took him to the most famous apothecary in the region. Esto was burning with fever and unconscious, and after an examination, the physician was at a loss because he believed Esto's problems stemmed from his abilities, which was something beyond his expertise. Moreover, there were no apothecaries in this area that could treat ability users. The old physician thought this happened because Esto had never lost control of his abilities before. For now, getting proper rest should be enough, and then they could request help depending on the situation. The couple looked at each other. Tin kept looking at Nura, then back at her husband. Nura was sitting at the head of the bed, her worried gaze fixed on Esto. Thompson thought for a moment before daring to speak, because it was Nura who had burst into the baby's room to tell them that Esto had just fainted. This was the first time Thompson had ever seen a white-furred monkey that could talk, and he was still in shock. Leah is still at home, so we have to go back first. I'll pay for the medical treatment, so don't worry, and if you need any help, just come find me." Nura nodded, and then suddenly she remembered the most important reason she came here with Stowe. "What about the commission?" Thompson looked at his wife with a trusting, bright smile, so he had already made a decision. "The commission was a request for me to reopen the company, right? Since Stowe is our benefactor, I will of course agree. After all, my wife's heart has been healed, so you don't need to worry anymore. I'll leave this fellow to you then." At this point, Nora was finally relieved. The Thompson couple also returned to their home, leaving only her constantly watching over the sickbed, looking extremely worried and anxious. On the morning of the third day, Esto finally woke up. The first thing that met his eyes was Nora's tear-filled gaze. She couldn't control her emotions and immediately jumped onto the bed to hug him. After confirming he was stable, Esto asked the old physician for permission to return. After all, being bedridden for 2 whole days was more than enough for him. They returned to Gilsul, and the reward for the successful commission had also been sent. This time it was 5 whole coins. Hack was so happy his eyes crinkled into a smile. He had supported many ability users with his own 2 hands, but this was the first time Hack had seen a member achieve such good results as Stowe, who had only just joined the guild a short time ago. Currently, Stowe is the cash cow of Ignis, and his reputation is so good that it has even reached the ears of the nobles in the neighboring city. After Stowe recovered, another problem arose. He received a second commission from the Fabian family. This time, it was personally requested by Vis Fabian, but the letter didn't specify the details of the commission. Even so, Esto had no way to refuse, as he didn't want to displease the nobility, so he had to take Nora with him to that mansion once again. As soon as Esto entered, Hiru rushed out to greet him. It seemed the child had missed Stowe a lot since they last met. Cerilyn also hurried out, and upon seeing the envelope in Esto's hand, the girl immediately realized her father had summoned him. "I'm very happy to see you again. What about you, Esto?" Esto was taken aback by Cerilyn's question. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Well, it's not that. It's not good." Cerilyn was not satisfied and lunged forward to pinch his cheek. "Huh? Not that it's not good? So does that mean it's good or not? Are you happy to see me again or not? Aren't you afraid I can read other people's hearts?" Esto didn't answer but asked back. Ever since the last time he was treated rudely by the young master of the Fabian house, he had always felt unhappy. Coming here today, Esto also felt very awkward, but Cerilyn was completely different from her brother. The girl wasn't scared at all, nor did she resent Stowe's ability, because she believed he would not go around spreading her secrets, and he would never try to control her feelings, because in Cerilyn's eyes, Esto was a super kind person. Their conversation was interrupted by the mansion's butler. This scout was eagerly waiting to see Esto. Cerilyn pouted, but she couldn't go against her father's wishes. All right, but you have to come see me before you leave. Don't you dare sneak off, you hear?" Esto nodded in agreement with the girl and then followed the butler's guidance to the master's room. Vis was already waiting for him. Before he could even greet him, Vis scout asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Tell me, do you know about cacti?" "No, sir," Esto replied. "How can a green plant grow in a desert? A place with no water? Isn't that miraculous? Being plants, it's not that they don't need any water, but if they are watered like normal plants, they will rot." This scout began to ramble on about the cactus, finally concluding that if the owner doesn't know its value, they would easily kill the plant. Esto knew that he wasn't just talking about the cactus in front of him. Can you read its thoughts? This scout brought the cactus in front of Esto, but he had never read a plant's thoughts, nor had he ever believed plants had thoughts like animals. Yet after using a bit more of his power, Esto heard a curse. Damn it, why won't this old geezer shut up? Esto tried to contain his surprise. The cactus in Vis Scout's hand could actually think, and moreover, it was furiously cursing him. And just as Esto suspected, Vis Scout didn't seek him out just to chat about this plant. "Esto, a cactus doesn't have a choice, but you yourself have the right to choose the master who will support you." It was very clear. Vis Scout was trying to recruit Esto to his side, promising him a position where no one in this house would dare disrespect him, and the only person he would have to obey was him. At the same time, he would receive the highest privileges as a commoner. Esto guessed that he coveted his mind-reading ability, and in fact, he had guessed right on the money. Vis Scout didn't even bother to hide that thought, demanding that Esto read the minds of the people he designated. "Kid, don't believe him, it's a trap." Those are the words of a master manipulator. Before Esto could even speak, he heard the screaming thoughts of the cactus in Vis Scout's hand. He himself had no intention of accepting this offer. Although he didn't want to antagonize a nobleman, Vis Scout's intentions seemed anything but good. "Thank you very much for your offer, sir, but I am satisfied with my current job," Esto replied. And his answer made the old man burst out laughing. To think about it, it seems there's a misunderstanding here. This is an order. To change his tune so quickly, he was clearly not a good person. Esto tried to remain calm. He frankly asked Viscout what would happen if he disobeyed his order. For now, nothing yet, but bad things will surely find their way to you. It was clearly a threat. Esto was just a 19-year-old commoner. How could he not be afraid of a threat from a world-wise nobleman? However, he still managed to keep his composure until the end. Esto bowed his head respectfully, then told Viscout that if he wanted him to change jobs, he would have to discuss it with Gil first. Esto's complete unwillingness, however, pleased Viscout. If he had agreed instantly, it would have proven he wasn't trustworthy, and he wouldn't have dared to use him. Viscout then retracted his intimidating demeanor and said he would give Esto some more time to think about where his true home was. After that, he handed the cactus to the butler and told him to throw it away. Get rid of this thing. I'll replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. Esto could hear the cactus screaming frantically. What? Where do you think you're touching me? Huh? You bastard. Are you throwing me away? You bastard. Let me go. You damn human. The butler then conveniently led Esto out. Along the way, he could constantly hear the desperate screams of the plant, so Esto boldly asked to take it home. After all, they were just planning to throw it away anyway since it had no flowers, and its stem was covered in thorns. Besides, it's very difficult to care for. Do you really want it? But who's to say it will never bloom? Seeing Esto's determination, the butler handed the plant over to him, then he asked Esto to wait around for a moment. He was to wait at the mansion, because Lady Saralyn also wanted to see him. After the butler left, the plant in Esto's hands wouldn't stop trembling. It seemed to be afraid, thinking he would throw it away too, so Esto had to speak up to reassure it. I won't hurt you, and I won't burn or throw you away. However, this is my first time seeing a cactus, so I don't know what kind of temperature is best for you. Just tell me directly when you're thirsty, okay? The plant in Esto's hand immediately went still. Esto continued, I can hear your voice, so just let me know if you're uncomfortable anywhere. Esto was met with only silence. It seemed the plant in his hands was shocked that a human could understand its thoughts. A moment later, it finally spoke in shock. Whoa, are you a god? How can you hear my voice? Esto named the plant Ahu, because the name it gave for itself was ridiculously long. Nura, who had been watching him talk to himself, realized he was speaking to the plant in his hands, and so she couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Esto can talk to plants now? That's so awesome. Even though it was just a simple compliment, Nura's look of amazement made Esto feel very happy, as if he had just accomplished something truly great. He then introduced Ahu to her. The two of them seemed to get along instantly, despite being different species and unable to speak the same language. Ahu also grew very fond of Esto, and even the thorns on its body became much softer around him. Even though I can't move my body freely yet, I can at least control my thorns so they don't hurt Esto. You can't move yet? Esto asked, puzzled. That's right, you didn't know? If we cacti live long enough, or become strong enough, we can move our bodies at will. Even though I'm still young, my willpower is strong, so at least I can control my thorns. Esto filed away this bizarre piece of information. He wanted to talk more with Ahu, but while he was waiting for Saralyn, more trouble appeared. Young Master Jeremy showed up, looking just as unpleasant as ever, and spotted him. Didn't I tell you to get lost and never show your face here again? Is your memory that bad? Or do you think my words are a joke? Huh, you lowly commoner. Compared to their last encounter, Jeremy's words were even harsher. He repeatedly insulted Esto, calling him a lowly commoner, and called Nura an ugly monster. Yet he still wanted to buy her, for the simple reason that Nura was a monster who could understand human speech. He also ridiculed Esto for muttering to a plant all this time. This infuriated Ahu. What's this? Another one of those all-brawn, no-brains idiots? Nura is not merchandise. Esto was furious with Jeremy's arrogant attitude, but the jerk was incredibly persistent. How clever. Since you can read my mind, I guess the negotiations are over, right? Just take it. With that, he took out 10 gold coins, but Esto simply repeated that Nura was not merchandise to be bought and sold. Jeremy assumed that he was just trying to haggle for more money, but Esto firmly stated that he would never sell Nura. This attitude, Esto's defiance, made his eyes burn with rage. Jiman was incredibly annoyed that a lowly peasant like Esto would dare to disrespect a noble like him. Hey, I was holding back from punching your face in, but instead you ignore my warning and hang around my house. What the hell is that? Esto tried to explain that he was only here at the invitation of Viscount Fabian, but of course, Jiman didn't believe him. He aggressively lunged forward and grabbed Esto's collar, and compared to a rich young master who had trained with the sword since childhood, a frail, skinny kid like him was obviously no match. Just as Jiman was about to really punch Esto's lights out, Nura couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Don't you bully Esto!" Jiman was astonished and let go. He knew this white-furred monkey could understand human speech, but he never expected it could actually speak it too. His greed flared up intensely, and Jiman said he would pay Esto 30 gold coins to buy Nura outright, but this time he gave him no right to refuse. Instead, Jiman ordered the nearby guards to capture Nura and take it to the livestock pen. I already said I'm not selling, Esto shouted defiantly. his voice several times louder than Jiman's. He trembled with rage because this was the first time in his entire life that a commoner had yelled so loudly at his face like that. Esto was surrounded by 4 of the Fabian family's knights. They wanted to forcefully seize Nura, but they had no idea that they were playing with fire. Esto could endure it, but Nura itself could not, and it finally attacked first. The monkey's sharp claws swiped across, instantly crippling one of the knight's arms. All that remained in the grand hall was a piercing scream, and the remaining knights took a fearful step back. Jiman's anger soared to its peak. Just then, a few more men ran over, and he pointed straight at Esto, ordering them to capture and imprison him for the reason of attempting to murder him. Esto's heart went cold, and so did Nura's. Jiman called it a monster, while his own actions were more cruel than any monster's. At the young master's command, the knights immediately threw a large net over Nura's body. Then they drew their swords and began to attack. The knights' laughter and their actions officially drove Nura insane. Even though it had followed Esto for some time and willingly wore a collar, its wild instincts were still incredibly strong. Jiman was frightened by Nura's roar and staggered back a few steps, and at that moment, the Viscount had been alerted by the commotion and came downstairs. What is all this ruckus? The moment Jiman saw his father, he was overjoyed, but before he could even play the victim, the Viscount rushed over and grabbed him by the shoulders and chewed him out. "You fool! That thing was supposed to be in my grasp, but you had to interfere and ruin everything." "What do you mean, father?" Jiman was shocked not only because his father was scolding him so harshly, but also because he was being scolded over a commoner. "Shut up, you idiot." The Viscount disgustedly tossed his precious son aside, then ordered the knights to clean up the scene. He ordered the soldiers to capture Esto alive and to deal with Nura as they saw fit. The knights accompanying the Viscount were much harder to deal with because they knew how to use magic. Nura was immediately at a disadvantage and whispered an apology to Esto. "Nura is sorry, Esto. I just wanted to be with you. Don't be sorry, you did nothing wrong." Nura's eyes filled with sadness and despair, and as those knights began to use magic, it knew that no matter how much bigger it got, it would never be able to win. Nura closed her eyes, accepting the worst outcome for herself, when a massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire mansion's grand hall. Jeremy just clicked his tongue in mock pity, thinking if you had just taken the money from the start, things wouldn't have come to this. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the room, and after it finally cleared, the Fabian father and son were stunned to see Esto, still standing there alive and well, without even a single scratch. The ones who need to apologize aren't Nura, it's you. The knights were also astonished by his incredible resilience, and on Viscount Fabian's command, they began to charge and attack Esto. But unfortunately, not a single one of them could harm him. Why? Because even though Esto had no muscles and a scrawny body, he possessed the incredible power of mind control. One soldier had his sword raised to strike but was forced by Esto's control to turn the blade and stab himself instead. The Fabian father and son could only watch, mouths agape in shock. All the remaining soldiers were also brought under Esto's control, simultaneously dropping their weapons and kneeling at his feet. Esto's face remained as cold as ice, completely devoid of expression. "Father, brother," a young, tearful voice cried out. Esto then noticed that Cerilyn had appeared on the staircase at some point. The little girl saw Esto, with his face covered in blood, surrounded by soldiers lying scattered on the floor. This overly violent scene caused Cerilyn to faint, right on the spot. Viscount Fabian rushed to catch her, then questioned Esto in the tone of a victim. "Now, are you satisfied? Look around you. Does this place need any more bloodshed?" Esto knew full well that the fault was not his. He didn't want to hold himself back anymore either. Since childhood, he always had to suppress himself because of this power that made people think he was cursed, but that didn't make Esto's life any easier and only led to him being beaten and ostracized for 19 years. Now, having just escaped that miserable life, he was suppressing himself again to let Nura be bullied by others. Esto didn't want to endure it any longer, but perhaps the current situation should stop. "Here, I won't attack anyone else. In return, let's just pretend nothing ever happened here." Viscount Fabian felt this was an audacious demand, but before he could speak, the troublemaker Jeremy, lying in the corner, screamed loudly. "You vile beast, you murderer! After causing all this, you dare ask us to act like nothing happened." Esto turned and shot Jeremy a look that was enough to make him tremble. Then he mimicked Viscount Fabian's tone and said, "This isn't a request, it's a command." Jeremy trembled with rage, but truly, aside from gritting his teeth, there was nothing else he could do. In the end, both he and Viscount Fabian fainted from the overwhelming power of Esto's mind control. Suki also appeared just in time, as always showing up when Esto needed it most, because he couldn't carry Nura back on his own, so Suki transformed back into a tiger and carried her on its back. "You get on too," Suki urged. "But that'll be too tiring for you, Suki. I can just walk. Carrying you too won't make a big difference. Just get on." Esto couldn't refuse any longer and had to climb onto Suki's back. In truth, after using his powers all this time, his whole body was completely exhausted. Esto held on tightly to Nura and Suki as the tiger leaped and shot away from the port Fabian mansion. Suki carried Esto and Nura through the dark streets, with Nura unconscious and Esto feeling incredibly sad. Even though he knew Suki wasn't the type to confide in, right now, besides pouring his heart out to it, Esto didn't know where else to seek comfort. "Hey Suki, what do you think? It seems I really am a monster, aren't I?" Esto's mind was in utter turmoil, because earlier, he hadn't just read others' thoughts, he had controlled them, causing those soldiers to end their own lives. Thinking about the main hall of the Fabian mansion, filled with the stench of blood, others would probably faint from fear. But strangely, Esto felt nothing at all. Even though he knew what he did was wrong, he felt no fear or sadness. This made Esto feel that he and the concept of a monster were becoming very close. "So what?" Suki didn't answer but asked back, "If it were me, I would have taken all of their lives." Suki bluntly criticized Esto for being soft-hearted, because to it, there was no reason to fear or pity those who had harmed him and threatened to take away what he cherished. "But in the end, I was the one who ended up harming others." Esto was still feeling down. Still feeling depressed? Well, I guess you can be a little sad. After all, you didn't mean to hurt anyone. A her, who had been listening to the conversation from Esto's arms, got antsy and decided to chime in with its own opinion. Ahur found Esto ridiculous for doubting whether he was a monster when he was clearly a person of flesh and blood. And even if he really were a monster, it wouldn't harm world peace. As long as Esto didn't use his abilities to hurt others, it would be fine. The bluntness of a plant left Esto stunned. But it was unclear if he had become less insecure about himself after this. After all, the label of a monster and his dark past had followed him for 19 long years, a feeling that couldn't be shaken off so easily. Suki didn't rush them back to Gil. A few days later, the Ignis branch was in complete chaos. A bird-headed man named Avian brought some news. It was an emergency summons for Esto from the headquarters, which drove Hack crazy. This meant the royal family had put pressure on Gil's headquarters, or someone at the main office considered Esto a dangerous ability user. Rosalie also had a major headache. This summons was one problem, but the most important issue was that ever since accepting the commission from Viscount Fabian, Esto had been missing for 10 days. Moreover, a rumor had recently been spreading around the mansion that the Fabian family had been attacked by a young man and a white-furred monkey. Despite this, Hack firmly believed that Esto wasn't the type of person to harm others like that. Just when the two were at their most confused, Esto returned. Hack looked at him in his tattered and torn state, with dried bloodstains on his face and body, and couldn't help but be bewildered. But in the end, he still reached out and patted Esto's shoulder with a proud look. "You did well." Esto asked about his mission progress, but Hack said he'd have to file a report anyway, so they could skip it for now. "Do you have any idea how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Hack chided, while Rosalie at the side nodded her head vigorously. Avian cleared his throat repeatedly from behind, so Hack had to temporarily cut short the 2,000-word sentimental reunion. Suddenly, he noticed that Nura wasn't sticking by Esto's side as usual. Esto explained that it was injured and was resting to recover. "Thankfully, the injuries aren't too serious. You should rest for 3 days. You can submit the mission report later." Hack tried to push Avian aside to instruct Esto, but even if he treated the boy like a golden goose to be protected, Avian wasn't going to let this slide so easily. If Hack couldn't say it, then he would say it himself. Avian appeared before Esto looking like an angel, but the news he brought him was not good at all. As expected, Esto had to follow him to the guild's headquarters immediately. Hack still wanted to resist, but Esto obediently agreed. Ignis was his livelihood, and he had no intention of quitting this job yet, and as long as he was in the guild, refusing a decision from headquarters was not wise at all, so he had no choice but to say goodbye to Hack, feeling very sorry. Along the way, Esto kept leaning his head against the carriage window, his sad expression making him look like he'd lost his last friend. Ahu suddenly chirped up, saying it had figured out Esto's most serious problem, which was that he was very bad at refusing people and he was also way too obedient. "If you don't want to, just say no. If you hate it, just say you hate it. It's that simple. Why can't you say it, dude?" This plant was 4 times noisier than a living creature like Nura. Esto shot at a judgmental look, but he couldn't open his mouth to reply because Avian was still sitting opposite him. However, because Ahu was so loud, Esto finally had to blurt out, "Be quiet." Then Ahu replied irritably. Avian was astonished. He knew that the be quiet wasn't meant for him, so was Esto just communicating with a plant. When Avian voiced this suspicion, Esto didn't deny it at all. He thought Avian would be like everyone else, shocked and thinking he was a monster. In reality, Avian was shocked, but his shock leaned more towards excitement. "Wow, that's amazing," he exclaimed in awe. "I heard you have mind-reading abilities. Can you read what I'm thinking right now? Why on earth is there someone so eager to have their mind read like this guy?" He had intended to just remain silent, but just then, Nura, who was lying next to him, suddenly stirred and a barrage of Avian's thoughts immediately hit Esto's mind, giving him a splitting headache. "Whoa, This is so cool and so scary. They say white-furred monkeys are beasts, so what if I get eaten? Esto began to flawlessly recite what was in Avian's head with a deadpan voice. Whoa, he can really read my mind. I shouldn't have asked, should I? I'm so embarrassed. Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry. Avian started to panic, even though Esto had only read a small snippet. It was enough to prove that his ability was the real deal. He didn't dare to be curious anymore. Just then, Nora also woke up, and despite still being injured, it saw Esto's tired state and pulled him to lean on its shoulder to rest. Nora's soft fur and body gave off an indescribably pleasant feeling. This scene made Avian ponder for a moment. Looking at you guys like this, you seem just like a family, don't you? Night fell, and the carriage continued on its way. Avian prepared a thin blanket and pillow for Esto. Along the way, he was constantly worried that the boy would be cold or uncomfortable. Do you want another blanket? If you're hungry or uncomfortable in any way, just let me know, okay? This is comfortable enough, thank you, Esto replied. It wasn't that he was being polite, but rather that Avian could never imagine just how difficult a life he had previously lived in an attic. Therefore, even if the blanket was a bit thin, and even if the carriage swayed continuously, Esto didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They traveled a bit further when the sky began to Avian was fast asleep, even snoring with his mouth open. Nura also suddenly woke up in a state of panic. Esto thought it was woken up by the other guy's snoring, but that wasn't it. Its sharp beastly intuition was signaling danger, letting Nura know that something was gathering around the carriage. It wasn't human, nor was it an animal, but it gave Nura a very bad feeling that this thing was here to take their lives. Sure enough, not long after, the coachman burst open the door, looking utterly terrified. We're in big trouble. We've been completely surrounded by a flock of monsters. Avian immediately woke up, but still looked very sleepy. Surrounded? How many enemies are there? Can we escape? Well, they're all harpies with very high combat power. As soon as the coachman finished speaking, Avian's expression quickly turned grim. Harpies are monsters that normally only appear when winter comes, yet here they were, surrounding them. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but a whole flock. The driver said that even if they broke through the encirclement, it would be very difficult to escape, because these monsters are much faster than horses. Let Nura go out and check. Even though Nura hadn't fully recovered, it eagerly volunteered to rush to the front lines. Esto intended to stop it, but before he could do anything, Nura had already dashed out of the carriage door. The rain was getting heavier, and Esto grew restless inside the carriage. Hey, letting your ally fight alone is a bit. The driver glanced meaningfully at Avian, but the young man immediately protested, saying that although he was an ability user, he actually had no combat skills. Rushing out now would only make him a stumbling block and be of no help at all. As for Esto, he couldn't just leave Nura alone. Avian wanted to stop him because he thought Esto's ability wasn't suited for combat either, but Esto never intended to use brute force to fight them anyway. Esto's eyes were as cold as ice, making Avian tremble for a moment. What? If he's not going to fight, then is he planning to use that white-furred monkey as food for the harpies? At this thought, Avian couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly rushed out of the carriage. Even though he had no combat ability, Avian's knowledge was very extensive. He had to give Esto a few warnings. The harpy beast is known for being extremely vicious, and when they attack in a flock, their danger level increases even more. They are not an enemy you can face with your destructive power alone. Esto, please listen to me. This won't end just by taking down a few of them. Meanwhile, Nura was fiercely attacking the harpies. Avian knew that, but he still thought they should flee before they were slaughtered. While he was busy trying to convince Esto, a harpy suddenly dived down from above. Avian's entire body froze, as he had absolutely no real combat experience. He couldn't even manage to run away. In the end, it was Esto who rushed forward to take the fatal blow for Avian. The harpy's beak pecked straight into his left shoulder. The deep wound began to bleed profusely. Esto used his ability to control the beast's mind, preventing it from attacking any further. But the most concerning thing was that the smell of his blood had attracted all the harpies in the area to gather here. Meanwhile, Nura was still using its brute strength to take down one opponent after another. The only thing that scared it was that Esto was bleeding. Even though he said he was fine, how could Nura not be panicked? Even so, he couldn't get to his side because the swarm of harpies, as numerous as ants, attacked in wave after wave. To be honest, Esto wasn't really confident he would win because he didn't know if he could use his ability on multiple targets at once. But regardless, if he did nothing, he would just become the enemy's prey. So when the flock of harpies swooped down to attack, Esto took a risk and stood still, and the atmosphere became completely silent. A group of harpies indeed stopped and hovered in the air, and in that moment, Esto truly debated whether or not to take their lives. But in the end, he chose to be a good person. Go back to your nests. The harpies flapped their wings again, but they turned around and flew back. This sight made Avian's jaw drop in astonishment. In his entire life, this was the first time he had ever seen monsters obey a human's command. Esto's test had succeeded, and the danger was eliminated. He and Nura returned to the carriage, leaving only a bewildered avian standing there. The harpies had vanished without a trace, their recent attack feeling like a dream. Esto ended this threat far too easily. Now Avian understood why headquarters had issued an urgent summons to track him down at all costs. Even though Esto had a gentle face and didn't emit a single hint of killing intent to make one feel threatened. But after this incident, Avian was convinced he was the most dangerous ability user in the world. Night had fallen, with the moon hanging high. A carriage sped down the road. Esto was lying inside when a voice suddenly spoke, "You're so troublesome." His eyes were shut tight, then they suddenly snapped open. Suki said to him, "Do you always have to act on your own? This is why I hate humans." They looked down and continued, "Get some sleep, and stop running around like an idiot getting bitten by monsters again." Esto opened his eyes slightly and said, "Sorry." Suki, while adjusting his blanket, replied, "Don't be sorry. If you just stayed out of trouble, you wouldn't have to apologize in the first place." Esto fell silent. Suki turned their back to him and said, "Esto, don't get hurt again." The carriage passed through a region of snow-covered hills. Ahu suddenly stretched. "What a wonderful morning." He looked weakly at Ahu and asked, "What are you doing?" It replied, "Greetings." Immediately after, bundles of roots shot out from the bottom of the pot and ran towards him, prompting him to ask, "You can walk?" Ahu walked across the table and said, "Ah," surprised to wake up and find a walking Ahu running around. Ahu continued, "I'm shocked too." Nura looked at Ahu and asked, "You can walk?" Then, she pointed at its cactus spines and added, "Congratulations." Ahu also excitedly replied, "Thank you, thank you." Parker shot up and asked, "What the hell?" When he saw Nura and the cactus laughing happily together, he smiled and exclaimed, "Your friend is pretty unusual, huh?" Then, he thought to himself, "Huh, but what's so strange about a walking cactus anyway? After all, that guy can repel a whole flock of harpies with just a single word." Red monsters with 2 pairs of horns flew in the sky, surrounding a young man walking on the grass. The harpies quickly flew away as he approached. Parker thought again, if he's the main character, I wouldn't even be surprised if he could befriend a dragon. The ability to read hearts and dominate others is truly amazing. Parker asked a question. Then Esto replied, "Those are your wings." He laughed and said, "Ahaha, I guess I should say thanks, huh?" The carriage suddenly stopped in front of a snow-covered pine forest where Esto was sitting. He met Nura with some bread and thought, "That reminds me." Ahu was trotting nearby, so he suddenly asked, "Ahu, do you need any water?" Ahu immediately replied, "No, I'm full of water." Seeing this, Nura asked, "You've eaten already?" Ahu replied, "Not exactly, it's just that yesterday when Esto was injured." Esto lowered his head and mumbled, Then Ahu continued, "Didn't you bleed a lot? Your skin." White skin had blood dripping down it, and right after that, the blood fell onto Ahu. It then said, "Your blood? I drank a little of it." Then it giggled inanely. "You drank my blood?" "Yeah." Ahu replied cheerfully, "Uh-huh." Esto had a calm expression, but didn't know what to say, and he suddenly explained in a panic, "Don't misunderstand. I couldn't move back then, and I didn't do it on purpose either. The blood just happened to fall on it." And then, Ahu suddenly bloomed and continued, "I also bloomed for the first time." Nura looked at Ahu with a gentle expression. Then he said, "How interesting. A flower that blooms after drinking a person's blood." Parker chimed in, "Wait a minute, you should be focusing on the fact that a normal plant drank your blood and can now walk, right?" Ahu bloomed, bowing its head on his hand, and said, "This is a fruit. Please accept my sincerity." Esto gently held Ahu in his hands and said, "Thank you." Ahu triumphantly laughed. Then it continued, "You're the one who should be thankful." Suddenly, one of Ahu's petals fell onto his arm, and immediately, that spot began to decay, leaving behind black marks that gradually faded away. Esto cried out sadly. The flower dissolved. Ahu then said sadly, "My fruit." Next, it said, "Esto, look at the light on your shoulder." Esto was surprised, and countless question marks appeared in his head. Esto looked at the wound on his shoulder, then he placed a hand on it and thought about something. Suddenly, a piece of black cloth along with a white string appeared. Esto sat back in his seat and said, "This flower seems to have the ability to heal." Ahu exclaimed excitedly, "Isn't that great?" Then a voice called out, "Nura." "Hey Nura," it cried out upon hearing the voice. Anyway, that person continued, "Suki came to visit us last night, right?" Nura looked up and replied, "You're both right and wrong." The black cat lay on the seat, curled up like a fluffy pillow in a nightlight. That person continued, "Suki has been on the carriage with us since last night." After finishing getting dressed, Esto still thought, so it wasn't a dream. His hand reached out to grab something yellow and held it up high. He stood up, leaning back slightly, when the blue-haired guy cried out, "What are you doing?" "It's dangerous on a moving carriage," Esto continued. "Suki, I know you're there." Esto's hand reached up to grab onto the roof of the carriage. The black cat suddenly appeared and meowed. Seeing this, Esto said, "It's dangerous up here. Go back inside." However, Suki remained on the roof of the carriage. It walked majestically and said, "It seems you're in a situation more dangerous than I am." Suki suddenly leaped to another spot, to Esto's surprise. Then it sat majestically before his eyes. Just then, as he returned to his seat, someone suddenly asked, "A cat?" Parker scratched his head and asked, "Is that your cat, Esto?" Suki yawned and a voice explained, "No, Suki isn't a pet with an owner, huh? It's not a stray cat either." Parker then thought, so they're friends? As Suki climbed onto the seat next to Esto, it asked, "Who's that idiot?" He immediately replied, "This is Parker." Suki then curled up on his lap and asked, "Are you okay with your injury?" Esto replied, "Yeah, Ahu helped me heal it." Suki asked again, "What can that tiny little Ahu do?" Ahu quickly ran over to where Suki was lying as Esto's eyes filled with a gentle expression. He said, "It has healing powers. If you're going to follow me anyway." Suki replied, "I'm not following you. I just happened to find you injured while you were out exploring." Esto patted Suki's head and continued, "Why don't you follow me from now on?" Suki suddenly wagged its tail, and Esto hugged it tightly. Its face flushed red, pampered and cuddly as the carriage sped along the steep road. The black cat continued, "Let me make this clear. I'm only going with you because you told me to. How can you always get hurt by chance whenever I'm not around?" Esto smiled and said, "Yeah, thank you." Suki peeked open one eye when his hand suddenly touched its head. It closed both its eyes and thought, "Esto has changed. I don't care how he's changed, but this kind of change isn't so bad." The carriage continued to roll on, and Esto turned to look in another direction when someone called his name. A red mirror suddenly appeared up ahead, and someone said, "We've arrived at the teleportation gate connected to the headquarters." Esto and Suki slowly approached the gate, while Bearer held a piece of paper and said, "Para and Esto from the Ignis Guild. You can just bill the guild for the fee." The person at the counter said, "Yes, that's been confirmed. For security reasons, the gate can only be used 3 times a day per adult." Esto's gaze remained fixed on the gate. The cashier continued, "You may also experience some side effects after using the gate, and if you've accepted these conditions, we will open the entrance for you." A man's footstep was heard, and Esto slowly moved closer to the gate. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide, and before him stood a large castle. Just as Esto stepped through, Bearer also arrived along with Nura. He thought, so this is the guild's main headquarters. Bearer smiled cheerfully and said, "Welcome, Esto. This is the main headquarters of the Ignis Guild." On the outside, it was a tall building with an ancient architectural style. Everyone began to ascend a spiral staircase. Bearer looked up at the higher floors as he walked. Meanwhile, Esto thought to himself, an endless spiral staircase, like an ascent to heaven. Does heaven really exist up there in the sky? A man held a glass of reddish gold wine, those with power and wealth. People constantly praise that person and their supporters. Esto looked up and thought, will it be better the higher I go? Esto silently continued to climb without saying another word. Bearer looked back at him and said, "We've arrived. Time really flies." Bearer added, "This is a magic staircase. It's quite similar to a teleportation gate. Anyway, you were supposed to meet the guild master, but they've been away for nearly 3 months now, so naturally, you'll have to meet Waleski." A man prepared to approach the closed door, his hand reaching forward and touched a button on it. Para fell silent and knocked gently on the door. All 3 of them focused their attention there, and Para scratched his head and said, "It seems Waleski has gone to sleep again." Esto wondered aloud. Asleep? Para's hand kept knocking on the door. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing an empty space. Ahu, in Esto's hand, was sucked in by a powerful force, and both Para and Esto were taken by surprise. The dragon anxiously said, Hey, my head almost flew off just now. What kind of treatment is this?" Esto immediately thought, "Where's the dragon's skull?" A hand grabbed the sword and yelled, "Ah, damn it." The orange-haired man yawned and asked, "Who is it?" His eyes widened and his brows furrowed as he looked forward. Waleski looked at Para and said, "I don't think I ordered any chicken, did I?" Para shouted angrily. "How many times do I have to tell you, Waleski, I'm not food?" Ahu exclaimed, "So that's him." Speaking of which, Para said, "I brought a guest here." Waleski spoke again. "A guest? What guest?" Baser immediately replied, "Your guest." Waleski placed a hand on his stomach and said, "What nonsense is this? Why should I have to see a guest? Isn't there anyone working downstairs? I'm going to dock your pay for waking me up from a good sleep so early in the morning." Baser angrily yelled at Waleski, turned to leave, and told him to go back. Suddenly, a cat's meow rang out, and Waleski's eyes lit up as he asked, "A cat?" Suki, sitting on the ground, let out another meow. Waleski crouched down and praised it. "Wow, you're so pretty. Are you a guest too?" Just as he reached out his hand, Suki immediately turned away. walking over to another person standing nearby. Suddenly, someone said, "He is the one replacing the special support position of the Gallia branch." Esto was standing there holding Ahu in his arms, while Weleski was still crouching down, and said, "So he's the guest?" Then he continued, "You brought our guild's leader here." Weleski stood frozen for a moment, then extended his hand and introduced himself. "I'm Weleski of Ignis." Their hands clasped in a firm handshake, and he said, "So I finally met the rumored leader?" Esto was stunned, but only thought to himself, "Leader?" Weleski puffed out his chest and continued, "Humph. Well, come on in." He simply replied, "Thank you." Inside was a messy room with clothes scattered everywhere, and upon seeing it, Ahu immediately asked, "Isn't this a pigsty?" Nura tilted its head to one side and said, "If Nezu had to walk on the floor, Nezu would have to step on all that stuff to get around." Weleski quickly strode forward and replied, "It's fine, it's fine." He stepped on a stack of books and said, "I don't care what you step on." But Weleski flashed a confident smile, like he was in a toothpaste ad, and said, "That little white monkey friend of yours speaks quite fluently." "Huh. So it can talk to people?" Nura immediately asked, "Huh, how did you know?" Weleski replied, "Just a guess." He continued, "Just kidding. If I were an animal and I looked up to cry out K." He gave a faint smile, figuring the monkey wouldn't want to tell a human how it can talk. Esto watched Weleski and Nura chatting together and silently assessed. He's completely different on the inside from how he appears on the outside. Suddenly, Weleski looked up and asked Esto if he wanted some coffee. When Esto heard that, he immediately refused, and the man once again rubbed his chin and continued, "Pardon me, you're probably not old enough yet to appreciate the taste of bitter things. Maybe a Coke would be better." Esto stood frozen and thought, "That's not why I refused it." A tray of drinks was brought to the table, and beside a cup of steaming hot liquid was a plate of delicious cookies. Esto lowered his head, cradling the cup in his hands, when Weleski's voice suddenly rang out, "It seems our new leader is quite young, huh?" Esto's reply made him laugh out loud. "I've already had my coming-of-age ceremony." He continued, "That's exactly why I said you're young. When adults get called young, they don't deny it, they say thank you." Baser said worriedly, Weleski heard him, raised the cup to his mouth, and asked, "What is it?" Baser continued, "You sound just like a creep who enjoys teasing children, so knock it off." Weleski leaned back in his chair with a mocking laugh and said, "Let's get down to business." That was the guild master's intention in summoning a leader from the main headquarters. After all, Esther replied, "I see, but why am I?" Before he could finish, Weleski interrupted, "The leader part? That was the guild master's idea too. I'm just the messenger." Originally, the leader title was just a newly added designation, so I'm not exactly sure what it is either. Baser's face started to look worried, while Esto listened on calmly. Suddenly, his hand holding the cup trembled slightly as he thought, could it be? Is the guild a trustworthy place? Their position and attitude are too secretive, and their stance changes often. Despite that, Esto's eyes were gloomy as he thought, at least there haven't been any lies yet. Weleski continued, "From now on, you will take on missions very different from before." Esto asked quizzically, "How are they different?" Suddenly, Weleski raised his cup and said, "Yes, they will be special missions that only a leader is capable of handling." Right after that, he lowered his head and grinned, a confident smile mixed with a bit of malice. On a school campus, someone else also said, "Yes, they will be special missions that only a leader is capable of handling." Esto was surprised and thought, "A leader?" Scene change, someone threw a bag of money on the table and said, "You have to take this." The bag was labeled Leader of the Ignis Guild. He then added, "It's your promotion gift. It includes the new team, uniform and emblem, a card, and other support equipment, along with the team card." Parker looked at Esto with admiration, while Esto, still holding his glass, stared blankly at the pile of money. That person added, and finally, Nura, still wearing her necklace, looked toward the money bag. Vice Leader Weleski added, "This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the guild master." Esto didn't understand Weleski's intention. Weleski added, "I wonder what kind of power the new leader has that the guild master wants you to join us so badly. So I was wondering about that while waiting for you." Weleski placed both hands on his thighs and added, "So could you give me a little demonstration before you leave, little leader?" Esto looked hesitant, then grabbed his sword and said, "Now show me how strong you are." A moment later, Weleski was on the ground, his cup fallen to one side, his sword slipped from his grasp, while Parker and Esto couldn't be seen. Weleski suddenly laughed out loud. A cup of hot water and a plate of pastries were on the table, while a coffee cup lay overturned on the floor, its contents spilled out. Weleski looked up, his face weary, and gazed at the steaming cup of hot water, thinking to himself, "I have to fight? Against something like that? Don't make me laugh." Weleski sat on a chair, draping his sword over the back and leaning back to rest. "I have to see just how strong this kid is." Weleski then shot towards Esto like an arrow. Esto was startled by the sudden attack from Weleski. A question popped into Wesky's mind. Why isn't he defending himself? But Wesky didn't have to wait long, as something flashed past him. Wesky was shocked to see that Esto hadn't even lifted a finger. Both of his hands were still holding the hot cup. Wesky was stunned to realize that he was now pointing his own sword at his neck. He began to tremble, thinking to himself, I can't move. Esto calmly said, what you wanted to see. Then, Esto's eyes glowed as he spoke again. Is this enough? Now truly terrified, Wesky fell to his knees, looking up at Esto, his face a mask of bewilderment and panic. His sword had fallen from his hand. Wesky panted, a leader? Yes, you should have been clearer. Wesky, he should be the guild master. Some papers fell to the floor. A voice explained, this is Dominator's slope. Wesky, then how can I possibly control a predator as strong as myself? Wesky continued to think as he looked at Esto's cold demeanor. Not being swallowed whole by it is already a good thing. But then Wesky broke into a smile. In the end, he just put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and said, yes, a new era has begun. At a film set, a dark voice spoke up, wonderful. A patch of land appeared. Esto then asked his cactus, do you like it? The cactus replied, yes, I do. I really do. I like it a lot. He then laughed happily and said to the potted plant, that's good, Ahu. After that, Esto was in a room. The room had many boxes that looked like houses for cats. On the cabinet, there were pictures. The pictures showed beautiful natural landscapes. Esto thought to himself, did they really need to do all this? Nura then held up some kind of shirt and laughed joyfully, saying to Esto, Esto, look, new clothes. Inside the box were very neat shirts, and beside them were clean shoes. Esto said casually, yeah, clothes. But Nura added, it's not just clothes. Nura added, because they're enchanted with magic. Isn't that cool? She added that it has self-cleaning and temperature control abilities, as well as shock absorption. Esto then thought to himself, clothes. I wonder if Natu would want to wear clothes. Then Esto asked, Nura, wait, Nura. Nura said, Esto said, I'll see if I can buy clothes that Natu and Suki can fit into. Nura said, Nezu doesn't need clothes. Suki came closer to Esto and said, I also find it troublesome, so don't worry about it. Esto knelt down on one knee and asked Suki, what if you get cold without warm clothes or feel embarrassed about being naked like this? Suki thought to itself, he's making my heart race. Suki then jumped into his arms and told him, animals don't wear clothes. Grr, we have fur. Only then did Esto realize, letting out an ah. Nura then said, I heard that people usually wear nice clothes to be treated well. Esto lowered his head and said, if my situation were better, it would be fine. Nura replied cheerfully, more people will like you. Esto was surprised and said, just because some people have high social status, does that mean they'll be liked by many? Some people just won't like you regardless. Nura hesitated and replied, at least they won't automatically attack you. Nura looked at him with an innocent expression and said, Nezu will do her best to protect you, but it will be very troublesome. If someone stronger than Nezu attacks you. She suddenly remembered reaching her hand out to her mother and letting out a terrified scream. Esto suddenly fell silent, staring intently at her. Suddenly, he reached out and gently placed both hands on Nura's shoulders. Then he removed her shackles and said, I'll take this off when no one is around, being chained up like this all the time. Must be uncomfortable. Nura said happily, I'm fine. My body is used to it, so it doesn't get in the way when I walk. Esto looked at her with pity in his eyes and replied, seeing you like this makes me uncomfortable too. She replied cheerfully. All right then. Suki, who was on his back, jumped to the ground. Esto continued, thank you for the new clothes and for being happy for me. And one more thing. You don't need to worry anymore. Nura leaned forward and called out his name. Because now, if I want to, I can make anyone kneel at my feet. He was still in a half-kneeling, half-sitting posture. He continued, I've realized a few things recently. Furthermore, my powers are getting stronger and stronger, so why should I worry? He suddenly remembered a time when a man swung a sword down at him, and also when he was attacked by other monsters. Think about it. Isn't this better than running away? His hand clenched into a fist as he said hesitantly, I'm probably a more selfish human than I thought. In the middle of the spacious room, a voice rang out, there is a request. A carefully sealed letter was delivered by Parker right in front of Esto as he was eating a meal. Esto was still focused on his bowl of soup. He thanked the person who had just delivered the letter. Parker raised his hand and scratched his head saying, well, this is my salary job after all. Right, you've gotten used to the Academy's ways. Esto took the letter in my hand and said quite comfortably, I was getting a bit bored with nothing to do, but now that there's a request, I feel a bit relieved. Parker was overjoyed and said, woohoo, you're so meticulous, Esto. No, should I call you leader now? The main character calmly invited him to eat together, and he asked back, really, I'll go get my food right away. With a spoon in his mouth, the main character thought, whether they call me a leader or a commander, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do. The letter was a request form. The requester was Haga, and upon seeing that name, he suddenly repeated it once. The cactus heard the name and exclaimed, "Whoa, I know that place." It began to show off its knowledge. That's one of the new ducal families in the country. The head of the Mubian family is the current emperor's cousin, and he's incredibly flexible with his body. The main character looked at the cactus and asked, "Have you met him?" It looked back and replied, "Yes, I have a wide circle of acquaintances." Nura glanced around and asked, "What did it say?" Esto calmly explained, "Ahu said it has met our requester before." Nura started to flatter it. "Ahu knows everything. That's amazing. You're truly a wonderful cactus." The cat was curled up at the foot of the table, fast asleep. "Thanks. You're pretty cool too." The cactus propped up its two branches and said, "The Denmu I know is a little crazy." Recalling his image, it added, "I don't know much else, but his swordsmanship is quite good." Esto's eyes widened as he asked, "Is he that strong?" A flat denial suddenly rang out. "No." It continued, "He's not just strong." Before he became the family head, there was another person also known for their swordsmanship, but rumor has it he defeated that person with a single sword strike. He also wins when facing monsters and wins every single match. The main character silently assessed, someone that powerful is also making a request. Parker, carrying a tray of food, said, "This meal, let's eat." Esto replied, "Yeah." Parker hoped he would enjoy his meal. The cactus warned, "There's a hair in the soup." A big question mark appeared over Parker's head as he saw the scene and heard Ahu's warning. The dining hall then returned to its usual peaceful state. Esto held the letter in his hand with its descriptive request. Esto began to ponder again, thinking, "Just as I thought. There's nothing specific." Suddenly, he asked Parker, "Are you done eating?" He replied, "Huh?" Then Esto quickly grabbed the food tray and said, "Then let's go." Parker looked up worriedly. Then he looked away to avoid the attention. Watching Esto walk ahead, he called out, "Hey, Commander, I noticed it before, but you're pretty unique, you know." Hearing these words, Esto wondered, "What do you mean?" He replied, "No, it's not like that." Esto gave him a gentle, silent glance. Suddenly, an image of a brutish man appeared, yelling, "You damn monster! Get out of my sight!" As Esto walked, he thought, "Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've eaten with someone." The scene changes to a corridor. A man's footsteps echoed softly on the tiled floor. Shortly after, another person quickly chased after and caught up to him. Esto suddenly stopped. He turned his head and realized it was Parker. In that moment, their eyes met intensely. Esto asked, "Do you still have work at the headquarters?" A large question mark appeared over Parker's head, and he explained, "I haven't had any work for a long time. The request form I gave you was the last one." And so, their exchange began. Esto said, "So you're on a break? Congratulations then." He replied, "No, I'm still working." Then he reached up to adjust his tie and asked back, "You don't know, Esto? Stop with the attitude and just say it." Parker confidently introduced himself. "I, BNA, Parker, have been transferred to the command squad." Esto suddenly turned to look at Parker and asked, "A squad?" He held out his hand and said, "So from now on, consider me a soldier directly. Under your command, I look forward to working with you, Commander." Esto looked up with a slightly worried expression and replied, "Same here." The two of them grasped hands firmly in a friendly handshake. Esto thought, "I suddenly have a teammate and a soldier under my command." On his left chest was a badge with two eagle wings. He continued to think. A calm, "Commander." Parker, a bit flustered, waved a hand in front of his face and said, "Commander, are you okay? Maybe I was a bit too much." Esto lowered his head and replied, "First, let's pack our things." Hearing this, Parker asked again, "Where are we going?" Esto said as he started walking, "I'm planning to head out. We need to go to our client's place, Mubizega." Esto, along with Nura and the cat, was standing in front of the gate. A man was standing guard nearby. As he glanced back, another man suddenly approached and said, "Just as I thought." Parker was carrying all the luggage and exclaimed, "Won't we need camping gear?" Both Esto and Nura froze for a few seconds. Esto continued to explain, "Parker, we don't need to camp." He replied cheerfully, "I also brought snacks. Look." Parker held out his hand and said, "Tada, salted crab and grilled octopus cakes." He proudly presented the smelly food and said, "This is a limited edition that I spent all my money on. Since you're the commander, I'll give you a special half." When Esto heard that, he immediately refused. "No, I'm fine." Those words hurt Parker. His eyes welled up with tears. The guard standing in front of the gate said, "Excuse me, the Haga territory is outside our departure route. Instead, we will take you to the Reynolds underground cave, which will cut the journey in half." The guard pulled a lever and said, "I will activate the gate. Have a safe trip." Esto slowly walked towards the gate, a purple light shining on his face inside the cave. Darkness enveloped everything. Water droplets fell, and black stalactites covered the area. Esto looked down at the ground to assess it, while Parker looked terrified. He was trembling and shaking his head when suddenly, someone else appeared behind him. That person laughed maniacally and greeted him. Suddenly, a pair of blue wings appeared. Parker tried to fly up but hit something in front of Esto and the person who had just scared him. Parker fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Esto asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "Yeah, I'm seeing stars." The person who had scared Parker said, "You're quite an energetic pigeon, aren't you?" Parker immediately asked, "Who are you?" The man laughed and replied, "That's right. I am the manager of this teleportation gate." Esto was a little surprised and asked politely, "Excuse me, manager, are we in the Reynold underground cave?" The man laughed cheerfully and said, "Oh, what a polite child. It's been a long time since anyone visited this cave." Suddenly, bats flew out from the cave, and in the darkness, his voice echoed, "But why would a young person like you come here?" Esto bowed his head and explained, "We are on our way to the Hyga territory." The man smiled and asked, "Hyga?" His eyes flashed with a fearsome glint. He continued, "Not many adventurers dare to go to that land of death." Esto wondered why the fake Hyga territory was called the Land of Death. An image of a house appeared in Esto's mind as the old man explained, "The emperor didn't dare to keep his multi-talented relative by his side because he was an all-around genius, strong and very handsome." The old man laughed, revealing a mouth of mostly missing teeth. That alone was enough to show why the emperor was wary. The manager pointed ahead and asked if he saw the path in the dark cave. Before Esto could answer, he continued, "Although that is the only gate connecting to Hyga's territory, no one knows what's inside." Esto asked, "No one knows? What does that mean?" The old manager laughed and said, "It means I can let you go, but I can't guarantee your lives will be spared. Torn into 100 pieces, and no one would know." Parker's face turned pale, and he asked, "Are there monsters in there?" The old man replied, "You're stating the obvious." Countless glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, and the manager added, "The territory ruled by the Duke is filled with deadly, long-fanged monsters, which means that Cowardly King is afraid of his own relative." The old manager's smile made both Esto and Parker nervous. Esto glanced in one direction, then looked straight ahead. The tunnel manager smirked and thought to himself, "Look at this kid, not scared or distracted at all." Something unusual flickered in Esto's eyes as he stepped forward a few steps. The manager pointed at him and said, "You better be a little more careful." He pointed directly at where Esto's heart was pounding and warned him to try not to let that Cowardly King notice him. Otherwise, he would be swallowed whole before he could even break out of his shell. Esto smiled lightly and said, "Please send this message to the Duke for me. I would be more than happy to accept his invitation." He started to walk away but glanced back at the manager and said, "And when that time comes, he can speak to me freely without hiding." Esto's figure faded into the distance, but the old manager stood still, watching him. He pondered for a moment, then a savage laugh echoed, "Speak freely and without hiding, huh?" The old manager's hand went to his neck, and a moment later, a cut tore through the skin. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared and exclaimed, "How interesting!" A small light flickered in the dark where Esto, Parker, and Neuro were walking. Parker suddenly looked around in fear, then glanced at a stone-faced Esto and an excited Neuro. Esto suddenly said, "I didn't know you were afraid of being underground. Sorry about that." Parker trembled and stammered, How? How did you know?" Then he calmed down and asked, "Did you just read my mind?" Esto replied, "I apologize if that was rude of me." Parker, more confident now, put his hands on his hips and said, "No, it's fine. You can read it as much as you want. You're the commander after all." Right after, Parker scratched his head and added, "Rather than being scared, it's more accurate to say it's a trait of my race." Hearing this, Esto asked, "A racial trait? In the desolate, mountainous forest?" A voice echoed, "Because avians are a species that usually lives on high mountains and hills. We tend to feel uncomfortable in enclosed spaces like this." Inside the cave, Parker continued, "It's also hard to fly in here because it's too narrow." Esto replied, "Is that so? Since this cave connects directly to Hyga's territory, we'll arrive in half a day if we walk without stopping." Glancing back, Esto continued, "Because of the limited usability of the teleportation gate, we'd have to wait a full day to use it again, so I thought going through the cave would be faster." Parker, as if realizing a new truth, said, "This way is actually more efficient." Esto immediately replied, "It's also because I teleported without thinking about the whole team." He immediately denied it. No, don't worry about making mistakes. You just need to give orders. That's all." Esto placed a finger on his temple and said, "Give orders? Does that mean you'll follow all my instructions without regard for your own wishes?" Parker gave a professional smile and replied, "Yes." Esto pressed his lips together, calculating. In the end, it's no different from dominating their minds and controlling them. Parker was as cheerful and confident as a bird, and continued, "It's not that I'm not thinking about what I want. I'm here because I want to follow you." Hearing that, Esto asked, "You want to follow me?" He replied, "You are my superior, but you also saved my life. Parker suddenly remembered the time Esto stood up to protect him. Esto lowered his head, brushing it off, and replied, "I was in danger too at that time." Parker became cheerful again and said, "Even so, if it weren't for you, I would have died. I'm truly grateful." While Parker was speaking, Nora suddenly got angry and growled continuously. Parker was scared and whimpered, "Hick, why is it acting like that?" Esto called Nora's name to calm it down, when suddenly, from a distance, a dark creature appeared. Esto wondered, "Is it a monster?" "There are so many." Parker immediately asked, "Many? How many?" Nora replied, "A large number, and they're fast too." Parker couldn't control himself and cried out, "So how close are they?" Esto looked down and saw a few cracks under his feet. He replied, "Right beneath us." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground cracked even more, and a species of yellow larvae writhed and crawled up from the ground. Parker was so scared, he stammered, unable to form a complete word. Looking at the wriggling things that had just emerged from the ground, someone shouted, "Sandworms." Seeing this, Esto asked, "Giant worms?" Ahu immediately replied, "Sandworms. Wow, this is the first time I've seen them." Ahu was excited while being held in Nura's arms, and it continued, "It's okay. They're not aggressive at all. Their temperament is very gentle. As long as you don't touch them, they won't get angry." Ahu pointed forward and asked everyone to look at the sandworms. The sandworms slowly crawled onto the surface, but didn't bother anyone. Ahu continued explaining, "They have no reason to attack us. They don't eat people or plants." Esto squatted down and asked Ahu, "So what do they eat?" It replied, "They eat dirt." The yellow worms crawled on the ground, opening their large mouths to gnaw on chunks of earth. Esto and Nura both calmly watched the scene before them, while Parker screamed desperately, "Help me!" Ahu kept reassuring him, "They won't kill you." "Hey, you lame chicken, are you crying?" Esto looked towards the sandworms as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "They say we can pass through." Parker, crawling on the ground, asked, "What if they eat us?" Esto said, "They don't eat people." Watching Esto cross through the crowd of yellow worms, Parker said again, "Commander, what if you get caught by them?" Esto continued to walk briskly and replied, "It's fine, they've known we were here for a while. They're probably curious because no one has appeared in this cave for a long time." He looked up as if he had just grasped an interesting piece of information and exclaimed, "Ah, they said they made this cave." Parker's lament echoed again, "The sandworms? Oh my god." Standing on the other side of the swarm of worms, Esto offered some encouragement. Their emotions are quite similar to human curiosity, so you can just come across. Parker let out a choked sob, hugging his trembling body tightly, then turned his eyes towards the sand worms and whined, "Oh dear." Parker hesitated for a long time before slowly starting to walk towards the worms. Esto looked at him with a worried expression and said, "Parker, if it's too difficult," he angrily shouted, "No, I can do it." Parker's feet trembled with each step forward. While Esto was still thinking, I was going to ask the sandworms to move a little. From the darkness, the choked sobs of Parker echoed. After overcoming that terrifying ordeal, Parker complained, "Ugh, I'm all dirty." Nora also replied sadly, "My fur smells like poop." Esto didn't think the smell was that bad, but Parker asked a rather naive question. "So, does it smell that bad?" Esto said as he walked, turning back to Parker. "What's wrong with a bad smell?" "It doesn't smell bad. It's fine." He then thought, someone who's so good at controlling his emotions still can't lie, can he? Looking at the floating light orbs high above, Parker spoke again. "It seems I've misunderstood this Renault cave." Hearing this, Esto turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" Parker's voice echoed, while pairs of eyes lurked from the darkness. "There's a story that says down here there are many monsters that attack people, which is why not many visitors come. But looking at the sandworms, even though they're ugly and incredibly stinky, the sandworms are very nice." Esto asked again, "Are you still scared even though you know they won't attack us?" Parker, while walking through the cave behind Esto, continued to speak, "They're so slimy that I'm scared. Just seeing them appear makes me feel like I'm about to be eaten by them." Esto, walking ahead, glanced at him and said, "Is that so?" "I think they're cute." Parker looked horrified and asked back, "Cute? Those wriggly, slimy things?" Esto spoke up to defend the worms. "Yes, they came all this way to find us, and they even act cute when they move their bodies." Esto's cute sandworm wriggled a few more times upon hearing Parker speak. "That's them acting cute?" The brilliant yellow lights once again illuminated their path. Looking around, Esto judged, "We must be getting close." Parker continued to complain, "I want to wash this smell off as quickly as possible. Even just a quick rinse would be fine." Suddenly, Nura's nostrils flared as he took a long sniff. He pointed forward and said, "Hey, there's water nearby." Following the direction he pointed, Nura continued, "I can smell clean water and hear a waterfall over there." In front of the two was a large, shining object from which a clear stream of water flowed, and a question arose, was a waterfall inside a cave? The waterfall cascaded down onto the dry ground, Esto's team stood at its base. They marveled at the sight. It's a real waterfall. He approached the nearby stream, then bent down to scoop some water into his hands before letting it go. The water seemed very clear. He turned his head, about to say, "It's pretty cold, so be careful." Before he could finish, Nura dashed past him and jumped into the stream with a splash, sending water flying all over Esto. He smiled and played in the water, not forgetting to say, "It's so cool in here." Esto and Parker, standing on a nearby rock, also exclaimed, "That looks like fun." The two standing by were splashed and soaked, silent, not knowing what to say. They looked at each other for a moment and then burst into delighted laughter. The blue-haired guy spoke up, "Well, Nura did say so." Esto, sitting on the ground, also replied, "I guess so." Nura played joyfully in the water, calling for Esto to come in too. The blue-haired guy glanced over, asking, "Aren't you going to wash the cat?" Esto looked over at the scowling cat. "Suki doesn't like water." The blue-haired guy said caringly, "But the water's right here. A little wash should be fine, right? You can get sick from being dirty." Suki, grumbled, "That bird brain, no. What are you talking about? I'll wash myself." With that, it stood up and walked away, shakily dipping a paw into the water. "I really don't like water." Suddenly, a gust of wind pushed it into the middle, startling it. Not understanding what was happening, it turned out the bird had picked it up and jumped in. "All right, in you go." It only had time to let out a meow, as the bird shouted and dove, and all that was left to hear were the tragic cries of Suki. Esto, standing in the shallows, called out to Nura and was surprised to see Suki standing on his head, struggling constantly. This immediately made him burst out laughing. Suki jumped onto the bank, growling, "I won't let him get away with this. That bird brain." "Just kidding." Esto had to reassure it. "Calm down, Suki. Thanks to him, your fur is clean now." With that, he bent down. The person helped it sit up straight for a bit so I can dry it off, and the bluebird behind him also scratched its head and chuckled. "Does the kitty like it?" Suki's fur bristled. "I'll kill him." Esto had to hug it to keep it calm, as Parker immediately replied, "Yeah." Esto explained. Suki was just startled. He advised Parker, "You should apologize, and promise not to do that so suddenly again." Parker was stunned for a moment, then he bowed his head to apologize, saying with a sad face, "I'll let you know first next time." Damn it. As Esto started to walk, he said, "All right, let's get moving." Ahu kept crying out, I'm thirsty." Suki yelled, "What are you doing?" Esto suggested, "Water." Ahu explained, "I just drank some, but it wasn't tasty. This must be what hunger feels like for a cactus, being a picky eater, huh?" Esto could only advise, "Come on, drink some water. Being too fussy isn't good for you." But Ahu kept insisting, "Can you give me something else to drink?" He was puzzled. "Something else?" He replied, "Something stronger, with a different texture, and delicious." He frowned and thought, could its diet have changed since that kiss? It's a living thing, a plant that already drinks blood. Then he placed his hand on it, wondering, or is my blood different from the rest? It couldn't help but exclaim, "Getting my head patted feels so good." Esto said, "Let out your thorns, quickly." Parker came closer, just in time to see Ahu extend its thorns and pierce Esto's hand. Blood dripped from his hand, and Ahu trembled with pleasure. "Blood. It's blood." Parker was confused, but Esto explained, "I'm just feeding the cactus, so there's no need to panic." Parker looked suspicious. "Do you think someone might have created that waterfall on purpose?" Esto also had the same suspicion. "Probably." Parker voiced his own thoughts. "I doubt an earthquake just conveniently dug out this waterfall to make a spring for bathing. It feels like some magnificent creature used to live here." Esto was quite curious. "Why do you think so?" Parker replied, "I've heard that caves like this usually have an owner." He continued, "Haven't you heard, Commander? Their owners can be tigers, wolves, or dragons." Esto was surprised. "Dragons live in caves too?" Parker explained, "Yes. I learned that dragons' territories are often caves. There have even been some recent discoveries of dragon lairs inside cave systems as well. But their bodies must be enormous." Esto chuckled and said, This place is certainly a bit small for a dragon to live in." Parker held up 2 fingers and gestured, "But some people say that the Ifma dragon, the most powerful of all dragon species, has 2 physical forms." Esto was surprised. 2 forms. Parker explained, "One form has wings, a tail, and short claws in the front, that sort of thing. They say that unless they need to use their power, most of them maintain a human form." Esto asked, "Are you saying that dragons live by transforming into humans?" He gestured to emphasize his point. "It's more than a transformation. It's like they have 2 bodies. Dragons are also a race highly favored by the gods. Isn't it written in the holy texts that the human body is the physical form of God? Therefore, dragons also have a second form created in the image of God. Though, to confirm any of this, we'd have to meet a real dragon face to face." Esto was skeptical. "I don't know, because I've never been to a temple." Parker was surprised. "Really? Every village is supposed to have a place for worship. Esto explained, I was born in a very poor city up in the mountains. Besides, even if they were favored by God, in the end they amounted to nothing. Even though they were a race favored by God, they went extinct and left nothing behind. Parker gestured wildly in disagreement. No, no. It's actually the opposite, Commander, Esto asked. The opposite? And so he began to explain again. I heard that the dragons abandoned this world and left, even though they were called guardians. They were also the most powerful predators at the top of the food chain. Who could make dragons go extinct? Esto asked. Weren't they killed by humans? Bear laughed and said, that's impossible. The real reason is because of humanity's constant evolution and the aftermath of the wars that followed. The dragons mourned as they saw the world begin to shatter, and God gave them the final choice. Esto continued, they could either continue to stay in this world as guardians, Bearer said, or leave this world for a world of their own. Esto understood, so they left. Bearer said, I don't know if it's true, but that's what the scriptures say. But one thing is for sure, dragons were greatly favored, perhaps even more so than humans. Hearing this, Nura became sad and then angry. Esto trembled. Why is something following us? Are they not as friendly as you said? I think they want to kill us. Suddenly, 3 growling wolves appeared. Bearer's jaw dropped. They're red cave wolves. No, they live here. Then Nura gritted her teeth. They don't look friendly. Maybe they're on edge because they're hungry. It's attacking from above. 2 wolves pounced, and Nura braced herself and threw a punch to one's jaw, knocking the wolf out cold on the spot. She let out a roar, causing the others to fearfully back away. Nura sensed one coming from behind. She turned and sent the wolf flying with a blood-soaked backhand. The remaining ones grew even more terrified. Standing nearby, Esto also reached out his hand towards 2 other wolves, and they suddenly became incredibly docile. Nura was overjoyed to realize Esto was using his power. He glanced at them and thought silently, I don't want to kill them, but do wolves live in packs? If so, then he murmured, from now on, I am your master. Hearing this, a wolf tilted its nose up and howled for a moment, then the whole pack knelt and cleared a path. Bearer spoke to Nura, but you just bathed this white-furred beast and now it's all dirty again. Nura smiled and replied, it's okay, I'll bathe it again later. And my name is Neu. Calling me Whitey sounds weird, so just call me Neu. Bearer said cheerfully, right, I understand. He looked up and noticed the exit. The 3 of them were truly happy, his eyes lit up. It's Haiga. Esto looked around at the scene of castles, soldiers, and weapons. So this is the territory of Haiga. As they were walking, they suddenly felt a tremor. They panicked. What was that? An earthquake? It's not an earthquake. Nura pointed, look over there. A group of people on horseback is approaching. Bearer exclaimed, so many. The person in the lead dismounted and said, are you the commander of the Ignis Guild? Esto replied, yes. The man bowed respectfully, the Lord is waiting for you. Then, inside the town, everyone was surprised and curious. Are they nobles? No. Look at that one's clothes. He's a member of Ignis. They look strong, don't they? One of them even has wings. Are they preparing for battle? We have to fight. That's right, new mercenaries. Why do we have to fight? Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. People started shouting, let's fight. Sir, if you need our help, we are always ready to assist. Let's protect this city. Esto was surprised. He had to exclaim, this is truly a wonderful country. The person next to him asked, why do you think so? He explained, because of the hearts of these people. He thought, strong hearts that wish to protect the place where they live together. I have never, not even once, felt this desire to protect the land where I was born. Arriving at the royal palace, they were struck by its magnificence. The soldier spoke up, pardon me, but only the guild commander is allowed inside, no one else is permitted. And unless you have a direct invitation from the duke, that is the rule. Esto turned and said, do as he says. Nura was quite worried, but Esto reassured her, I'll just quickly review the request and be right out, so just wait here. Nura looked disappointed, but she obeyed. Her expression suddenly changed suspiciously as she sent a thought. If anything happens, just scream for me. Esto nodded and went inside, and Para also shouted, leave this to me, Commander. I'll take good care of things. Before he could finish, the door slammed shut, leaving him in tears for Nura to comfort. Esto looked back, thinking, I don't think I've ever left the 3 of them alone together like this. He worriedly thought, I'll just get the information to confirm the request and then leave. Ahu appeared, interrupting his train of thought as it moved forward. It reminded Esto of when Nezu held it for a while, but then suddenly, the other person spoke up. So you've arrived? Did you make an appointment? The person propped himself up and took off his glasses. You said you would gladly accept my welcome. Isn't that what you said? Esto's eyes widened when he realized the thing in front of him was a cactus, not a person. Ahu said shyly, my name is Ahu, and I'm a cactus. This made him freeze up and then scream at the top of his lungs. At the same time, both he and the cactus screamed, leaving Esto completely stunned. A moment later, he shook his head as some guards shouted, My lord, is something wrong? This made him snap out of it, clear his throat, glance at the cactus, and then turn back to the guards. It's nothing. Return to your posts. They looked at each other quizzically before leaving. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I heard the commander was an eccentric fellow, but I didn't think he was a cactus. I heard that the commander was a normal human. You can really walk and talk like a person, can't you? The cactus retorted irritably. What? Are you stupid? He looked down, smiled, and added, Your spines are quite sturdy. I like that. The cactus replied, No matter what I am, there's no way this blockhead could be the Duke. Esto stepped forward and said, I'm the commander of the squad. Didn't you say we've met before? MB looked surprised, then chuckled. Ah, just a precaution. I didn't know if you had a hobby of disguising yourself as a cactus or not. Esto replied, I have no such hobby. The man said, But you have the ability to do so, don't you? The ability of mind manipulation. Esto looked bewildered, and the man added, Oh, so I was right? I was just guessing, since someone who can read minds could probably control others too. Esto asked, Just how much do you know? The man smiled and said, I was just guessing. Don't be so sensitive, my friend. MB thought to himself, Yes, there's no doubt about it. The pressure he exudes is truly endless. He extended his hand. Let me introduce myself again. I am MB Vega, the one who sent the request to your guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. Esto stared blankly for a moment before shaking his hand. I'm Esto from the Ignis guild. He added, So, what's the request? Before he could finish, the man said, First, there's something I'm a bit curious about. If you're not controlling the cactus, then what is that talking cactus? A monster? The cactus got angry. You're calling me a monster. Well, you're right, but to call me a monster like that, I won't go easy on you. Immediately, the cactus leaped up, startling MB in fear. What is it saying? Then he jumped onto the table, while the cactus ran around it below, waiting for him to come down, leaving Esto standing there speechless. Then he bent down and called, Ahu, come here. The cactus immediately turned and ran towards him. He asked the Duke, So, what is the request? Duke, Your Grace, did you hear what Ahu said? He turned back, sweating and stammering, that. After a moment, Mubi calmed down. So that's what the cactus said? I heard everything. It was even trembling. How scary. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to hear it? He said, I'm sorry for asking, but can you also hear plants speak? Do you also have the ability? He said, blushing. The Duke immediately cut in, No, I don't. What are you talking about? If it were the sword I always carry, then I would understand. Then he looked up and said, What does your sword have to do with anything? The Duke replied, There's a bond that grows stronger through fresh blood, like if that cactus drank your blood, for example. The Duke rubbed his chin. Is that so? This is definitely your power. Your ability is to let the voices of plants reach my senses. This ability is activated through a medium. You can also give verbal commands, but if enough blood is absorbed, you don't need to say anything to activate your ability. He replied, You know more about my power than I do. Mew waved his hand and said, Don't misunderstand. I didn't specifically investigate you. It's just that the information I've gathered over the past few years just happens to be useful now. He said, Investigating like that, does that mean there are others with abilities like mine? The Duke replied, There were, but it's only a theory. To be honest, the traits of our physical forms have been passed down in my family for generations. I was misunderstood because of my hair color, misunderstood for my black hair, black eyes, and monstrous abilities. Everyone wondered about this, that the Haga family are descendants of the Black Dragon. Mu raised his sword. Many people have wondered if the Haga family are descendants of the Black Dragon. His face darkened. The Black Dragon? Ahu exclaimed, His ego is so big. Suddenly, the Duke shivered and stumbled. Esto stepped forward. Duke Muon spoke, I can feel the essence of the Black Dragon flowing in my veins. Yeah, right. Ahu tugged at his clothes. Let's just go home. The Duke waved his hands and laughed. Sorry, I was just kidding. Obviously, I'm not a Black Dragon. He sheathed his sword. I was just talking about the rumors that once existed. He turned around. Because those rumors are related to the request I have. Esto spoke up. What is your request? The Duke tossed a large bag into his hands. It's so heavy. He said, I want to find the true descendant of the Black Dragon. He was truly surprised by that. The Duke continued, 1 month. If you try to help me with this for the next 1 month, my request will be considered fulfilled, regardless of the outcome. He said, if you're the Duke who abandoned his position. The Duke said brightly, so don't worry and just do as I say. I've already found a replacement, so 1 month will be fine. He said bluntly. I should let you know beforehand, I'm not a close combat fighter. Do you have soldiers with you? The Duke asked in return, soldiers. Do I need something like that? If you're talking about swordsmen, I am the top swordsman in the Empire. Ahu shivered with disgust. That sounds so cringy. The Duke said, besides, if anyone wants to interfere with my business, they should be the ones fearing for their lives. If anyone wants to interfere with my business, They should be the ones fearing for their lives. I'm not like the previous clan heads, not even the Emperor is an exception, no matter who they are. He spoke up and asked, "Can you confirm that your desire to find the Black Dragon has nothing to do with your current thoughts?" He was startled. He read my mind. He's a bigger obstacle than I thought. He said, "All right, I'll rephrase. The one making the request this time is not. This is not a matter for the Duke of this nation, but for an individual. It is I, Mubi. 7. This has nothing to do with politics at all." He nodded in understanding. Mubi's eyes widened as he said, "The Haga family certainly has no connection to the Black Dragon's bloodline, but it is true that we are mixed with the Black Dragon's blood." The door opened, and Muon continued. "One of my ancestors drank dragon's blood, and from then on, we gained this power." As time went on, Basser and the others saw Estio walk out towards him. As for him, when he heard that and was about to say something, Muon cut in. "It's quite similar to your cactus, isn't it?" Ahu spoke up. "Humph, you brat, don't drag me down to your level." Estio stepped forward and said, "Well then, Your Grace the Duke, please choose our destination first." He thought for a moment. "We should go somewhere, shouldn't we? Next, my task for this month is to investigate you, the one with the Black Dragon's power as recorded by my ancestors." Estio. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He turned back and said with a smile, "Isn't this very interesting? Among all dragons, the pure power of the Black Dragon possesses the shadow attribute, and based on its mental abilities, it can dominate the normal rhythm of life." Then he started to look as if he was thinking about something again. "From my perspective, the ability to dominate that you have is too similar to the Black Dragons to be called a coincidence." Estio was skeptical. "No way." Mubi immediately affirmed, "You're right. I called you here because I've always thought you might have some connection to the dragons. So, let's help each other. For the next month." A beautiful woman's voice called out, "Where did you go?" "Mubi, there you are, my lovely star." Looking at the small boy huddled in a corner, the woman couldn't help but feel emotional, but she quickly brightened up and spoke too. "That boy, are you playing hide and seek because you can't sleep?" Hearing a different voice, the boy shyly looked up. The very next second, he felt himself floating. It turned out the woman had lifted him up, gently asking, "Then shall I tell you a fun bedtime story?" Hearing that he would be told a story, the boy agreed immediately. Yes. It turned out the woman was the boy's mother. She gently held him in her arms and soothed him. "The blood of a dragon flows within you, Mew." The boy heard his mother say this and was a little confused. "Dragon's blood?" She smiled. "That's right. It's wonderful, isn't it? It's a gift from the precious and most beautiful Black Dragon in this world." The boy pouted, and feeling a bit tired, he rested his head on his mother's shoulder, retorting, "You're lying. Grandpa told me that dragons disappeared a long time ago." "Oh my," the mother chuckled. "Did Mr. Black really tell you that?" The woman held the boy in her arms and strode quickly towards the room, telling him as she walked, "It's true that the other dragons may have disappeared because the world has become too vast and complex to protect the dragon species." The little boy pouted at his mother. "Oh, really? Why is that?" The mother continued. "However, please remember this, won't you? For my little star." She placed her son, who was eagerly listening to the story, onto the bed, flashing a bright smile at the little boy. "The dragons that share this blood with us have not disappeared. The proof is our family. For a very long time, our family has always produced healthy children." Seeing that his mother was about to leave, the little boy reached out and tugged on her clothes. But didn't they die a long, long time ago?" Hearing his childish question, she planted a warm kiss right on his little forehead. "Dragons are the guardians of the world. They do not grow old, get sick, or ever die. I told you already. They are the noblest and most beautiful creatures in this world. They are surely protecting our family somewhere out there." Seeing his mother's proud expression, the boy flinched slightly, shyly avoiding her gaze. What was that about? "If dragons don't willingly protect us, then it's because we're too weak for them to even bother with." She nodded in agreement with her son's words. "Yes, compared to dragons, we are nothing. However, by living virtuously and continuing our family line, we will be the only living proof of their existence in this world." Hearing his mother say that, the young one was silent for a moment, then looked up at his gentle mother and called out, "Jeria, then why doesn't the dragon just leave and remain hidden like this?" Jeria smiled, her smile lighting up. "Because the Black Dragon loves humans very much, you know." At that, Muon's heavy eyes suddenly snapped open. He sat bolt upright, rubbing his dizzy head. "That dream again?" Still dazed from waking up, another voice called out, "You're awake, sir?" He looked up and saw Esto sitting by the fire and asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Esto replied, "I just woke up myself." After that, The two of them were such introverts that only the crackling of the fire could be heard filling the silent space. Feeling a bit awkward, Muon scratched his face and started a conversation. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Esto and asked, Did I talk in my sleep? Before he could even finish his sentence, Esto interjected, no, you slept very peacefully. Really? Muan was a little skeptical, but Esto confirmed it for him. Yes, it's very true. Muan was at a loss for words, his eyes darting around as he thought, come to think of it, the calm way he speaks is quite similar to Jeria. At this thought, he immediately shook his head vigorously to dismiss the thought. What on earth? Jeria was a gentle, warm woman, her hair was a reddish pink and completely different from this gloomy guy over here. Esto sighed as he watched Muan act strangely again. I don't know what else to say, but why are you awake instead of sleeping? I feel kind of bad about it. He glanced over at Nura, who was sleeping like the dead over there. Esto picked up a twig and poked the fire. Have you forgotten? My most basic ability is to read minds of others. If someone dreams with images that are too strong, sometimes they will start to flood into my mind even if I don't want to see them. It's as if they're being broadcast directly to me. Hearing him say that, the flickering firelight reflected in Muan's pupils. He chuckled and said, so you saw everything, huh? Esto nodded. She was a beautiful and wise mother, wasn't she? Muan chuckled, scratching his head. That's right, Jeria. My mother was very intelligent, unlike me. After saying that, he looked up at the sky, a shimmering river of stars catching his eye. Even though she's not here anymore. This feeling that was welling up inside him now. Sighing, and sensing Muan's somber mood, Esto quickly changed the subject. You only slept for 1 hour. Can you not sleep anymore? When Esto asked this, Muan shook his head. No, I have insomnia. Recalling that scene of the massacre, Muan gave a wry laugh. Haha, if I can get that much sleep, it's more than enough. Once again, the atmosphere fell silent. He suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, letting you see a piece of my past through my memories. An interesting dream, wasn't it? One person was trying to lighten the mood, while the other replied coldly. Esto just calmly said yes, making Muan fume inwardly. Jeria was my father's second wife. But of course, I always considered Jeria my real mother. I heard my birth mother died while giving birth to me. As he said this, Muan's voice choked with emotion. Jeria was. His voice happily echoed in his head. My lovely little star. She called me her little star, but I couldn't give her anything. Muan gritted his teeth. Not even her life. He was furious with himself. That night, monsters invaded the estate. The servants' shouts echoed continuously. Monsters are coming. The sharp eyes gleamed in the darkness. Frantic calls rang out. Jeria, where are you? That day, they all died, except for me. Muan forced a smile, but he didn't realize how strained it looked. If the black dragon still existed in this world, I would really just want to ask it one thing. Muan said, flopping down, while Esto listened silently as Muan poured his heart out. What should I do? He reached his hand towards the sky. What is there left for me to protect now? Muan said helplessly. I don't need this cursed power anymore. If I have to go on like this, it would be better for the bloodline of the Haga family to disappear forever. Seeing his devastated state, Esto said, on the contrary, if your grace has nothing left to protect, then you can finally rest. Nonsensical thoughts often appear when one is sleep-deprived. He lifted his head. What? He said, just go to sleep, your grace, leaving him speechless. He thought to himself, is it because I was wondering if he was a descendant of the Black Dragon? Then he sat down and added, you won't have any nightmares tonight. He thought, that's right. He said he can read people's minds and hearts, so wouldn't a few nightmares be no problem for him? Right after that, his eyes grew heavy and he fell asleep. The next morning, a pot of porridge was cooking, and its fragrant aroma woke him up. He yawned and said, huh? Is it morning already? Then he realized with a start, did I sleep that well? Someone who can use mind powers is truly amazing. For the first time in a while, I've slept so peacefully. A strange voice spoke up. Greetings. Just woke up? So lazy. Are you related to a sloth? It was a small, walking, talking Aru. He smiled brightly and replied, no, of course not. I don't usually sleep this much. The Aru jumped up. Whatever, liar. Go wash your face before you say anything else. He closed his eyes and chuckled in response. Wow, so blunt. He rubbed his eyes with his hand. At the same time, the Aru hopped away. Suddenly, a guy named Parker walked over with a bowl of soup, saying, this is a hot ham and cheese corn chowder. He reached out to take it, but before he could finish his thanks, he looked down and saw a murky black soup cooked with many things. His face darkened as he asked, what is this? The guy named Parker changed the soup's name to a cheese, milk, potato, and broccoli medley soup. He yelled, did you just change the name on the spot? The guy named Parker asked again, confused. Really? Is it a ham, cheese, and crab soup? He grimaced. Isn't this just a random concoction of everything you brought? The guy named Parker said, not at all, Your Grace the Duke. Please don't ignore my 20 years of cooking experience like that. He retorted, how old did you say you were to have 20 years of cooking experience? The guy named Parker replied, I'm 21. I learned to cook when I was just 1 year old. Then I started making my own baby food. This annoyed him, and he said, nonsense. The Aru suddenly appeared. It's not unreasonable. Since the aven species are related to birds, they can fly very well at just 1 year old. The guy named Parker added, haha, that's right. I was also a talented little bird who could fly from a very young age, and now with my current job, I also work as a messenger, a recognized member of the commander's squad. He turned away and said, so, where is Commander Parker? The guy named Parker turned away, sweating, who knows? He said he was going to scout the area for a bit. He asked again, where is that reliable member? Parker flinched and waved his hands. Shouldn't we let him be alone sometimes? What happened was pretty shocking, after all. He wasn't adopted either, and he just found out he has dragon-like powers. He asked, when did the commander disappear? He replied, I think it was when I was cleaning the pot after breakfast. Huh. It's probably been a while, but he's the commander, so I'm sure nothing happened, right? He shot to his feet and said, this doesn't sound right at all, but this land is still not safe. He thought to himself, I should have told him to be more careful. Parker asked in surprise, what, not safe? He sighed, bandits, soldiers from the enemy kingdom. Haga is still a land that hasn't escaped war. To say that we're safe without any precautions is only possible when I'm by your side with my sword. Immediately, he dashed off, grimacing as he said, it seems like nothing has happened yet. Parker ran after him, asking, really? Should I go look for the commander then? He walked on saying, I'll go, you wait here. Immediately, he dashed off. Parker was amazed, he jumped so high. As he was leaping through the air, he suddenly detected the scent of blood. He saw someone in a black cloak and shouted, hey! Then he landed and asked, are you okay? Esto turned around, huh? Suddenly, a growling wolf startled him. He said, why are wild wolves out here? Looking at the pack of wolves growling and baring their teeth before him, Muban stared at them thoughtfully. Why are these wild wolves out in the open? Are they being mind-controlled? Seeing their eyes, which held no trace of goodwill, Esto's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Are you prepared to leave yet? Muban stepped forward and said, no, we were still having breakfast. Hearing that, Esto replied, then I'll head back right away. Muban paused and looked at him. But what are you doing out here? Esto, holding a wolf pup in his arms, said gently, these are the wolves I met in the underground caves of Renal. A nearby wolf looked at Esto, its gaze entirely different from the way it looked at Muban. He looked at them and continued, they are a species that lives and hunts within the caves, but when they left the caves with us, they suffered great losses at the hands of humans. Hearing this, Muban stroked his chin. That makes sense. To the people of Haiga, a pack of wolves is considered a nuisance, so of course they would be hunted. Esto looked at Muban, surprised. Hunted? He explained. They are predators, and the Reynold cave system is the only place that connects the Haiga territory to the outside world. To ensure safe passage for the people, eliminating monsters and beasts that pose a potential threat to their lives is the right thing to do. After all, if we don't, the weak will be devoured. Anyway, just let them fend for themselves. As he finished speaking, a scent caught his attention. He looked over and saw a large wolf licking blood from a small pup's body. And that one? Did you give it your blood? Noticing the blood stain on its mouth, Esto calmly replied, yes. I don't know if it will work, but my blood has saved injured animals before. Hearing this, Muban said, I understand you want to help it. However, giving away your blood so freely isn't wise. If you are truly a descendant of the dragons, your blood can revitalize lesser creatures and turn them into your personal guardians, becoming servants to the Black Dragon, just like the Haiga clan. Hearing this, Esto gave him a confused look, which made Muban pause. I said too much? Anyway, you should stop helping and just let them be. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, Esto's somber voice spoke up. I agree with your words, your grace. However, we can change that now. He froze at those words, change. Esto calmly said, yes. If the wolves promise not to harm the people of Haiga anymore, could you give them something in return? These words made Muban turn back to look at Esto. It was once said that the Black Dragon would mediate relationships between humans and other creatures. I'm getting closer to my original goal. Thinking this, he let out a soft chuckle. Just promising not to harm us isn't enough. Perhaps if they promise to become one of Haga's guardian forces, I can guarantee their safety and security. What do you think? Deep in the forest, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Parker was cooking soup. Seeing Esto, he exclaimed in surprise, you're back. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled by the pack of wolves behind him and shouted, what's with them? They're wild wolves. Muan smiled and waved, they're my new companions. Esto calmly added, we've decided to travel together, from now on. Hearing this, Parker yelled, Commander, I can't provide food for wolves too. Esto heard him and said, is that the reason? You're panicking? Parker quickly replied, don't you know how important meals are? On the side, Nura's eyes lit up as she looked at Esto and the wolf pack. She hurried over, smiling with delight. Is that a wolf cub? He immediately replied, yes, but it's badly injured. I think if We just let its mother take care of it. The wound will only get worse. It was shot in the hind leg with an arrow. Parker, can you check on its condition? Hearing this, Parker said, yes, sir. As long as it doesn't require minor surgery, I can help. He approached and said, bring out a few vials of medicine and a cloth. Looking at the wolf cub lying in the cloth, Parker carefully treated it. Let's see. He was suddenly surprised. Where's the wound? Hearing this, Esto was surprised too, and Parker quickly said, if a wolf cub was shot by an arrow, it's in the leg, its tail would have been pierced through. But this is just a tiny scratch that's too small to even be called an injury. Its temperature is also normal. It seems like it just recovered its strength. Parker looked up at his commander. Are you sure it was hit by an arrow? He thought for a moment, then said, I'm not sure. I was mistaken. I must have confused it with another wolf. Behind his back, he hid the arrow. Seeing this, Moon stood behind him, silent and pensive. Esto hid the arrow behind his back, lowering his head to look at Parker, who was sitting on the ground. He said, I must have been mistaken. Esto continued, I probably confused it with another wolf. Muon crossed his arms, staring intently at him. He was silent, as if concentrating on something extremely important. Noticing Muon's gaze, he turned his head to look back at him. He put a finger to his lips, signaling to keep it a secret. He frowned in thought, so he doesn't want his teammates to know about his special ability. I wonder why. The campfire had burned out, and beds for the wolves were prepared. One of them gently bit the scruff of its sleeping pup. Suki was sleeping soundly in a tree when suddenly a voice called its name, Suki. It squinted, its eyes not yet adjusted to the light. Esto called up, we're getting ready to leave. Suki looked down at the ground and saw Parker and Esto looking up at it. Everyone was already prepared to leave. The black cat looked curiously at the pack of wolves. What are these things? Suki stared at them for a moment, then it quickly jumped down. It successfully landed on Esto's head. He looked up at it and said, they're our comrades now, and will be coming with us until the mission is complete. Suki asked, comrades? He glanced at the wolves behind him. Yes, they will also be new, legal citizens of Haga territory. Suki calmly licked its paw and said, do whatever you want. So, have you thought of our next destination yet? Suddenly, a hand was raised, interrupting the conversation. I should have said this sooner, Muon said with a smile, raising his hand. But I've already chosen our next destination. A bewildered Parker leaned in and whispered in his ear, when did you decide that, sir? He nonchalantly replied, just now. Parker was shocked. Huh. Muon walked over to Esto and said, I heard you grew up in a village. Where exactly is that hometown village? Esto was surprised by MB's decision. Looking at him speechlessly, he recalled a village in the dark of night. Looking a bit sad, he quietly answered that it was Spia Village. MB declared energetically, I'm going there. Parker was so shocked he let out a shout, while Nura just blinked her innocent eyes in confusion. Ahu spoke up. Why would he do something he knows Esto won't like? Is he a pervert or something? Despite seeing the reactions of those around him, MB just kept smiling as if nothing was wrong. Ahu came to a conclusion. Look at that smile. He's definitely a pervert. Esto looked at him and asked, why do you want to go to my hometown? MB smiled and said, I only intended to observe you. He reached a hand out to him and continued, but from what I've seen, it seems you don't know much about yourself either, do you? He added cheerfully, if I meet the family who raised you, I might understand you better. Esto remembered his adoptive family. The expressions on their faces were full of indifference and anger. He hesitated. The people who raised him weren't his birth parents. No, that wasn't the issue. He frowned to himself, extremely opposed to seeing them again. A voice cut through his thoughts. Hey. MB leaned in close to his face, a meaningful smile on his lips. You should obey the request your master has made. He looked straight at him and said, don't you think so? Esto avoided his gaze. I understand. Let's go. At the Galaxia branch of the Ignis Guild, a voice rang out, welcome back. Oh, I can't say that anymore. Hack placed a hand on his chest and bowed. He greeted politely. Welcome. How have you been? Guild Commander. Esto raised a hand to stop him and said, Branch Manager Hack. He smiled sheepishly. Please treat me like you used to. I'd be more comfortable that way. He asked hesitantly. But my rank. I'm your subordinate now. Esto replied, please. Hack cleared his throat a few times and said, if you insist. He seemed to revert to his old self, smiling boldly as he said to Esto, how have you been, Esto? Esto was a little surprised by his attitude, but quickly, as if a weight had been lifted, he smiled happily and replied, yes. Hack clapped him on the shoulder, praising him. You became the guild commander, and the new uniform suits you well. Please, come in. Although it seemed like he was praising Esto, in reality, he was feeling proud of himself. He said, I knew you'd amount to something. I told you I have a good eye for people. Muon and Parker stood by silently, listening to their conversation. Parker thought in confusion, why is he praising himself so much? Hack went on a long rant. My eye for people is extraordinary. My salary should be higher. Or if not, at least I should get all those multi-flavored candies you get from Delphia every month or week, right? He talked so much that Esto could only force a reply. A fair hand was placed over Hack's mouth, stopping him from speaking further. That hand belonged to Rosal, who said cheerfully, Esto, it's so good to see you again. Diep heard that you're heading to Spia village in the Riverlands, she said with concern. But the river and mountain region is very far from here. She reminded him, you'll have to cross many mountains, and the roads are very rugged. If you walk there, it will take a very long time and be a great hardship. So Hack generously continued Rosal's thought, I'll lend you a carriage to make your journey more comfortable. Rosal also agreed with his idea, saying, we will prepare a carriage for you. Esto said gratefully, yes, thank you. Hack smiled at Esto's group and said, well then, everyone must be tired. Please go rest in your rooms. The sun had set, and the last light of the day shone into the room. Esto sat silently on the bed, nostalgically looking around the room that was exactly the same as when he left. Just as he was thinking, strange noises from the door caught his attention. He looked towards the door curiously, wondering who it could be. The continuous noises from outside the door put Esto on guard. He wondered why anyone would be coming here. Suddenly, the door clicked open. Esto stared intently in that direction, his eyes widening in surprise when he saw it was his colleague Yu. He called out, Rosaline. Rosaline asked politely, am I disturbing your rest? Esto stood up from the bed and replied, no, it's fine. Rosaline quickly stepped forward. Do you know how to ride a horse? He answered softly, no, I've never learned how. She sounded a little disappointed. Is that so? That's a shame. But there aren't any carriages available right now. It seems they're all being used for other requests. We have a few horses, but if you can't ride. Before she could finish, Esto spoke up, it's fine. He smiled and told her, the request has a long deadline, so I can just go on foot. Rosaline still looked troubled. She tried to offer another solution, saying, at least I can get plenty of knights to accompany you. Outside the door, a few figures were eavesdropping, including 2 people, a beast, and a cactus. Esto noticed the people outside the door and glanced at them, but continued speaking to Rosaline. There's no need for that. She asked curiously, what do you mean? Of course, I have no combat abilities, but my client has proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital. I think I can trust him and will be safe going alone. Hearing himself mentioned, he was a bit stunned, but after hearing Esto's words, he thought with extreme embarrassment, self-proclaimed. Rosalind clapped her hands once, having made a decision. That's a relief then. If you need any help, you just let me know. Para raised his hand and said, excuse me. With a bright smile, he said, if you two are done talking, there's something I'd like to say. We're almost out of cooking ingredients. The pot in his hand was pitch black, as he said, the bottom is all scorched and dirty too. Ahu, annoyed, said, what the heck? It's so gross. Para laughed sheepishly while rubbing his head and said, so I thought this would be a good opportunity to get a new one. Can the guild provide one for us? Rosaline turned to point the way. Of course. I'll let you know which office to go to. He then asked, can we buy other things too? She immediately agreed, yes. Muan looked towards Esto and said, well, I'm heading to the weapon shop now. Nura popped her head up from the bed and said, have fun. Esto replied expressionlessly, yes, please be careful. Suki praised, good job. Muan felt a little dejected, not knowing what to say. He asked, am I going alone? Esto replied nonchalantly, I don't know anything about weapon shops. Didn't you say you used to operate in this area? Esto glanced at him. I'm not a close combat fighter. I just belong to a special operations unit. He clenched his arm and continued, so I've never had to use a weapon. Muan asked in surprise, so you don't know how to use a weapon at all? Esto confirmed that he didn't. Muan then asked again, I thought you grew up in the countryside. Have you never hunted animals or tracked them to their dens? Esto frowned, looking a little displeased, and said, I didn't want to kill them. Muan then asked, so have you ever killed a person? Hearing the question, Esto was lost in a memory. He remembered a bloody battle scene, blood, bright red blood from a sword spreading across the floor. He said with a somber expression, I have. Muan mused, so it's not like he's completely incapable. He looked at Esto and thought, the guy has never even slaughtered a chicken, but he can kill a person if necessary. Snapping out of his thoughts, he said, anyway. He then reached his hand out towards Esto. I know you have immense power, but humans are more fragile than you think, so it's better to at least have a weapon. He smiled cheerfully, saying this was also a request from the client. Esto sighed, Nezu, wait here with Parker and Ahu. Nora said sadly, I want to go too. He refused, no, I'll be right back, just get some rest. Nora sadly said goodbye, be careful. Ahu said seriously, but why are you taking the fox with you? Suki, who was about to walk away, paused with its paw in mid-air waiting for his answer. He replied, Suki will definitely follow me even if I try to stop it. Suki wagged its tail in satisfaction, saying, "You understand me well. Who would dare stop me?" Muan whistled and walked confidently, while Esto curiously looked around. The two of them arrived in front of a weapon shop. Muan opened the door and called out loudly, "Excuse me," but before them was only an empty desk, with papers scattered all over it. A voice called out, "Who is it?" Muan replied, "A customer." From under the table, a middle-aged man with a white band on his forehead struggled to get up. He said, "My head, I forgot to lock the door while cleaning again." He leaned on the table, straightened up, let out a sigh, and said, "I'm not selling anything today, so please, leave." He asked the man, "Why are you selling anything?" The man replied, "Why? Because Viscount Fabian just cleaned this place out." Looking at the empty weapon rack, he said, "Even though I'm short on stock, he still placed more orders and forced me to produce more weapons." The weaponsmith frowned, trying to remember. "I heard he's gathering soldiers but has run out of equipment. Getting more weapons from other shops will be difficult too." Esto asked him, "Viscount Fabian is gathering soldiers?" The man looked at him as if he realized something. "You're from the Ignis Guild, aren't you?" The weaponsmith asked thoughtfully, "Then wouldn't you know more about it than I do? The young lady of that family is seriously ill." Esto was stunned by the man's words. "Ill?" The owner frowned, showing his suspicion. "You really don't know the recent news?" He cleared his throat with a few coughs, then mysteriously beckoned with his fingers. Haga and Esto ran up to the counter and leaned in close. "The rumor is," he said in a soft voice, "that it's a heart condition. The young lady of that house panics whenever she sees blood, and she has nightmares every night. A while ago, that family's soldiers were killed en masse, and it seems she's afraid of that emptiness. That's why he wants to find so many soldiers and is trying to find a long-term treatment for the young lady." Esto said nothing, just looking down with empty eyes. The owner smiled and returned to his normal volume. "It's not a pleasant story. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Haga nodded. "Then can you sharpen a sword for me?" The man replied cheerfully, "Of course." Only Esto was lost in thought about the story he had just heard. He remembered the words Saralyn Bien had said, "If you can read my secret, then that means we're secret friends." Okay. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Esto." Haga handed him a sword, a small one. "Take this." He took it with both hands and asked in confusion, "Why are you giving this to me? It's better than you being empty-handed. Safety comes first." And he pointed at Esto. "You should pay attention to yourself. You're too careless with yourself." Then he turned around. "To leave, let's go." He left Esto with a bewildered expression. Esto looked at the item in his hands and stammered, "Thank you." They walked down the street. As dusk began to fall, Esto looked over at the black cat Suki walking slowly beside him and called out, "Suki, do you remember Sarah?" Its voice entered his mind. "I don't remember every human I've ever met or what they look like." He nodded. It's probably better not to remember." Suki called out to Esto. Her sad blue eyes had made his life miserable. "But you still care about them, don't you?" He clenched his hand into a fist. "Sarah didn't do anything wrong," the other person probed. "So what are you going to do?" He said numbly, "I'm not going to do anything." Viscount Fabian shouted, "Bring him here right now." The receptionist was also flustered. "We can't do that, sir." He bared his teeth and glared. "Can't do it? Does the guild dare to cancel a request of mine?" The receptionist waved her hand. Now, please calm down. Just because you name them doesn't mean we have to carry it out that way." She shrugged because we received a request, but before she could finish speaking, Viscount Fabian cut in. "It's been 10 days. Just then, Esto walked in and recognized the man, Viscount Fabian. The receptionist gave a strange smile. "I'm sorry, my Lord Viscount. Commander Esto is now one of the leaders of the guild. Even if it is a request." Viscount Fabian was furious and shouted, "Shut up." He slammed the table. "How dare you talk back to me? Do you want this hall to go bankrupt?" The girl tried to explain. "I'm sorry, but this hall is under the jurisdiction of the Emperor, unless we receive a penalty or from an imperial proxy." He cut her off again. "Shut up. I told you to bring him here, this instant." This argument between the two was witnessed by Esto's party. Hager frowned. "So that's the infamous Viscount?" Esto replied awkwardly, "Yes." Hager stared at Viscount Fabian, but seeing his sloppy clothes and his behavior like a common ruffian, he wondered if the Viscount was the crazy one, not his daughter. Where is his noble dignity, and why would he show up looking like that? It's best to just ignore him and walk past. Esto agreed. "I think so too." The two of them started to walk away, amidst his loud shouting. Viscount Fabian's gaze swept past the nearby figures, and he yelled, "Esto!" The dark circles under his eyes were prominent, along with his untrimmed beard. He ran over, looking at Esto as if he were a precious treasure that had been lost. Viscount Fabian gripped Esto's shoulders tightly. "It's been so long. I heard you changed jobs. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you?" His hands were trembling. "Will you be working here from now on?" Esto's expression was icy. Let go. The Viscount, flustered. Let go, of course. Viscount Fabian forced a smile. I've been a bit of a mess lately. It's me. Leo Fabian, please listen to me. For just a moment, the corners of his eyes welled up with tears. My daughter, Sarah, she isn't well. You can help her, can't you? But Esto remained perfectly cold. Why should I do that? Viscount Fabian asked anxiously. What do you mean? This is something that only you can do. Yes, if it's you, you can erase her memories or at least help her get a good night's sleep, can't you? Haga watched from a distance, speechless. Esto turned away. I'm currently on another request, so please leave for now. It was as if his entire world suddenly collapsed. Another request? The Viscount waved his hand and shouted, That's not important. Cancel it. Haga cut in. I don't want to. The Viscount looked over. And who are you? Haga pointed to himself. Me? I'm the one who made the request. He pouted and wagged his index finger. I have no intention of canceling my request, so you should just give up. The Viscount bared his teeth, seething with anger. This young brat, how dare he behave so insolently before a Viscount? Haga exclaimed, Oh, my apologies, as I haven't introduced myself. He placed his hands on his hips and smiled pleasantly, stating his name, Mubi Haga. Viscount Fabian's expression darkened, and the entire atmosphere between the two of them seemed to freeze. The surrounding onlookers went completely silent. Viscount Fabian's eyes widened in thought, thinking, why would someone as important as the Duke show his face like this? Esto turned away without a word, and Fabian gave a relaxed smile, extending his hand. My apologies for acting like some arrogant young Duke. While maintaining the smile on his face, Fabian thought in surprise. Someone as important as the Duke. He stood before Esto and said, Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of that incident, do you? He recalled the scene of his own son pointing and cursing at Nura, even beating him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he placed a hand on his chest and said to him, Good heavens, please don't hold a grudge over such a trivial matter. Think about it, shouldn't I be the one who's angry? But after losing so much, he broke into a sweat and added, I've already forgotten all about it. This is too sensitive a time to be thinking about things like that. The boy glanced at him, thinking to himself, That's right, he's always been this way, completely unaware of his own wrongdoing, and never willing to apologize. Seeing the boy turn back, he flinched in fear and said, I will never ask you for anything again, please, just this once, just this one time. Help me. He grabbed the boy's shoulders and shook him. The boy said, Why should I do that? He was stunned. At that, the boy emotionlessly said, Let go of me now. After he let go, the boy turned away. He let out an ah, thinking with a tremble, This can't be happening. Immediately after, he shouted, Sarah wants to see you. Then he fell to his knees and begged, I'm begging you, please save my daughter. The people standing there were startled. The boy turned away, thinking, in the end, he still hasn't apologized even once. In the evening, Sarah stood by the window looking up at the sky. The small dog at her feet clung to her dress, letting out a few barks. Another rustling sound was heard, and a black cat appeared out of nowhere before Sarah's eyes. It stood there looking at her and meowed a few times. Sarah exclaimed in surprise, A black cat? She looked at it and called out, Esto, you really are just like him. At first, I thought he was so foolish. He was thin and very quiet. He also didn't seem happy about being able to read people's minds. If it were me, I would love it. I could talk to Haru all day long, and even though he has the adorable Nu by his side, his face is still so empty. But when I saw him, his eyes were so beautiful. My heart felt so at peace seeing those blue eyes. But when I think about him using those eyes to kill someone else out there, I don't know anymore. I can't think of anything. I was truly horrified by what my father and your brother did. But at the same time, I felt relieved. Even though everyone present died, Esto didn't harm my father and brother. I was scared of myself for thinking that. A voice rang out, That's not your fault. Don't blame yourself for something that isn't. The black cat jumped down and ran to the man who had spoken. The little girl turned around and called out, Esto, with a look of surprise. He smiled at her and said, It's been a while, Lady Saralyn. He decisively extended his hand towards Sarah. She was truly stunned for a long moment. In just the blink of an eye, that face broke into a bright smile. I told you to just call me Sarah. You know. Did you come here after hearing from my father? He immediately replied, This has nothing to do with the Viscount. Didn't you also say that last time, my lady? He shyly and slowly responded, That we are friends. Sarah's face lit up as she continued, That's right, secret friends, you still remember. He added, As your friend, I have no intention of harming you or your family, so I will erase your memories. The girl, who had been listening happily, was left devastated by his words. She asked in a daze, What? He patted her head. The boy reassured the young lady, Don't be afraid, Saralyn, this is necessary for you. She slapped his hand away and said, What are you talking about? Esto became pensive again. He hesitated and said, "Otherwise, are you just planning to die?" The little girl looked up at him and spoke of that matter, and seeing her. She hesitated, and he spoke again. "If you forgot everything about me, could you smile happily when you see your family?" The little girl stood frozen. Trembling all over, she lowered her head as if deep in thought. After a moment, Sarah Lynn clenched her fists and spoke up. "What do you mean that's what I need?" She screamed. "Is it better not to know? Is it okay to just ignore the things I don't like? To look the other way? To pretend it didn't happen and forget everything?" She grew even more agitated. "Is that what adults do?" Esto leaned down and said gently, "That's not what I meant." She grabbed his shirt and asked, "Then what do you mean?" "You idiot!" Sarah Lynn's eyes welled up with tears. "I'm afraid I'll forget everything, these feelings, and end up bullying others without realizing I'm hurting them. I'm afraid I'll smile, completely unaware that what I'm doing is wrong." She was reminded of her father, of becoming someone like him. Seeing Haru trot over, she called out and picked him up. She added, "If I forget about you, I'll forget everything about Haru too." Her tears were filled with heartbreak. "I never want that to happen." Seeing her like this, he grew curious. He asked Sarah Lynn, "So what do you want to do?" She remained silent. After a long moment, she suddenly said, "I want to keep going." She looked at him with a radiant expression. "Just being your friend is enough. As for the rest, I'll handle it myself." He asked, a little surprised, "Is that really okay?" She affirmed, "Yes, it is." Her silhouette shone brightly, under the starry sky, smiling brightly. "I'm Sarah Lynn Fabian after all, so don't even think about erasing my memories." She finished speaking, adding a sharp glare for emphasis. Esto replied, "I understand." And with that, their conversation came to an end. Esto turned to leave. "Well, see you." He then climbed onto the windowsill, preparing to depart. She was about to ask something else when he turned back. Looking at her, he asked, "So, you think you can do it?" He smiled gently. "Yeah, if it's you, I'm sure you can." With that said, he leaped down, startling her. She called out his name to see what was happening, but was surprised to see beautiful feathers fluttering down. Delighted, she smiled and watched intently. She stared at his retreating figure and thought, he has so many friends now. The sky, with its moon and stars, grew quiet again. 3 people were walking down the road when Esto suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked, "How did you two know I came to the Fabian mansion?" Parker scratched his head, saying, "Me? Muon just dragged me along, said we were going to find you." Muon shrugged and said, "What do you mean? How did we know?" He recalled that Esto had said, "What I want to do is my own decision." With that, he turned and left, walking up the stairs of the large, quiet mansion. His footsteps echoed clearly. Esto went up the stairs with Muon still following him. He suddenly stopped and called out to Muon. Muon looked bewildered. "Huh?" Esto told him to go on ahead and rest. With that, he walked past Muon, surprising him. To Muon's bewilderment, Esto quickly walked back down the stairs, making Muon sigh. As he followed him down, Muon grumbled, "He's still acting like such a child. How could we not know what he's up to when he acts like that?" Muon came over and put an arm around his shoulder, but we didn't know that young lady was so smitten. Esto immediately denied it. "It's not like that," he thought to himself. "I'm just going to stop talking now." A voice called out to Esto from a window above. It was Ahu, who waved and said, "Dinner's just been served." Muon looked up and said, "Oh, I'm getting a little hungry myself." Parker added, "We should eat up since we're leaving tomorrow." Esto thought to himself, "Tomorrow? Tomorrow we head to Spia village." They started buzzing about dinner, which had special beans, meat slices, eggs, and fried rice. Someone else commented, "Isn't that just a basic meal at a guild?" In the middle of the forest, Ahu's voice whined, "I'm so tired. The land here is quite barren," causing Nura to constantly complain, "Ah, I'm in so much pain." Ahu turned back and asked, "Are you very tired?" He reached his hand out towards the cactus. "Let me carry you," with an adorable face. Right after that, the cactus jumped into Ahu's hands, and the group once again continued on their way. Parker took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, panting heavily. "This road is so rough, even a carriage would be shaking a lot on this." Mew, walking behind, also chimed in, "I agree. We've come this far, but are we still a long way from the village?" Esther replied, "We still have to go a little further." Mu spoke again, "This village is pretty isolated, which makes sense being this deep in the forest." Esto looked up at the light in the sky, thinking that it was true. He had once lived in a very remote place. Parker said, "In a place like this, you probably wouldn't even get robbed." Mu then said, "How could you get robbed if there's no one here?" He was fanning himself with his wings to create a breeze while asking, "Commander, how long has it been since you've returned to your hometown?" Esto replied, "I just left the village at the beginning of this year." He asked further, "Ah, so you left after your coming-of-age ceremony." Esto seemed to fall into deep thought, his mind filled with memories of things that had happened, of insults being hurled at him. "Get lost," You bastard. It must be true that he's a cursed child. That's right. He stood frozen in place, as if sinking into those dark memories. Esto was startled out of his reverie by Parker, who said, "You must have felt a great sense of responsibility, starting work right after becoming an adult, huh?" Esto turned and asked back, "Responsibility?" Parker smiled and replied, "Yes, leaving the place you grew up in is a very difficult thing, even if it's to pursue a dream or something." That statement made Esto fall into thought again. A moment later, he spoke up. "It's not like that. It wasn't because of so-called responsibility." With that, he turned and walked away, clenching his fists as he thought, "I only left because I wanted to live." Muon and Parker looked at each other, confused. Muon asked, "But didn't you say your family is still in Spia Village?" Esther replied nonchalantly, "I guess so." Muon had looked into his family a bit. "Both of your parents are still well, and you're the youngest child with an older brother and sister. They will be very happy to see you come home, right?" However, Esto remained silent. Parker thought, "He's really. Is Esto not happy? Even though he's become a guild commander, he rarely talks about his family, and his expression sours whenever it's brought up. But why? How could they not like a child with such incredible abilities?" Suddenly, he was startled, letting out a "huh?" Then he shouted loudly, "Fire!" Immediately, Esto dashed towards the blaze. Parker flew up. "I'll go check it out right away." Mu then asked, "What's all that smoke?" "A forest fire." Parker looked down and replied, "No, that's where the village is." Mu turned and asked him, "What is it? Is the village on fire?" But Esto just replied, "Who knows?" Esto's expression remained completely unchanged as he looked towards the smoke. Muon wondered, how can he be so calm? Ahu panicked. "What should we do? Do you think the villagers are hurt? A fire this big in a village so isolated from the outside world will be very difficult to handle." Mu looked up, "And since we don't have anyone with water-controlling abilities, we're in a difficult situation." Ahu's eyes sparkled, and it asked again, "Water-controlling abilities?" Mu explained further for it, mages can use nearby water, and elemental mages can even create rain. Right after that, Parker returned. He came back to report, "I just went to check." Ahu asked, "So how is it? Is the fire big?" He stammered, "There's nothing like that. It's not a forest fire." They all stood there, stunned. Esto suddenly realized something and said to everyone, "Wait a minute." Esto turned back and asked, "What do you mean right now?" Parker then replied, "Well, so the villagers built a pyre and an altar to burn it. The story was about a cactus. What a frustrating tale. Ugh, I'm so tired, you make talking sound so exhausting." Besser became flustered and said, if I'm not mistaken, on the burning platform there is." Esto urgently asked, "Then what?" Besser continued that there was someone tied up on the burning platform. Esto was standing before the raging fire. Hearing that someone was tied up on the burning platform surprised him quite a bit. Esto was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't process it, and looked at Para in front of him. He clenched his fists. "You mean the villagers there tied someone up and are burning them?" Para said nervously, "It seems so, and the person tied up appears to still be alive." His words made the atmosphere incredibly heavy. Esto gritted his teeth and thought, "No way, he must be mistaken." Without another word, he immediately turned and ran towards the forest. Para called out in alarm, "Esto!" He rushed forward even faster. His steps hurried as he crossed through the forest. The villagers wouldn't dare go that far. No matter how evil they are, they wouldn't dare commit such a heinous crime. No matter how evil they are, they wouldn't dare commit such a heinous crime. But if they really are that evil? As he ran, Esto grew more anxious. The first person to be tied up there should have been me. After running like the wind for a while, he saw the village. Esto stopped under a tree, looking towards the fire. On that platform, there truly was a girl tied up. Seeing Biola tied up horrified him. She was crying and screaming, "Please, save me." He recognized her and shouted her name, "Biola." Biola cried desperately, insisting, "I'm not like that, please believe me." She called out to Dino and Luis, but they just turned away, pretending not to hear anything. Biola then called for Uncle Jack, but the woman standing next to him yelled, "How dare you call my husband? You, witch?" Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded helplessly, "Please, save me." She remembered a memory from the past, when she was still a child. Her parents had abandoned her and she could only stand behind and watch them. "Play with you. We're busy. Don't bother your parents. Just go play outside." The little girl's eyes filled with tears, "But I want to be with Mom and Dad." Suddenly, a voice said, "Are you Biola? Want to play together?" The little girl turned around in surprise. "Together?" She looked at her new friends. "Yeah, let's play together." The little girl felt like she had found a light in the darkness and quickly ran to them. She recalled the memorable moments with her new friends. "You're so cute. Do you want to be my little sister?" The little girl was so happy, her eyes crinkled into a smile. "Is this what it feels like to be loved? I'm so happy." For the first time, she felt love and care from others. Everyone praised Biola for being truly adorable. You're getting prettier every day. She wanted to be loved, to hear words of love, I love you, Biola. She longed to be loved even more. But later on, all she received were curses from the wives. You and my husband? How dare you? Biola thought that if she acted that way, she would continue to be loved. But in the end, she only received curses. That girl is a witch. She seduced you. She was bewildered. But you said you loved me. She screamed at the top of her lungs. You said you loved me. But now, she was only surrounded by curses. Die, burn the witch. The flames grew larger and larger. It's so hot. Biola could only cry and pray. I don't want to die like this. Somebody, save me. But hearing her plea, Suki appeared, standing right on the wooden post, and let out a meow. She looked up in confusion. Is that a cat? Everyone around gasped. A black cat. That's a sign of the devil. She's definitely a witch. The black cat looked in her direction and meowed a few times. And as she looked back at it, Bella felt that the cat looked exactly like him. Yes, it was all his fault. If he hadn't left, I wouldn't be in this situation. Instantly, the ropes binding her were severed. The people below were shocked. What the heck? What did you just do? Esto jumped down, landing on the platform. He walked over to stand in front of the girl, while Bella was still stunned that Esto had come to save her. Just like that, he picked her up in his arms and carried her out of the fire. An old man stood in front of Esto, and upon seeing the badge on his clothes, he immediately recognized it as the emblem of the Ignis Guild. Esto gently set her down on the ground, then stood protectively in front of her and asked, What is happening here? The old man answered resentfully, clenching his jaw. That girl, she is a sinner. She committed a grave sin that angered the gods, and now she must pay the price for it. He calmly asked, What did Bella do? Another woman gritted her teeth. That wench seduced a man and killed him. Rosit, Esto's older sister, approached and said mockingly, Look at you. Look at the state you're in now that you're back. So what? She continued. The girl you just saved is a murderer. You know. Bella hurriedly tried to explain. That's not true. Without letting her explain, the woman shouted, She's a witch. She seduces the men in the village, kills them, and then eats their livers. They say she loves to eat fresh organs straight from the body. We have to kill her, a disgusting witch. Esther remained indifferent and asked, Is there any proof? And was this a fair trial? Rosit laughed out loud. Why would we need to do that? Someone else chimed in, defending a sinner like that. You truly are a cursed child. Yourself, Terios, Esto's older brother, added, If you were going to leave this place, you should have done so without a trace. Why did? He said sarcastically. Did you crawl back to the village looking so pathetic? Esto stated firmly, Bella has never killed anyone. The moment he said this, it made Terios absolutely furious. Esto then explained, I just read Bella's memories, and there's nothing in them about any of this. She quickly tried to clear her name. That's right, I'm innocent. But nobody believed them. He's using that strange power of his, so how can we possibly believe him? This was followed by a barrage of curses. Get out of here, you monster. Going even further, they picked up a fish steak and threw it at his head. This action genuinely terrified the old man, who turned and shouted, You fool! What stupid thing have you just done? Suddenly, the sky began to pour, and the rain grew heavier by the second. Esto stood motionless, facing the crowd. Blood from his forehead mixed with the rain, streaming down his face. Bella hurriedly asked, Esto, your head is bleeding. He seemed dazed for a moment, then laughed loudly. This place hasn't changed one bit. Suddenly, his eyes began to glow, and he commanded, Stop. Involuntarily, everyone fell to their knees, unable to move a muscle. Did you just curse us? Terios shouted, You ungrateful bastard. And after we're the ones who raised you? He suddenly noticed feathers falling from the sky. Mu, who had been watching, could no longer bear it and growled, That's enough. Do not speak so carelessly to the commander of the Ignis Guild. Where are your manners? Rosit's face went pale. The famous Ignis Guild? Since the weather is not suitable to receive guests outside, I will escort the members of the Ignis Guild to my home. Everyone else, go home now. The old man began to disperse. The crowd. All right, you can all follow me now. Only then did everyone obey and disperse. Bella, with a sad expression, hesitated. She approached and grabbed his sleeve, tugging it gently as she said, Thank you for saving me. He coldly said, I wasn't trying to save you. Don't get the wrong idea. Bella still said, Even if you say that, I know what you're really like. He turned his face away, saying coldly, You still owe me, and even now it's as much as when you wished I would be the one to fall into that pit of fire. But Bella shouted, That's not true. He snatched his hand away. I'm not so kind as to accept someone who was disgusted by me. After this is over, I hope we never have to see each other again, because you and this entire place just make me tired. Bella, feeling a bit hurt, wanted to explain to him. Back then, I didn't know anything about you and believed all the slander they said about you. But now I know it's not true. Bella was filled with regret. I get it now. We're the same. We were both abandoned. Muan spoke up. What are you doing? Are you going to keep listening to that nonsense? Hearing that, Esto replied, no, let's go. She still tried to hold him back. Esto, she asked again. We were friends when we were little, right? She was also about to say, we. But before she could finish, he retorted, when were we ever close enough for you to say something like that and just like that? Esto turned and left with Mubio Lang. Bella collapsed to the ground, filled with regret, screaming and crying in the rain, wondering why. Inside a house, everyone shouted in unison, hooray. Inside, the white-haired old man spoke with delight. To think such a wonderful person was born in our village? Ha ha ha. The old man gave an embarrassed laugh and quickly added, that's right. It's been a while since you've seen your family, so a welcome is in order. His words became more and more awkward, making the atmosphere in the house suddenly fall silent. The old man continued trying to ease the tense mood, adding, Sub, Esto has made a name for himself and returned. Isn't that great? The old man held his hand out at a certain height. It feels like just the other day he was only this tall. The hairy, bearded man replied, that's right, ha. A voice suddenly rang out, I don't think. That's it. The two men flinched. Huh. A young man replied, our commander didn't come back here because he missed you people. Muan added, he's here to fulfill a request of mine. The old man's expression soured, looking displeased. I know you're the one who made the request, but don't interrupt when adults are talking. Muan touched his teacup, then looked up and said, such rude words. Muan proceeded to drink his tea as if nothing was wrong and said, you old geezers all talk the same, don't you? He then looked up and demanded, give me a proper answer. The other two flinched, feeling a bit scared. The old man looked at Muan and asked, are you a noble? He rested his chin on his hand and replied, me? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag of gold. He emptied the bag onto the table. I told you I was the one who made the request. Everyone around them gasped, their eyes wide at the pile of money Muan had poured out. He then flashed a devilish smile and added, it's all yours. He gestured, scooping up the money and letting it fall through his fingers, adding, if you answer my question, I'll give you all the money on this table. The old man was stunned by what was happening. The power of money was too great. He immediately welcomed Muan with a warm smile, saying, oh my, you should have told us you were a nobleman, sir. An older woman chimed in, I knew it, you exude such an elegant scent as if you bathed in honey. Muan ran a hand through his hair, looking cool. It's not honey. I use perfume. The woman's face lit up with interest as she asked, perfume, you say? He narcissistically caressed his own face and said, more, I use crick distilled fragrant oil, a gift from the emperor himself, to massage my feet every morning. Since it's a gift, if I don't use it, how rude. A voice piped up, sharp and clear, just wonderful. Muan felt annoyed and glanced over. He thought to himself, I had hoped for something special since this is where Esto grew up, but this place is truly disgusting. The old man stood up with a welcoming smile and said to him, but sir, I don't know what kind of information simple country folk like us could possibly provide. For you, Mubi raised his hand, which was holding a bean, toyed with it, and said, I'm surprised at how foolish you are, and more blind than I thought. If I didn't know you were the commander's family, I would have never guessed by looking at you. It's truly astonishing. Really, Mubi said as he crushed the bean, then added, enough nonsense, let's get to the point. He tossed the crushed bean onto the table and said, at the very least, you fools should be able to answer questions about things you've experienced yourselves, right? He then looked up and asked, are you really Commander Esto's family? Everyone around them glanced over. Beads of sweat formed on the couple's foreheads, then the two of them answered, yes, of course, Esto is our son. The woman turned to look at Esto, but he was in a daze, not looking at anyone and just staring off into the distance. The woman went closer and stroked Esto's head, trying to show deep affection for him, as she said, he is our beloved son. Mubi replied bluntly, that's not what I want to hear. The woman's face became awkward, and he repeated the question. I'm asking, is Esto related to you by blood? If you lie, there will be punishment waiting, so speak honestly. The woman continued to stroke Esto's head and added, sir, the boy is my son, but Esto's expression remained completely emotionless. She added, he looks just like his parents and his sister, so why would you doubt it? The other two simultaneously looked towards Mubi, who then turned to them and asked, so were you present when Esto was born? Terrios answered hesitantly, I don't remember. The man looked towards his children and spoke up to defend them at that moment. They were too young. Terrios was only 3 at the time, and Rosette was just 1 year older. At that, Mubi crossed his arms, looking skeptical. Humph. But I remember everything I heard and saw when I was just 1 year old. Para immediately gestured wildly and said to him, that's because you're special. Lord Mubi. He looked at Esto and asked, so are they telling the truth? Esto, bewildered, asked him back, why are you asking me? Mubi looked at Esto again and added, because you're the only one who can tell if someone is telling the truth or not. At this moment, Esto looked bewildered and asked again, I have to check if they're lying? Esto turned and fixed his gaze on the old man, a man with white hair and a goatee. Esto then turned to look at the woman, who was also looking at Esto. With a worried expression, Esto thought to himself, I can't. Esto then saw a memory from his childhood. The woman was holding a soup ladle, about to strike him with it. At that time, he could only shield himself, curled up on the ground. The man spoke to Esto. Listen here. The man lectured him. Reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. Then, he pointed right at Esto's face and yelled, You're a monster, doing all sorts of evil things. A frightened Esto backed away, but that's... Before he could finish his sentence, a hand covered the boy's mouth. The couple continued to scold and lecture him, treating him like a monster. The woman even threatened him, asking if he understood. At that moment, Esto's face flushed with fear as he looked at the two of them, the woman threateningly. You will never read our minds again. If you do, the woman said as she slammed Esto hard against the wall, you will never be our family again. As a child who didn't understand, he was scolded with such harsh words. Feeling wronged, Esto's eyes welled up with tears as the words, you will never be our family again, kept ringing in his head. At that moment, his face showed sadness as he thought to himself, what did I even read back then? I can't remember. Esto immediately closed his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. Remember what? Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Ko spoke up to check on Esto. Commander, you don't look so good. Are you all right? At this point, the man also looked at Esto and observed him. Esto quickly tried to reassure them, stammering, about that. A cry rang out, startling him. At that moment, down by his feet, Nura and Ahu were approaching Esto with faces full of worry. Esto managed a gentle smile and replied, I'm fine, I was just thinking a little. Esto turned his head to reassure everyone, don't worry. After that, Esto turned to look at the people who were supposedly his parents. It felt as if the two of them were anxious and restless, and Esto thought to himself that they were definitely hiding something. Esto suddenly stood up and walked towards them. He slowly stepped behind them, but the two of them remained sitting as still as statues. Esto placed his hands on their trembling shoulders and said to them, as per the requester's instructions, you two will let me see your memories for confirmation, all right? The two were startled, and the woman screamed, no, while the man remained silent. She yelled, we already told you, Esto. It's because you do things like that you became a monster. You have no idea how hard we tried to. Annoyed by her shouting, he slammed his hand on the table, causing the table to break in two. Their daughter screamed in fear, and her brother also looked towards him with a frightened gaze. His face now showed clear annoyance as he said, this monster nonsense again. He was furious now, adding, you all should shut your mouths. Esto was surprised to hear someone say, the monster will be sad if it hears that. Nura then crossed her arms, pouted and added, that's right, I don't like it. Ka also scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, saying, actually, I'm not exactly human like you folks. I'm an avian, a bird person. Ko then chuckled. Hiro, who had been slumped over the table this whole time, suddenly shot up. Ahuo then chimed in, what's going on? I want in. Everyone there was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the talking cactus. The daughter screamed, a monster, and then fainted from the shock. Everyone immediately panicked and called out, Rosit. Ahu asked in confusion, hey wait, what? Is this thing scary? Ahu then yelled in anger, I know you're just pretending to be fainted. Wake up, he even added, good grief. There's a talking hairy monkey and a guy with the bloodline of a black dragon and also a talking chicken. But I'm the only scary one. Ko was taken aback, feeling annoyed in his heart at being called a chicken. Awo's face then darkened with anger. It jumped onto Esto's hand, then looked down to see what was happening and saw that Awu was crying. Awo sobbed to Esto, complaining pitifully. Everyone looks down on me, asterisk, hic asterisk. Esto reassured it, saying, they don't look down on you, they're just scared. Being able to scare so many people is quite a talent, Awo. Then he patted Awo's head and said, if you put it that way, then I guess I'm pretty amazing, huh? Esto didn't reply and just turned to look at them. If you want to receive the requester's reward, you should cooperate. The brother, Sio, yelled, who do you think you're threatening? Then, he strode aggressively towards Esto. The guy grabbed Esto by the collar and shouted, you bastard. Damn it. You've been nothing but a burden from the start. We have to live in shame and humiliation because of you. Why do we also get scorned and badmouthed just because of you? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. I threw you in the attic so I wouldn't have to see you, you little brat. Esto remained silent, saying nothing. He continued speaking with an arrogant expression. You know what? That attic wasn't built for living in. He added, did you know that in the winter, that place becomes like a freezer, so no one can survive there? The older man shouted at him, telling Tyrios to stop. At that moment, he was startled when he heard the man say that, but he continued, We didn't feed you for a whole month, yet you survived like a cockroach." The older man yelled, "I told you to stop," but he wouldn't stop and continued to shout at Esto, "If you can survive even after we sent you to the gates of hell, what are you if not a monster?" The man was horrified to hear his son say such things, and even the woman covered her mouth at his words. Esto, with an indifferent expression, looked at him coldly and said, "So that's how it is." He continued, "I hate you. You're the biggest outcast of all. It's disgusting. You live as if you're one of us by imitating our mother's eye color." Wen thought to himself, to imitate her eye color? Esto suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and said, "For a very long time now." With a look of annoyance and anger, Esto said, "I hate you too, brother Terios." He gritted his teeth in absolute fury at the boy's unyielding words, and then he threw a powerful punch towards Esto, yelling, "You bastard." The punch flew, but the man, his father, stepped in and blocked his attack. Esto was surprised by what was happening, and the man called out, "Father." The older man remained calm and said, "He is your brother, Terios. I'm not forcing you two to get along." The man with determined eyes looked at his son and said, "But you cannot disown him." He asked, "What?" Terios angrily shouted in his face, "Father, you hate him too. You've always been afraid of him." The man answered honestly, "That's right, I am afraid." The man's whole body was trembling, "But I have never hated him." Esto thought to himself, "If you don't hate me, then why?" Esto quickly placed his hand on the man's back and thought, "Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, Esto's hand emitted a stream of light, and something made Esto utterly surprised. With his mouth agape, Esto thought, "This is the source of the light. It's spreading throughout the room." Esto thought to himself, "This light." Suddenly, everyone in the room disappeared. There was no one left. At that moment, outside in the forest, the sky filled with dark, gloomy clouds. The man was panting heavily, holding an axe with some kind of container on his back, taking step after step up a high mountain. A crow flapped its wings and flew out, startling the man and causing him to fall backward. When the crow flew away, the man slowly got up, muttering, "Damn it." He looked around and cursed, "I've taken the wrong path." A light shining in the distance made the man squint. Squinting his eyes toward the light, he saw a glow shining up through the canopy of trees, appearing right before him. The man immediately ran quickly in that direction, shouting as he ran, "Excuse me, hey over there, help me." The man continued to run, panting, towards that spot. "Please wait for me for a moment, at least stay with me until sunrise." The light gradually grew more dazzling, getting larger and larger, striking the man's eyes and forcing him to cover his face with both hands. When the light subsided, the man slowly opened his eyes to look and couldn't help but exclaim, "My God." Down below in a wide crater, there was a stone, glowing yellow. The man looked at the yellow stone and continued to call on God. Then the man slowly slid down into the pit. He went towards the yellow stone, and as soon as he got down, the man had to exclaim, "Oh." The man thought to himself, "That must be gold." He broke into a joyful smile. "It's gold, a massive, giant chunk of gold." Then the man excitedly said he could take this thing. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. It turned out to be a wolf with injuries on its front and hind legs. The wolf growled as it walked towards the man. The man jumped back in fear. The wolf bared its fangs, its cold, steely eyes staring at the man. He trembled in fear, a few drops of cold sweat running down his face. The chunk of gold continued to glow while the wolf kept dragging its wounded body towards the man. In his mind, the man saw the image of his wife and two small children, gripping the axe in his hand. "If I can bring that back, my life could turn around a little." After that, the man desperately lunged forward, axe in hand, towards the wolf. The wolf looked up at the man. Then, the man was about to swing the axe at the wolf, but the wolf bit the man's arm. The man gritted his teeth in pain, raising the axe to strike the wolf. A spray of blood shot into the air. The wolf's cries slowly faded. It lay motionless in a pool of blood. He then dropped the axe, slumped to the ground, and hugged the yellow rock, laughing with joy. "If I take this thing." His laughter echoed everywhere. Then the man ran back home. He banged on the door, calling for his wife. "Honey, open the door." The woman, holding a child, said to the man, "No, dear, you've." He said in a panic, "Just pack your things first." She didn't understand what was happening and scolded him. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense?" "I don't have time to explain. We need to take the kids and leave this village." She continued, "You have to explain to me before I decide to wake them up and pack our things." The man recounted the story of how he got lost in the mountains. She worried, "What? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," the man replied. "You'll be so surprised when you see what I found in the mountains." The woman stepped closer and said, "What is it?" The man opened the container and said, "A precious gem the likes of which I've never seen." The man pointed to the chunk of gold inside the container. "It's gold." She asked him again, "Are you crazy?" He also looked back inside in surprise. "What?" As inside was a baby boy. The cute baby boy smiled at the man. The man screamed, "No, wait, what is this?" A slap struck the man's face, sending blood flying. The man fell to the tiled floor and said, "No, you've misunderstood." The woman was furious. "Gold? A gem you've never seen before?" The man raised his hands to plead, "No, the thing I brought back wasn't." "Shut up!" A few cries echoed from within the forest. The man, carrying the child through the forest, thought to himself, it was clearly a gold ingot. The child lay in his arms. Did I get lost? Am I haunted? The man looked behind him and saw his wife with an angry face following behind. His wife's face was stern and annoyed. "Take it back to where you found it." The man silently continued carrying the child, thinking to himself as he walked, if that gold nugget was a person, then what was that beast? He became terrified, wondering if he had killed someone. The man walked to a tree and looked towards a certain direction, his wife following behind. When he arrived at the place where he had taken what he thought was a gold ingot, he saw a few. People were gathered below, and others were crowding around the rim of the crater, chattering loudly. He reassured himself, that's right, with a crater this big, it's only natural they'd find it, just act normal. Someone said they heard the priest from the temple had arrived. It looks like they're about to do something. Another person added, from what I've heard, the thing that was supposed to be here has apparently disappeared. The man then spoke up and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on here?" The orange-haired man was surprised and said, "You came here without knowing anything?" The orange-haired man pointed to the crowd below. "See over there? The man holding what looks like a cross is the priest from the holy temple." The man was startled, his face darkening as he thought to himself, "The holy temple? And a priest?" He anxiously asked the orange-haired man again, "So why is the priest here?" The orange-haired man said that they're saying, "A dragon's treasure fell here." The man panicked, and the woman behind him was also startled by those words. The man stammered, "A dragon?" The orange-haired man confirmed, "Yes, a dragon." The orange-haired man added, "Aren't dragons divine creatures? According to what's been discovered, it's said to have been in hiding for 100 years, so the holy temple must be in chaos right now." The woman's face turned pale upon hearing that. However, they're saying someone killed the dragon's guardian and stole the treasure. That person clicked his tongue. They've got some nerve. They deserve to be punished 1,000 times over for daring to steal a dragon's treasure. If they're caught, they'll be executed. The man, terrified, hugged the child in his arms tightly. The other person added, "The royal family will probably take care of it before the dragon can act. They won't survive." When they returned home, both of them were silent. The man was still cradling the peacefully sleeping child in his arms. The man then asked his wife, "What should we do?" His wife didn't know how to answer either. A child came out of the house and called for his father, and the man replied, "Terios." The boy continued to ask, "Did you go to the market, Dad? What did you and Mom buy? Anything yummy?" The two of them looked at each other, exchanging glances, wondering what to say to their son. The man nodded to his wife, then just chuckled and said, "Not really." "Terios." The boy added, "Then what is it?" The man lowered the baby and said, "Here, a baby. He'll be your little brother." The boy immediately asked, "A little brother?" The man replied, "Yes, a baby even younger than Rosette." The boy excitedly moved closer to Esto and said, "Really? So this is my second little brother?" The man answered, "That's right." The boy continued to happily exclaim, "Wow, his eyes are dark but so bright. What's his name?" The man, just realizing he hadn't named the baby, stammered, replying, "Right, his name. His name is..." The boy moved closer to Esto again, staring intently at the baby. The man thought for a moment and then gave the baby the name Esto. The man decided to name the boy Esto. Back in the present, Terios, after hearing the whole story, exclaimed, "What is this, Dad?" The couple's faces darkened as they remained silent. That guy then yelled, "Who are that bastard's parents?" The man stammered out an apology. He bowed his head, I'm sorry, Esto." The man walked closer to Esto. He clenched his fist and offered a sincere apology. "I am truly sorry." He then knelt down. "Please forgive me. I really didn't know." The man kept his head down, trembling. "No. I still don't know exactly what you are." Esto fell into a thoughtful silence, saying nothing. The man added, "I couldn't let our whole family be killed, but that doesn't mean I'm blaming or resentful of you. As your father, I just wanted to protect everyone," he said with tears welling in his eyes as he continued to speak to myself, "because the more you revealed yourself outside, the more danger everyone would be in." Esto just stood there without saying anything. Then he looked down at the man. Seeing this, the man added, "I had also decided to protect you. I truly wanted to treat you as my own child by giving you a name and watching you grow up. But you are not normal. You only imitate ordinary people, human language, human emotions, even the rare development of a human. The process of you growing up slowed down while living in the attic. But no matter what, you still woke up and walked out as if nothing was wrong. I was so scared." The man immediately knelt, placing both hands on the floor. "Please forgive me. I was wrong. Esto's face was filled with confusion, an apology in exchange for the very lives of his family. He was in a difficult position. It would be better if I couldn't understand this much. He raised his fist and punched the air, and everything felt like it was shattering. Everyone in the room looked towards him, at the table strewn with messy dishes, then looked at the old man who was backing away in fear, trembling. A dragon? Seeing him move, Terios backed away in terror. Are you going to kill us? I'm still your brother. Spare me. I am sorry. It's my fault, so let me live. The woman could only stand aside, covering her face and crying. Is it this obvious? He approached Terios, but thinking about how weak they were, he turned and left. The two others also turned to follow him. Esto walked out of the house, stepping into the rain, with the whole group leaving behind him. In the rain, everything fell silent. The two also walked silently behind, watching Esto, as the rain grew heavier and heavier, like a downpour, as if the heavens themselves were crying for him. Esto went deeper into the forest, ignoring the thunder that roared across the sky. He just kept walking. Finally, Esto stopped, and everyone halted in front of a pond. It turned out to be the crater where he was born. He thought, that crater has become a pond, looking at his own reflection on the pond's surface. Then, looking at the wolf walking beside him, he wondered, what is your name? Muon, who was standing behind, suddenly knelt on one knee. Esto spoke up and asked, you knew everything? Muon replied, I figured it out myself, but if I said that, I didn't know. They did so many things. Would you believe me? Seeing no reply from Esto, he continued, do you resent me? Esto opened his mouth. Should I resent you? Muon was about to answer, there's no need. He turned his head and said, your request was fair, and I accepted it, and the request was entrusted to me. Isn't that right? Muon could only say, I agree and I will protect that. Hearing these words surprised him quite a bit. He continued, Ha is the clan that drinks the blood of the dragon Muir-Haga. The name I received from the gods has been saved to ensure a tragedy like this doesn't happen. Again, I want you to choose me as your guardian. Everyone remained silent. Esto looked at him and began to think. A dragon's guardian receiving blessings from the dragon's blood also comes at a price, and that price is the subjugation of the soul. The one who becomes a guardian must obey commands and prioritize their master's safety above all else. It is a blood contract. They returned to the inn to rest. We walked a lot today. You should get some rest. Commander Suki approached the bed, looking thoughtfully at him, thinking, he must be in turmoil, so it's good that he's sleeping like this. Suddenly, he let out a soft sound and then unexpectedly hugged the cat, calling Suki's name. It also nuzzled its head against his forehead, saying softly, it's okay. No matter what you are, it wouldn't change a thing. The next morning, sunlight began to shine through the window, its rays falling on Esto, and he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and looked around the room, quite surprised that he had fallen asleep. Parker walked in with a smile and said, oh, I was about to wake you, but it seems you're already up. Good morning. Muon also appeared at the door of the room. Now, come down and eat. Before he could finish, Muon cut in, making Parker shout angrily, I was about to say that. The scene changes. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, while inside, everyone was eating when Parker suddenly spoke up. They said it would take about 2 days to get to Gallia, but it's raining so hard the carriage can't go anywhere. Now we have to wait until the sky clears up. Parker picked up a piece of bread and spoke again, mumbling something incomprehensible while chewing. The cactus spoke up and asked, what will we do when we get back to headquarters? He remained silent with a blank expression, not knowing what to say, then finally replied, probably wait for the next mission. Muon interjected again, do you intend to continue working in the guild? Esther replied, yes, you also have duties as a duke. You can't just be an ordinary person. Muon answered, I intend to renounce all my current positions. But Esther stopped him. There's no need for that. Muon refused. No, a guardian cannot leave their master. You know they can't exist on their own, but it's different for you. I don't. The only thing I know is the truth about myself, and nothing else. Someone thought, that's right. If we consider Esto's true age, he's just a newly hatched dragon. A dragon's maturation process is quite long, at least 100 years, with the longest being 500 years. After hatching, a dragon will be cared for by its mother for up to 100 years before it begins to mature into an adult. As such, this commander is no different than a newborn baby. Moreover, he may look human, but that form is just an imitation for survival. Why didn't the black dragon protect its own bloodline? What if it wasn't that it didn't protect it, but that it couldn't? The scene changes. Muon and Esto are talking. He explained, the mission is complete. Let's go home, Sir Esto. Why are you so determined to stay at the guild? He placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, you should at least come with me. My territory is safer than here. Esto indifferently said, I may not be the being you think I am. Honestly, everything that has happened so far is the truth, and I am not sure I want to know more. You shouldn't. Please leave. Muon tried to say more about that. He was about to speak, but stopped and thought. The only remaining trace of the dragons, the master I have always sought, but if everything I have done until now has been for nothing. He clenched his fists, thinking, is the Haga family really that useless? Esto spoke up. However, I will contact you in the future. Please return and continue with your work. When I need you, I will call for you. Esto said to Muon with utmost seriousness, I swear. The scene shifts to the headquarters, where a voice rings out, get some rest. Esto stood there with Ahu and Nura, papers flying everywhere in the air. The Vice Guild Master told him, go rest, the Guild Master wants to see you. He will come find you soon, so just rest before then. He stood there looking blankly at the Vice Guild Master. He stood up, walked over to him, and handed him a blanket, saying, this is very precious to me, but I'll give it to you. You don't know the joy of rolling around in bed wrapped in a blanket, do you? Esto still looked bewildered. He added, try reading a book in a warm room. Since you have a blanket now, you can open the window a little for some fresh air. You can sit and snack, lie down for a bit, and wake up to eat a bar of, how about some chocolate? Want some sweets from my room? He looked in holding a blanket but didn't say a word, so the vice president left and added, are you okay? Get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. The president will see you later. Esto followed the vice president's advice and went into the warm room. Suddenly, Jura called out to him. He answered, yeah. It continued, are you really okay? Not knowing more about your family? He replied, said, and left. Even though they made him endure everything, the cactus was furious, but so what? It was fuming. Fuming. It's unbearable. I'll go back and shove thorns in their mouths. He turned back and said to Ahu, even if they change, I won't change. There's no need to change anything, so there's no need to change at all. The scene shifts to the next morning. Esto's eyes suddenly opened, and he stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. He thought to himself that he had never learned how to have fun. What should I do now? Then, he sat up and prepared to get out of bed. He reached out to open the window, and Esto stood looking out in the window to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. The surrounding area was filled with tall buildings. Under a canopy of trees, Esto was now sitting on a stone bench, looking pensive. Suddenly, a voice said, huh? And then, it was Baki, walking with Lena, waving at him. Commander. Lena spoke up. Wait a moment, I'm going to go say hello. The commander, that you're always praising? Should I go say hi too? Baki paused to think. I'm afraid it'll get noisy. If we go together, he's probably enjoying his time alone, right? He looked over at Esto. I can't read his expression. Then Lena started walking. I'll go say hi by myself. Baki flew over to Esto and called out to him. Commander. Then he asked, have you eaten yet? Esto was a little surprised. Is it already lunchtime? Baki replied, that's right. Actually, it's a little past noon. I'm waiting for a friend to finish up some work. He smiled and continued, I'm on break, just like you, just relaxing. Esto replied, is that so? Then Baki suggested, let's all go together. He added, Nezu, Ahu, and the kitten too. Esto wondered, me too. He asked him, will it make everyone uncomfortable if I join? He denied it, not at all. He told him, you don't need to be so tense. Those shameless guys wouldn't. Suddenly, Lena slowly approached and stood behind him. Seeing him, Esto greeted him. Oh, hello there, familiar face. Baki turned his head to look at Lena in surprise. What, you two know each other? He spoke softly. Perhaps. He approached. Esto, staring intently. Seeing that he looked both strange and familiar, Lena suddenly realized something, and he broke into a bright smile. Upon recognizing him, that's right, Esto. Your face has always been etched in my memory because it's so unique, he remembered. A time from the past, then continued to smile. Esto called his name Lena. Aha, so you do remember me? He said to Esto, overjoyed. I thought you died because of that white fur thing, but you're still alive. It's great to see you again. Then he spoke about the white fur thing. Even though I searched all over the mountain, that white fur thing disappeared, without a trace. Everyone thought you were eaten by it, Lena continued. I never thought we'd have a chance to meet again. Suddenly, Nezu peeked its head out from behind Esto's seat. When Lena saw it, he was terrified. White fur. He screamed, his face pale. Baki, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, tried to calm him down. Calm down, Lena. Nezu is the commander's companion. Lena stared at Nezu, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes. Companion? That furry monster. That white thing, huh? He then asked Esto, so you tamed that beast with your mind-reading ability? He complimented him. You're more impressive than I thought. Huh. He then wondered, oh my god, you're the guild's commander? Baser, standing to the side, reminded him with a helpless expression, Lena, you're being too rude. Even though you're the ace of that combat division, you still need to show respect to the commander. You're going to drop quite a bit in the rankings. Hearing this, Lena didn't understand what was happening. Lena guessed, the rankings? He replied, exactly, as you already know. Causing a disturbance can get you demoted or expelled, right? Esto suddenly spoke up. Baser, go eat with your friend. Baser asked, huh, you're not coming with us? He replied, I'll go separately. If it stays like this, everyone won't be comfortable. He added, I also feel uncomfortable when you talk about Nezu like that. After hearing this, the three of them looked at him with an expression of helplessness. Afterward, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Lena stopped, thinking about something. Then he called out to Esto. Hey there, Commander Esto. Hearing him, he turned his head back. Is there something else you want to say? Lena bowed his head with great sincerity. I'm sorry, Esto. As Esto stared at him blankly, Lena spoke up. It's not that I was uncomfortable. It was because I was so surprised when I saw it. I promise. I won't call it that white furball anymore, and I'm also not used to someone I'm familiar with being the commander. From now on, I'll call you Commander. He looked up and said to Esto and Nezu, so please don't misunderstand. Me, I'll treat you to a meal today as an apology. Since we're already out, I'll take you to enjoy the best restaurant. A cheerful voice rang out from an old-fashioned building. Here, this is the best restaurant in the Revital City. Lena happily waved over a restaurant server, and he generously told Esto, I'll order for you. Trust me, this is the most popular dish. Esto exclaimed in surprise, Oh, really? Lena immediately replied, Of course. Esto silently stared at Ahu, thinking to himself, He's strangely quiet today. Ahu really didn't show any movement at all. He was completely motionless, looking just like an ordinary cactus. Esto was extremely worried. Is he hurt somewhere? Suddenly, a voice broke through his gloomy thoughts. May I ask? Perhaps Jen was genuinely curious, so she asked directly, How old is that cactus? Esto felt awkward. I've never asked it, so I don't know. Jen had no intention of letting it go and continued to probe deeper. For some reason, Jen's face was calm, her voice even and without a ripple. You could know without asking. As she finished speaking, Jen's expression suddenly darkened. Quickly, Esto stared at Jen, silently assessing her. This is strange. I can't read any emotions from her. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Who are you? Lena, who was beside him, suddenly leaned in and introduced her to Esto. Jen isn't human. She's a doll made by the guild master. Esto was extremely surprised. A doll? Baser then joined the conversation, smiling as he asked, Huh, you didn't know? Then he began to explain Jen's origin more clearly. The captain of Ignis is the most unique puppet master in this world. Carefully observing Jen's eyes, hair, nose, and mouth, Esto couldn't help but marvel, except for the fact that I can't read her emotions. She looks exactly like a human. He curiously asked Lena, How can you tell that she is a doll? Lena didn't answer directly, only telling him to look closer at Jenin. Sure enough, when he looked closely at Jenin's face, Esto easily spotted a small star right under her eyelid. Lena calmly continued, Do you see the tattoo under her eye? All the dolls made by the guild master have that mark for identification. Then he rested his hands on the table, his tone a bit troubled. Well, don't pay her too much mind. After all, a doll is just a doll, Lena advised. But it was as if he was also telling himself, a doll that only obeys its master and knows no pain. It's not good if you treat it like a human. Lena glanced at the delicious plate of food that had just been served, finishing his thought, I'm speaking based on experience, so you can trust me. The waiter also spoke up right on cue. Here is everyone's food. Lena exclaimed excitedly, Oh! Esto fell into deep thought again. A living doll. Once all the food was served, Lena cheerfully called out to him, Esto, look at this. Parker also chimed in, All right, everyone dig in. The look in Nura's eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars, unable to contain her happy mood. Everything looked so delicious. Esto looked at the glistening plates of food before him and agreed, It does. The group started to eat heartily. When Parker was about to bring a piece of fish to his mouth, his ears suddenly perked up as if he heard something. He looked at Esto, who had been motionless all this time, and asked doubtfully, Commander, aren't you eating? Then it dawned on him, could it be that you can't eat raw food? Hearing that, Lena also panicked, just as I thought. We should have asked before ordering. He quickly thought of a solution. Should we order some cooked dishes? Esto gently refuted. That's not it. It seemed like he was about to say something, but then stopped. He turned his face away and said helplessly, It's just that it's not to my taste. He silently glanced back at the plates piled high with food, which still looked very appealing. But in his eyes, those dishes looked horrifying. He couldn't help but think, creatures cut into pieces that were alive just a few minutes ago, or maybe even just a few seconds ago. His gaze on the food darkened, the terror and palpable pain of a creature that had once lived. The atmosphere around him also became gloomy and bleak. I can only see it as a massive hatred. Then he quickly pushed the chaotic thoughts away. Forget it. Anyway, it's not something necessary. He returned to the conversation with Lena and Parker, and I'm not that hungry either. Parker still wasn't convinced and wanted to try persuading him a little more, but Esto quickly cut him off. It's really fine. Damn. Parker, unable to sway him, angrily turned to scold Lena. Lena, this is all your fault. Even though the Vice Guild Master told us to take good care of the commander. Lena scratched his head helplessly. I know. If I had known beforehand, I wouldn't have done this. Parker could only clutch his head and scream, oh my god. So, Lena cautiously asked, what should we do now? Esto, at the side, didn't intervene in the conversation between the other two. He leaned down and caringly asked Nura, Nura, are you okay to walk? Nura happily replied, yes. Seeing this scene, Parker suddenly had an idea. He eagerly suggested, Commander, how about we take this opportunity to give you a tour of the city, looking at the open, clean streetscape, with houses nestled closely together. Parker kept trying to persuade him, you've only been assigned to the headquarters for a short time, right, since then. He's always been stuck in there with a ton of work, so he probably hasn't been out at all. Baser genuinely and sincerely cared about Esto, and most importantly, you've looked quite tired these past few days. After completing the mission, Lena confidently assured him, don't worry, giving city tours is my specialty too. He playfully winked at Esto, a cutesy sight that sent shivers down his spine. Lena cheerfully rushed over and put an arm around Esto's shoulder. Let's go, Commander. You don't have anything important to do today, right? With that, he pointed towards the city. So let's get going. Esto asked, go where? Lena smiled smugly and began his job as a tour guide. Ahem, actually, our guild has a tradition that dates back a very long time to when the guild was first founded. His face was beaming. It's our culture for welcoming newcomers. Esto didn't show any reaction, just staring intently at Lena. Baser, however, was very excited and chimed in, that's right. Then he attested, I went through it too. After that was a flood of information from Lena, explaining the welcoming ritual for new members to him. Iconic images of the city seemed to materialize in Lena's tale, from the humble homes of the citizens to the clock tower that serves as the city's symbol, and even the various shops and street markets. Usually, we'd require the newcomer to patrol around the headquarters to understand the layout of the fortress, and afterward, they would be randomly called to answer questions about the city, like the biggest sculpture in the main square, the most famous candy shop, and countless other things like that. Lena twirled his finger for visual effect. If you can't answer, they make you run laps until you're completely drenched in sweat. Then he laughed loudly, but since you didn't get to experience the rookie phase, yours truly, Lena, will help you out, Commander. Esto nonchalantly confirmed, really. Then he earnestly bowed his head, showing his respect, then please guide me well. Lena, full of confidence, pointed to himself, you can trust and follow me. The safest and most prosperous castle, Rivet. From this moment on, I will give you the most amazing tour. Esto didn't object and quickly agreed, all right. Baser suddenly noticed something else and yelled, wait a minute, why do you have your arm wrapped around the commander like that? Ren walked silently behind them, calmly observing and putting up with the noisy group of people. Ren watched Esto from behind and smiled, a truly beautiful smile, thinking to herself, you really are a good person, Commander. Sunbeams shone down on the magnificent and bustling city as a peaceful and cheerful atmosphere filled the air. Lena said, this is Sunshine Street, not very famous. He enthusiastically explained, the interesting thing is that the sun moves directly along this street, so how about we hop in a carriage and go exploring? Esto looked around and shook his head, declining, no, that's not necessary at all. Lena looked at him, puzzled, but Commander, you've been looking around for a while now. Are you searching for something? Esto then looked up and asked him, is there a medical center around here to check on a plant's condition? Lena looked at him, stunned, as he looked at the Ahu cactus in his arms and thought, if it's a plant then. Lena hesitated before suggesting a place. There's a botanical garden, but the manager there is always busy, so I'm not sure if we can see them right now. Esto gently asked him, could you please take me there? Lena immediately broke into a bright smile and replied cheerfully, now I feel like taking the commander, it'll be worth it. He excitedly led the group, saying, please trust me, follow me. She subconsciously looked at him shyly, trying to find an excuse for Lena's embarrassing behavior. He's always so full of life, isn't he? Esto didn't care and just answered indifferently. It's nothing, Baser sighed, rubbing his head helplessly. He's exactly like a colt without a rein. It's awful. When the guild members gave him the nickname Beautiful Lena, Esto's eyes widened in shock when he heard the nickname of Lena's. Baser looked at Lena frolicking ahead and quickly explained, it's the pretty and pretty crazy. He jokingly told him, just hearing the name makes people think of a beautiful woman, so we often use that to tease new members. I fell for it too. Lena, who was walking ahead, saw that Esto's group had been left far behind, and shouted, what are you two doing? You're not talking bad about me, are you? Baser chuckled and replied to him, yes. Yes, we're coming. Esto looked down grimly at Aha in his arms, who was still silent. The scene changes to a garden. In a beautiful white house, Baser wondered, is the gate open? Lena quickly answered him, because this is the botanical garden that receives a subsidy from the guild. I guess it's also considered the city's garden. Esto's party was walking along, the path leading into the garden. Lena continued, this way, anyone can come and see the flowers and plants. Baser was surprised, and looked around saying, this is my first time at the botanical garden too. The peaceful, sun-drenched scenery made him exclaim, unlike animals, plants don't move or talk. Baser suddenly turned his head to ask the person behind him. I just had a thought, Commander. Do the plants here talk? He replied flatly, I don't know. He was surprised, and asked again, what? Lena also turned back and asked curiously, can't you read animals' emotions, Commander? Is doing it with plants harder? Esto looked at the cactus in his hand and slowly explained, it's not that I can always hear them. It might happen if I look at it or have a certain degree of contact with it. Lena looked enlightened and said, the more I hear about it, the more interesting it sounds. He suddenly grabbed a tree trunk. Lena said innocently, so can I now know what this fellow is saying? Esto looked pensively at the large tree as sunlight shone down, reflecting brilliantly off its leaves. Esto bowed his head and replied, even if I could, I wouldn't want to hear it. Lena looked blankly at the silent Esto and asked, but why? He began to think, if I could read the hearts of other things, I would get curious and try to read everything. Damn it! A voice rang out, welcoming him. Baser and Lena said in unison, Ren. She called out to him, Esto. Ren faced the tree, saying, it's welcoming all of you. The tree began to shed its leaves, and its voice rang out, it's a pleasure to meet you, the last child of the Black Tribe. What a relief it is that you are still alive. A leaf gently fell on his head. It was like a greeting touch from the tree. Esto raised his hand to take the leaf, looking at it in his palm and swaying it back and forth. He turned to her and asked, Ren, can you hear the voices of plants? She calmly replied, I was also made from a tree. He was surprised, then lowered his head and thought, so her ability isn't like mine. Ren moved closer to him and suggested, here, listen to the trees. Esto immediately refused. No, I'm fine. She wondered, why do you hate trees? He shook his head, denying it. It's not that. Esto replied to her with a sad expression on his face. They probably wouldn't want me to read their minds. His fractured inner self was revealed. Esto continued with difficulty. Reading the heart of someone who doesn't want you to can become violence. Jen asked back in confusion, violence? All the indifference, oppression, and harsh scoldings from the past began to resurface in his mind. Esto replied heavily, that's right. Jen walked closer to him, reminding Esto, the trees can't talk if you don't listen to them. He reacted, looking up at her. Jen began to explain, even if they want to say something, even if they have a story to share, even in the moment they are withering and slowly dying from lack of water, they can't express themselves. She slowly took off her hat, saying that is the nature of trees. Jen revealed her radiant face and smiled at him. Did you know? To us, your existence is a blessing. Esto looked at her, about to reply. A shout suddenly cut him off. You people. Green angrily questioned their group. What are you doing in the garden? Basker quickly bowed his head and admitted fault. I'm sorry that Lena touched the tree without permission. Lena froze, standing behind him and saying, why are you using me to apologize? He hurriedly ran over. No, not the tree. He pointed at Nezu, hastily saying, you're stepping on the flowers. It was startled and yelped as it lifted its foot. A poor flower had sacrificed its life. Nezu hurriedly tried to avoid the flowers in the bush, guiltily replying, sorry. Another crack was heard, and it flinched, feeling guilty. Green stared blankly at the small flower branch resting pitifully under Nezu's foot and unconsciously snapped the broom handle with his strength. He clutched his head in pain, looking at his treasures and screaming miserably, no. In the botanical garden, sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Lena repeatedly said, we're terribly sorry, Manager Green. He suppressed his grief and replied, is that you, Lena? Are you still living as a wandering mercenary because you're not famous yet? She immediately flared up, denying it. What are you talking about? I'm very famous, you know. Lena forced a smile, speaking with feigned pride. I'm the captain of the combat division. Now I have many missions and items. You're so mean for bringing up old stories in front of the commander. Green, curious, looked up and asked, the commander? He looked at Esto's group, thinking for a moment. Could you be? He looked straight at him, surprised. Could it be that you're the guild's newly promoted commander? Green warmly shook his hand, introducing himself. I'm Granger. Although I'm still lacking, I'm in charge of taking care of this botanical garden. Esto also replied softly, I'm Esto. The thoughts of the nearby tree appeared as it saw the two of them shaking hands, someone who can read the hearts of others. Looking at the sincere smile on Green's face, it exclaimed, how wonderful. I should ask him what these kids are thinking. Esto froze when he heard the tree's silly thought. He was silent, unable to speak. Scene change. Now Green is using a magnifying glass to closely examine a cactus. He thought seriously, a few quiet hums escaping his throat. Basker, next to him, quickly asked, "How is it, manager? What's a whose condition?" He examined it carefully and replied, "It's a bit difficult." Hearing this, he let out a dissatisfied sound, questioning it. Green assessed it once over. This cactus is named Ahu. It has been very well taken care of. He looked at the pot on the table in confusion, explaining, "It's not lacking water and it's also not lacking nutrients. From its appearance, there's absolutely nothing wrong with its health." Basker was suspicious. Then what about the condition? Isn't it doing well? He held his chin, denying it. "No, I don't know why, but it looks strangely weak." In a weird way, Green turned to Esto to ask the commander for permission. "Can I take this little one out of its pot and check its roots?" A strange sound rang out. "Roots?" He looked down in confusion at Ahu on the table. Green froze, completely stunned as he realized where the voice came from. Ahu swayed its body and said, "Whose roots? Mine? Are you serious, you pervert?" In a flash, he had jumped back, screaming in terror, "Oh my God." Green muttered grimly, "Pervert, you're calling me that?" Baser suddenly asked, "Aren't people usually surprised by something else?" He then realized the main issue, and once again screamed out, "Now that I think about it, the cactus is talking." Ahu swayed in displeasure. "What are you looking at?" First time seeing a talking cactus, it turned red with anger, having already prepared a string of curses to yell at the old man. He immediately stepped forward to stop Ahu. "Stop." It promptly retracted the colorful words it was about to unleash, swallowing them back down, and replied in agreement, "All right then." Esto patted its head comfortingly. "Your condition seems different than usual, so I asked him to check on you." Ahu wondered, "Is that old man a doctor?" He looked at the man and introduced him. "A plant doctor, he's Briner." Ahu asked in awe, "Are you really a plant doctor?" Green stammered in reply, "That's right." It thought for a moment, then said, "Here, you can see my roots from the bottom of the pot. Isn't pulling me out of the pot a bit too cruel for a plant like me?" Its roots began to emerge from the bottom of the pot and sway back and forth. The man examined them seriously and meticulously. Green touched its roots and then delivered his conclusion, "You are extremely healthy." Ahu eagerly replied, "See? I was just sleepy. I'm perfectly healthy." Green was suspicious, sleepy. He looked at it and asked, "Hey, little one, I'm just asking as a precaution, but how old are you?" Ahu shyly covered its face and said, 200. Baser appeared from nowhere, scoffing, "No way, this cactus has been alive for 200 years. It looked at him, speaking up in surprise. "What? You don't believe me?" Ahu flared up, ready to prove its point. "To be precise, I'm even older than that. It's just been 200 years since I've been on my own, and in my tribe, I'm still considered part of the younger generation." Green's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my God." He excitedly shot up and turned to report to Esto. "Commander, this little one is a rare plant thought to have been extinct for a long time, a giant cactus." He was surprised and asked, "What? What is that?" Green began to explain its origin. "It's a species of very large and beautiful desert flower that is believed to produce a celestial fruit once every 1,000 years. Ahu was shocked to hear him say that. "What? We're extinct? My mother and all my relatives are still alive back in my homeland." Green couldn't believe it, saying, "How can that be?" He was still in an excited mood as he reported to him. "From what I've observed, Ahu's current sleepiness is a dormant phase caused by a growth period. But a moment later, he gradually became serious and reminded him, because this is the first time I've seen a giant cactus, I can't be entirely certain." Esto looked at him and asked, "How long will the dormant phase last?" Green answered him, "I need to research the data on this to be more precise. I only know that giant cacti, during their growth process of up to 1,000 years, will have several long periods of dormancy." Esto turned and called out, "Ahu." He said to it, "This is the botanical garden at the guild's headquarters. I'll have them take care for you safely until your hibernation period is over. So, please rest well." It was a fully equipped greenhouse. Rest and light are truly ideal for plants, but Ahu firmly refused the request, "I don't want to." Esto bent down and gently asked for its opinion. "If you feel uncomfortable here, I can also ask Sir Haga, as Muen is a powerful person." Before he could finish his sentence, Ahu interrupted, reaching out with a hurt expression, "Do I make you uncomfortable?" He was surprised and speechless, then patted its head reassuringly, replying, "That's not it, it's just." Cutting him off once more, Ahu asserted its firm determination to Esto. "I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep." Then it leaned its body against his hand, thinking to itself, "Because I'm worried about you, Esto." When it was time for Esto's group to leave, Green spoke a few words of advice about Ahu to him. "Since it's a special type of plant that can talk and even move, I can't be completely certain about this." He explained the consequences gravely, but continuously refusing to sleep will likely lead to some health problems. "I hope you will keep this in mind." He replied, understood. Green looked at it resting in his hand and continued, although plants may seem simple, when you understand them better, they are as delicate and diverse as animals. The rays of light shining through the glass panes enhance the beauty of every plant and flower. Green said softly, their habitat, size, gender, age, or even the shape of a leaf makes them all different. He smiled as he watched the cheerful Ahu and remarked, although this little friend here might take advantage of the fact that it can talk. Green handed Esto a bag and reminded him, I've packed some nutrients in loose soil. They will help it take root. Taking the bag, he replied, thank you. Green suddenly remembered something, rummaging in his pocket and saying, and one more thing. A letter was tucked inside a glass bottle. He handed it to Esto, saying, this is a handwritten guide that the guildmaster sent for you. Esto looked at Green holding the glass bottle before him and asked in surprise, did you know I was coming? He scratched his head, replying with an embarrassed laugh. Not at all. I was only notified a short while before you arrived, Commander. He took the glass bottle and looked at it thoughtfully for a long moment. Esto realized something, thinking to himself, so I'm being watched. As if knowing what he was thinking, Green quickly waved his hands and explained, please don't misunderstand. The guildmaster doesn't only do this for you, she always looks out for all of the members. Esto asked skeptically, always? He began to introduce the guildmaster. She is a puppet master, and the number of puppets she is publicly known to control is over 1,000. Baser tiptoed over, whispering in his ear. In reality, there could be many more. He continued, because the puppets are easily damaged and quickly become useless, so she makes a great many of them. Esto opened the letter and began to read the contents inside. The letter read, Nis Guild, Guild Master, private mission for the commander, location, Revital Castle, Central Market, time limit, 30 minutes, objective, find Guild Master Kai at the Revital Castle, Central Market within the time limit. The reward will be given once you find her, and the instructions will self-destruct after the time limit. Therefore, you must be quick to find her. From Guild Master Kai. As soon as he finished reading the letter, the numbers on it began to count down. Lena looked on curiously at the letter and asked, Magic ink? I wonder what kind of a rush she's in to even set a time limit for you, he mused, suddenly realized something and reminded him, wait, isn't there less than 30 minutes left? The number was still gradually lessened. Lena said worriedly, it's already been 27 minutes. He waved his hand helplessly. Oh my god, this is hopeless. Esto asked doubtfully, is the journey that long? Lena shook her head and began to explain, that's not it. The central market of Rivet Castle is huge. There are 8 main roads leading in different directions, the narrow alleys are very complex, and there are tons of people. Baker also chimed in hastily. On top of that, we don't even know what the guildmaster looks like. Lena replied to him, that's right. The guildmaster usually only relays messages through puppets. Baker continued, right? Because only the vice guildmaster has ever spoken directly with the guildmaster. Before he could finish his sentence, Esto quickly dashed past them. Baker called out an alarm for him to come back. The only response he got was Esto's brief announcement, I'm going to the central market. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at Green standing in the crowd. With a determined gaze, Esto told him all the plants in the garden are grateful to you, they all like you. Green was stunned in disbelief, stammering, really? Esto explained, the ginkgo tree behind you and even the flowers that Nezu stepped on, just as you wish to hear their thanks. From them, they also wanted to say this to you all this time. Hearing Esto's words, Green felt a warmth in his heart. An unexpected happiness spread through his heart. After conveying everything he wanted to say and relaying the plant's message, Esto quickly ran off, leaving only a goodbye behind. Esto's group was walking through the central market. Dark thoughts surrounded Esto, making him uncomfortable. The hand holding the letter unconsciously tightened. Tangled thoughts swirled in his mind as Esto thought to himself, if I have to find who Guildmaster Kai is among so many people, I'll have to read them. His ability was like a double-edged sword that wounded his own mind. Esto took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and began to absorb information. The streams of thought from everyone in the market flooded his senses. Esto focused, listening intently. One person whined, it's so hot, I'm going to die. Another schemed, there are so many here, they probably won't notice. If I just take one, right? The bustling sounds of the market filled the air. Come here, looking is free. I won't ask you to pay, so come on in and take a look. Even the most trivial human thoughts were amplified. This sword is hideous. Esto didn't give up, closing his eyes to start filtering the information. Pushing further, his power seeped through every corner of the market, and gathering all his energy, he widened his mental search, focusing on finding a single person, Kai. He was startled when he felt a trickle of fluid. Nezu, beside him, worriedly, pointed out, Esto, your nose is bleeding. He simply wiped the blood away and said calmly, I'm fine. Nezu's eyes began to water as he whimpered, you're bleeding, you're not fine at all. Ignoring the crybaby beside him, Esto stared intently in one direction, his gaze sharp. He thought to himself, "Found you." Without a word, he walked forward, prompting a bewildered pair to call out, "Esto." At a certain corner of the central market, Esto approached a stall, from which a gentle voice emerged. "Welcome." A blonde girl smiled and asked Esto, "Are you looking for a gift?" Her smile grew even brighter as she continued, "Or perhaps something for yourself?" Esto stared at her and immediately confirmed in his mind, a puppet of the guild. He held out the letter and said slowly, "I'm here to see Guildmaster Kai." She just kept smiling at him without saying a word. This left Esto feeling bewildered. He thought, "Isn't she here?" But I was so sure I felt her presence before. He suddenly sensed something, and as he turned to the side, a pair of small hands clipped a pink bow into his hair. Kai smiled and told him, "This is your reward for finding me. Please accept it." Later, at the rest stop, Esto offered a friendly greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you." She replied in kind, "I am Kai, the guildmaster of Shis." Just as Esto was about to open his mouth to speak, another voice cut in, shouting, "Master!" Ren came running from out of nowhere, joyfully calling out in a loud voice, "Master!" On her face was an incredibly radiant and happy smile. Seeing this smile, Baki and Lena's jaws dropped in astonishment, stuttering, She's smiling." The moment the words left their mouths, Ren ran up and threw her arms around him. Off to one side, watching the two of them in a warm embrace, Esto began to speak. "I am Esto. When I was wandering after leaving my hometown and had nowhere to go, the guild's acceptance helped me a great deal. Although it's a bit late, I want to thank you, Kai." She replied with gentle courtesy, "Please, feel at ease. Our Ignis guild has placed great trust in you." Seeing that she seemed unaware, he bluntly revealed, "I am also a member of the Ignis guild, Guildmaster." Hearing what he said, she froze for a few seconds. Realizing her gaffe, she quickly forced a laugh. "I seem to have made a mistake. The commander is also an important member of Ignis. Thank you for helping me understand." Right after that, she stood up and stepped down from her seat. Kai walked straight over to him and inquired, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "I have prepared everything to meet you." Given the opening, Esto didn't hesitate to voice his question, "Why did you give me the position of the guild's commander?" Seeing him ask so directly, she gently waved her hand and replied, "Oh, that's a good question. It's also the same reason why I came to meet you." With that said, Kai looked at their surroundings and suggested, "It wouldn't be good for others to hear this. Therefore, let's use the commander's special ability." Hearing her, he hesitated and speculated, "A special ability? Do you mean what's under this cloak?" She gave a slight nod and a mysterious smile. Under the blue sky, Esto remained perfectly still in that spot. But a few seconds later, the sky was instantly shrouded in a veil of darkness, enveloping him. Inside the dark space, where only the two of them, he and Kai, remained, a voice rang out. The voice belonged to Kai. "I want to protect you." And then she began to talk about her guild. "Our guild was created to help those who use abilities. We have always protected precious ability users under the wings of Ignis. Among them, the position of commander was created for the sole purpose of protecting you. Because a long, long time ago, Her face and voice grew increasingly mysterious as she revealed, "I knew of a being with an ability similar to yours." Hearing this, Esto frowned slightly, a flash of surprise on his face. Then, Kai continued, "A long time ago, it was said that dragons had vanished from this world, but two of them still remained." With his curiosity piqued, he immediately asked, "Who are they?" She replied calmly and slowly, "One of them is already dead. The other who remained in this world until the very end was Suhanan, the golden dragon. I had always believed that was the last dragon, until I received the report about you." He was visibly shaken and wanted to ask more. "Does that mean he is?" But Kai immediately cut him off, saying something strange. Strangely, Esto moved away from Kai. She pointed at him and warned, "I understand what you're feeling right now. You must want to meet and learn more about him. However, you absolutely must not be curious about this, and don't try to find him. Understand? Suhanan doesn't know about your existence yet. If he finds out that another black dragon is still alive in this world," as he listened to every word she spoke, his eyes became empty and dazed, "then that man would surely find a way to end your life." But she also reassured him, "Luckily, Suhanan doesn't live in the Ruin Empire. Since I can't hide you forever, I've decided it's better to let everyone know that you are under special protection in this empire." After rambling for a bit, she finally made a decision regarding Esto. "For these reasons, I think from now on I will accompany you." But beneath his cloak, no one could see his hand clenching tightly to maintain his composure. "Why?" He was filled with confusion and asked, "Am I worthy of that? I don't even know what I am exactly. What on earth does the guild master believe in to be willing to put the entire guild in danger just for me?" Kai took a small step forward and spoke, "It seems you still don't know your own value." She stood before him, asserting firmly, "However, please remember this, I won't do anything that would put me at a disadvantage either." With that, she gave a light, bright smile, hiding a secret to end the conversation. A moment later, they returned to the present and Kai spoke cheerfully. Together, we will slowly find the answers. She looked up at him and said with an amused smile, "It seems that even if I told you right now, you still wouldn't be able to understand." Just as she said, Esto had remained silent the whole time, not understanding. As soon as Kai turned around, Parser and Lena immediately stood at attention as she said, "Go back and rest. I apologize for today." The two of them quickly bowed respectfully to her. And before leaving, she waved lightly, smiling brightly, as she made a promise, "I will see you again soon, Commander." Time passed, night turned to day. In the Ruin Empire, dazzling sunlight shone down on a villa from which voices could be heard. Esto had been asleep for several days. Nezu was holding a meeting with Suki and Hao. What should I do? It turned its head to look worriedly at the soundly sleeping human. Should I wake him up or not? On the bed, Esto was unaware of this conversation, still lost in a pleasant dream. Suki twitched its tail, wagging it as if in thought. Immediately after, it leaped up high and dashed forward. It sat on the bed, tilting its head slightly to watch the person breathing evenly. Suddenly, Suki turned its head towards Nezu and gently shook it as if refusing its earlier suggestion. The two creatures in one plant sat there quietly, watching their master sleep soundly. However, Nezu didn't know that Suki was extremely worried inside, thinking that continuing like this might be very dangerous. At a time like this, who could possibly help? It looked at the two useless individuals and made a choice. That muscle brain Lena probably wouldn't understand its signals, so perhaps the bird person would be a better choice since they have good senses. Suki turned its head again and looked back pensively. Just then, Esto woke up, shattering its worries with a reassuring voice. "I'm okay." Under the light of the setting sun, a guilty voice rang out. "I'm sorry for waking up so late." Esto shyly hugged his pets. Nezu hugged him, overwhelmed with emotion, crying in relief. "What happened? Because you wouldn't wake up. I thought you." "Sick." Suki nuzzled against him and continued. "I thought you caught my hibernation sickness. Now everything is okay. It's all okay now." With a flushed face, Esto gave a small shrug to reassure them. "I'm fine." With that, he picked up Suki and staggered to his feet. Seeing this, Eniu cried out, "Est." Watching him suddenly grab his coat, one of them exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, the sun has already set. Where are you going?" Ahu shifted its body, trying to persuade him. "You woke up late anyway. Just rest a little longer." But holding his coat in one hand and Suki in the other, he refused. "I'm going to get some food." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, interrupting, "You have a fever." Having been held by Esto, it seemed to have felt his temperature, questioning, "You're sick. Why are you trying to act like everything is okay?" Hearing its words, he froze for a moment and let out a sound. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, catching his attention. Esto put Suki down and asked as he opened it, "Who is it?" Outside was Kai, who smiled brightly as she held out a piece of paper to him. "Mission delivery." Suddenly, her smile vanished when she saw his condition. She noticed his flushed face and labored breathing, each breath heavy and tired. Kai then lowered her hand, expressing her concern. "It seems I've come to see you a bit too early." With that, she tucked the paper back into her pocket and changed the subject. "Let's put our talk about your job on hold for today." Seeing her change her mind, Esto barely managed to say, "The mission." Before she cut him off again, "So, where were you planning to go then?" He put on his cloak and stepped outside with his three pets. "I was heading to the cafeteria." Hearing his plan, Kai suggested, "Oh, let's go together then. The food in our cafeteria is the best, right?" At that, she began to imagine countless delicious dishes. "To be honest, I want to go there more often, but for some reason, every time I do, I attract a lot of attention. It's not comfortable at all." Ahu, seeming to realize the reason, probed again. "You really don't know why?" Immediately, it gave a blunt and tactless answer, "Wear normal clothes." But Kai naively repeated, "Are my clothes that strange?" And of course, Ahu didn't hold back, affirming, "Extremely strange." However, she could only reply helplessly, "But I can't change my clothes." Hearing that, it asked, "Why?" She casually uttered two words, "They're expensive." Ahu was officially exasperated. "Fine, do whatever you want. Just do what you want. It's your life after all." It watched her walk ahead, instinctively assessing. Besides, a child dressed like that is bound to attract more attention. People are often interested in things that are special. A while later, they arrived at the bustling cafeteria. "Here, eat a lot." An incredibly lavish table with food piled high as a mountain was brought out. Esto looked at the mountain of food in front of him and said shyly, "I can't eat this much." Kai casually told him, "I'm just telling you to eat as much as you can. I'm not forcing you." Then, she turned to Suki at his side. "You too, Black Tiger." But its glare clearly showed its dislike for her. Realizing the situation, within his heart, Esto cried out helplessly, "Just as I thought. She already knows so much." Then he picked up his spoon, dipped it into the soup, and thought to himself, "Fluffy golden dragon. He gently scooped up some soup, telling himself, I don't think the name is based on color alone. Thinking this, he looked up and addressed the person in front of him, President. Her mouth was so full of food that her cheeks were puffed out, correcting him, just call me Kai. If possible, I'd rather not have my position revealed. Esto understood her and put down his spoon, getting to the main point. Got it, Kai. How did you find out about the dragons? After taking a big bite of food, she laughed, cheerfully for a moment, and answered him, I was wondering what you were so lost and thought about, but now you're getting serious. Huh. He replied softly but coldly. That's right. She picked up her chopsticks, turned to the fish dish, and remarked, You seem quite indifferent to your own problem, Commander. While deep in thought, she skillfully made a cut along the fish's body, carefully separating it into two halves with her chopsticks, nonchalantly saying, There's no how when it comes to this. After separating the fish, she pushed it towards the dark, four-legged shadow and revealed, This is just information I've learned on my own throughout my long, long life. Suki stared intently at the beautifully presented dish placed before him. Without a word, he used his paw to send the plate of fish flying, that unsightly thing away. Then, he coldly climbed onto Nezu's back, who had to explain for him, Suki doesn't eat fish. Hearing this, Kai was a bit surprised. I thought cats liked fish, don't they? Nezu wisely explained to her, that is just a stereotype. Hearing that, she seemed to understand. Ah, I see. From this interaction, she drew an example for Esto. As you can see, I also possess incorrect information. With that, she stuck her fork into a loaf of bread and mused, living. A long life simply means I've experienced more than others. Therefore, it's possible the information I have about you isn't completely accurate either. Suddenly, the grip in her hand tightened, and both her gaze and the atmosphere around her grew tense and heavy. But I can guarantee you, the golden dragon Suhanan is the enemy. Immediately after, her tone changed once more. Oh, and one more thing, Kai revealed an interesting piece of information. Starting tomorrow, I'm thinking about joining the commander's support team. Esto quickly asked for clarification. The team with Parker? Kai took another bite of food and nodded slightly, replying, That's right, this is to support you, not as the president, but just as Kai. His voice dropped slightly, as he said, understood. A while later, she seemed to have finished her meal and walked to the door. Goodbye. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you tomorrow. Not long after she left, Suki also suggested, Should we finish our meal now too, Esto? Esto immediately stopped him. No, let's take our time. And we can go for a walk after dinner. The entire sky grew redder with the light of the sunset. This beautiful and peaceful. He and his pets went for a walk on the guild grounds after a satisfying meal. It was a peaceful scene where the monkey played with rabbits, and bears and horses drank water together from a small stream where a duck was swimming. Witnessing this sight, he was so surprised he could hardly believe it. I never thought these animals could thrive in the same habitat. Just then, a greeting voice called out from below him, Hello. A tiny raccoon appeared, smiling brightly at Esto's feet. Countless question marks popped up over his head. He bent down slightly and uttered, A raccoon? Upon hearing Esto call it a raccoon, the red panda immediately put its paws on its hips, gesturing wildly, and angrily scolded him. Huh, a raccoon? I'm a red panda. Its scolding flustered Esto, and he quickly replied to soothe it, Sorry, my mistake. Receiving Esto's apology, it quickly brightened up and replied with a satisfied look, Humph, you are forgiven. Then the red panda started to introduce itself. So, my name is Ban, and who are you? Esto calmly replied to it, the panda's question. I'm Esto. I just arrived at headquarters not long ago. He wondered to himself, is this one of the animals belonging to the Ignis guild? It looked a bit different from the animals he'd seen in the village. Esto was curious and stared at the red panda's paw with its sharp claws, then shifted his gaze to its tail, which was very fluffy. Suddenly, other animals appeared out of nowhere. A rabbit, a monkey, a bear, and a horse, all gathering behind the red panda. It cheerfully spread its arms to welcome him. Then you're one of our family. Esto looked in surprise toward the standing animals. He leaned down toward the panda and asked curiously, Aren't you afraid of humans? Its face lit up, and it quickly answered his question, Nope. Everyone in the Ignis guild is very kind. The red panda listed off all the reasons they weren't afraid of humans. They feed us, teach us, and they even clean up our poop for us. Even the horse neighed in delight hearing that. The panda continued to speak. They play with us every day and take us out, so we really love humans. The clear blue sky had turned into the dark of night. The scene shifts to the white-furred monkey, Nezu's bed, as he cheerfully praised the animals they had just met. They were so cute. Esto agreed, well, they're as cute as the hairs on my pitchfork. He turned to confirm with Esto, right? That raccoon named Ban was especially cute. Nezu had gotten the species wrong, calling a red panda a raccoon, so Esto corrected him. It's a red panda. Nezu leaned over on the bed, enthusiastically telling Esto that, I want to see them again. Esto quickly agreed and replied, "We can go tomorrow if you want." Nezu rolled back onto his bed, his face full of excitement. "Okay, she said she's bringing a mission tomorrow." Esto stared at his raised palm and replied to Nezu, "That's right." Then, he immediately clenched his hand into a tight fist and told the monkey, "Once we get the mission, we'll have to leave headquarters for a while, so get plenty of rest, and it's best we say goodbye to them before we leave." The dark night slowly faded away, giving way to the first rays of dawn. Esto gently opened the window, letting in the sunlight. The sparrows chirped at him, "Hello, Esto," and also gave him a reminder, it's going to rain later. They reminded him it's a morning shower, so be careful not to get wet. Esto was quite surprised to hear this, but he replied politely, "Thank you." Nezu had also woken up and was approaching him. "You're awake?" Esto heard him and turned around. Nezu's face was absolutely glowing. He flashed a bright smile and said, "Today is an incredibly beautiful morning." Esto wondered to himself, incredibly, "Where did you learn that word from?" Nezu's eyes lit up as he eagerly suggested to Esto, "Let's eat and then go say hi to the friends we met yesterday." Esto went along with it, walking toward Nezu. "Okay then." In the sky, heavy dark clouds appeared, slowly rolling in to cover everything. A cold wind blew through the leaves. Esto and Nezu were strolling down a tree-lined path. Esto walked in front, with a sleepy Nezu trailing behind him. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Esto." It was Lina. His face beamed when he saw Esto. He offered a friendly greeting, "So we meet in a place like this? It's great to see you." Lina also forgot to greet Nezu. Hello to the white furball too. Unlike Lina, Esto seemed more indifferent and called out to him, "Lina." He was confused and didn't understand what was happening, quickly asking, "Huh, you look terrible. Did something happen?" His eyes quickly darted away. He just replied in a flat tone, "No." "Good morning." Lina smiled brightly and put his arm around Esto's shoulder, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I'm about to train." He raised his hand and pointed in a direction within the forest and continued, "If you go this way, you'll see the training grounds." Then he started telling Esto what he knew. "Actually, I heard a super strong warrior returned today. I heard that person mainly uses a spear, but can also use other weapons." As he spoke, images of weapons appeared in both their minds. Besides the spear, there were also swords, bows and arrows, and a flail. An image of a warrior holding a spear also appeared, and Lina continued, "Anyway, with their outstanding killing skills, they're also called." He curled his fingers like the claws of a bird, saying it was the claw of Ignis. After Esto processed the information Lina had just told him, he replied, "I see." The three of them walked and talked. Lina wondered, wasn't Ignis a mythical bird in the legends? If that warrior is called the Claw of Ignis, then they must be a legend too. Esto turned to ask Lina, "Why are you trying to meet them?" He burst into hearty laughter. "I just want to see if I can learn anything from them. They've already taken the claw, so I'll become the beak." He didn't seem overly excited, nor overly indifferent, and said, "I'll be cheering for you." It made Lina's face blush unconsciously, sparkling with joy. He cleared his throat slightly, replying shyly, "Thank you." Suddenly, his feet stopped in place, not taking another step. Lina awkwardly scratched his head. "Well then, I'll go this way." Lina suddenly sensed something and turned back to Esto. "Hey, wait a second." A sudden gust of wind blew strongly from the forest, sending the fallen leaves on the ground flying, their rustling echoing everywhere. Lina frowned worriedly and said, "Commander, I don't think you should go this way today. I can smell blood at the end of the path." Nezu said with a worried expression, "That's not human blood." He was scared. "I think it's the blood of the animals we met yesterday." Esto seemed to sense something strange around them, thinking something was approaching us. Lina got into a fighting stance, one hand gripping his sword tightly, the other shielding Esto to protect him. The killing intent was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a pair of legs slowly emerged from the shadows, a girl whose body had many bruises on her arms and a sword slung across her back. Her name was Bang. Her eyes were downcast, looking as if they were covered by a gloomy mist, her silent gaze exuding a sharp coldness. When Lina saw the girl approaching, his hand still held onto the sword, slowly drawing it. He spoke first to break the tense atmosphere, starting a new day with the smell of blood. "Did a monster appear in the headquarters?" he asked Bang. "Or were you so hungry you butchered them yourself?" She curiously asked back, "Butchered?" Hearing the word butchered, it suddenly reminded her of something. Her lips parted slightly. "Ah." She raised her hand and pointed forward, saying, "There's one more here." She pointed decisively towards Nezu, who was standing bewildered in a corner. "Another filthy thing." Nezu was confused, wondering why he was being targeted when he hadn't done anything. A blade of light appeared in her hand. Her contemptuous gaze saw not a person, but a filthy living creature. With that, she gripped both her blades and charged straight at Nezu. Panicked, Nezu threw his hands up in front of himself to defend. Nezu's sudden movement caused the cactus Ahu on its head to fly off. The white-furred monkey trembled, clutching its chest and asking, "Hey, why are you suddenly swinging your blades like that?" Startled, she asked, "You can talk?" She reassessed the white-furred monkey before her. "What is this you? Aren't a monster?" "A human, just a very hairy one." Her hand holding the blade trembled slightly. Nezu was terrified and squeezed his eyes shut, only hearing her mumble like a lunatic. "It's a problem if you're human. Say it now, that you're not. Say you're not human." Suddenly, a hand firmly gripped her light blade, and Esto's voice rang out. "Human or not human?" Esto's grip was so firm she couldn't move the blade at all or take another step forward. Stunned, Bang looked up, thinking to herself, "When did he get here?" Esto retorted, "Does that even matter?" He flicked his wrist, and Bang's short light blade was dispelled, slowly fading away. Esto looked at her and called out her name, "Xian Bang?" She was still a bit confused, wondering how he knew her name. She pulled her hand back, asking cautiously, "You're the new psychic-type user. Esto, right? Why did you stop me?" Esto stood protectively in front of the white-furred monkey, Nezu, and asked Bang, "Why did you try to hurt him?" She nonchalantly replied, "Monsters are pests that need to be eliminated." Esto explained, "Nezu is not a monster." Bang stubbornly retorted, "He's also not human." The two couldn't reach an agreement, and the argument went nowhere, ending with them just silently glaring at each other. After a moment of silence, Bang looked at the seemingly innocent white-furred monkey and accused, "That monster. It could use its sharp fangs and claws to tear you to shreds whenever it wants." She continued to defend her point. "Unlike humans, we can't communicate with these low-level creatures." Bang stepped forward, and if we can't communicate with them, she walked past Nezu and Esto, concluding, "Then you can never trust them, never." Esto calmly questioned, "Is that why you kill them?" Bang faltered for a moment. Without turning back, she replied, "The guildmaster ordered me not to recklessly harm others." She glanced back over her shoulder, "Which means it's fine as long as they aren't human." Just then, Kai appeared and clarified, "That's not what I meant." Bang turned around happily at the sound of Kai's voice. Kai approached. "I asked you not to needlessly take the lives of other creatures." Bang realized Kai wasn't taking her side. She replied sullenly, "No one lost their life." Kai sighed in displeasure. "That includes the animals under the guild's care." She explained, "They are an important part of the guild and our allies." Bang suddenly yelled in frustration. Treating those things as allies was a mistake from the start. She turned her back on everyone and declared sulkily, "I'm not participating in this mission." Kai said with concern, "Bang, you need to be more careful with your words." Bang turned away in silence. Kai looked at her and said, "I will demand compensation for this incident. Therefore, return to your quarters. I hope you will not cause any more trouble for the guild during your stay." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth, unable to accept it, and finally, before actually leaving, she let out a resentful remark. "Fine then." Esto and Nezu watched her retreating figure, both looking displeased. After Mirang left, they looked back at the battlefield. She had left behind, trees were toppled. The once azure lake was now stained with blood, not to mention the animal carcasses strewn across the grass. Lena exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" He desperately searched to see if any animals were lucky enough to survive. "I can't find a single living one." Esto looked on sorrowfully, mourning the gentle, lovely animals that had lost their lives. He stepped onto the grass, walking toward the unfortunate creatures. From behind, Kai spoke up, "I'm sorry." She explained, "Meringue isn't a bad kid, but whenever she sees monsters or wild animals." At this point, Kai hesitated slightly and cleared her throat. "Your first encounter with her was unbelievably terrible." Esto spoke in his somber tone. "The ones who should be receiving an apology," he clenched his fist, "have already died simply because they are different from humans." He recalled their words from before. The animals had said, "We love humans." Esto lowered his head, his expression unreadable. If an incredibly powerful being were to appear and harm humans without a second thought, he turned and shot Kai a sharp glare. Then, after seeing all the victims, would humans just say this is another terrible thing? Kai gave a strained laugh, thinking this was truly a disaster. She tried to salvage the situation. They won't change until that happens to them. Esto knelt beside the dead animals. He sadly picked up the body of a weasel in both hands. Then, he turned and walked toward an empty patch of ground, the atmosphere heavy and somber. Kai watched Esto's actions. He knelt by the empty patch of land, set the weasel's body aside, and started digging with his bare hands. While he was concentrating on digging, Esto felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Lena. He smiled gently and said, "Let's do it together." Nezu also stepped forward, signaling that he would lend a hand. On the simple earthen grave lay a few white flowers, a farewell to their newfound friends. Esto's hands were covered in, but he paid it no mind. The two humans and the white-furred monkey stood staring blankly at the earthen graves that they had just dug to bury their animal friends who had tragically died because of Meringue's recklessness, lost in their own thoughts. The wind rustled the leaves, as if whispering a prayer for the animals to rest peacefully near the trees. After this incident, The group headed into town. It was a clear, sunny day, and they hoped nothing else sorrowful would happen. In front of a cafe, people bustled to and fro. Inside, Kai and Esto sat opposite each other, ready to discuss the job. Looking at Nezu leashed outside, Esto reassured him, "It's a little cramped in here. I'll be right out after we talk." Then, he turned his attention back to read the mission information on the paper. Exclusive mission from the Ignis Guild Master, client Maris S. Ruben Aconia. Location, the capital, Eli. Esto's eyes widened in surprise, thinking Ruben. Across from him, Kai held her coffee and began to explain the mission in detail. Her Highness Marisa is the first princess of the Ruin Empire. She's also the Emperor's eldest daughter and receives all of his affection. This mysterious princess appears to be quite audacious. From what Kai said, this year she will turn 21. She's a tomboyish princess and has rejected every marriage proposal. She said that if it were up to her, she would probably request something absurd. Kai chuckled and asked Esto, "Would you accept?" Esto calmly retorted, "Do I even have the right to refuse the royal family?" Kai smiled brightly and announced there was one condition before he could undertake this mission. She stated the condition with amusement. "To bring a warrior to that location with you." Kai pointed her finger. This mission was originally supposed to be handled by the Bang Guild. Then she looked at the cup of coffee in front of Esto and changed her tone, however. "Since the situation has turned out this way," she said with a gentle smile, pointing to her own hand, "Of course I will also go with you, but I shouldn't be considered a combat member." With that said, Kai pushed a few files towards Esto. "I will give you the right to choose your combat member. Please choose from these lists." Esto put down the mission brief and looked at the 3 files in front of him, flipping through each person's information. The first person had lightning-type magic. As he looked, Esto inquired, "Is there any reason for requiring a combat member for this mission?" Kai said, "The capital, L, is a very peaceful city." Then her expression turned serious as she explained, "However, according to the guild's rules, the team accepting the mission must include both support and combat members." Kai rested her chin on her hand. "Because you are one of the leaders of the guild, you are not allowed to leave without a protector." Hearing that, Esto understood the issue, but he still wondered, "Do I need to be protected more than usual?" Kai looked at Esto's serious expression and replied, "Of course, it's not easy to counter your ability." She also glanced towards Nu, who was chained by the neck with a cactus on his head and, crying his eyes out outside the window, "I also know that your teammate, Nu, is very strong." But in the end, Kai was still worried about Esto. "But if you encounter an enemy on the same level as Bang, can you defeat them without getting injured?" Esto silently reviewed the information of the combat members without responding. Finally, he closed the file, seemingly unwilling to choose one of the people from the list, so he asked, "Does the combat member have to be chosen from within the guild?" Kai replied, "No. If you can recruit someone from outside the guild, feel free to do so." Esto lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then he pushed the files back to Kai and made his decision. And so, on a clear blue day, deep within a lush green forest, there was a sound of pathetic groaning. Parker had just stepped out of the teleportation gate and was hugging a tree, vomiting his guts out, while Esto had to stand behind him and pat his back. Parker's face was as pale as his hair. He covered his mouth. "I'm sorry, Commander." At that moment, Kai also stepped out of the teleportation gate. Parker continued to empty his stomach and tried to justify his embarrassing behavior. "The gate itself is fine, but sometimes I get side effects." Worried about Parker's condition, Esto turned and asked Kai, "Isn't there a gate that goes directly from the headquarters to the capital?" Kai explained, "The Emperor is very cautious. The royal family always has many enemies." Thinking of the Emperor she had yet to meet, she gave an example of his caution. Even Muen and Haga, who were from his maternal family's side, were sent to the front lines and were never called back. From Kai's words, it wasn't hard to guess her conclusion. Therefore, he doesn't want a guild of ability users to be able to easily enter the capital. Finally, Kai chuckled, pointing to the path ahead. "So, even though it's tiring, from here on out, we'll have to walk." A gentle breeze blew through the green branches, the leaves rustling in the wind as everyone walked. For a long time, finally reaching a place called the Ranger Village. The villagers seemed excited to welcome the group. "New travelers have arrived." Seeing the group arrive, one of the villagers exclaimed, "There's even an angel." A few children from the village peeked out from behind a pile of firewood and asked each other, "Where are they from?" "I heard they're from the She Guild." The boy in the middle turned, sang asking about the guild, wondering if the people who arrived in the middle of last night were also from a guild. The boy on the left answered, "No, they're from the Ballista Guild." The other boy wondered, "Who's stronger?" The 2 friends beside him immediately shouted, "Of course it's Ignis." "You idiot! Ignis is the best guild in our country." On the other side, NEU heard a noise. He looked over the pile of firewood, but the children were startled and ducked down. NEU, curious and with a head full of question marks, crouched down. The black-haired boy in the middle asserted, "That's right, Ignis is the biggest and strongest guild of all." The other friend chimed in, "His Majesty the Emperor is also on their side." The boy with the buzz cut, who didn't understand the situation with the guilds, also chimed in with praise, "So cool." The sound of footsteps approached, and a red-haired boy joined the group. "Will these people agree to help us?" The boy said with an expectant look. "A guild is a place that takes on quests." The boy with the buzz cut from before spoke up, "Ryan, I heard you have to pay if you want to request a quest from them." The black-haired boy also said, "That's right." Ryan clenched his fist, "I have money." The rest of the boys shot to their feet, quickly making a decision. "Then let's go ask," the black-haired boy said excitedly. "All right." With that, he pulled Ryan away by the hand. "Come on, Ryan." The red-haired boy named Ryan hesitated, glanced back for a moment, and then uttered, "Dad." Parker's voice, full of regret, rang out from inside the house. "I'm truly sorry." Esto comforted him sympathetically. "It's all right. Just rest until the after effects subside." While trying to apologize, he couldn't help but vomit. "Sorry." Kai entered the room and saw the scene. "Oh my gosh, this is awful. Is he okay?" He covered Parker with a blanket and replied, "He's fine." Esto stood up and made a request. "Please take care of Parker. I'm going to go out for a bit." She understood and replied, "I know. You must have a reason to leave like this." Even so, Kai reminded him, "But right, now you don't have any combat members in your party, so please be careful." Nezu confidently said, "Don't worry too much. Nezu will go with him." The monkey waved cheerfully. "Goodbye, see you later." They went out together and closed the room's door. She watched their receding figures with a worried gaze. Then, Kai turned back to Parker, who was resting comfortably. She touched the door and thought of someone. Merhaker was looking at the glass door, thinking, Esto is the only one who can appoint a duke as his guardian. Looking down at Esto and Nezu, he thought with anticipation, "I hope you arrive soon, Duke Hyga." At the same time, Suki, perched on a high tree branch, let out a cry. The black cat immediately sensed that someone was watching him. Esto looked up and replied, "I know." Immediately after, Suki leaped down from the tree. The cat landed on his shoulder and reported suspiciously, "It's not the children." Suki recounted with disgust, "Those bastards are staying at the same inn as that idiot avian. They've been following you ever since you got here." Despite this, Esto calmly replied, "I knew that too." Suki jumped down from his shoulder to the ground, remarking, "Esto, you've become more perceptive than before." He explained, "I just sensed them naturally." Glancing at the suspicious figures behind him, Esto continued, "These feelings just come to me naturally, even when I'm not focusing on them." The cat swished its tail, praising him. "Good, you need to practice more. Like a strict teacher," Suki continued his lecture, "you must be cautious, even around people or animals. Any of them can be cunning." He obediently agreed, "Yes, I'll try." Suddenly, a scornful voice spoke up. "What are you muttering to yourself about? So it's just some grunt with his buddies. You can talk to cats and stuff like that, right?" His words left Esto speechless and made Suki wonder, does that idiot not know his rank? His crony pointed condescendingly, "He doesn't have a weapon, so I don't think he's a user of physical abilities." Another one guessed, "Maybe he left it at the inn." The leader started laughing mockingly, making such a basic mistake. "Is that so? What a rookie." Esto asked in confusion, "Who are you people?" They reacted like someone stepped on their tails and yelled, "We are Ballista." He raised his voice in anger. "I can't believe he's trying to mock us even after seeing our guild emblem, right?" As he spoke, the leader pointed to the emblem on his chest. After seeing it, he realized. "So that's the guild's emblem." The man continued arrogantly, "See it now?" Before they could get too smug. Nu stepped forward, letting out a confusing sound. The soldier trembled in fear. "He's tamed a ferocious beast. A monster or something?" Esto calmly explained, "No is not a monster." The man pretended to be friendly but was cursing him internally. "He's just acting arrogant because he has a giant beast with him." "Don't get carried away, buddy." The soldier tried to soften his tone. "We're just trying to get to know you a little better, since we operate in the same field, right?" He wondered to himself, does their guild have some kind of grudge against Naxos? Seeing that Esto was silent, they became agitated, their lips tightening. One soldier looked offended and demanded, "Why aren't you answering?" He screamed furiously, "Are you saying you don't want to talk to a low-level guild like ours? You Naxos scum." Another member, equally enraged, shouted, "You'll talk to that cat, but you'll ignore us?" He stared at their anger, completely bewildered. He didn't understand at all. The Ballista Guild members kept muttering, which agitated Nu. Meanwhile, Esto walked closer to Nu. He said to the monkey, "I can't stay here long, so please finish what you came to say." Although he was still quite nervous, the leader spoke up. "It looks like you're just a low-ranking member yourself, taking on a mission to protect a kid without any proper teammates. His words left both Esto and Suki stunned. A kid? Wait a minute. Suki immediately realized the misunderstanding was escalating. Another soldier asked, "When did you start?" He replied humbly, "I joined the guild early this year." Upon hearing Esto's answer, they regained their confidence. "Really? I told you so." In an instant, he threw a punch, laughing scornfully. He's just a newbie after all. The leader seemed to put all his strength into the punch he swung at him. In the blink of an eye, Nu's hand blocked the blow. Esto's face began to darken, while the monkey growled in anger. The soldier was astonished, trembling at the scene before him, both shocked and terrified. He glanced at Esto. The terrified leader still managed to curse, "This bastard." He didn't even blink. Suddenly, a loud warning shout rang out. "Captain, look out above." It was Suki, who had transformed into her tiger form and was now pouncing on them. As Suki lunged in her tiger form, the Ballista Guild members screamed in terror. A tiger. One of them screamed in pain as a swipe of her claws drew blood. Fortunately, Esto managed to intervene just in time, before things could get any worse. "Suki, stop," he gently intervened. "You can't just attack people without realize it." Esto slowly approached while the two henchmen backed away in a panic. "They didn't really mean to harm us, right, Jose Smark?" The captain of the special task force. After his identity was revealed, Jose Smark sat up in shock, thinking, "Damn it, does he already know everything about us?" His henchmen were sweating in fear, but still talked tough. "How dare you attack our leader?" Ryan and the other children watching from a tree suddenly shouted, "Stop, you're not allowed to fight in the ranger village." The boy threatened sternly, "We'll report you if you cause any more trouble." As he was helped up, he retorted, "You're going too far, kid. We're the ones who got hit." They limped away, supporting each other. "Hey, you punk, you better leave your guild as soon as possible." Despite that, Jose Smark still turned his head to warn him. "The guild master of Ignis isn't human, he's a monster. That guild wasn't made for humans." Esto remained calm and asked, "Do you have any proof that the guild master is an enemy of humanity?" He replied, "The holy Suhanan told us." His face darkened as he repeated, "The golden dragon Suhanan?" Jose Smark, though struggling, managed to explain, "It seems you don't know, do you?" Recently, there's been news from the eastern continent about a newly appointed emperor. Those with quick access to information already know. Esto was certain in his heart. He wasn't lying. The man continued in an unfriendly tone, "Even though he hasn't officially entered the Holy Land, how long do you think that cowardly emperor will cling to Ignis?" Staring at him, Jose Smark offered his advice, "I hope you make a wise decision, my friend." Esto watched thoughtfully as their retreating backs disappeared. Ryan and his friends approached and asked, "Are you okay?" He turned around gratefully, "I'm fine. Thanks for stopping them." The children, full of admiration, asked curiously, "Are you raising a tiger?" He disagreed, correcting them. "Suki is my companion." The children petted Suki's head and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, he's friends with a tiger. That's so cool." The kids asked, confused, "But why didn't you do anything? You're from Ignis, right? That's right. You should have taught those guys a lesson." Esto seemed puzzled by their words. "Didn't you just say fighting is forbidden in this village?" Ryan stepped forward and answered matter-of-factly, "Well, yeah, but they provoked you first, so it wouldn't be wrong to punish them." Then the boy suddenly hesitated, clenching his fists. Ryan's hesitation made Esto visibly curious. The boy took a chance and asked, "Can kids like us make a request too?" He replied gently, as if it were a matter of course, "There's no age limit for requests." Ryan beamed with joy, exclaiming, "What a relief. I heard Ballista doesn't accept requests unless you're an adult. Then I thought maybe Ignis would." Esto bent down to inform the boy, "However, I'm currently on another request." Not wanting to disappoint Ryan, he quickly suggested, "If you want to submit a request to the guild, please go to the nearest guild branch." Another boy sadly refused. "I can't do that. The people of Vanger Village can't leave the forest." Esto, sticking to the rules, explained, while Ryan looked visibly dejected, "There are procedures for making a request to the guild. If you don't follow them, we can't accept your request either." The children complained in unison, "That's so heartless." Suki endured he knew full well what the kids' pleading meant. If he were truly heartless, he wouldn't have bothered explaining to them. The brown-haired boy tried to plead, "Can't you at least listen to us? Rand's father is in the capital." Before the boy could finish his sentence, Rand cut him off. "Never mind, that's enough. Talking about procedures and all that," the kid said in a desperate voice. "You mean you can't even give a chance to people like us? People who can't leave this forest?" Rand's friend gently advised, "Rand, if we just asked nicely," but Rand wouldn't hear a word of it. "Enough!" The boy shouted to express his dissatisfaction. "I don't need help from a guild like that." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushed Esto backward, and he found himself lost in a gray, empty space. It turned out Esto had entered Rand's painful memory. The father and son were playing happily in the forest when the man seemed to notice something, whipping his head around. A squad of soldiers was marching solemnly toward them, making them curious. Suddenly, a soldier grabbed Rand's father's arm and yanked him away. They escorted him off and stopped the boy from following. With tears welling in his eyes, Rand reached out to chase after him, crying out, "Dad." The flashback ended there, after which Esto returned to reality and confusion. The kids shouting after Rand's retreating figure caught his attention. "Ran." They immediately started running after Rand. Wait. Although he appeared calm, Esto watched the children, lost in his own chaotic thoughts. They returned to the house as dusk fell. He took small steps into the room and called out, "Kai, Kai," as if she had expected it. "It seems you have a lot to say, don't you?" Stowe, looking dejected, questioned her. "The Will Guild? Was it created to harm people?" His question flustered her. "That question is so big that I'm hesitant to answer." Stowe persisted. "Please, answer me." After considering it, Kai answered seriously. "This guild has no intention of harming anyone." He replied firmly. "I understand." Her face went blank with confusion. "Is that all?" Stowe stated firmly. "I've heard everything I wanted to hear. There's just one thing that I'm not sure about. Between Suhanan and Kai, one of you is lying." He declared confidently, "I can tell if you're telling the truth or not." Stowe continued his judgment while thinking of Suhanan. "I just wanted to hear you say the truth, yourself, which means the one who's lying is the golden dragon, Suhanan." The owner of the unconsciously clenched hands spoke up to apologize. "There is still one thing I haven't told you." Kai sat by the bed and expressed sincerely, "I didn't mean to deceive you, but in the end, I used you without being clear about it." She carefully revealed what she knew. A very long time ago, when the guild was first established, people with abilities like us were once hunted and oppressed, so the guild was born with the desire to create a place where those with abilities could live with dignity. At the same time, we also hoped for a world where everyone could coexist peacefully. But times have changed, people with abilities are no longer looked down upon, and the leaders have joined hands with the guild. As she said this, she remembered that giant figure. "That's when I met Suhanan." The dragon's eyes were filled with anger and hatred, swearing a hideous oath. "I will never, ever forgive you, Black Dragon Do-Ren. I despise the human race that you so adore." The flashback ended, and Kai slowly raised her hand, looked up at Esto, and said, "Do-Ren was the Black Dragon who did not abandon humanity, even until the very end, choosing to remain in the human world." She pointed directly at him and stated her suspicion. "Esto, I suspect that you carry its blood." She furrowed her brows slightly, asserting based on her knowledge, because only dragons could only kill or harm another dragon that was near death. I can only assume that Suhanan survived after killing Do-Ren. Then she recalled the moment she arrived at the location of that giant dragon, after the roars had subsided. "I went back to search, and I was heartbroken when I saw the ground was completely bare. But Suhanan had vanished without a trace. I gradually composed myself and began to suspect. I'm sure he's plotting something, so I roamed the world searching for him. Finally, I found his trail on the far eastern continent, the place furthest from the Empire." Kai lowered her head gravely, thinking to herself, although he has lost his former authority, for Suhanan to seize the position of Pope and openly confront the Ignis Guild, it means he has begun to act on his plan to destroy the world that he hates. "It was during that time that I found you." Esto had been listening silently and intently this whole time. "I was afraid that you would follow the path of the Golden Dragon and come to hate humans. That's why I wanted to keep you by my side." Suddenly, he spoke up, calling her name and interrupting her. Right after, he posed a difficult question to her. "Is it a sin just to harbor hatred? Have you ever tried to see things from Suhanan's perspective?" Hearing him, Kai looked bewildered. "Suhanan's perspective?" She immediately shook her head in denial. "Impossible. I can't read people's hearts like you, so how could I possibly understand him?" Esto firmly retorted, "You can still try to guess." He then offered a hypothesis. "Perhaps Suhanan was the one who sensed your hostility first. I also hate those who hate me." Hearing his words, Kai lowered her head, resting her chin on her hand in thought, but Suhanan's rage and authority cannot be taken lightly. With that thought, she stood up, preparing to leave. "It's late, everyone should get some rest." Esto quickly stepped aside. "Thank you. Thank you for telling me this story without holding anything back." Surprised by his gratitude, she asked, "You're not angry?" He calmly repeated his earlier words, replying, "I'll say it again. Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean I didn't already know." Hearing that, Kai somewhat agreed. "That's true." Without lingering, she pulled up her cloak's hood and headed for the door. "Farewell. Good night." The next morning, a clear voice echoed through the inn, "Sorry for the intrusion." Inside Esto's room, he and the others watched the staggering man with concern. "Parker, are you able to walk already?" He turned around, gave a thumbs up, and replied with a bright smile, "I'm perfectly fine. Let's go." Suddenly, the room door burst open. "Huh?" Rushing in from outside was the group of kids from the village, greeting them enthusiastically. "Hello, members of the Ignis Guild. Seeing the children, Esto's entire group had giant question marks pop up over their heads. At that moment, Parker watched the kids rush past him and complained, "Hey, you kids can't just barge in like this. It's a real problem." Seeing they were ignoring him, he quickly reminded them, "If you want to see the leader, you have to speak properly, one at a time." The moment he finished, the children immediately formed a neat line in front of Esto. He looked at the children before him and asked, "Were you all waiting for me?" The kids quickly nodded, replying, "We've been here since before sunrise. Please accept our village's request." Esto looked at the kids helplessly and instructed them again. "I already explained the procedure clearly yesterday. If you want to submit a request, you have to file it at the nearest branch." But the freckle-faced boy cried out in distress, "But we can't leave the forest." Just then, the other boy at the door stepped inside. "Sir." It was the red-haired boy. The one who seemed to be the leader of the kids stepped forward to ask, "You refuse because you've already accepted another mission, right?" The boy furrowed his brow and pleaded earnestly, "In that case, after you finish that job, could you help us?" Hearing the boy's words, the other children immediately put on pleading looks with sparkling eyes. "That's right, you can accept our request after that other mission, please." The freckle-faced boy pleaded to the point of tears. "If you leave, we don't know when we'll ever see anyone from the guild again." Caught in a tough spot, Esto turned to Kai for help, but it seemed she was on the kid's side, her face beaming with a saintly smile, radiating a sparkling aura. Feeling awkward and flustered, he turned his head to look away, only to meet the pitiful, pleading eyes of the boy leading the village children. Suddenly, an image from the past appeared. A huge bear was being carried back by a big man. The man carrying the bear boasted confidently to the delight of the little boy, "Look what your dad caught." The boy then enthusiastically declared his dream, "I'm going to become the best ranger in the village, just like Dad." Hearing this, the boy's father praised him, "That's my boy. Become an excellent ranger so that we can proudly boast to your mother in heaven." Returning to the present, Esto knelt in front of the boy and said, "Ran, I heard that yesterday you said you didn't need the guild's help. So this time, what do you want me to do?" Hearing his question, the boy suddenly hesitated. At the unexpected question, the boy's eyes began to well up with tears. Rand seemed unable to control his emotions, squeezing his eyes shut and cursing in frustration. Damn it. He clenched his fists and mustered all his strength to reveal, "Honestly, I want to leave the forest on my own, to find my dad, but if I leave, I don't know what to do or where to go. I can't do anything at all." Rand mustered all his courage and shouted his request, "Please find my dad in the capital. Find him and tell me how he's doing, even if it's just a little, please." After finishing his plea, the boy burst into tears in the middle of the room. Seeing him like this, Esto said with a hint of regret, "I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request." Hearing this, Rand immediately turned away in disappointment. "I knew it. I knew from the start you couldn't do it." But before the boy could finish, he cut him off. "On the contrary, I'll go and find out about your father myself." The boy turned back around when he heard the next question. "What is your father's name?" Rand quickly stopped crying and placing a hand on his shoulder, replied, "It's Isaac." Having gotten the answer, Esto stood up and said, "Understood. When I'm done with my mission, I'll pass by here again, so wait for me, okay?" The boy suddenly thought of something, hesitating slightly. "So, what's the fee?" Without a second thought, he told the boy, "This isn't a mission, so you don't need to pay, but you have to promise me you'll wait here and not leave the forest." The boy was overjoyed and firmly promised him, "I promise, thank you." Satisfied, Esto then headed for the door. "All right." Suddenly, the boy called out to stop him. "Ah, but wait." Upon hearing the boy's question, "What's your name?" he paused for a moment, then immediately turned his head back, answering with a gentle smile, "S." The scene shifts from the inn to a dense forest under a vast blue sky. The chirping of insects in the heat created a vibrant soundscape when suddenly a clear voice cut through the tranquility. The weather was pleasant, which humans might like, but Ahu did not, complaining that it was too hot. Becker, who was holding him, somewhat agreed. "Well, it is summer. Lately, I've been waking up suddenly every morning because of the heat." Ahu sighed wearily. "I just wish winter will be here soon." He agreed with him again. "I also prefer winter over summer." Suddenly, he realized something was off and yelled, "You're from the desert, right? So shouldn't you like hot weather more, Aru?" Aru, a bit exasperated, shot back a question. "My gosh, if that's the case, do you like eating insects because you're a bird?" Seeing the jab, Bakr angrily retorted, "I'm not a bird, I'm a winged species, and I absolutely hate insects." Based on his answer, Aru said, "I hate summer too. I was just born in the desert. You're being so prejudiced." Hearing them bicker, Kai approached Esto and commented, "It seems they don't get along at all, huh?" He calmly reassured her, "It's okay. Oru doesn't hate Bakr. If he really hated Bakr, he would have made it obvious by now." But she seemed unconvinced, looking at them squabbling and replying, "But I feel like he's being quite aggressive right now." He didn't seem too concerned and said matter-of-factly, "That's just his normal way of talking." Esto, who understood them well, reasoned, if he were in front of someone he truly hated, it wouldn't just stop at this level. With that, he smiled gently and turned his head away. Seeing his action, Kai was deep in thought. I definitely didn't see it wrong. When we left the inn, he smiled. From this action, she confidently affirmed, yeah, he's definitely completely different from Suhan, a person who only lives for anger and hatred. With that thought, she started a conversation. Esto, before we leave Vanview, Kai asked probingly, can I ask why you accepted the request from those kids? He answered her nonchalantly, I didn't accept any request. Hearing that, she quickly corrected herself. Of course, it wasn't a quest from the guild, but a promise. She walked behind him, revealing, I just overheard them. But instead of saying the next words out loud, she muttered to herself, dragons always keep their promises. It seems he still doesn't understand how important a promise is to a dragon. Esto didn't notice and explained sincerely, we were already on our way to the capital, and since it wasn't too difficult, I decided to accept. Just then, Suki appeared, made a sound, and said, you're not a heartless person. As soon as those words were said, he remembered the crying boy in the village and assured them, I'll go find out what happened to Ryan's father myself. This won't affect the others, so there's no need to worry. At this point, he seemed to remember something, turned, and asked, does acting alone like this violate the guild's rules? Kai shook her head slightly. No, that doesn't violate them. Right after, Bakr, who seemed to have finished arguing with Aru, cleared his throat. Captain, as long as you don't violate the rules set by the Guardians, you can do whatever you want. He cheerfully added reassuringly, actually, the captain's support team is already here, so feel free to do whatever you want. Esto was a little surprised and asked for clarification, even personal matters. He laughed heartily, of course. Bakr hummed and whistled as he approached him to explain, it's all part of the job. All guild members are paid based on the work they do. With sparkling eyes, he expressed his desire, I'm going to work really hard, because this year I want to get a blue Pegasus. Esto, hearing this for the first time, asked naively, what's a blue Pegasus? Hearing his silly question, he showed off his knowledge and explained, simply put, it's a horse with wings. These Pegasi are very fast and they're strong but only care about shiny gemstones, so it's true they're quite difficult to manage. Baser proudly puffed out his chest and revealed, where I'm from, many avians dream of riding Pegasuses and unicorns. Hearing that, Esto looked at his wings and said, don't you already have wings? He raised his hand, seemingly having learned from Ahu, giving an example. Well, even though humans have legs, they still ride in carriages. It's the same for us. With that, he immediately hugged Ahu and leaped forward, frolicking ahead. If possible, I'd rather have a Pegasus than a unicorn. Seeing him like that, he said something confusing. Is there a big difference between them? At that moment, Baser imagined images of the legendary creatures. Although they are similar, unicorns are usually female, and instead of wings, they have a horn with healing abilities, while a Pegasus is male and has extremely large wings. He romantically imagined a wonderful scene. How wonderful it would be to put armor of silver on that blue coat. If I get one, I'll show it to the captain first. Seeing him so excited, Esto was a bit exasperated. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Right after that, they ended their conversation and moved forward. An enthusiastic Baser led the group instead of him as before, skipping and hopping along. The forest seemed to return to its quiet state, as it was before. Under the scorching summer sun, only the sound of insects remained. After walking for a while, Baser reached a cliff, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the sun and looked ahead, spotting something. He excitedly pointed forward and shouted, Captain, look! In the sky, a flock of white birds soared freely, and below on the ground was a magnificent, majestic castle, gradually coming into view. He looked at the grand scenery before him and exclaimed, we've finally reached the capital, Ilai. He excitedly gazed at the castle ahead. That castle in the distance is the Zuzan Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelmed voice spoke up. Oh wow! Nezu described with anticipation. It's amazing. It's more like a work of art than a city. Hearing that, Ahu was surprised and curious. You know what a work of art is? It nodded slightly, explaining its understanding. Of course, it's something that contains beauty. I feel that it's truly very beautiful. Suddenly, it became a little shy and asked for permission. But, can Nezu go there? Ahu found this strange. Is there a problem? Nezu clenched its hands, wringing them together, and said hesitantly, to other people. A sense of guilt and withdrawal immediately enveloped it. Then, it blurted out, Nezu is very dirty. The white-furred monkey, full of guilt, said, to other people, Nezu is very dirty. Hearing this, Esto fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Nezu continued to speak self-deprecatingly about its own body. I'm really big and I have a lot of fur. And just then, he stepped forward and interrupted it. Was it what Bang said that upset you? Hearing his question, it looked up at him, its eyes welling up with tears, hesitating with tightly pressed lips. Finally, it bowed its head and honestly admitted, to be honest, yes. Nezu remembered the moment when someone pointed right at its face and scolded it, another filthy creature. Monsters are pests that need to be exterminated. Bang shouted loudly in anger. From the very beginning, considering those things as allies was a mistake. After she finished speaking, both Esto and Nezu fell silent, glancing at her. Its heart was now filled with hesitation. She's right, most people hate beast-like species like me. Can I really stay by Esto's side? I want to protect Esto, but if I do, I might put him in more danger. Returning to the present, he grabbed, sincerely apologized for letting any you have to hear those words. Hearing this, he was startled and cried out, "It's not that I feel bad." He carefully expressed his inner thoughts. I'm worried that people will attack Esto. Again, just because of me. He stood on the mountaintop with the others looking down below and suggested, the capital will have more people than other cities, right? If so, I won't go inside, I'll just wait out here. Esto immediately stopped him. You don't have to do that. Hearing this, he looked at him, but Esto gently placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. It's not your fault. NEU also gently placed his hand on Esto's, replying thoughtfully. I know, but I don't like people who say such nasty things, like that. Hearing him refuse, Esto got a bit annoyed and said sternly, NEU, I'll get really angry if I hear words like that again. With that, he turned to look ahead and boldly declared, and I already told you that you're not dirty, just different. Under the sunset glow, Esto made a reassuring declaration. I will face this with you, so don't hide from their gazes. NEU looked up at him, smiled, and nodded slightly. Ahu immediately chimed in, promising that if anyone said anything, he would talk back to them. Feeling empowered, he cheered up. Thank you. The scene gradually shifts closer to the villagers, carrying and pulling goods below. Then, it cuts to two men laughing and talking while admiring a small bird. And then the scene shows Esto's group following the villagers into the city. The sky grew increasingly stained, with the deep colors of sunset. Behind the city wall, under the gate, a guard was asking the group for their information. Where are you from? We're from the NNIS Guild. Just as the guard was demanding a few things, he noticed a hurrah move. Please present your identification papers. Ahu seemed to sense something, shifting his tree-like body slightly. After being cleared, they began to enter the capital city. Just then, Ahu exclaimed, Oh, it smells so good here. His words immediately caught Esto's attention. You smell something? Ahu looked at the faint lights ahead, puzzled by the question. You can't feel it, Esto? Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, Ahu immediately revealed, this is definitely the scent of divine power. Hearing his words, Kai seemed to realize it too, adding, now that you mention it, the capital has the only gate that connects directly to the holy temple. Seeing his unexpected usefulness, a proud pair held him up high and praised him. Oh my gosh, Ahu, you can detect divine power? Flattered, he replied excitedly. I don't know either. He didn't care about that and continued to hype him up. Are trees sensitive to divine power? That's amazing, Ahu. It's very possible. Suddenly, he started explaining again with a knowledgeable air. Of course, divine power can only be sensed by chosen priests. I've heard that trees tend to grow well in sacred places, and they will wither and die in impure places. That's why there's a theory that trees are the first creatures to detect divine power. Ahu helplessly retorted, that's just a theory. Being contradicted, Perrer gave an awkward laugh, trying to save face. Actually, since we can't communicate with trees, we have no way of asking them, no matter how curious we are. After that, they continued deeper into the capital city, and Kai looked as if she was searching for something. Suddenly, she stepped forward and called his name, Esto. She inquired, do you know where we're supposed to meet the person who made the request? He nodded slightly. Hearing that, Kai immediately thought about it and suggested, well then, since we still have a few days before the deadline, let's take a break today. Seeing her suggestion, he got a little curious. Is there any special reason? She carefully elaborated on her request a bit more. It would be best to postpone the meeting so we can gather our combat forces first. As she mentioned this, he let out a sound of realization. S now recalled the image of two guys, thinking to himself, I appointed him because I remembered that I said I'd call him when needed. Right after that, Kai turned and called out the full name of the person beside her, Bunny Parker. Being called out like that, he jumped and shouted, Present. She questioned him like a commander. Do you know where the Ignis Guild's L branch is? He regained his composure and replied to her, I've come here every year for deliveries, so I'm very familiar with it. Right away, she issued a command, then I'll leave the rest to you. Upon receiving the order, Parker immediately gave a sharp salute, accepting the command. Suddenly, he realized something and asked her, but what about you? She gently turned around, revealing her own plans. I have someone I need to meet briefly. With that, she blended into the crowd and left. You go on ahead. Just like that, her figure receded deeper into the city. Time passed. from the afternoon sunset until night fell, and until the next morning, at the Ignis Guild's L branch building, Parker was sitting on a chair when he saw Stowe walk by and asked, "Where are you going?" While carefully fastening the clasp of his cloak, he replied, "I heard the guild has a dedicated information management team." Hearing this, he immediately shot up with excitement. "The information management team? Is this related to Les' father? Goodness, you should have told me. This is a job for the captain's support team." Stowe looked a bit awkward as he declined. "No, that's not necessary." But Parker didn't seem to hear him. He ran up the stairs, telling him, "Please wait here. I'll summon the information team at once." He stared blankly as the man rushed off so fast that he shed feathers, and all he could manage to say was, "Ah." Stowe helplessly watched the feathers floating in the air and called out, "All right, who?" He asked Nu. "Do you know?" Nu replied innocently, "Know what?" Looking at the pigeons circling in the sky, Ahu continued, "Every time a pigeon flaps its wings, 100 lice fall off it." Stowe then warned Ahu, "If you keep chasing them like that, you might really end up being hated in the future," he said. Hearing this, Ahu looked a little sad and cried out, "I'm sorry." Seeing Ahu's reaction, Stowe thought to himself, "I meant he might be hated by Parker in the future." It seemed he regretted his words. "I shouldn't have said that," Stowe thought to himself. Just then, Parker brought Skyla Ty over. It was clear from the look on Parker's face that he was in high spirits. "Captain, I've brought them here." "Sir," Parker announced. Then, Skyla stood formally and greeted him politely. "Greetings." She courteously introduced herself. "I am the team leader of the Senior Information Management Department, Skyla Ty. It's an honor to meet you, Captain." After the greetings, Skyla and Stowe sat down to discuss the business at hand. "What kind of information are you looking for?" she asked. Stowe promptly replied, "I am looking for 2 things." Hearing this, Skyla followed up, "Can the information be discussed here?" "One of them can," he replied. Then, the 2 of them started discussing the main topic. "Then can you tell me about that one first?" Skyla asked. "I'm looking for a person," he said. After hearing him out, she handed Stowe a form and requested he fill it in. "Understood. Please fill this out, this form with the characteristics of the person you're looking for." He immediately took it and quickly filled in all the information he needed. Full name, appearance, age, hair color, eye color. Baser, watching from the side, wondered how he knew all that. Skyla didn't even provide a description. I guess the captain would know, in just a flash. Esto had filled out the entire form. Skyla then said, "I'll waive the other documents since this isn't an official request." She added, "All right, then we can change locations and continue our conversation." Suddenly, 3 guys appeared out of nowhere, brazenly kicking the door open and walking in, even breaking a potted plant in the room. Seeing this, the people in the room, not understanding what was happening, all looked at them with confused expressions. The 3 guys had murderous looks on their faces as they slowly advanced. It seemed Esto recognized who those guys were, he thought to himself, the Ballista Guild that I saw in Ranger Village. Meanwhile, the attendant looked a bit bewildered. He stammered, "What are you guys doing here?" One of them looked annoyed and replied, "What?" Then he slammed his hand hard on the table and said, "What kind of question is that?" Seeing their attitude, the staff member clutched his head in fear and let out a scream. One of them spoke up, "Oh my, you think we came to the guild for? We're here to make a request," he said. Hearing the answer, the staff member calmed down a bit and continued, "Sorry, but that emblem. Aren't you members of the Ballistic Guild?" The one in the middle crossed his arms and said smugly, "So you do recognize us. It seems the great Ignis Guild also pays some attention to a weak guild like us." The attendant immediately denied it. "I'm sorry, sir, but the Ignis Guild doesn't accept requests from other guilds." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's face contorted with rage. The attendant then replied, "I am also very sorry to have to turn away a client who came all this way for us, if perhaps another time." Before he could finish his sentence, they angrily shouted, "Aren't we clients? That's right, are you discriminating against us?" Unable to get their way, they started causing a scene. "We said we'd pay and make a request." Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Esto thought to himself, "They're a bit rude, but I don't sense any real malice from them." It seems the Ballistic Guild misunderstood the attendant's intention. He then explained to calm their anger. "What I meant to say, sirs, is that we cannot accept members of other guilds as requesters. This applies to all guilds, not just Ignis. Therefore," before he could finish, one of them cursed, "Damn it. Our lives are in danger here," he said agitatedly. "Bring your guildmaster here immediately." Seeing their attitude, the staff member awkwardly tried to calm them down. "Please calm down." "We can't calm down," they replied, then swept the pile of papers off the table. Feeling the situation was getting unstable, Esto stood up intending to help. He thought to himself, "They seem to really need help. I should check this out a bit more." As Esto was thinking, suddenly an unexpected voice rang out, "Rule violation." Hearing this, Esto turned his head toward the source of the voice. Then she continued to list the offenses the 3 of them had committed: property damage, obstruction of business operations. It turned out to be Bang. She emanated a murderous aura as she slowly entered, according to the Alliance's rules. When a member guild into the branch building of another guild, her eyes turned cold as she replied, "This is considered a provocation." After saying that, she immediately summoned her power. Seeing this, Esto was stunned for a moment. He called out to Bang, but she then decisively hurled the spear in her hand. She said, "Annihilate," and her target was the guy who had been shouting earlier, but surprisingly, in that critical moment, Esto jumped in front of the man to shield him. Seeing his action, Bang was completely surprised and hurriedly threw the spear aside before it could hit Esto. The spear plunged forcefully into the ground, leaving everyone unharmed. Then, the two of them stared at each other, neither saying a word, until suddenly, Bang spoke. "Why is this guy here?" Esto remained silent, and the faces of the two men behind him also showed awkwardness. One of them asked, "What the hell was that?" "That girl? She's a combat mage," Esto replied. Then, John Bang picked up her spear and asked, "You didn't follow me all the way here, did you?" "I'm sure I told you that I refuse to work in a team." Hearing this, Esto retorted, "You were just about to kill this man." Bang didn't even show any remorse, retorting, "So what? They're intruders from another guild." He shot back, "We could have quietly escorted them out." Jian Bang stubbornly stuck to her ways, arguing, "Killing them makes things faster." Then, Esto posed a question. Was what they did wrong enough to deserve death? Bang immediately pointed her spear at Esto and then said, "They're trash that someone needs to clean up. I'm not asking you to do it, so get out of my way, you coward." Seeing this, a member of the Ballistic Guild stepped forward and pushed Esto aside. He said, "I was going to let it slide, but aren't you going a bit too far? I didn't expect the so-called greatest guild in the Empire to have such terrible customer service." Another member from the guild also made his feelings clear. He said, "Let's just go." "All right." Then, he looked at Jian Bang and, with a look of disappointment, said, "We really came here to submit a request, not to start a fight." Hearing that, she didn't even bother to apologize and instead pressed her spear to his neck. The Ballistic Guild member continued, "So if you don't get that damn spear out of my face, we'll draw our swords too." By now, the man was furious, and the two of them glared at each other, with eyes full of killing intent, as if a battle could break out at any second. Seeing this, Esto intervened, saying, "Lower your weapons. Down." Bang became agitated, stepping back and saying, "You're not even the leader. How dare you give me orders?" Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Bang's face. It seems she tried to grab her staff but found she couldn't reach it. Bang looked around, searching for it. Somehow, her staff had been teleported to the corner of the room and she said in disbelief, "What was that just now?" It seemed Bang's anger had reached its peak. She furiously called out to him, and then an enraged Bang rushed forward and grabbed Esto by the collar, shouting furiously, "What did you do to me?" In response, Esto didn't answer, instead meeting her with silence. Bang continued to press him. "Isn't your only ability reading?" She went on, "You're not human if you're not human." While she was trying to pry more information out of Esto, behind her, Bang's staff, it began to move, aiming its sharp end at her. Seeing this, the Ballistic Guild member shouted a warning. "Hey, watch out! Esto, watch out!" Nezu also yelled in surprise. Then, suddenly, some guy swung a blade, slashing the air between the two of them. Luckily, Bang and Esto managed to dodge in time. After that shock, Bang's mind still couldn't settle down. It turned out to be Duke Haiga. He nonchalantly said, "Stop right there, hothead." Then Haiga walked over and put his arm around Esto's shoulder. He then said, "If this man gets even the slightest scratch, I'll get really angry." Haiga's eyes radiated a murderous aura. "You won't like me when I'm angry," he said. Hearing that, Jian Bang gripped her staff tightly, thinking to herself that she didn't even realize when he got close. Then, she approached Higa and asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and replied, "Me? I'm a combat member of the leader's support team." Bang continued, "I heard there were no combat members, so you guys have won now?" Hearing that, Higa replied, "It's just temporary. My circumstances don't allow me to join a guild." After hearing the answer, she got angry and said, "You're helping him, but do you have any idea what kind of monster he is?" Higa was incredulous, asking back, "A monster? It seems you're attacking him because he has different abilities." Next, he pointed towards Parker, who was confused over there, and said, "Then why don't you attack that winged gentleman over there? He doesn't look like a normal person." Seeing this, Parker hastily justified himself, "I am a person. Although Phoenix, men might be a subspecies, we are still human." Hearing that, Higa paid it no mind and continued, "Also, this big friend next to me has both white-furred monkey and human blood, so what? Are you only going to kill half of him?" Annie Yu also spoke up, "Don't bully Esto." Then Higa continued, "As you can see, this world is much more diverse than you think. If you keep clinging to your own thoughts, you won't be able to see the incredible things that exist. Despite the ugly look on Bang's face, he still continued to lecture her. Don't be arrogant. It's not your place to judge them. As expected, Jian Bang turned and left in a huff, without a single glance back. I don't know what happened, but it seems like things have settled down for now, Higa said to Esto. Then he replied, thanks for your help. After that, he looked towards the members of the Ballistic Guild. Esto asked, so, what brings you here? The man then stood up and answered, actually, the Ballistic Guild is in danger of being disbanded, he said. The man sadly exclaimed, actually, the Ballistic Guild is in danger of being disbanded. He raised his voice in distress. We were tricked by that recent trending gambling quest and are now on the verge of bankruptcy. Esto asked in astonishment, a gambling quest? The other person explained in detail. It's a scam targeting small-scale guilds recently. They offer a massive quest with an extremely attractive reward, but it's incredibly dangerous. If you can't complete it, they charge a quest cancellation fee. Esto couldn't help but be suspicious. You accepted the quest without knowing it was dangerous? He looked down regretfully. We knew, but the reward was too big to refuse. He clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably. And just recently, we heard that our guildmaster failed after returning to the capital. The other teammates beside him also hung their heads in sadness. The man, suddenly disheartened, turned to leave, saying, what's the use of telling these things to a rookie like you anyway? Well, sorry for causing a scene, I'll be going. Watching them turn their backs and leave, Muben asked curiously, aren't you going to tell them you're the commander? Esther replied, no, I don't want to interfere in their affairs. Parker excitedly ran over to greet him. Long time no see, Sir Muban. I thought you'd be gone for quite a while, because you have to go through many teleportation gates. Who knew you'd get here so fast? MU replied to him, the one gate-a-day rule is actually just a suggestion. He continued, explaining in detail, as long as you accept the risks and don't complain about any side effects, anyone can use more gates than the recommended limit. Parker was suddenly stunned. Wait, don't tell me you used 2 gates in one day? MU casually held up 4 fingers in response. No, I used 4. Parker screamed in shock. What? MU calmly explained. I had a few things to take care of before leaving the station for a while. I was short on time, so I came straight here. The longer I wait, the more news of my location will spread. Parker, flustered and a bit worried, asked him, but I think you should go get a checkup. Should I call the medical team? MU let out a hearty laugh to reassure him. It's fine, I'm all right. Then Esto suddenly cut him off. We're not leaving today. Suddenly, someone walked up to them, and this person was Skyla. She was carrying a folder of documents and greeted them. Thank you for waiting. We should continue our conversation elsewhere. She then gestured upstairs. This way, please. Esto started walking slowly, then suddenly stopped, turned his head and asked New, can you go back to the room with Parker and wait for us? He replied, okay. Ahu spoke up in disagreement. What? Where are you going? You're not letting me come with you? Esto confirmed. That's right. You can't come either. Ahu let out a sad sigh. Esto then explained, I know you're curious, but this stuff is boring, and it doesn't have any of the information you want to know. I also don't want you to hear it. Ahu broke out in a sweat, wringing his small hands. I'll wait, but you have to come back quickly. Esto smiled in agreement. They quickly entered a private room, a large room filled with thousands of books of all sizes. MU hesitantly asked Esto, hey, am I allowed to listen to this? Esto immediately replied, yeah, it's fine. His hand rested on the chair next to him, and then he sat down in it. He got straight to the point. I want you to investigate Su Hannon. Esto continued clearly. I heard he lives on the eastern continent, and there are rumors that he will become the next pope and that he might possess a golden artifact. Skyla understood and immediately looked for a document. As you know, Su Hannon is already a person of interest. She handed the document to him. This is the latest report, updated today. Skyla continued, I will give you the full report, leader. After you finish reading it, instead of returning it, please burn it. She said with a serious expression, although we can't be entirely certain yet, it's possible that Su Hannon will soon try to contact the guild. The Ballistic Guild mentioned they were threatened with disbandment before, right? Skyla explained grimly. Our Ignis Guild believes that the one behind the wagers aimed at taking over disbanded guilds to increase his power is Su Hannon. She broke out in a sweat as she mentioned, and in the worst-case scenario, if all of this is aimed at destroying the Ignis Guild, her words made Esto gasp. A war will break out. After a while of talking in the private room, Esto and MU finally left. As they walked, MU asked, who is Su Hannon? Esto answered without hesitation, a dragon. MU was understandably confused hearing something so unbelievable, and he hesitantly asked, you're not kidding, are you? Esto was nonchalant, as if this wasn't strange at all. I'm not. MU fell into deep thought. Well, if the black dragon exists, then it's not that strange for another dragon to exist. But he was amazed as he thought, this timing is too coincidental. Esto suddenly blurted in detail, I heard he despises the black dragon. He continued calmly, The reason he's targeting the guild might be because of me. Muen suddenly stopped and asked him doubtfully, "So, are you going to leave the guild?" Not hearing any footsteps, Esto also stopped. Walking, turned his head and replied, "I haven't decided yet." Muen sadly exclaimed, "So you have thought about it? Suppose the golden dragon is really targeting you, Esto." He suddenly questioned Esto indignantly. Is this a problem that can be solved just by leaving the guild? Esto calmly replied, "At least it would remove the reason to start a war." Muen frowned and raised his voice. "Don't you want to stay in the guild?" He clenched his fists in frustration. "You just don't want a war to happen." As if he had made a decision, Muen knelt respectfully before Esto and said seriously, "Please, give me an order. What do you want your servant to do?" Flustered by his action, Esto reached out to stop him. "I didn't call you here to ask for any favors. We really just need a combat member on the team, the reason I let you hear about Suhan was because I suddenly remembered you were searching for traces of dragons." Muen's expression suddenly darkened as he said in a low voice, "The traces I was searching for, I've already found them." His words made Esto pause for a moment. In a magnificent, ancient building, an enthusiastic voice exclaimed, "Good morning, Kai." Greeting with a bright smile, "Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've met. It's very nice to meet you." Mubi, who was leisurely enjoying a delicious cup of coffee, said teasingly, "It's our first time meeting and you're already calling me so informally." Kai laughed and played along. "I did that because I know you're intentionally hiding your identity." Mubi put his cup down on the table and replied to her, "Even though this building is yours, seeing the puppets on high alert, I just pretended not to know anything." He rested his chin on his hand with a mischievous look. "So should I call you Guildmaster?" Kai gave a strange smile as a warning. "Just call me Kai." Mubi smiled amiably, "Then call me Mubi." Suddenly, someone entered as a gloomy voice spoke. "And next? Who is the next idiot here?" Esto entered the room holding Ahu and Nezu. "Kai, you're here." Kai happily turned to reply to him, "I was trying to get back before Mubi joined the group. Sorry I'm late. It seems our combat member is quite agile." Suddenly, she froze when she saw something strange. Kai looked at the bandaged wound on Esto's hand and asked worriedly, "That wound on your hand, did something happen while I was away?" Kai looked at the Ahu he was holding and asked, "Don't tell me you gave Ahu your blood again?" Esto admitted, "Yeah, it stopped drinking water at some point." Ahu squirmed, shouting to show that it was extremely healthy. "I feel full of life." Kai thought for a moment, then advised Esto, "It's hard to see it as a normal plant, so it's best not to give it blood too often." Without further delay, Kai turned and suggested, "Let's go. Time to meet the quest client." In a nearby bustling, wealthy neighborhood, Esto's group walked cheerfully down the street. Parker suddenly turned to ask Mubi, "Sir Mubi, are you all right with meeting the client?" He leaned back casually, "Yeah, I don't really care," and sighed, "There's only one person in the imperial capital I don't want to see." Mubi closed his eyes nonchalantly. "Other than that, I hold no grudges against anyone in the royal family. The client we're meeting today probably doesn't even know my face." After walking for a while, they arrived at a house with a beautiful flower garden. "We're here, a small house set apart from the bustling neighborhood." They quickly stepped inside, and in the house, a bell on the door chimed. A girl with green hair holding a large bouquet of flowers greeted them brightly. "Welcome, I am Lantana from Evergreen Hill. What kind of flowers are you looking for?" Esto stepped inside and replied, "We've come to see the crystal flowers. Please lead us to the hill where they bloom." Lantana maintained her cheerful smile. "Did you bring an invitation?" Esto immediately presented an iron coin and said, "Yes." After confirming the invitation, Lantana gestured. "Confirmed, please come inside and wait a moment." Esto's group followed Lantana's direction into the room. As soon as they stepped inside, someone quickly drew the curtains, concealing the area. A line of stern men stood guard along the hallway. Mubi glanced at them and couldn't help but think, they are all knights. Then he looked at Lantana, who was preparing to unlock the room, and thought doubtfully, "Is our guide a maid?" In the room, a vase of fresh flowers was on display. Lantana quickly poured tea for them, lifting the teapot and cheerfully introduced it. "This is lecaroot tea. It clears the mind. This flower has a mint-like flavor, so it will drive away drowsiness." Basco took the first sip of tea, his expression twisting in disgust. He looked like he wanted to spit it out immediately. "The smell, it's too strong," Lantana inquired. "It really wakes you up, doesn't it?" She was quite surprised to see Esto sipping the tea so calmly. "Oh my, it seems you're not too surprised. Most people find it unpleasant the first time." Esto replied nonchalantly, "I know a type of candy with a similar taste." His words made Lantana extremely excited. She exclaimed, "Sea wave-flavored candy?" She eagerly moved closer to Esto. "That's a specialty of Delphia, isn't it? That sea wave flavor?" Esto answered, surprised, "Yes, it is." Lantana was ecstatic, grabbing Esto's hand tightly. "It's quite an acquired taste. so it's rare for someone to recognize it as a candy flavor. I'm so happy to meet someone who understands it. Mubi impatiently urged, "Well then, miss, let's get straight to the point." His words seemed to snap Lantana back to reality. She quickly let go of Esto's hand. "Oh my, I got distracted again." She greeted them gracefully. "I am Lantana, the first princess of the Marisa Empire. I cannot leave the palace, so at His Majesty's request, I have sent this request on his behalf." She looked pointedly at Esto. "I've heard that the guild master of Ignis has the ability to read people's minds." Then Lantana held up 3 fingers, explaining, "When the princess interrogates those 3 people, you just need to accompany the princess, listen to their answers, and determine whether they are telling the truth or not, leader. Simple, isn't it?" Lantana asked with a smile. Esto couldn't help but be suspicious. "After I make my confirmation, what will happen to them?" Lantana thought for a moment, then answered, "If they tell the truth, they will receive appropriate treatment. But as for those who dare to lie before the royal family..." Suddenly, her gaze turned sharp and vicious. "They will be executed, and of course, you will be no exception." After saying that, she maintained her polite smile while the entire room fell into a heavy silence. Mubi inwardly seethed. So does this mean the leader is just being used as a political tool? The rumors about a righteous princess were just rumors. Like father, like daughter. Esto didn't take much time to think. He quickly made his decision. "I accept the request." Mubi was startled by his words. Lantana put her hands on her hips, seemingly dissatisfied. "I thought you would hesitate a little, so this is a bit surprising. How can a person be so fearless?" Esto remained as calm as ever, asking her back, "Should I be afraid?" Lantana suddenly slammed her hand on the table, reminding him, "Commander, please serious about your decision." She asked sternly, "Are you confident enough to complete this request without failing?" The princess was displeased. Instead of answering, Esto suddenly proposed, "Before that, I want to ask one thing." His gaze seemed to see through everything. "Are you asking this question as the princess of the empire?" Esto stared intently at the girl before him, Lantana. "No, as the first Princess Marisa." His words stunned Lantana for a moment, and the half-drunk cup of tea was suddenly knocked over onto the table, shattering the quiet atmosphere. A maid gasped in horror, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. I'll clean it up right away." Suddenly, Lantana spoke up. "I knew it." She excitedly and cheerfully patted her chest. "Just as the rumors say, you just read my thoughts, didn't you? Lantana is my birth name. My mother gave me that name because I looked like the white lantana flowers." She removed a clip from her hair. "To be honest, my real name is Marisa Estranaconia." Her hair suddenly began to transform from blue to a brilliant platinum blonde. It was color-changing magic, and Lantana had returned to the form of the noble Princess Marisa. "The one who requested your presence here was me," Marisa continued, making her intentions clear. "Currently, I am searching for the traitor to His Majesty the Emperor. Although we have narrowed the list down to 3 people, we still haven't found any more evidence." Her voice turned serious. If the imperial family were to publicly suspect them, the consequences would be dire. Marisa raised a hand to her lips in a hushing gesture. "This mission must be carried out in secret, which is why I cannot issue the order as the first princess. Marisa." Esto looked up at her and inquired, "I have already accepted your request, so please tell me whose thoughts I need to read." Marisa immediately listed a series of powerful individuals: Count Endem, Duke Delphia, and someone incredibly close to Marisa, the 5th prince of the empire, Girl Braun Kitten. Back at the luxurious building, Moon couldn't help but marvel at the surprising targets. The imperial princess actually suspects her own younger brother, Prince Girl. He poked a finger at a small flower, speaking sarcastically. "Well, I guess it makes sense, for a family that's rotten to the core." Ahu shouted angrily, "Don't poke the flower, it doesn't like it." His head bobbed up and down furiously in indignation. Moon ignored him and turned his eyes toward Esto. "Sir Esto, is this crystal flower saying it doesn't like me?" Esto shook his head. "I don't know. I can't hear plants unless they themselves wish to speak." Moon started teasing Ahu. "See? It's not saying anything." Ahu was so provoked by him, he looked like he was about to explode. "What? Just because it's not speaking, you can just touch it all over? Are you ignoring the plant's rights?" He furrowed his brow and continued to poke fun at him. "Humph. Do plants have human rights?" Ahu grew even more sullen. "I know you're teasing me on purpose." Moon stopped teasing him and seriously asked Esto, "More importantly, will everything really be all right? The Imperial Palace will be no different than a battlefield." Esto replied, as calm as ever, "As long as I am a member of the guild, I will carry out the mission whether I want to or not." He explained further, "Because the guild has allowed me to be here." Outside, the sky suddenly began to darken, and raindrops started to fall one by one, quickly turning into a downpour. A drop of water seeped through the window and landed on Ahu's head, making him yelp. So cold, he hurriedly looked up at the windowsill, crying out and urging, "Someone! Our crystal flower is about to get hit by the rain. Someone help it. Quick!" The kind-hearted Kai walked by, intending to move the small plant down, when she was suddenly surprised by something she saw. The small flower's color changed from white to purple, causing her to exclaim, "This is a type of flower that changes color when it comes into contact with water. Aha, so that's why it's called a crystal flower. How cool." Esto walks over and picks up the small flower pot, making him wonder, "Are you planning to bring it inside?" He looks out at the heavy rain and explains, "It seems to be scared of the sound of the rain." Suddenly, a voice speaks up, "Thank you, last seed of the Dark Tribe." The voice was strange, startling Esto. Parker asks worriedly, "Hey, it's raining really hard. Do you think Suki will be okay?" Seeing Esto still stunned and unresponsive, Parker moves closer to him. "Sir Esto, are you all right?" Esto finally snaps out of it and replies to him, "Ah, Suki hates water, so it'll be back soon." Parker understands but still hesitates a little. In that case, it's fine. But he looks out at the dark sky and heavy raindrops, remarking, "The weather is so awful, it makes me a bit worried." A long time passes, and a frustrated Parker yells, "Why has it been raining for a whole week?" He is heartbroken and starts to cry. Muin, on the other hand, calmly explains to him, "It's the rainy season, so it'll probably last for another 2 to 3 weeks." Seeing the rain still pouring down, Parker cries even more sorrowfully. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage approaches, catching his attention. A formally dressed person is slowly driving the carriage up to the building. Parker rushes to inform everyone. It looks like the invitation has arrived. His words leave them all stunned. Parker quickly runs to the door. "I'll go receive them myself." The flower pot speaks up again, "I'm going too." Everyone leaves the room, but Esto pauses to look back at the pot. No, confused, turns back to urge him, "Let's go." The small flower pot pleads again, "Take me with you, I want to see her." Its words make his eyes widen in astonishment. A moment later, in the waiting hall, a solemn knight enters and introduces himself. "I am a knight in service to the crown princess of the empire, and my name is Talon de Zero." He proceeds to explain the details of the upcoming events. When they board the carriage, everyone is to act as members of the guild assigned to protect Duke Haga. The Duke will be attending the crown princess's birthday celebration. Talon frowns grimly and warns, "If you cause any unacceptable trouble within the royal palace, the royal family cannot guarantee your protection." Then, he asks in a stern voice, "Do you truly wish to accept this mission?" Esto, leading the group, answers him, "We accept." Esto and his team are ready. "All right, let's depart immediately." A short time later, they are escorted to a magnificent castle. The carriage speeds through the heavy rain toward the castle. Inside, a beautiful flower garden appears before them. "I will lead you all to the crown princess's garden." Everyone looks around in astonishment. Parker exclaims in awe at the massive dome outside this dome. It's still pouring down. It's like we're standing inside a waterfall. Marisa steps out in a beautiful formal dress to greet them. "You've all arrived." Mu kneels respectfully in greeting. "Glory to the sun that shines upon the empire and its children. I pay my respects to the crown princess." I suppose that's what I should have said. After speaking, he looks up and asks, "But isn't this greeting a bit too impersonal? Outsiders might think this is the first time we've met." Marisa offers a polite smile and replies to him, "It is better to be cautious within the palace, Duke Haga." Moon understands, if that is what the princess wishes. Suddenly, Marisa's expression shifts, her face darkening as she warns, "Very well, from now on, you will obey my every command." Marisa's abrupt change in demeanor leaves the entire group frozen. They fall silent for a moment, and Marisa couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. She waved her hands with a radiant smile. "I'm just kidding, don't worry so much. Hey. Marisa, cheerful as ever, turned to instruct her handmaiden. "We'll be meeting some cunning nobles, so if we're too rigid, it won't do. Benzia, please serve the tea you've prepared for our guests." The handmaiden understood and gracefully replied, "Yes, your highness." Immediately after, a delicious-looking cake was placed on the party table, along with other fragrant sweets. Marisa politely raised her teacup to reassure them, "Don't worry, this is just a simple birthday party. Although I'm still not very used to parties, so I'm a little nervous too." Hearing this, Mubi thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, I've never heard anything about the eldest princess participating in any of high society's social activities." He looked towards Marisa, who was talking non-stop, and suddenly thought with admiration, the one who has received so much praise for her noble character for organizing charitable activities to help the community outside the I can understand why she has such strong support. Although I heard she gave up her right to the throne, naturally the other princesses and princes are still wary of her. Marisa cheerfully asked them, "So how is it? Are you all feeling less tense now?" Baki suddenly let out a long yawn and couldn't help but wonder, Wait, I'm not worried at all. Why is this?" He suddenly looked at Marisa, startled and apologetic. "Please forgive me. I was rude in front of Her Highness the Princess. Marissa replied nonchalantly and in detail. It's all right. The tea contains a herb that helps soothe the soul and relieve tension in your body. Hearing this, Mubi was momentarily horrified and questioned. Did you just say you put something in this? Marissa gently explained, I only use ingredients that are good for your health, so you don't need to look at me with such a scary gaze, Sir Chicken. Hearing that, Mubi let out a sigh of relief. I wouldn't dare threaten the princess. Please forgive my impertinence. Marissa fiddled with the teacup in her hand, unconcerned. No, I understand. I don't blame you for being wary after hearing there's a strange substance in your tea. This is a medicinal tea, and its main ingredient is the leaf of a flower grown in a greenhouse called tila. Suddenly, she exclaimed, however, it does have the effect of making animals that eat it overly excited. Her words made New freeze, and he suddenly realized, my tea is a different kind. Marissa took a large, refreshing sip of her tea, but for us humans, this is just a harmless plant because it helps soothe the soul and relax tense muscles. The knights also drink this type of tea regularly during their breaks. She suddenly looked in a certain direction, continuing with a hidden meaning. House Ignis will always be a friend to the royal family because they have discovered the answer in the labyrinth. Esto curiously asked her, so all the types of flowers you use to make tea, do you grow them all yourself? Do you love flowers and plants? As Marissa spoke about her hobby, her gaze became incredibly gentle. Of course. I've met many different people and animals, but no creature is as honest as flowers are. However, flowers can't make a sound, so at first I found it a bit difficult. But you don't need to overthink your actions or hide your intentions in front of those flowers. Because they can't speak, I can delude myself into thinking they like me, and that's the reason why. I really like flowers and plants. She suddenly paused, wondering to herself, why am I telling him all of this? Is it the effect of the Asura tea? Marissa realized she had said too much, so she quickly stood up and suggested, everyone seems to have relaxed, so let's end the introductions here. We should get ready for the evening party, everyone. Ton, will you lead the way for them? Ton quickly replied, yes, your highness. Everyone started to leave as she requested, but Esto hesitated, pausing to think about something as he looked around the garden. Suddenly, he called out to Marissa, your highness. He then held out the small flower pot to her. I would like to return this flower to you, Marissa asked in confusion. Oh my, do you not like this flower? You own a cactus, so I thought you liked plants. Esto replied, this flower is wonderful, he continued to explain, but I think it's best to return it to its original owner rather than taking it with me. Marissa took the pot back, and Esto turned to leave, following the others. I will go and prepare as you requested. Marissa fell silent, looking at the small flower pot in her hand. It seems the flower is very happy now that it has returned to me. She gazed at Esto's retreating back and thought to herself, Esto, he seems more special than I thought. A while later, as they entered the hall, Nezu looked incredibly sad and exclaimed, it's a shame Nu can't join us, but I hope everyone has a wonderful time. Ahu shouted, remember to bring something back for me to eat. Suddenly, he started looking around for something. But where's that tiger? Esto suddenly remembered and exclaimed, ah. Nu also remembered and grew worried, exclaiming, I'm so worried. Suki is so late. What if he's been kidnapped? Ahu couldn't help but complain, geez, that's the last thing we should be worrying about. Muan asked with concern, are you okay, Esto? He replied reassuringly, I'll be fine. They quickly made their way to the banquet hall. A servant respectfully guided them. This way, please. Inside, the room was elegant with lavish furnishings. People were dressed in fine attire, chatting politely. A stir went through the crowd when they saw the group appear. Oh my, so the rumor was true. Duke Haga himself is attending the party. But why this party, of all places? They continued to gossip. Mubi. Maybe he has some kind of relationship with the Moon Palace princess. I give up. Who knows what the lives of royalty are like? Marissa approached Muan and greeted him. I'm so glad that you accepted my invitation, Duke Haga. Muan bowed formally in return. I wish you a happy birthday on your 21st birthday. The crowd began to notice Esto walking behind him. Wait, there's another man with black hair? Does Duke Haga have a younger brother? Someone suddenly scolded the other. You idiot, look at his clothes. That's a guild uniform. Muan turned to his companions. All right, who's going to go first? Suddenly, someone called out his name, Lord Haga. A man greeted him respectfully. It's been a long time since I've seen you in a place like this. Have you been well? Muan looked at the unfamiliar face and said, pardon me, but I don't recall who you are. The other man, understanding, quickly replied, my apologies. The young man cheerfully introduced himself. I am Randon. I inherited the position of head of the Andon family earlier this year. Muan smiled cordially and extended his hand to shake the man's. Ah, so you are the one the princess was waiting for. Hearing this, Randon was overjoyed. Did Her Highness truly say that? Muban smoothly continued the conversation. I heard they're waiting to see if you are a suitable person. He thought to himself, as long as you're not a traitor. Suddenly, Muban asked doubtfully, But didn't you receive a different name? He bashfully lowered his head and continued. I'm a bit ashamed to admit this, but it's true. His expression confused Muban. Why is that? Randon hesitated, unwilling to elaborate. Well, my family situation is a bit. Esto stared intently at him as if pondering something. He could see Randon's sorrowful thoughts, a child not recognized by the Holy Temple. Muban should understand what that means. He is definitely someone who cannot feel the pain of others. Continuing this conversation is pointless. Seeing this, Esto called out to Muban, Sir Haga. Suddenly, someone approached them, their voice full of curiosity. I was very curious why my sister's palace, a place that has always been deserted, is so full of life today. The person's robes fluttered with authority. Could it be because a distinguished guest is here? Muban, Randon, and Esto suddenly froze, a look of astonishment on their faces at the person who had just appeared. Muban respectfully bowed to greet him, your humble servant, Muban. The Haga sends his greetings to the fifth prince. Gilles approached majestically and greeted him. Welcome, Sir Haga. I am Gilles Reuben Akon. Muban glanced at Gilles, offering a polite smile to everyone in the banquet hall. The fifth prince, Gilles Reuben Akon. Muban remained solemnly bowed to greet him, thinking to himself that he never expected to meet him in such a crowded place. Marissa walked over excitedly. Gilles, he also happily approached his sister. Marissa raised an eyebrow reproachfully. You should have said something when you arrived. I just now realized you were here. Gilles immediately apologized to his sister. I'm sorry, I should have greeted you first. The two siblings laughed and chatted happily, causing Esto's group to be slightly taken aback. Esto fell silent, staring intently at the two of them. Marissa asked her brother with concern, You must be very busy with your studies. Is it all right for you to spend time here? Gilles said nonchalantly, This is what I should do as one of the Emperor's bloodline. Marissa pretended to be heartbroken and shed a tear, lamenting, You're still so stiff. Ever since you grew up, you're not as cute as you used to be. Gilles gracefully bid his sister farewell. Thank you for your concern. I should be heading back now. Marissa was slightly surprised. So soon? Gilles explained, As you said, I've been quite busy lately. I just wanted to personally give you a gift. He took out an exquisite red box and presented it to his sister, then opened it to reveal a precious, carefully packaged necklace. This is a holy relic. It has the ability to heal wounds. Marissa happily picked up the necklace. It's beautiful. She quickly put on the jeweled necklace with excitement, promising her brother, Thank you, I'll treasure it. Gilles suddenly paused. Yes. However, he looked over at Esto and Muban and questioned his sister. Are these black dogs your answer to me? He feigned nonchalance with a casual shrug. It's fine. I knew you would test me. Marissa broke out in a cold sweat at her brother's astuteness. He knew and still came. Suddenly, Gilles rushed forward like a gust of wind, hugging his sister tightly, implying, Because I've shown you everything without hiding anything, I hope that you will listen to one request of mine. Gilles frankly proposed. You must always support me, sister. You can't abandon me. Marissa was stunned, stiffly hugging him back. Marissa uttered with a hint of emotion, Gilles, but somewhere out of sight of hers. Gilles suddenly scowled fiercely, thinking to himself, Don't interfere. He thought Esto's warnings were a test. You're a psychic. You can read minds, right? Just stay put and do nothing. I'll protect you from the enemies threatening the Ignis Guild. His thoughts made Esto ponder. Gilles' eyes darkened, flashing with a threatening glint. But if you dare get in my way, I will destroy your guild, so you better choose the next emperor of Razin wisely. A while later, Mubi lamented, That brat is a bit of a handful. He rested his chin on his hand, feeling a little annoyed. He's just like a carbon copy of the emperor, damn it. But he seems to be very close with the Princess Highness. Parker naively replied with a bright smile. He even brought a gift, seeing the two siblings. So close like this, I think the next generation will be very peaceful. Mubi shook his head, refuting him. Peaceful? Nonsense. He won't sit still just because he's not next in the line of succession. Parker, flustered, stammered, act out. Oh my Sir Mubi, how can you say that? The fifth prince seems to really adore Princess Mariama, don't you think, Captain? Esto was silent, seemingly not hearing what they were saying. Parker called out to him again, Captain? Only then did he snap out of his daze. Esto quickly asked, Parker, I'm sorry. Parker, what did you just ask me? He was sweating bullets, stammering in reply, No, it's nothing. But, Captain. Parker also realized Esto had something on his mind and showed his concern by asking, You haven't said a word this whole time. Are you worried about something? Esto was slightly surprised, exclaiming, What? Suddenly, he clenched his fist, realizing, that's right. This feeling is called worry. Esto lowered his head, troubled. This isn't something. Good. It seems we have a problem. The whole group suddenly stood at attention, waiting for him to speak. I'm listening. What is it? That's wrong? What's the matter? Esto began to recount the recent events in detail, just a moment ago. The fifth prince. After Esto finished explaining, Mubi exclaimed in shock, That's a clear threat against him. Crossing his arms angrily, this is no longer the mischief of a child anymore. Parker turned pale and hastily urged Esto, Captain, let's just refuse this request. We need to get out of here. Right now. Mubi cut him off and asked, I agree, but is that even possible? Parker paused for a moment. His face grew even paler. Her Highness the Princess also threatened that our heads would roll if we failed. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and analyzed, but the content of the request has changed, hasn't it? This is no longer a simple mission of finding a traitor. He thought about the bloody conflict and lamented. It's a battle for the throne. Thinking this, Parker grew even more anxious and continued to persuade Esto. These kinds of problems aren't something a guild should interfere with. We should heed the prince's threat. It would be better for us to stop here, even if it means displeasing Her Highness the Princess. The captain can handle the consequences. Kai then spoke her mind. I understand, although I also suspected this possibility. Parker exclaimed in surprise. You knew? Kai continued, but I still think this has become more dangerous than we expected. She looked expectantly at Esto. What will you do, Captain? Esto shook his head without answering. I'm not the one who will make that decision. Marisa rushed in, interrupting the conversation. Their business. She hastily spoke. I am canceling the request. I will send the cancellation fee to you later. Please leave immediately. Esto then asked doubtfully, Is it really all right if I don't tell you what I read today? Marisa hastily instructed. That's right. Don't tell anyone what you read today. Not even me. She was breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to hide her tension. You also don't need to meet Duke Delphia. The request ends here. Marisa thought to herself, I don't want to know. It's best if I don't find any evidence. Girls doesn't have any supporters. Suddenly, reading her thoughts, Esto spoke up. She does. His words left Marisa stunned. What? Esto continued. She is much stronger than you think. He calmly shared his thoughts. She never complains. She has been preparing for this since she was very young. When she said, please don't abandon me, she truly meant it. His words made Marisa freeze. She gritted her teeth in fury. How shameless! Who gave you permission to listen in on my private thoughts? Let me say this again, she warned them. The only reason I'm treating you specially is because of the request. Do not interfere in this matter any further. Understanding her intent, they bowed in unison to accept her command. We will take our leave, as you've ordered, Your Highness. Immediately after, they left the castle. Gazing at the plant on her desk, Marisa picked up the small pot and fell silent. She gently touched one of its leaves, pondering Esto's words. Wait a minute, if Girls is stronger than I thought and has been, preparing to seize the throne for a while now. A possibility crossed her mind. Are they all traitors? A heavy rain was still pouring outside the palace. Esto's group was quickly departing as Marisa remained, frozen in place. Her maid called out worriedly, Your Highness. Suddenly, Marisa turned and rushed in one direction, causing the maid to panic. Your Highness. Marisa rushed over to the departing group and shouted, Wait, please stop. She grabbed Esto's arm and asked in a serious voice, Answer me. How deeply can you read into another person's heart? Esto promptly answered her, How much do you want to know? Marisa's hands were trembling non-stop as she lowered her head and said hesitantly, I need to stop that child. Marisa looked up straight at Esto. Tell me everything that you read. Sometime later, Esto's group finally departed in a horse-drawn carriage, heading to an unknown destination. Para's face was pale as he exclaimed in dismay, So it came to this in the end. Mu calmly crossed his arms and replied, There was nothing to be done when the princess herself was crying and begging us. Para began to sweat, wondering, aloud, Even so, I really thought the request was cancelled. I never imagined we would be traveling all the way to the Delphia family's territory like this. Not long after, they arrived at the elegant grounds of a powerful house. A well-mannered man bowed to greet them. I, Pratten L. Delphia, extend my greetings to the crown princess. Marisa responded in kind, It has been a while, Duke Delphia. He offered a warm smile to his honored guest. I have prepared a bath for you. Please take a moment to relax. Marisa agreed and thanked him. After she left with her maid, Pratten's demeanor suddenly changed, his expression turning to one of disgust. He continued, Now that that's over with. Crossing his arms and fixing a sharp, scrutinizing gaze on Muan, someone from the Haga tribe should have no business with the princess. What are you doing here? Muan concealed his irritation and forced a polite smile. My goodness, why would you say such a thing? We are still related by blood to the princess after all. Shin scoffed sarcastically. He's truly ridiculous. If you cherish the royal family as you claim, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Muan appeared calm in the face of his taunts, maintaining a polite smile. Oh my, but surely, Her Highness, the princess must have a reason for coming all the way to the territory of the Delia clan. Could you perhaps explain what that is? Muan's thorny words left Shin speechless, and he could only exclaim angrily, You're as sharp-tongued as ever, aren't you? Muan laughed heartily, thanking him for the compliment. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. Shin's smile gradually stiffened, and he cursed inwardly. This guy is really... He still tried to appear courteous, forcing a smile as he said to Muan, "At the very least, I'm impressed that you survived the Emperor's game, Duke Haiga." Having said that, he bluntly warned Muan, "But that's as far as it goes. Even though everyone knows you tend to lurk around your own domain like a wild beast, I expect you to maintain your humanity within my territory." Making his wishes clear, Shin turned to leave. "My servants will show you to your rooms." After some time to rest, in the dining hall, which was formally arranged to receive the honored guests, delicious-looking dishes were laid out on the table. Esto's group and Marissa silently stared at the food, not rushing to eat. Sitting in the host's seat, Shin asked doubtfully, "These commoners aren't." "They are." Marissa clearly answered him, "They are my people. You need not concern yourself with them." Her words made Shin pause, and he didn't dare to probe further. "I understand, Your Highness." Shortly after, they quickly began the meal. Expensive bottles of wine were brought out, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Everyone silently enjoyed the food on the table. After the tense meal, Marissa placed her cutlery down and began to speak, Duke Delphia. She got straight to the point. "I came here to return your heart." Shin looked confused and asked in return, "My heart? What do you mean?" Marissa warned in a stern voice, "We are not in a formal setting right now. Don't pretend that you don't know." Marissa elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin as she continued, "I feel I must ask this question to have an honest conversation." She questioned Shin in a serious tone, "Who is the master you serve, Duke Dovi?" Shin broke out in a cold sweat at her words, growing more flustered. "Princess Marissa, how could you ask me such a thing?" Marissa impatiently pressed him once more. "Answer me, Delphia. Who are you currently supporting?" Shin frowned, falling silent to think very carefully. Suddenly, after a moment of consideration, he stood up, walked over to Marissa, and respectfully knelt before her. "I, Shin Platina L. Delphia, declare that the children born into the Delphia family will only serve the Emperor, Your Highness, now and forevermore." Marissa didn't believe Shin's words and shouted, "Lies." She questioned him sternly, "If you are truly loyal to the Emperor, then who dared to encourage girls to aim for the throne?" Shin, sweating profusely, quickly denied it. "No one would dare do such a thing, Your Highness." Marissa clenched her fists in resentment. "Then why?" Shin continued, clarifying, "I believe you know as well that it is the duty of a member of the royal family." He looked up and asserted confidently, "Her Highness Girls has accomplished that." Shin's words enraged Marissa. She shot to her feet and scolded him. "The one chosen to inherit the throne is Gu, not girls. Are you trying to defy the Emperor's will?" Shin remained completely calm in the face of her fierce attitude. "Please reconsider, Your Highness the Princess. It's a choice that can be changed at any time," he raised an eyebrow. "To be clear, Crown Prince Gu is aiming to eliminate all of your siblings the moment you ascend to the throne." Marissa exclaimed in shock. "What?" Shin continued to explain clearly. "Prince Girls is indeed very young, but he has chosen to fight for this position in order to protect you, Princess Marissa." With that, he furrowed his brow and firmly declared, "The Delia family will follow the Emperor's command under any circumstances. However, if we can be of help to the future of the Imperial family." To Marissa's astonishment, Shin continued to clarify, "Then we wish to use our strength to support a leader who is willing to fight to protect. Please punish this disloyalty." The information that Shin revealed caused Marissa to lose her composure, and her face paled considerably. Shocked, she suddenly turned and left, leaving Shin kneeling right there. Before leaving, he just quietly said to Esto's group, "Tomorrow we will return home." Outside the residence, the rain was still pouring relentlessly, and dark clouds gathered in droves. In a certain room, Parker sadly lamented, "This is so boring. We came all this way for nothing." He momentarily felt uneasy. "I'm a little scared. What if something big breaks out because of this?" Mubian remained calm about what had just happened. This isn't the first time internal conflict has appeared in the Empire's history. Honestly, I find it more surprising that the Empire is still standing. Parker disagreed and advised him, "You are a man who stands on the front lines to protect the Empire, yet you say such things." Suddenly, Mubian asked him, "Hey buddy, have you ever raised a puppy?" Para replied, confused, "He hasn't. Why?" Mubian explained in detail, "Dogs also like the masters who feed them, the ones who care for them, pay attention to them, and love them are their masters." Parker hesitantly realized the meaning and said, I understand." Mubian continued to clarify, "I am the same. I don't raise my sword to protect the country. What will you do now if you just leave Her Highness the Princess like this? The situation will only get more complicated." Esto was also silent, just as troubled. Nezu looked confusedly towards him. Esto, also flustered, blurted out, "To be honest, at this point, I don't know how I should continue to make requests anymore." The whole group fell silent for a moment at his frank words. Ahu, from the side, suddenly spoke up. "Well then," he suggested, "can't you just control all of them? The Duke, or the prince or anyone else? Ahu jumped up and down on the table and continued, just order them not to kill anyone, and the problem is solved. Esther replied, my ability doesn't last that long, so unless I stay in the palace permanently, that would be very difficult to do. Ahu sadly exclaimed, ah, really? Esther turned away to avoid the subject, and he couldn't help but think, if possible, I don't want to use that power. He silently wondered, is this why the dragon clan keeps its distance from humans? Ahu continued to suggest another course of action. Then what if we incite the war ourselves? Nezu disagreed, retorting, we can't do that. Esto will be in danger. Ahu waved his arm, wondering, then can we say that Mubian supports the fifth prince? If both dukes support him, then even the emperor can't object. Mubian cut him off. Hey, sorry, I can't openly oppose the emperor's wishes like that. Ahu asked in amazement, why not? Delphia just did that, didn't she? Muan looked into the distance and explained in detail, our situation is different from hers. In short, it concerns the fate of the people in the territory who helped us when our family was on the brink of destruction. Ahu understood and dismissed his thought. Tesk, all right then. A new day came, the rain had stopped, and the sunlight warmed the entire mansion. A black cat scratched lightly at the window of a certain room. The person inside heard its sound and called out, Suki. Esto quickly opened the door to let him in, and Suki immediately began to report, the child who asked you to find his father. I found the father. Esto was slightly surprised. Rand's father? Suki explained in detail. His name is Isaac. They probably didn't want to leave any traces, so it was quite difficult to find him. It took me quite a lot of time to find him. Esto asked in amazement, you went to find him in person? Suki confirmed. Yes, I did. There are traces showing he was taken to the fifth prince's palace. He's currently in the capital. She also saw him by the window and walked over. She vaguely guessed and exclaimed, it seems the black tiger went to find that child Rand's father. Esther replied to her in detail. That's right, it seems the fifth prince's men took him. She exclaimed in surprise, guards skilled in ambush and pursuit are kidnapping people. Suki recalled the scene and recounted. There were a few other soldiers from the same village as him. He continued, they didn't look like they were being treated well. They are secretly training separately. You won't be able to meet him easily. Suddenly, Esto lifted him up. Thanks for the information, Suki. But he hugged him to his chest, gently advising him, next time you go out, tell me first. I was very worried about you. Suki felt the warmth and agreed. All right, I will. Basser also approached them. Oh, Suki's back? He couldn't hide his excitement. Nu smiled brightly and greeted Suki. Welcome back, Suki. I'm so glad you're okay. Ahu missed you a lot. Mubi pointed towards Ahu and exclaimed, the cactus is sleeping now. Should I wake it up? Suki lazily sprawled on Esto's shoulder and replied to them, no need. Let's get ready to go. Not long after, right in front of the luxurious mansion. Your Highness, Princess Marisa. Marisa, who was about to turn and get into her carriage, suddenly paused. Is there something else you wish to say? Duke Delvey placed a hand on his chest, bowed, and replied, this disloyal one dares to inform you that you hold the key to this battle, Your Highness. His words made Marisa suddenly burst out laughing. Oh! Her expression couldn't hide her indignation. How ridiculous. Me, someone who couldn't even move the heart of a loyal servant of the Empire, could have such an ability. Under her harsh gaze, Shin quickly knelt to show his sincerity. Your Highness Marisa, this may be difficult, but please do not avoid this conflict. He continued with conviction, I will certainly follow any decision made by the Grand Princess for the future and glory of the Empire. Ruan. The convoy of carriages then quickly left the mansion. Suddenly, they stopped at a certain place. The carriage stopped in front of a stately building. Marisa walked amidst the respectful knights. I almost knew nothing about girls' plan to oppose the Emperor. She frowned in thought, and if the Crown Prince was planning to eliminate all the other heirs, which meant the Emperor knew about this but deliberately ignored it. Marisa couldn't help but feel bewildered by the chaotic situation. What could she do from now on? Suddenly, she turned back to the teleportation gate. Well done, we will part ways here. Marisa looked over the people present and exclaimed, thank you, all of you, for giving me courage. She flashed a radiant smile. Without you all, I would not have thought of visiting Duke Delphia. Esto also bowed respectfully in return. Yes, I wish you a safe return. She cheerfully bid them farewell. Just then, before anyone could finish speaking, Marisa's eyes suddenly widened in shock as she sensed an unusual danger. Something was thrown past her face, terrifying her. Immediately after, a loud explosion erupted in the middle of the room, and Marisa collapsed on the spot in fear. Ah! The knights quickly shielded her. Protect Her Highness the Princess. Marisa, still in shock, looked towards the blinding light. What was that? A group of people in black robes appeared near her. The leader had just thrown the dangerous object at her. Marisa questioned them loudly. Who are you? Show yourselves. The soldier broke into a cold sweat, anxiously reporting, Your Highness, they are individuals with a very high level of magic proficiency. Marisa was shocked and full of suspicion. They are targeting me, aren't they? Immediately after, she forced herself to calm down, instructing the knights, I'm fine, you all just focus on fighting. We need to capture at least one of them alive to interrogate them about who sent them. The soldier understood and accepted her order. As you command. The others said nothing, once again raising their hands to summon orbs of light, and those orbs were continuously fired towards Marisa and the knights, making them struggle to defend themselves. Thick smoke and dust obscured their vision for a moment. As the dust gradually cleared, the black-robed figures had vanished. Damn it, they disappeared? Marisa was astonished to see Esto confronting a mysterious figure. Head-on, Esto? She couldn't help but feel anxious, remembering she had heard he wasn't a combat-specialized member. Immediately, she ordered her knights, help him. One of the masked figures shouted in frustration, damn it. That person ran away quickly, looking back to urge his comrade, what are you doing? Hurry up. The one facing Esto replied in confusion, my legs won't move. Through the thick smoke, Esto's sharp gaze stared intently at the mysterious foe. Another masked figure stopped, looking at his comrade in confusion. Your legs won't move? What nonsense are you spouting? The other one shouted angrily. I don't freaking know either. His heartless comrade abandoned him and quickly left. Everyone else is retreating first. The remaining person's face turned pale, horrified as he recalled only looking into his eyes for a brief moment back then. As he was hastily retreating, he suddenly froze, looking at the nearby Esto who was lost in thought. He was suddenly jolted back to reality, when his two heartless comrades from before were thrown at his feet, looking utterly pathetic. Mubian complained as he tossed them, oh dear, I caught them quite easily but one of them died. Nezu also excitedly dragged two over to him, I caught some too. Beiji also joined in, bringing another person over, one more successfully delivered. Seeing all his comrades captured made the one standing frozen in the middle of the room panic. Gritting his teeth in resentment, exclaimed, just kill me. Esto indifferently gave a command, sit down. The man was forced down by an invisible pressure. To his knees, he bit his lip, bewildered by his body's reaction. Esto slowly walked over, looking down at him, and continued to command, lower your weapon, put your hands on your head. The man, trembling, once again obeyed his will and raised his two hands over his head, his body not acting on its own accord. Marisa broke into a cold sweat at the abilities of Esto's group and dazedly stepped closer, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to you, we were able to easily capture the culprit. Thank you all so much. Esto replied to her, we still haven't caught the true mastermind behind this. Marisa glanced around anxiously. That's right, she agreed. She tightly gripped her dress, her expression resolute as she thought, now that things have come to this, I need their strength again. With that thought, she immediately proposed, until we find the one pulling the strings behind this ambush, I wish to hire your services again. Esto asked in surprise, are you using your status as a member of the royal family to order us? Marisa replied in a serious tone, no, as Princess Marisa Estranacania, I need your assistance. I am formally making a request. She thought about the group from earlier. The Peregrine Magic Guild, one of the strongest guilds, is a professional magic guild composed solely of members who are mages. Marisa also secretly guessed who was behind this attack and who had hired them to carry it out. Crown Prince Gu, she silently lamented, I don't want to believe this, but the Crown Prince really is trying to eliminate all the other heirs. She suddenly broke into a cold sweat, worrying, this still isn't enough. I still need more solid evidence. Soon after, the entire group arrived at Marisa's palace. Marisa gave them instructions and then turned to leave, saying, you all, please wait here. Beaker looked up at the luxurious dome and exclaimed, wow, we're here again. He clenched his two hands in excitement and shouted, we must be the first guild members to enter Her Highness the Princess's garden 2 times, right? Kai confirmed his words, that's right. Mu couldn't help but ask her doubtfully, that's strange. I heard that the Ignis Guild has a very deep connection with the royal family. Kai shrugged reluctantly. It's a relationship built on the exchange of documents. Suddenly, she recalled Leski's lazy demeanor. Then again, I did hear that Vice Guild Master Leski once met the Emperor in person. Hearing him mentioned, Para crossed his arms, displeased. Well, the Vice Guild Master handles most of the external affairs, but he's still a bit unreliable. Esther remained silent, not joining their conversation. Kai then turned her gaze to him and asked, Esto, after this, the royal family owes our guild a favor. Did you intentionally suggest that Her Highness the Princess seek help from us again? She continued with her speculation. Are you preparing for the moment Swan targets our guild by resolving this power struggle and using it as a pretext to protect the guild? Esther replied to her frankly, that's not entirely my purpose. He elaborated, helping Her Highness the Princess is my personal wish, although I am aiming for other things as well, but those are just for me, so you don't need to feel bad about it. Kai nodded in understanding, if that is your wish. She thought to herself, ever since I realized Esto's identity, I've seen him as a weapon to confront Suhanan. Suddenly, she fell silent. However, He's different from Suhanan. He isn't. She was controlled by rage and many other human emotions. She felt a bit guilty about her plan for dragging him into it. Is this really the right thing to do? Meanwhile, Parker was strolling around the garden. He was stunned when he saw a familiar flower pot. Ah, that crystal flower. Mu, curious as well, moved closer to look at the flower pot. Isn't this the crystal flower the cactus was looking for? Parker suddenly realized something. The flower's color has turned blue, looking a bit gloomy, which made him sigh. But it doesn't look very lively, does it? Nezu, confused, looked closely at the small flower, asking, "It looks healthy to me?" Parker also looked at the flower pot again and said in confusion, "I must have seen it wrong." The entire group fell silent and looked towards Esto. Esto was confused when he saw them staring at him, and he suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Ah." Esto quickly walked over to them. "Let me see." Parker jumped up happily. "Thank you, Captain." Esto approached the small flower pot, his hand caressing its pale leaf. Ahu exclaimed worriedly, What is it? Is Crystal really not well? Did it get sick after coming here?" After examining it for a moment, Esther replied, "It's not sick, but just as Parker said, it really doesn't have much vitality." He looked back at the lifeless flowers. "This flower will wither soon." Suddenly, Estio fell silent as if pondering something. Hearing his words, Nezu and Ahu also became very sad as they looked at the small flower pot. Mu, amazed by Parker's keen observation, exclaimed, "You noticed that its vitality had diminished?" Parker turned to him and replied, "It was just a feeling. I even thought I was seeing things." He became troubled as he thought about Estio's earlier words, "I'm a bit sad. Even as it's dying, it can't even say that it's in pain." Mew immediately tried to reassure him, but its wish to return to its master has been fulfilled, so it must also be very happy. Suddenly, the small flower pot spoke up in rebuttal, "I am not happy." Estio noticed its words and turned to look at it intently. The small flower pot continued, making it clear. What living creature would be happy when it's about to die? It seemed content, as it said, but even so, I was able to return to the place I was born before withering away, so I have no regrets. Then it turned towards Esto, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Estio." Parker noticed the flower pot's unusual behavior and asked, Did the flower just move?" Suddenly, a door opened, interrupting their conversation. A maid entered and respectfully invited them to a banquet. "Her Highness, the princess invites you all to join her for a banquet." The evening sun painted a corner of the sky red. A lavish banquet table with delicious and appealing dishes on the table, decorated with vibrant flowers, made the group exclaim in awe, "Whoa!" Marisa smiled and invited them to join. "Welcome, everyone. I'm a bit embarrassed as the preparations aren't very thorough." Mu's jaw dropped in astonishment at her words. "This isn't thorough, princess? What is all of this?" Marisa replied cheerfully, "I wanted to use this as a way to say thank you." Suddenly, her voice lowered. "Although after that recent request, I realized what the members of the royal family truly want is completely different. Furthermore, choosing to become one of my own subjects during times of danger is not an easy decision." Marisa hid her emotions and flashed a radiant smile. "I want to express my gratitude through this banquet. I hope you all will enjoy it." At her words, they walked to the banquet table. Parker, excited, rushed ahead. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mu was lost in thought, thinking about this princess. This person, she is completely different from that cowardly prince. They quickly sat down at the banquet table to enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly, Estio began to speak. "Your Highness." Marisa noticed and asked excitedly, "Do you have something to tell me?" Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and suggested, "Oh, am I making you uncomfortable? Should I leave?" Esther refuted her. "That's not it." Marisa fell silent in thought. Then she leaned close to Esto's face to carefully observe his expression. Why has it become like this? Realizing her blunder, she flusteredly took a few steps back. "I don't mean there's anything wrong with it, but usually, you only ever show one single expression, so I was just a little curious. I'm sorry, did I make you feel uncomfortable?" Esto lowered his head and replied, "No." He thought to himself, "That's right. People who can't hear the thoughts of others will guess their emotions based on facial expressions. It would be strange if I always had only one expression." Both of them suddenly became awkward and fell silent. To break the awkward atmosphere, Marisa raised her glass. "Here." She cheerfully introduced the special drink in her hand. "Go on, try it. I used some very fine flower petals." To our victory, she heartily took a large sip of the drink. The others quickly took a sip as well. The taste of this drink made Muon pause in astonishment, and he immediately spoke up curiously. "I have tried many fine drinks, but this is the first time I've ever tasted a flavor like this." Marisa frankly explained how the special drink was made. The primary ingredient for this drink is Nectatantalus, a precious flower that blooms only once every 10 years. It's also known as the golden flower because of its golden color. Hearing the flower's name, Muon exclaimed, "Oh-ho, even the name sounds luxurious." Marisa swirled the drink in her hand and continued her detailed explanation. Nectar has been used to make beverages for a very long time. There's a saying that if one is fortunate enough to taste a drink made from nectar, the drinker will possess both heaven and earth. She cheerfully added a jest, because they say that the nectar flower is a narcotic that can even entice dragons. She seemed to enjoy her own story. Isn't that a funny story? But her story made Muon jump, and he hastily spat out the drink he had just sipped. In horror. Pfft. His expression made Marisa worry, and she immediately asked, "Duke, what's wrong?" Muon's entire face, it was covered in sweat as he stammered, You just said this is a narcotic?" Marisa covered her mouth and laughed loudly. "Haha, are you surprised by that? Don't worry, the nectar flower is completely harmless to humans." Marisa pictured a large dragon lingering by the beautiful flower. She continued to explain in detail about this interesting flower. "Instead, I've heard that it has a scent that is alluring to dragons. But since the dragons left a very long time ago, it's become a pitiful flower with no one left to entice." Muon grew even more confused, thinking to himself, what does she mean? Meanwhile, Esto was still holding his glass, about to take a sip of his drink, paying no mind to their conversation. Suddenly, Suki approached, getting his attention. "Esto," he advised. "Esto, it's best if you don't drink that." Marisa suddenly remembered and turned to ask Esto, "Oh, that's right. Didn't you have something you wanted to say?" Esto put his glass back on the table without drinking. "Yes." He continued in detail, "The crystal flower I brought back to you is starting to wilt." Marisa was astonished to hear him say this. "Oh my, it still looks so fresh and vibrant." "You can tell that?" Thinking of the weakening flower, Esto stated, "I can. It will fade soon. But this is inevitable. Crystal flowers usually only live for 1 year." His words made Marisa feel sad for a moment. Flowers bloom quickly and also wither quickly. Another sprout will grow in its place, and then, when spring comes, a beautiful new bud will bloom again. As if she suddenly thought of something, she hastily clarified. "Its life cycle may be very short, but it's also very beautiful. I didn't mean to give you a low-quality flower. Please don't misunderstand me." Esto interrupted her and said, "The flower asked me to bring it back to you." Marisa froze in confusion. "What?" Esto looked at her and continued, "It wishes to spend the remainder of its time with you, princess." Marisa was silent for a moment, then asked doubtfully, "You can read the thoughts of creatures other than humans?" She asked in amazement. That little one wanted to come back to me before it fades. "Do plants have feelings like that too?" Esto answered her question. It's rare for a plant species to be able to let others know its thoughts or express such strong emotions. He continued in detail. "However, they know who cared for them and have feelings similar to humans." Marisa trembled and stammered, "It can't be." Muon seemed to understand Marisa's feelings and thought to himself, "You said you liked plants because they can't talk, but now you know they can think just like we do." Marisa burst into tears, feeling sorry for the little potted flower that was slowly wilting. "If only I had known this a little sooner." Marisa's words surprised Muon, who thought, She shot up urgently. "I need to go see it right now, before the crystal flower fades away. Can you help me read its thoughts, Esto?" Esto was a little surprised by her action. "Yes." The group quickly left the banquet table to go to the garden, leaving only Nezu and Ahu behind. Ahu asked Nezu in confusion, What's wrong? Did you forget something?" Nezu sniffed the air and remarked, "I smell something strange." Ahu dismissed it and urged him on. "Didn't someone just fart? Forget about it, and let's follow them." Nezu kept thinking about the scent he had just smelled. There's something. Suddenly, he shot up, shocked, and screamed, "This smell is..." In the garden, Marisa spoke, recalling precious memories. "This greenhouse garden was a gift from the Emperor for my 5th birthday. At first, I liked it because it was beautiful, and over time, it became a place where I could spend quiet, private time with the flowers and soothe my soul." She looked towards the nearby gardening tools, and before I knew it, gardening had become my hobby. She looked again at the beautiful, vibrant flowers. "They grow and bloom when I give them my love. The more I cared for them, the more beautiful they became." Marisa reached out and hugged the poor little potted flower. "I thought this was a place where the results of my care were most clearly shown." She happily shared her feelings with everyone. "That's why I always thought our interactions were one-sided and that I just needed to take care of them. I never thought that these little ones would also grow fond of me." Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Thinking back on it now, I feel like such a fool." She affectionately pressed her face against the small pot in her hands. "Welcome back to me. We'll see each other again next year." The little potted flower was deeply moved and spoke out. Marisa, interrupting their emotional moment, Nu rushed over and shouted a warning. "I smell something. Something's burning." The whole group stared at him in astonishment. Nu urgently shouted, "There's a fire." Right after Nu's warning, The palace servants also rushed to deal with the fire. A fire has broken out at the entrance to the flower garden. Quickly put it out. The count exclaimed worriedly. If it's at the garden gate, weren't we just in that area of the garden? I hope the fire isn't too big. Marissa, breaking out in a sweat, replied to him, You're right, that's where the garden gate is. Muon frowned, feeling that something was unusual about this, that something wasn't quite right. But putting that thought aside, he hurriedly urged them, We need to get out of here first. At his words, the whole group rushed towards the fire. Over by the gate, a fire was blazing with thick black smoke, but luckily it hadn't spread very far. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from within the flames, the blast reaching them. Muon quickly moved to shield Marissa, and right after, a tense Marissa asked, Is everyone all right? Mubi, sensing the danger, warned her, Your Highness, please step behind me. This is quite dangerous. The fire by the gate grew larger, obscuring their vision. This was an attack. Amidst the thick smoke, Marissa's handmaiden emerged unharmed. Marissa was relieved to see her was safe. B. She rushed over to her. Are you okay? Thank goodness. We need to inform the Emperor before things get any more chaotic. B cut her off, saying sadly, I'm sorry, Princess. Marissa replied, What? B then cast a spell to do something, and the gate quickly slammed shut. A stunned Marissa then shouted, Wait, B. Mubi stepped forward and said pointedly, There's a spy in the palace. I believe you must have already considered this possibility, haven't you, Your Highness? Marissa pressed her lips together in anger. She turned, agreeing with what Muon had suspected. You were right, Duke. The Imperial Palace is a battlefield where anything can happen. Muon gripped the hilt of his sword and suggested, We need to give up on trying to escape through conventional means. Your Highness, how intricate is the protective magic on this garden? Marissa answered hesitantly, It's the highest level. Muon unleashed a powerful slash at the closed gate, but the sturdy gate was completely unharmed by his strike. The Count asked worriedly, Kai, are you okay? Hey Kai, is this difficult even for you? Kai, sweating, explained to him. My puppets are all made of wood. Muon looked up, observing. He couldn't help but think, what a disaster. If I pour more power into my attack, the entire structure will collapse. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he frowned and paused. He turned and asked Marissa, Your Highness, don't the plants need to be watered? She suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Oh. Marissa quickly replied, There's a lake in the center of the garden that provides water. We can get it from there. They quickly made their way to the lake. Let's hurry. A while later, they were carrying large buckets of water to the location. The fire was quickly extinguished. The Count, exhausted, exclaimed, So we can get out now, right? Marissa replied to him, That's right. The entrance gate doesn't have a protective spell on it, so we can just destroy it and escape. Mubi suddenly became even more tense. To remind her, I think so too, Your Highness, but please look outside, Marissa pleaded. The leader turned his head to look back. You mean outside that door? Those bloodstains are from a brutal battle. Marissa was stunned speechless, as Mu spoke with a heavy heart. This is the consequence of believing the Emperor's orders. Blindly, Your Highness, the Crown Princess. Esto suddenly dropped to his knees, shocked by something, as Mu worriedly approached to ask, Are you okay? Suki couldn't help but worry about his unstable condition. Esto, you've been sweating for a while now. When did this start? Esto's face was covered in sweat and he panted heavily, thinking to himself, Why has everything gotten so hot? Like this? Could it be because of that drink? Mu also noticed his condition and asked with concern, Mr. Esto, are you all right? Esto replied vaguely, I don't know. Marissa noticed Mu's way of addressing him and thought, now that I think about it, Duke Haga isn't a member of the society, so why is he addressing him so humbly, like that? Esto's face grew paler as he managed to say, Princess Marissa, your flower has a message for you. Marissa asked back in astonishment, What, right now? Suddenly, a mix of voices came from the flower pot. Hello, my beloved human. Marissa heard those voices and couldn't help but be amazed. Huh, there are so many voices. Each leaf fell accompanied by a solemn voice. We know very well, Marissa. The plants all spoke in unison, although we've been slumbering for a while. We always heard Marissa's greetings. Marissa looked up at the trees around her and exclaimed, You can hear the voices of the other plants too, Esto answered her. Yes, the plants that grew under your care are now speaking. His words made Marissa even more surprised. Not just the crystal flower. Esto's face flushed with difficulty. I tried to do it, but right now I can't control it. The surrounding trees continued to speak. Marissa always talks to us, now it is. Our turn. We will protect you. It's all right, Marissa. Everything will be fine. Baker noticed the branches, gradually stretching out and exclaimed, The branches are growing longer. The canopies slowly covered the entire space, cooling down the air around here. The air isn't as hot as it was before. Mu looked around frantically. The fire outside has been extinguished, and it's no longer chaotic outside. From outside the door came the sound of knights rushing to rescue the princess. Your Highness, are you all right? They burst through the door. We are here to rescue you. Marissa was happy to see her people. I'm fine. Suddenly, an ash flake fell on her face. Huh. She looked up at the sky. Ash, the trees were scorched and vanished one by one. Oh, they continued to reassure Marissa. We will protect you. Everything will be all right. Marissa burst into tears at the sacrifice of the beautiful trees. You all put out the fire. You were always by my side. Her tears streamed down, filled with immense sorrow. Thank you, my little ones. The small flower pot in her hand had also withered. With teary eyes, Marissa cherished the small pot in her hands. I wish I had known your feelings sooner. Thank you for protecting me. The small flower weakly replied to her, Me too, Marissa. The flower had wilted, and with no more attachments, it spoke. But I still feel so relieved that I could be by your side until the very end. Marissa looked at the flower pot with a pained heart. In her hand, I haven't even given you a name, even though I desperately want to call it right now. The flower pot suddenly reacted. Strong when she mentions its name, Marissa began to think of beautiful names. That's right, I think. How about Pearl, that milky white gem? She continued sadly, so that I can forever remember you by this name. Suddenly, Kai walked up to Marissa and proposed, We can save it, Your Highness. Her words left Marissa completely astonished. Really? Kai explained, although it will live on in a different form. Do you want to see it? Marissa quickly nodded in agreement. I do. I'll leave it to you. The small flower pot in her hand also swayed as if to agree. In the following days, the servants in the palace all paid the price for their betrayal after the Great Fire. The highest punishments were imposed to punish them. After this incident, all the staff and the security system were changed, and some had to face His Majesty's wrath and were beheaded. However, they didn't seem to care about finding the culprit. Marissa lamented as she recounted what had happened over the past few days. This means they must have realized who was pulling the strings. His Majesty showed no reaction, which means he is allowing the battle for the throne to unfold among his own children. She raised her eyebrows, feeling pain for the plants that had sacrificed themselves to protect her. Even plants know who takes care of them, and humans are no different. Marissa walked over to the window where the bright sunlight streamed in. A king who listens to the voice of the people, a country where people care for one another and acknowledge the leader who has cared for them. She sadly asked Esto's group, Right now, is Rouen a country like that? Esto, understanding her feelings, spoke softly, Princess Marissa. As if she had made a decision, she turned her head with determination. Ah, she loudly affirmed her resolve. I will become the emperor. Marissa's eyes held a pleading look as she gazed at Esto's group. Will you join me, Esto? A moment later, Esto's group left the palace. Marissa felt a bit reluctant to see them go, so they're gone now. She moved closer to the window, silently watching the carriage grow more and more distant. What a shame, they would have been a great help. A little girl walked up and asked Marissa, Why didn't you try to persuade them more? Marissa replied, explaining to her, They looked as if they had already decided to leave. I don't want to order them to do things they don't want to do. Then she brightened up again. In any case, I still have so many things I want to do. She turned her eyes toward the small, lovely girl nearby. Let's go, little Pearl. The little girl smiled happily and replied to Marissa, Yes. In a carriage speeding over high hills, Nezu's voice rang out constantly, full of worry. Suki, annoyed, growled, Be quiet. Nezu whined resentfully, I can't help but worry. Suki warned in frustration, Don't make a fuss about it. That's how you can help. Pear, sitting to one side, listened to Suki's voice and remarked, Hearing Suki's real voice now, I see it's much sharper. Mew didn't think so and coldly refuted him. Humph, it's not just the cat. He turned much paler, and his head was buzzing from too many jumbled sounds. I feel like I'm going crazy hearing everyone's thoughts. Mew glanced over at Esto, who was fading from exhaustion, and thought to himself, It seems his ability has spun out of control due to the nectar's effects. Suddenly, Esto let out a weary groan. Nezu anxiously reassured him, We're almost there. We've reached the capital's gate. Esto looked out of the carriage. Do we have to get out now? Nezu nodded in confirmation. They said we have to get out. The streets were bustling with people, but to Esto, the lively scenery looked bleak. Esto wearily closed his eyes and thought with concern. We should have gone around the outskirts instead of cutting through the capital. It might be better if he just passed out. Suddenly, Esto turned to Nezu. Nezu, my eyes are shut tight. I can't see a thing. Can you lead me to the guild's dormitory? Nezu, confused by this, asked, Sure, but why are your eyes closed? Esto explained his reasoning. I'm trying to avoid looking anyone in the eye. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Even though he had explained. But Nezu still naively didn't quite understand and simply trusted him. After walking for a while, they arrived back at their luxurious building. Skyla came forward to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. Esto, clinging to Nezu as he walked, spoke quietly to Parker. Parker, Could you go report that the mission is complete? Parker understood and quickly departed. Skyla noticed Esto and greeted him. Ah, welcome back, Captain. She was holding a thick stack of documents. I have something I need to report to you. Esto's eyes were still shut tight, which made Skyla ask, by the way, are your eyes injured? Esto, not knowing how to respond, just answered vaguely, something like that. Skyla, concerned, couldn't help but ask, let me see. Should I call a healer for you? Esto quickly rejected her kindness. No, I don't need any treatment. Still, Skyla remained concerned and told him, Captain, eye injuries can be difficult to recover from. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Esto understood and made a request. Then could you get me something to cover my eyes with? Skyla immediately went to get it. I'll be right back. A moment later, she brought back a strip of cloth. Will this do? Esto quickly tied it over his eyes. Yes. What was it you wanted to tell me? Skyla quickly detailed the information she had received. This is the report on the person you asked us to investigate. All the information on the man named Isaac is here. We've confirmed he is still living in the capital, and we're currently gathering more details. She searched for something in the file. Since you can't review the report yourself, I'll hand it over to your teammate for now. Skyla held out a small slip of paper. Ah, be careful with this. Kai broke into a sweat, forcing a smile as he accepted the paper. Esto immediately gave the order, end the information gathering mission there. Skyla understood and replied, I understand. Next is the additional intel on Suhanan. Skyla's thoughts turned to the magnificent Holy See as she continued. A rumor has been circulating. It's said that Suhanan will soon be moving into the Holy See. Skyla's tone became serious as she reported, this morning, the current Pope, Lord Ezekiel, announced his resignation. The Holy See has started making its move. Her words made Kai ponder. That's odd. I thought Suhanan would first destroy the guilds that oppose him. After relaying all the information, Skyla turned to leave. That concludes my report. We'll send more information via courier as it comes in. Esto nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Skyla. Parker returned just then, scratching his head with a bright smile. I've finished submitting the final part of the request. It's a good thing we wrote such a detailed report. Hee. He suddenly stopped, noticing the strange atmosphere in the room. Parker looked at them in confusion. Why is everyone giving me such strange looks? He began to sweat, hazarding a guess. It's like you've all seen a ghost or something. Mew sighed in response. We're about to see something far worse than a ghost. Parker asked doubtfully, worse than a ghost, glanced meaningfully at Kai, something truly terrifying. Right, Kai? Kai played along, replying, him? I'd rather see a ghost. Esto didn't play along with them. He worriedly thought to himself, when will my powers stabilize? He frowned in frustration. What if? This situation just keeps going on like this. Everyone's thoughts kept swirling around in his head. Mew fell silent, unable to help but worry about his current condition. Suddenly, he turned and proposed to him, Esto, I will go and complete the rest of the mission, which involves finding the man named Isaac. Mew bowed respectfully and instructed, Esto, please rest until your powers have stabilized. Esto was flustered by his proposal and protested. I was personally requested to complete this mission. Mew frowned and said sternly, I am not a member of the guild. Master Esto, I am merely a guard accompanying you. Esto couldn't convince him and had to concede. At least let me go with you. Kai stepped forward and exclaimed, I will no longer participate in this request. I need to prepare countermeasures against Suhanan. Please return safely. Esto understood and replied, all right. Esto turned to Suki and instructed, then please lead us, Suki. He quickly accepted the order, replying, yes, sir. Sometime later, in a rundown residential area, and dilapidated, a man sat huddled miserably in a corner. The boxes in the place gave off a foul, unpleasant stench. Right next to that man, another person lay bedridden, covered by a simple, smelly blanket. Suki led Esto's group to the front of the house. This is the place. Mu raised an eyebrow in disbelief at the dilapidated house. Is this really the place? The fifth prince took him away only to leave him in a dump like this? Suki affirmed with certainty. I am sure of it. Mu quickly walked up and knocked on the door of the house. Is anyone inside? He knocked for a long time, but no one came to open the door, so Mu called out again, loudly. Is no one home? We're here at Rand's request. Hearing him mention Rand's name, the person inside slowly cracked the door open, suspiciously. Did you just say Rand? Mu peeked inside and described the boy's appearance. Rand from the Guardian's village, red hair, 10 years old. I'm here to see that child's father. The man looked over Esto's group, inquiring, you all look like members of the guild, but you came all the way out here? Is it for an accepted request? Follow me. They quickly followed him inside. They approached a stained curtain. Esto, supported by Parker, also stepped inside. He vaguely sensed through the smelly air the place smelled of blood and urine. He muttered doubtfully, is this man still alive or not? They all looked towards a man who was severely injured and unconscious. The man who led them, in reply to Esto, "He is, at least for now." Parker looked at the wounds wrapped around the man and cried out in distress. "Oh, heavens, his injuries are too severe. We need to treat him." The other man cut him off. "It's no use. This isn't the first time someone has passed away like this." He turned his head and glanced at the well-dressed people. "Don't forget that this place is like the Empire's garbage dump, my esteemed guests. I'll be right outside. Just call me when you're done talking." As soon as the man left, Esto approached the bedside and asked, "Are you Isaac, Rand's father?" Isaac whispered back in response to him, "Rand?" He tremblingly asked about the boy's condition. "How is that child? How are you doing? Are you okay?" Esto sensed his faint life force and thought to himself, "He's not going to make it. I'm here." "Too late." Esto quickly reassured Isaac. "Rand is very healthy. You don't need to worry." Isaac, relieved, stammered his thanks. "Thank you. Truly. Rand." Suddenly, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood in agony. Esto sensed that his time was running out and immediately removed his blindfold, looking directly into his eyes. "Mr. Isaac, if you find it difficult to speak, just think of what you want to convey in your mind." He thought telepathically to Isaac, "What is the message you wish to send?" Isaac was shocked by Esto's extraordinary ability, his eyes filling with tears as he thought sorrowfully, "My son, Rand, please tell him about my death. If he asks, tell him how I died." He recounted the details, reflecting on his past. "I was not captured and brought here. It was entirely voluntary, and even in my final moments, I do not regret placing my complete loyalty in Ruber Razin. My only regret," he thought of Rand's radiant smile and lamented internally, "is that I cannot return to my boy." Isaac tremblingly turned his pleading eyes to Esto. "Please tell my boy for me that I love him." Understanding, he accepted the man's request. "I understand. I will tell the boy the words you wish to send." In the peaceful village, tears streamed down Isaac's face as he, before closing his eyes for the last time, managed to whisper his thanks to him. "Thank you." His hand went limp, and he departed from this world to a place far away. Meanwhile, Nezu was waiting obediently, tucked into a corner for Esto's group. Being too large to enter with them, the people nearby stopped to stare and gossip about him. A visitor, for the first time in a long while. Their thoughts and voices swirled around endlessly, I heard. "They're from the Ignis Guild. What's with that monster? Is it a pet?" 3 men nearby suddenly hatched a wicked plan and laughed amongst themselves. "Let's steal it and sell it." Nezu, at that moment, was distracted by a melody he was hearing. Suddenly, he looked around in confusion as the melody vanished. While he was scratching his ear, trying to hear better, from behind him, a man rushed forward. He swung a wooden plank hard against Nezu's head, grinning wickedly. "I thought I had you, gotcha now." But the sight before him made the man panic. Nezu was still conscious, and on his head a large lump had formed. Nezu turned his head indignantly. "Hey." He grabbed the long wooden plank from the man's hand. Nezu raised an eyebrow resentfully. "Your wooden stick hit Nezu." The man, terrified, shouted for his accomplices to help. This thing is strong. Help me." His 2 accomplices were cowering to the side, assessing the situation. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you hear that? The monster can talk." The other one replied doubtfully, "Is it a rare monster?" The first one, excited by the thought of a huge profit, said, "Isn't it just a monkey? It looks like selling it would fetch a hefty price." At this point, Nezu was still unaware of the danger, looking with innocent eyes at the man with ill intentions towards him. The 2 men came out of hiding, looking at Nezu with a sinister smile. "It seems selling it will bring in a lot of money." Nezu still didn't understand what was happening and looked at them in confusion. The man who had just attacked him was terrified by his strength and quickly let go of the plank. Yikes! He promptly ran away, shouting for help. "Help me!" Nezu, surprised, reached out to stop him. "Wait." The man grew even more frightened and screamed, "Whoa! A monster is chasing me." Nezu retorted in confusion, "That's not it. Wait." Suddenly, a splash of blood appeared before Nezu's eyes. The man who had just run away was taken out by his own 2 accomplices. "It seems you understand our language. That other accomplice is cruel." He kicked his pathetic comrade away. "We'll give you food. We'll give you much tastier things if you come with us." Nezu trembled with anger. "I don't eat humans. Nezu is not a monster," he shouted furiously. Esto had told Nezu he wasn't a monster. Suddenly, something was thrown hard at him. A glass wine bottle smashed into his head, causing him to cry out in pain. The bottle shattered, splashing a terrifying red liquid everywhere, and he quickly raised his hand to wipe it away. The sticky red liquid spread all over his hand, and the 2 villains laughed savagely after scoring a direct hit on him. The man laughed loudly, thinking he had successfully taken him down. "If you absorb that liquid, no matter how powerful you are, a monster like you won't be able to fight us." "Huh." Nezu was no longer docile. He roared in fury. His roar stunned the 2 men. "Huh. Nezu suddenly transformed completely, becoming bloodthirsty, baring his sharp fangs and growling. He quickly and aggressively approached the two clueless men, causing them to scream in terror. A bloody rampage occurred right after. From inside the house, Esto heard Nezu's roars and rushed out to check on the situation. Nezu. He hurried over to the frantic Nezu. Nezu, look at me. Esto gently approached to calm him down. He said, "It's okay. The guys who made you mad aren't here anymore." Nezu growled in anger. "Esto, those people killed their friend and told me to eat him. They're horrible." His eyes welled with tears, unable to hide his heartbreak at the cruel actions of those men. "I'm not a monster, but they threw things at me. My eye hurt so much and I was too furious to just stand still." Esto was silent for a moment, then reached out to gently hold him, comforting. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone." Nezu had calmed down a lot. He looked straight into Esto's eyes with suspicion. "But Esto, did you take off your blindfold?" He asked in confusion. "You don't need to cover your eyes anymore." Esto grabbed the blindfold and replied, "No, I still need it." He quickly put the blindfold over his eyes. "Let's go back." Right after that, he and the others returned to the building. A few days later, in Esto's grand residence, he didn't leave the building but rested quietly in his private room. He lay there, thinking about the past few days. 10 days have passed since I drank that nectar water. Now my powers are more stable, but I still can't fully control them. I need to find some way to master all of my abilities. He still had to wear the blindfold despite many days of rest. Suddenly, he shot up in bed as if he thought of something. Esto fell silent, deep in thought. He clenched his fist into the wrinkled bedsheet. "They're my powers, but why can't I control them at will? I need to train somehow." He thought about the magnificent Holy Sea and its mysterious people. Could someone there know about the power of the golden dragon, Suhanan? He paused, then refuted his own thought. But Kai said that Suhanan despises the black dragon. Esto gritted his teeth in fury as he thought about this. He turned and got out of bed, lost in thought. Even though he hates the black dragon, why didn't he go to the dragon realm and instead stay here trying to eradicate humanity? He decided to himself, "I need someone who can help me." Esto quickly called out for Kai. "Kai, Kai." Kai cheerfully entered his room. "You called for me?" She walked closer to him and asked, "I just got back." Again. "Well, how are you feeling?" "I tried to walk as quietly as possible so I wouldn't disturb you." Esto answered vaguely. "About her, I don't know." Suddenly, she remembered everyone else and looked around frantically, then asked, "Ah, but where is everyone else?" Esto replied, "They'll be back soon." Kai was displeased and put her hands on her hips angrily. "They left you alone in this condition?" Mu Bien, standing by the door with Parker, spoke coldly. "We went out to look for you." He turned to look at Kai. Mockingly, "You were gone for several days. What an irresponsible guild master. So if you found any information, then start talking." Kai quickly reported what she had found out. "We have both good news and bad news regarding Suhanan. Which do you guys want to hear first?" Esto immediately made his choice. "The good news, please. Thank you." Kai immediately began her detailed report. "Suhanan has stopped his movements. It seems he's thinking about claiming the papal throne." Mubian crossed his arms and commented on the information. "Oh, that's good news, isn't it?" Kai turned to look at him and continued, "That's right, but it could also lead to more trouble." She pondered the worst-case scenario. If he manages to become the Pope, then not even the Emperor could deal with him easily, to be able to. Furthermore, Suhanan will definitely try to pull the Emperor to his side. Parker scratched his head in confusion and blurted out, "So what kind of trouble will it cause if he becomes the Pope? Am I the only one who doesn't know?" Kai enthusiastically answered his question. "Suhanan isn't human, he's a dragon." Parker got excited as he understood the issue. "I get it now." But then he suddenly froze at the shocking news. "A dragon?" Kai then continued, "Don't you want to hear more about this?" Parker quickly gestured with his hands. No, I think it's best if I don't know." He turned, pale with fear. "Dragons are supposed to be mythical creatures, so why do I seem to be running into them everywhere?" Esto asked doubtfully. "So what's the bad news?" Kai said nothing, just silently handed him a piece of paper. Esto took the paper and removed his blindfold. He was shocked as he read its contents. Kai continued to explain in detail. "It seems Suhanan has discovered the identity of the black dragon Esto. Ah, he wants to meet you." A few lines were written on the paper. Requester Suhanan. Esto read. The next part of the message: "The day the holy pillar of God's light covers the eternal resting place of the worthy. On that day, I will call for you. You will spill your own blood upon the altar and reveal the truth." Mubian raised an eyebrow at the content of the paper. "My goodness, this is supposed to be a request. It's more like a command. So he's going to drag you there by any means necessary." Oru jumped overexcitedly and exclaimed, "Is this Suhanan guy a teenager? I can't tell if this is a request or a poem anymore." Kai continued to detail the information she had gathered. "The holy pillar of God's light must be the inauguration ceremony for the Pope, a baptismal ceremony performed by God, not by humanity. The moment the new pope's position is decided, a pillar of God's light will descend to illuminate the entire eternal resting place of the worthy, proving the pope's divinity. Mu Bien frowned as he analyzed the situation, so he plans to meet Esto at the very moment. He becomes the pope? We've already received their request, so if we refuse, Kai stated in a serious tone, he would even destroy our guild to find Esto. She closed her eyes, breaking into a cold sweat, feeling troubled, because the only emotion Sue. Hanan harbored a bone-deep hatred for the Black Dragon lineage. The entire group turned to look at Esto, awaiting his decision. Parker suddenly spoke up in confusion. So, does spilling blood mean he's going to die? Kai turned to explain clearly to him that he wouldn't summon Esto all the way to the Holy Temple just for that. Besides, don't the followers of God consider killing a taboo? Kai couldn't help but wonder aloud. He must have some secret method to deal with Esto. Parker, still not understanding the situation, continued to ask, then why was the captain summoned to a place of rest? Mu, looking troubled, quickly dismissed those chaotic thoughts. Ugh, why are we trying to understand the wishes of a crazy dragon? I just don't want my master to get hurt. Parker agreed and reassured him, you don't need to worry too much. From another perspective, we still have time until then. After a while pondering the paper, Esto suddenly called out to Kai. He turned and continued seriously. If we can't find a solution before the Pope's inauguration ceremony, I will leave the guild. Kai disagreed, objecting to his request. You don't have to do that. Our Ignis guild won't just sit back and let things happen. You know that. Esto fell silent for a moment, clutching the paper and feeling guilty. You all don't have to be in danger because of my involvement. He looked at the name on the card again. Actually, I also wanted to meet him someday. Even if they hate me, they are still. He thought of the Golden Dragon's appearance and continued, the first of my kind I've ever met, but I don't want my choice to involve the guild. Esto put his blindfold back on and proposed once more. May I have permission to leave the guild? Guild leader. He pressed his lips together, waiting for Kai's reaction. Esto fretted silently. Will she be disappointed? He thought of Kai's cheerful demeanor from before. I don't care if people I don't even know hate me, I'm used to it. But then he recalled her serious expression and firm words, I want to protect you. After a moment of thought, Kai sighed and said, well then, there's no other way. Let's go meet him. Her words surprised Esto. Huh? Kai firmly asserted to him, I've always told you that the Ignis Guild will always support you, which means that no matter what choice you make, we will follow you. She pointed towards Esto and continued, because you are the captain of this guild, Esto. Her voice was serious, firm in her decision. That title isn't just for show. Mu leaned back casually. So, do we have free time until that inauguration ceremony takes place? Kai turned and replied to him, for now, yes, because we've already completed our previous mission, so we don't need the combat specialized members right now. Mu exclaimed unhappily. How heartless. Why are you in such a hurry to kick me out of the guild? I'm outside my territory now, so I'm going to enjoy life. Parker looked at him, stunned, thinking to himself, I thought you were already enjoying it though. Kai once again turned her gaze to Esto, suggesting brightly, Esto, let's head back to headquarters. Esto smiled faintly, nodding in agreement with her suggestion. This morning, the sky was clear blue, the air was fresh, and the plants grew lushly. Stretching to greet the morning Sunday, Parker looked around cautiously and remarked, summer is almost over. Mu replied to him, that's right, I hope autumn comes soon. Parker asked him curiously, is something fun happening in the fall? Mu pointed in a direction, explaining in detail. One of the biggest festivals in Rouen, the Autumn Leaf Festival. Parker exclaimed doubtfully, the Autumn Leaf Festival? Mu thought about it. One of the biggest festivals in Rouen, the Autumn Leaf Festival. Parker exclaimed doubtfully, the Autumn Leaf Festival, Mu pondered. The vibrant golden maple leaves continued. That's right, it's a shame the Haga family's territory has so many monsters, so it's not a suitable place to watch the leaves fall. This thought made him incredibly happy. When autumn comes, I want to run and play around somewhere with lots of beautiful leaves. Parker grew even more confused, thinking to himself, aren't you going back? Suddenly, he remembered and exclaimed, if we're talking about leaves, my hometown has beautiful ones too. Mubian paused and asked, Avian Village? Parker recalled the lush green canopies amidst high cliffs and confirmed, that's right, although they're deep in the mountains. The more he reminisced, the more excited he became. Maybe it's the location, but the leaves there come in all sorts of colors, and the fruit from those trees are also delicious. Mubian suddenly asked curiously, do you want to go home? Parker took the chance to share his true feelings. I really like my life right now. I see the headquarters as my home. He laughed cheerfully and said, of course. When there's a break, I'll go back to my family and rest for a while. If I get the chance, I'd like to invite everyone to my home. Heh. Nezu also got drawn into their conversation and chimed in. Nezu wants to go too. Parker suddenly remarked, it might be a bit too high for you. Nezu was still very excited. It's fine, Nezu can climb mountains. Parker found it hard to explain clearly. thinking of the sheer cliffs and forcing a smile. It might be a little steeper than you imagine. Time passed quickly, and the evening painted the sky red, with orange-golden sunlight shining through the leaves onto a clearing. Esto's group stopped at a certain place. By the roadside, a wooden sign, old and worn, indicated the area's name, Guard Village. Parker stared at the sign and remarked, "Even though we had to pass through this place, it seems we ended up back at Guard Village." Suddenly, a voice shouted out, startling them, "It's the Ignis Guild." The children, along with Ryan, ran excitedly to greet them. Ryan hugged Esto tightly, eagerly asking for news of Isaac. "Brother Esto, did you find my dad?" The boy's voice was high with excitement. "I was really good while waiting, so tell me everything." Esto hesitated, unsure how to begin. Ryan's eyes were sparkling in anticipation of Esto's answer. Ryan then noticed something unusual about Esto's face and faltered. "Huh?" the boy asked with concern. "Brother, is your eye hurt?" At that moment, Esto remained silent, lost in somber thought. He knelt down, tightly gripping the boy's hand, and spoke in a low voice. "Ryan, listen." He continued seriously. "There's something I must tell you." Esto slowly began to answer the boy's hopeful expression. "Your father." Everyone around fell silent as Esto recounted the events, explaining in detail Isaac's illness and how he passed away. Everyone nearby who heard the story could not help but shed tears of sorrow. The boys, who had been cheerful just moments before, were now sobbing uncontrollably. Ryan stood frozen, tears streaming down his face in horror. Esto, filled with pity for the unfortunate boy, said, "I'm sorry to be the one to bring you this sad news." Ryan didn't blame Esto, retorting, "Why are you apologizing?" The boy forced a pained smile. "Thank you for keeping your promise to me. I'll be sure to repay you one day." Esto was stunned by Ryan's innocent words. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to the present. Esto. Esto's group had long since left the village and were continuing on their journey. Mubian asked with concern, "Are you still worried about that kid? You've been in a daze ever since we left Guard Village." Esto confessed, "I thought he would hate me, at least a little." Mubian couldn't hide his surprise, surprised by his thoughts. "Hate you?" Esto said in a gloomy, troubled voice, "Because I was the one who brought him the bad news." "Even so, Rand still thanked me." Mubian turned to comfort him. "That child wanted news about his father, and you fulfilled that request. It's only natural for the boy to be grateful." He reassured Esto with a gentle look. "Why would the boy hate you?" He was still troubled and blurted out, "That's true, but..." He pressed his lips together, not saying more, and just thought to himself, sometimes humans need something to resent. Parker looked around the crowded space. The headquarters is a bit noisy now. Kai knew all too well this situation will continue for a while longer because the power struggle within the royal family has officially begun. She mused about the countless letters being sent and the waves of requests that will continuously flood the captain, but I encourage us not to get involved with any faction, whether it's the princesses or the princes. Esto nodded in understanding. "I understand," Kai suddenly added. "There's one more thing." She instructed, "The Pope's inauguration for Suhanan will take place in the winter. Until then, everyone can do whatever they want." Kai suddenly waved goodbye to them and left. "Well, I'm very busy now, so I'll be going. If you need my help with anything, just call me." Kai hurriedly turned and left. Parker hesitantly spoke up. Captain." He was holding a pile of letters. "I've already checked them. There are a total of 88 requests for you. Should I give them to you?" Esto broke out in a cold sweat at the overwhelming number of letters. "Please filter out the ones related to the royal family for me." Looking at the number of letters left in the basket after Parker finished filtering, there were only 9 requests left. Esto shook his head wearily and lamented, "That's still a lot." He quickly grabbed those letters. Parker asked in amazement, "Captain, are you going to get to work right away?" He couldn't help but worry about his health and advised, "You must still be tired. You should rest first." Nezu also agreed and reminded him, "That's right, you just got back." Mubian also chimed in, "We're also on break, so how about we go on a trip instead of working?" Parker quickly agreed, "I agree." But Esto didn't seem to hear their advice and was focused on examining the letters. "Mr. Parker." Parker jumped, startled at being called. "Yes?" He looked up and asked, "Where's the headquarters culinary department?" Parker answered, stunned, "You? Huh? If you mean the culinary department, are you talking about the chefs in charge of the guild's public cafeteria?" They thought of the cafeteria area. Parker said doubtfully, "Ah, do you want to eat something? If so, I'll go get it for you." Esto retorted, "No." He held out a piece of paper. "It's a request." Parker took the paper and read its contents. "A request from the culinary department. I'm a bit surprised. Normally guild members don't send requests to each other." Suddenly, the information on it made him freeze. "I am the head chef of the culinary department. It seems there are 2 creatures in the kitchen that we can't tell apart. Because of them, there has been a lot of confusion and accidents happening lately." Parker continued reading the contents aloud. "Captain, please tell us which one is real and which one is fake." "Captain, are you planning to take this mission?" Esto nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. I don't want to pretend like I don't know about a troublesome situation happening within the guild. Parker understood and replied, yes, I understand. In that case, since we have a mission now, we won't be splitting up yet, right? Suddenly, Esto blurted out, Mr. Parker, you will not be participating in this mission. His words shocked Parker, who shouted, huh? Esto calmly explained, a mission from the department. The culinary division doesn't require you to move, so there's nothing you need to worry about, Parker. Parker cried heartbrokenly. However, Esto took back the request form, telling everyone else to rest today and start the mission tomorrow. You're on vacation, Parker, so just rest and take it easy. Parker fell silent for a moment before turning away, scratching his head reluctantly. I'm a little tired, but you don't have to be so thoughtful all the time. Time passed quickly, and a new day dawned upon the magnificent building. In the empty hallway, the sound of someone walking quickly could be heard, and Mew exclaimed as he walked, Hey, it's a good thing I stayed with you, isn't it? Nezu and Suki couldn't enter because they're too furry. Esto nodded in agreement. That's right, you did a good job, Mew. Pleased with the compliment, Mew couldn't help but smile as they both walked on quickly. Mew elaborated, Since we purposely came after the lunch rush, it should be empty in there by now. Soon they arrived at their destination. Mew smiled and led the way. Okay, this way. Suddenly, from a nearby room, an angry voice shouted, Damn it! An enraged person screamed, You dare call this a dish? Inside the kitchen, an angry man was berating the assistant chefs. Is there something wrong with you all? Mubian opened the door and entered, sighing wearily. Oh, for goodness sake. As for Esto, he had put his blindfold on again because it sounded noisy. An extremely tense scolding was taking place inside this kitchen. I hope shouting isn't part of the request. The man complained with a burning tongue. Where's the head chef? Get him to answer for this dish, and tell me why my tongue is burning like this right now. The staff members in the kitchen bowed their heads and apologized. We are sorry. A small mistake was made during the cooking process, but he continued to scold them, annoyed. There's a limit to spiciness. Do you have any idea that my friend, who has a very weak stomach, ate this insanely spicy dish, fainted, and had to be rushed to the emergency room? After listening, Mubian finally understood the reason for the man's fiery demeanor. I thought he was just furious, but it's the spice that's making him turn all red. Suddenly, a voice called out, I am the head chef. The head chef was tall and imposing, blocking his view, but another person approached and declared, No, I'm the head chef. At that moment, the two identical head chefs had appeared. Hearing this from behind, Esto sank into thought. They must be the real and fake versions mentioned in the request. The two head chefs confronted each other, their eyes shooting sparks at one another. I'm the head chef. How dare an imposter like you ruin my dish? You're the one who ruined the food. Get this imposter out of here immediately. I'm the real one. He's the fake. Can't you see that he's the imposter? The young man who had been complaining about the food stared at them in astonishment, stammering. Are they twins or something? Hearing that, the two chefs came together, face to face, and shouted at him in unison. Don't say something so ridiculous. I don't have any siblings. That's right, I'm an only child. The whole situation devolved into a chaotic mess in front of Mubian and Esto. At that moment, a female staff member turned towards Mubian and Esto, her eyes lighting up with relief as she rushed over to them. Ah, is that the captain? Esto calmly replied, Yes, I came after receiving the request. After seeing her rescuer, she frowned, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at them. Mubian asked in confusion, Hey, why are you crying? We, here to help. She sobbed as if she had been holding it in for so long. Thank you both. As you can see, the past few days have been like hell. We can't tell who's real and who's fake. Mew calmed her down and asked, Start from the beginning for us. What happened here? She explained through her sobs, a few days ago, a doppelganger escaped from the magic research department and entered the kitchen. Mew asked in surprise, a doppelganger? She replied, That's right. It's a psychic-type monster. Its body is like a mirror, and it transforms into a perfect copy of whoever looks at it. After it transforms, you can't tell who is the original just by looking at them. It doesn't harm anyone, but it keeps ruining the dishes. It really loves playing pranks and getting attention. After explaining, she said joyfully, Anyway, thank you both for coming. If it weren't for the captain, we wouldn't know what we would do. Suddenly, Jian Bang appeared, suggesting something incredibly insane. You could just kill both of them. Esto, displeased with this method, raised his voice, Jian Bang. Meanwhile, Mu waved a friendly greeting. Long time no see, little lady. She replied coldly, You're not a member of the association, are you? Why are you here? Mu answered, Well, because I was called by my master. Then Bang scoffed at him. I don't understand why you'd use your skills to serve a child like this. It's such a waste of a good sword. Mu didn't seem to care much, laughing as he replied, Oh, do I look like I'm serving him that well? Bang didn't seem to care either. She summoned her weapon and walked towards the two identical men. Seeing the situation turning bad, Mu gently tried to stop her. Hey, wait. I don't think this is your business. Bang angrily, pointing her weapon at the pair, warned, "Don't interfere. I'm an independent combat member of the Association, codenamed Jiang. I received a request to exterminate a monster from the Magic Research Department." She pointed her weapon at one of the two men and demanded, "All right, speak up. If you don't want to die, who's the real one?" The man with the weapon pointed at him still insisted he was real. "I already told you, I'm the real one." Hearing this, the other man looked at the one being threatened, and they both shouted in unison, pointing at each other, "No, he's the monster. No, that guy is the monster." Seeing this, a murderous Bang decided, "There's no other way. Just die, both of you." At this, they exclaimed, "What? How can someone in this world be so cruel? Wait, we didn't send a request for you." Then they pointed at Esto and said, "But we did for him." Bang turned to ask the boy, "You did? You sent a request for the captain? That just makes me even more annoyed." "Captain, I bet you won't let me kill them, right? But what's with that weird eye patch? Are you injured?" Esto explained, "Some things happened." She asked as Esto slowly walked forward, "So what are you going to do now? Are you planning to tell who's real and who's fake with your eyes covered? You can't see what's in front of you, so how can you use your special mind-reading ability? Am I right?" Esto paid her no mind. He just continued with his task. "Could you two please hold out your hands?" They were confused, surprised, and bewildered. "Huh, our hands?" They looked at each other doubtfully for a moment before holding out their arms for Esto. From behind, Bang watched Esto with apprehension. Wait, can he read their minds just by holding their hands? Esto focused his senses, listening to the thoughts of each chef one by one. "Oh ho, so he's a mind reader. Please, tell everyone that I'm the real one." Hearing this thought, Esto deduced this was the real head chef, the real one. As for the other one, I can't sense anything, as if he's completely empty. Then the head chef eagerly asked, "So, do you see that I'm the real one now?" "I am real. Please expose the truth." Captain Bang was also anxious, asking about the situation. Esther spoke up, "Yes, I understand now. The real. The culinary department head will be revealed when we arrive at the Magic Research Department. Let's all go." After saying that, Esto turned to Bang and sent a telepathic message. "Killing monsters isn't the only way to deal with them. We can return the doppelganger to whoever is managing it." She was furious at being lectured by Esto, this damn brat. Meanwhile, at the Magic Research Department, inside a large building, guards were diligently on duty. Muan observed his surroundings, thinking, "This is the most heavily secured place of all the guild buildings I've seen so far. Does that mean they're doing something extremely secret?" Just then, Esto's group arrived and was met by the guards. "Greetings, Guildmaster. What brings you to this facility?" Esto replied, "I've brought back the imposter that the Magic Research Department lost." Hearing this, they immediately led Esto and his companions towards the first floor. The head of the Magic Research Department is on the first basement level. A staircase appeared, leading everyone to that place. Muan walked with his jaw agape in amazement. The stairs are also created by magic, and they even have remote communication devices. Hearing this, Esto turned and asked Muan, "Remote communication devices?" Bang chimed in to explain, "It's a magic marble, to use for surveillance. It's a three-dimensional object that allows the other side to see what's happening on this side. It's also used for unmanned expeditions during wartime." Esto wondered, "Where's the other side?" She replied, "Anywhere Telemar can send a magic signal to." Esto felt something was off and asked, "So does that mean someone is watching this place right now?" Muan added, "They're probably always monitoring this area. I've seen these stones in all the buildings and on the ceilings here." Esto asked in amazement, "How do you know all this?" Muan just smiled sheepishly and explained, "It's also installed at my house, so I know a little about it. But the ones here are much bigger and more beautiful." Hearing this, a voice echoed from beyond the door, "Thank you for the compliment, Duke Haiga." It was Suan. She had been waiting to welcome them for a while. "Ah, did I say your title correctly?" "Thank you, Your Grace, Duke Haiga." Muan replied politely, "The way you said it the first time was fine." Suan was still very formal. "Ah, my mistake. I've never learned how to behave in front of nobility since I was born." She then realized with a start, "Oh my, look at me, getting sidetracked again." Suan hurriedly went and grabbed Esto's hand. "It's such an honor to meet you, Guildmaster. I'm the one in charge of this department, Swan Bix. Please just call me Swan." Esto was taken aback and could only reply, "Hi, I'm Esto." Swan smiled with excitement. "I know, I've been watching you all this time. Ha ha ha." "Ah, no, it's just that I'm a really big fan of yours. An ability that can read hearts. It's so cool. I want to test that ability." "No, experiment." "No, no, I want to research it." Seeing her flustered state, Esto sweated nervously. "I see." Then Swan continued her greetings. "Ahem, welcome to you too, Kang. Thank you for accepting the request." She was as cold as ever. "Shut up. I wouldn't have accepted if I knew I'd run into the president." Suan asked, "Why don't you like him?" Bang just fumed silently, turning away with a huff. Muen then got to the main topic. So you are the one who sent the request about the doppelganger? Suan said. That's right. I had Jiang handle it. I really thought that it was dead by now, to think it was still so lively. But thankfully, you managed to capture it without much damage. Nguyen waved her hands, sighing in relief. Goodness. If it weren't for Sir Esto, the kitchen would have become a sea of blood by now. Hearing this, Swan replied excitedly. No problem. There's no way to kill it completely anyway. The doppelganger is a type of astral body, a spiritual entity originating from the material world. Nguyen asked curiously. I'm just asking to make sure. But are you people experimenting with creating souls here? Suan was startled and replied. Huh? Of course not. It would be great if we could, but this was a complete accident. We were just checking if an old mirror that was displaying psychic phenomena contained new magic or not when those doppelgangers crawled out of the mirror. Hearing this, Esto immediately understood. That's why I couldn't read its heart, Suan continued. President, we'll take this spirit with us, Esto asked. What do you plan to do with the mirror's spirit? Swan thought for a moment and replied. It doesn't have a contract with anyone and it can't be killed. We'll have to seal it back inside the mirror. Esto asked again. Seal it. She explained material spirits have a very strong connection to the object that gave birth to them. Based on that trait, we will trap it inside the mirror. If it feels the mirror is about to break, it won't dare to come out again. Nguyen thought this was a bit violent and immediately asked, do you really need to threaten it like that? Suan was certain of her intentions and walked over to tap the mirror. If we don't do this, it will continue to cause trouble everywhere. This is how we protect both the spirit and everyone here. If it meets a suitable person to make a contract with, maybe a great archmage will be born from it. Then she tapped the mirror and ordered, all right, now go back before your precious home is destroyed. Hearing this, the doppelganger of the head chef suddenly transformed. His head down to his arms began to dissolve. Esto lifted his eye patch to watch curiously. It turned into a pitch-black liquid. Is that the true form of the mirror spirit? The real head chef watched it disappear and said nervously, these phantoms, or spirits, or whatever they are we sure it will stay sealed in the mirror? Swan answered hesitantly, well, not 100% sure. We need to research it more. Bang spoke up again. This thing is a menace, so just kill it. We won't know if we can kill it or not until we try. Who knows when that monster will escape from the mirror and harm people again? Goodness, Bang, that's a spirit, not a monster. I don't care what it is. If it harms people, then it's a monster. With that said, Bang aimed straight for the mirror. Esto rushed to stop her. Wait. Esto's eyes were filled with urgency. He really wanted to stop her. Suan couldn't do anything but gasp. Because at that moment, another person appeared standing right in front of the mirror, blocking Bang's attack. Before them was a black-haired, brown-skinned version of Bang standing calmly in place looking at the other version of herself right in front of her. Bang aimed her spear at the opponent and asked, why is it black like a shadow? Seeing things get out of control, Bang gritted her teeth in anger, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suan slowly explained, the spirit of the mirror reflects your true self. As she said this, she gently covered her mouth and exclaimed, no way. Esto, standing nearby, thought with concern, Jian Bang hates having her real name revealed. Even the people in the research department only know her by the name Jiang. Just then, Bang's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with determination. She swung the spear in her hand as if to attack someone. Fortunately, Esto reacted in time, shouting loudly for Mu Bian. He immediately rushed forward with his sword, blocking the spear in Bang's hand. Their strength seemed evenly matched, the sword and spear vibrating non-stop. Mu smirked slyly. There's some kind of power behind that. Are you really thinking of killing your own ally? Clutching her spear tightly, Bang's entire body was still shaking, and she lowered her head and whispered, no one can know, she mumbled in a panic, that I used to be her, that I survived that place. Mu Bian looked at the black-haired spirit and asked, black hair and tan skin, are you from the east? Bang tightened her grip on the spear, her voice anxious. I should have killed that monster from the very beginning, then none of this would have happened. She whipped around to look at the people standing behind her and screamed, this is all your fault. Esto felt a little worried for Bang. She was terrified, and Suan, next to them, was uneasy about Bang's unusual behavior. She took a few steps back and stammered, why is Jiang doing this? Esto immediately took action. He turned to Suan. Forget everything you saw today. Suan didn't understand, exclaiming, huh? He used his ability and began to hypnotize them. Today, the only thing you saw was the chef turning into the spirit of the mirror. Forget the girl with black hair. Esto's eyes glowed, followed by a crucial memory-wiping command, that you were never here today. With that, he put them to sleep, and sleep peacefully. Instantly, drowsiness washed over them and Suan's body lost its balance, and she collapsed. Not just Suan, but the chef and her two teammates also fell to the floor and sank into sleep. Esto called out softly, Jian Bang. Plunged into extreme terror as her secret was exposed to so many people, Bang angrily shouted, don't call me by that name. The unrelated people who now knew Bang's secret were sound asleep. Esto calmly reassured her, You don't have to be afraid, they won't remember seeing you. Bang asked, confused, how can I trust you? She looked around and saw a communication device, so she questioned him. There's a long-range communication device here too. There could be others watching us through that stone, right? Esto asserted. That's not a problem. He placed a hand on his chest and sincerely expressed his sincerity. If I'm lying to you, you can come and kill me anytime. Hearing this, Bang finally lowered the spear in her hand. The air fell silent for a moment, then Bang lowered her head and asked the question on her mind. The first time we met, you read all my thoughts, didn't you? Not just my name, but also where I came from and the reason I dyed my hair. The more she spoke, the more certain she became of her suspicion. You knew everything, so you erased the memories of everyone, right? Esto replied, yes. Bang questioned him again. Then why didn't you say anything? The spear in Bang's hand turned into light and disappeared. She spoke to Esto, as if muttering to herself, you knew my secret. You could have told someone or used it to threaten me. Esto stepped in front of Bang and said sincerely, I didn't want to do that to you. The girl lowered her head and raised her voice, and I'm asking you, why? Instead of a direct answer, Esto asked her in return, do you need a reason not to do something you don't want to do? Bang couldn't hold back her tears as she choked out. Just as I thought. I hate monsters like you. With that, she turned and ran, not wanting them to see her in such a pathetic state at the moment. After Bang had left, he turned to the black-haired spirit of Bang behind him and asked, can you stop imitating her, please? The spirit didn't understand, asking sorrowfully, why does everyone hate me? Even though I don't go out anymore, even though I don't cause trouble, did I hurt anyone? The melancholic spirit began to dissolve, no longer able to hold Bang's form anymore. It gradually reverted to a puddle of dark gray mud as it returned to its original form, not imitating anyone. It asked in confusion, if I'm a useless soul, then why was I even born? Esto sat down to comfort it. Someone will come for you, I'm sure of it. The spirit, half believing and half doubting, asked, for me? Esto affirmed, no life in this world is useless. 1 month later, on a beautiful evening at sunset inside Esto's luxurious and splendid home, he spoke up. There's a request for the branch in Turkey. Mew slung an arm over Parker's shoulder and asked, oh, that's Turkey, right? The vast desert region in the south. Parker seemed a little worried. It's been a long time since we received a request so far from headquarters. Leader, will it be okay? Esto looked up at them and calmly explained the reason for the trip. Yes, the request is to transport the Mirror's Soul for sealing. It's an extension of the Mirror's Soul mission we accepted before, so even though the desert in Turkey is very far, I still want to complete it. Ahu the cactus cheered excitedly. What? The desert in Turkey? What a coincidence, that's my hometown. Nezu the white-furred monkey's eyes widened in anticipation, asking, really? So, are we going to meet Ahu's family? The cactus laughed and replied, I'm so excited. Let's go meet my mother. The ever-curious Mew asked, do plants also have a family structure? Ahu explained, we don't really have bloodlines like humans do. I remember my mother, but as for my siblings, he laughed at this point, there are too many to even be called siblings. There's just me, you, and all of us. Everyone was impressed, exclaiming, how interesting. The next day, Kai approached with a worried expression, I heard you're going to the desert in Turkey. A trip to the desert won't be easy. She looked at Esto anxiously. I want to go with you too, but given the current situation, that would be very difficult. I'm sorry. Esto reassured her. It's all right. He was about to turn and leave when Kai called out. One more thing, Esto, she introduced, the member who would be going with them. This is the support member for this mission, the one who will accompany you all in my stead. The person introduced was Bang, who appeared hesitantly. Seeing her, Esto said emotionlessly, I recall you saying that. We would never take a mission together again. Bang hesitated. I volunteered for this. She explained, a bit nervously. I asked the master if I could join the team leader's support group. If you don't want me to, just say no. It's not like I'm joining because I want to, either. Bang's voice choked up a little. I need to repay a debt to you, the guildmaster, and that stubborn girl. Besides, at least I'll have more peace of mind knowing where the person who holds my secret is going. Esto thought for a moment, then flatly declared, I refuse. He explained, we already have enough members in the group, we don't need anyone else. He told Bang, just go back, I won't tell your secret to anyone. The girl began to get furious, angrily yelled, shut up. How can I possibly believe a promise like that? Sto calmly replied, the feeling is mutual. He retorted, how can I accept someone who doesn't even trust me and my team? Faced with that question, Bang gritted her teeth, trying to remain calm. Finally, she lowered her head, thought for a moment, and dejectedly replied, all right, I was wrong. She remembered the animals she had harmed and promised, I will apologize for causing trouble with your pets and for treating them like monsters. Now that I know the leader dislikes killing, I will not kill anything without permission. I promise. With that said, Bang pointed at Stowe and made a demand, so you better keep your earlier promise too. Stowe nodded in agreement. Understood. On the condition that these promises are kept, I will accept you as a member of the team. But remember this well. He looked over at his teammates, the white-furred monkey, the cactus, Mu Bien, and Parker, then corrected Bang. They are not pets, they are teammates. As long as you are a member of this team, they are your teammates as well. Bang's eyes widened and she repeated, in confusion, teammates. Seeing that everything was settled, Kai opened a portal and said, now let's go before the portal closes. Stowe replied seriously, yeah, that's right. Parker smiled cheerfully, we're off. Stowe pulled his blindfold up and nodded to reassure Kai. Still worried, she replied, it won't take long. I believe you'll do well, and she reminded him, please be careful. The group stepped through the portal, arriving in a scorching desert of only sand and barren rocks. Among the group, Parker, recalling some common knowledge about deserts, asked, just as I thought, do we need a camel to cross the desert? Mu Bien, casually putting his hands in his pockets, asked, what are you worried about? Doesn't the guild provide all the tools necessary for the mission? Parker cleared his throat and replied, only if we request them, and we can't request something we don't know we need. Mu Bien pressed on relentlessly, haven't you done a lot of delivery missions already? You haven't ever done a delivery mission to a desert? Parker awkwardly scratched his chin. Nope. The wings of the avian tribe aren't really useful in the desert. He explained that we can't fly during sandstorms. Looking around, his gaze suddenly fell upon the white-furred monkey, and a thought struck him. Parker asked doubtfully, now that I think about it, is it okay for Nezu to come with us? The white-furred monkey, Nezu, turned his head to look at Parker. He elaborated, white-furred monkeys usually live on cold mountains. Is it okay for you to be wandering around like this in this? The cactus, Ahu, excitedly cheered. I'm fine, let's go. Nezu raised both hands to show he was perfectly fine, replying, Nezu hates the heat, but Nezu is also half human. Mu Bien came closer and teased, if it gets too hot, why don't you shave off some of your fur? Nezu shyly cried out, no way, that's too embarrassing. Mu Bien crossed his arms and started to brainstorm. I guess we need to think about what to prepare. I don't know much, so Bang spoke up. I know what to do. Surprising Mu Bien. Huh? Bang said. I've been to the desert many times. This is my 5th time in Turkey. Mu Bien didn't seem to believe the girl. He asked pensively, a kid like you going into the desert? For what? Bang replied curtly, a mission. Bien clarified his question. What I mean is, why would you take on these kinds of missions when you're so young? Aren't you really strong? Even if you weren't in a guild, you could still have a comfortable position somewhere. That question seemed to startle Bang. She hesitated, then turned her face away, looking uncomfortable and unwilling to answer. It's none of your business. Mu Bien also turned away, not seeming to care much. All right, I'm not that curious anyway. Bang raised her voice in annoyance. Then why did you ask? Meanwhile, Parker pulled Esto ahead, not getting involved in their argument. Let's go find what we need. Team leader Mu Bien replied nonchalantly. Just because I was bored. And hey, he put his arm around Bang's shoulder as if they were very close, while Bang's face darkened as if she were being forced. He said with a laugh, you need to go through the process of talking about yourself to close the distance between people. Mu Bien grinned. Did you know? It can be really easy to strike down a stranger, but if you know their circumstances, you might hesitate. Bang frowned and remained silent. The group went to a small market selling necessities in the desert. After shopping for a while, Mu Bien assessed, all right, so we've gotten everything we need. So there's only one thing left. He stroked his chin, and that's our mode of transportation to Turkey. Esto thought, we'll probably need camels. At that moment, Mirang shared some information. To get to the village of the Turkish tribe, you need a proper astrologer. Esto wondered. An astrologer? Parker provided some insight. There are people who tell fortunes based on the positions of the stars, but honestly, I think most of them are just frauds. Mu Bien shook his head, disagreeing with Bang's opinion, and astrology is also banned in Ruber Zan. The girl snapped, that's why I said a proper one. We don't want to run into a quack. Mu Bien stroked his chin. So, Bang explained, astrology is a practice similar to shamanism, which is used in the Empire. Esto was confused by this new information. He asked curiously, shamanism? Inzu also wondered. So it's not magic, but sorcery? Bang sighed and gave a simple explanation. In any case, because astrologers can read the paths of the stars, they are essential for navigating the desert. With a good astrologer, we can even find an oasis in the middle of the desert. Parker asked innocently, can't we just use a map? Bang was at a loss for words with these clueless people. She snapped. The magic axis in the Turkish desert is constantly changing, so maps and magic compasses are useless. Parker was confused. What? How does that axis change? Bang elaborated, there are also mirages that make you hallucinate, and starving monsters could be hiding in any corner. Mu Bien agreed. That's right, I've heard the desert is pretty dangerous. Finally, someone in the group with a bit of knowledge. Bang thought with frustration. Exactly, that's why we need a good astrologer. We will never be able to get to the Turkish village without someone who can read the stars, ever. On the other side, among the less knowledgeable members, Parker hesitantly asked, "So what do we do?" Bang shared a desert survival tactic. "The best way is to follow a merchant caravan. It's what I usually do, and most merchants traveling between towns hire guards to protect them from monsters and bandits." Parker caught on. So we're going to take a merchant escort quest. Bira nodded, satisfied. "Correct. We'll go with them with the shared goal of reaching the destination safely." In the middle of the market, Mubian spoke up. "I'm on board with this." Parker added, "I agree with this method as well." Esto finalized the decision. "Okay then." They started walking around, searching for merchant caravans. Amid the desert heat, some people were shouting loudly, looking for fighting mercenaries. "We're looking for." Another ice support mage. Mubian glanced around looking for a suitable group and asked, "Are they all merchants?" Para replied, "Most of them seem to be." The group of merchants looked at the party and murmured, "Isn't that the Ignis Guild?" They whispered amongst themselves, "I think so. They have the Firebird emblem and black uniforms. It would be best if the Ignis Guild accepted our request." Para looked around and suggested, "There are a lot of people here. It's probably best to go with the largest merchant caravan." Mubian also agreed, "Of course. This is the time to leverage the Ignis Guild's reputation." While everyone was looking for a group, Esto, who was blindfolded, suddenly turned his head in one direction as if sensing something. He listened silently and sensed a small figure approaching barefoot. Strangely, it was a little girl in ragged clothes. The little girl looked up at Esto and asked, "Why don't you have a star, big brother?" The little girl held out her hand and said, "Everyone is born under a unique star. The star will tell you your destiny and guide your way." The little girl explained, "Our merchant family and the other mercenaries all have a star." "But why?" she asked curiously and thoughtfully. "Don't you have a star, big brother?" Mubian crossed his arms, deep in thought, remarking, "A little scammer." The little girl looked at him and said, "You have a very ugly star, mister. Looking at its jagged shape, this star will have a very difficult life in the future." Mubian couldn't believe it. "What?" He pointed at himself with a dumbfounded look. "Ugly? Me? Check again. Is it really that ugly?" Someone in the group tried to calm him down. "Please calm down. The little girl is talking about your star, not you." Mubian didn't feel comforted at all. He grew even more frustrated and shouted, "That's right. I don't believe it. My star must be huge and brilliant." Perrer, who was following, was speechless. "Please calm down." The little girl looked at Perrer with admiration. "This Mr. Angel has a small star, but it shines very gently. Are you a guardian angel who protects everyone?" These words left Perrer stunned. "Huh?" He laughed and corrected her. "No, I'm not an angel. I'm a bird person." The little girl didn't understand. A bird? Perrer spread his wings for the little girl to see and laughed heartily. "We're just people with wings. We're just like normal humans, except we have an extra pair of wings." The little girl was delighted as she looked at the wings, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Perrer. "But you really do look like an angel. Seeing the gentle light from your star, you must help a lot of people, right?" "That's amazing." Someone approached from behind, laughing, and he explained, "That child is a star contractor." Then he called the little girl a nip. The little girl immediately ran to his side and he smiled kindly and greeted them. "Hello, I am the leader of the Pora caravan, Russell." Esto politely extended his hand to shake Russell's and introduce himself. "I am the guild master of Ignis, Esto." Russell was surprised. The guild master? His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "The new guild master of the Ignis Guild? The one who can read hearts? What a special encounter, to meet the main character of that story." Russell proudly introduced her. "This child is a nip. She's my granddaughter. She's also one of the best star contractors in this desert." Para politely asked, "Excuse me for interrupting, caravan leader, but what is a star contractor?" Russell was surprised by the question. "Wait, is this the first time you've heard of this concept after coming to the desert in Turkey?" Mubian guessed. "They might call astrologers that here." Caravan leader Russell explained in detail. "Close. But you're wrong. Star contractors are not ordinary astrologers. They are people who could directly hear the whispers of the stars, and in the world of astrology as he imagined it, they had a connection with spirits. So did he say they were named that way because it looked as if they had made a pact with a spirit? In any case, they are very precious individuals." At this, Russell smiled and patted his granddaughter's head. Anip did say she would meet special people if we went to the job hunters, but I never expected we'd meet Guildmaster GS. Hearing this, he asked, "So Russell, didn't you come here to hire mercenaries?" He replied, "We've already hired a combat team." Someone spoke up from behind him. "Huh. Wait a minute." The person waved. "It's the black-haired kid from the Ignis Guild." GS was surprised, thinking to himself, "A kid?" Josemark appeared with two others, smiling as he greeted him. "What a rare sight. We meet again." The merchants exclaimed in surprise. The The Ballistic Guild. Josemark waved his hand and laughed. Our guild collapsed. Everyone was shocked. What? He spoke of it so casually, as if it wasn't his guild. It's completely gone. The guildmaster ran off. Everyone was stunned. Ran off? Josemark continued. So we're just moving together as a mercenary group now, since we were on the same team before. His two teammates nodded vigorously, confirming his words were true. The two groups faced each other, a nip hiding behind Russell. Esto spoke up. I didn't think I'd see you again. Josemark replied, Yeah, we really do meet quite often. Come to think of it. Huh. Wait, he noticed Esto's eye was covered and asked, Did you injure your eye? Esto didn't elaborate, something like that. Josemark remarked, Geez, it's tough for a rookie to lose an eye. Do you think it'll recover? Esto replied curtly, I don't know. Josemark clicked his tongue and said condescendingly, Look at you. Coming all the way to the Turkic desert? Even though you're from the Ignis guild, you've really fallen low. Bang, who was behind Esto, was not happy to hear such negative comments about her guild. Perhaps because her annoyance was so obvious, when Josemark's group saw her, they screamed in fear like children seeing a boogeyman. What? Why are you with this scary woman? Bang glared at them, issuing a warning, Don't talk to me. The group trembled and obediently replied, Yes, ma'am. Esto asked Josemark, Are you the mercenary group that the Poor Merchant Guild hired? He answered, Yeah, that's right. We just received our payment. What about you guys? Hearing this, Russell waved his hands worriedly. No, not at all. Don't say it like that. I don't have that much money. Josemark sighed, not happy. A merchant guildmaster with no money? Esto stepped in to help the guildmaster. Russell turned and asked, What is it? He stated his intention. We need to get to the Turkic tribal village in the desert. Can we accompany you as mercenaries? Russell was stunned. Actually, I don't have the money to pay you. Esto reassured him, We don't need money. Russell hesitated. Is that really okay? Members of the Ignis Guild working without a fee. Mirang also spoke up. It's fine, as long as we can get to the Turkic village. Paris smiled gently, and we just follow our captain's decision. Mubian crossed his arms and asked, Is that so? What have you decided? Can we go with you? Russell cleared his throat and said with some concern, Of course. But the Poor Merchant Guild has never made a request without offering something in return. Why? He declared righteously, You have to give to get. That's the mindset of merchants. If we reach the village safely, I will share a portion of the revenue with you all. Amidst the scorching desert sun, the voice of caravan leader Rasso boomed. Now, to all of you who have trusted and chosen the Poor Merchant Guild, I am entrusting this to you. Finally, the group had achieved their goal of traveling with a merchant caravan, surrounded by wagons and supplies. They looked around, seeing elephants pulling carts and camels carrying goods. Parker got excited. Those camels over there? Then, the caravan leader countered. They're not for us. Parker was confused. If we're not using camels in the desert, then what will we ride? He exclaimed, Huh. Mr. Rasso didn't say much. He just turned and pointed, We'll be riding that thing. In the middle of the desert, a massive crustacean leg slowly stepped forward. Someone stammered, This is certainly a very unique choice. Rasso encouraged everyone. They're all gentle and sturdy, so don't be afraid. Haven't you all ridden a horse before? Staring at the giant mount in front of them, the group was a little intimidated. Since Esto was blindfolded, he was also curious since he couldn't see. Parker even yelled, This is completely different from riding a horse. Rasso smiled warmly. After a while, it's all the same. Esto cautiously stepped forward like a blind man examining an elephant. He reached out to touch the creature in front of him and silently remarked, It's really solid. Is it wearing armor? Because he was touching a living creature, Esto could read its thoughts and emotions. I like you. I like. Hearing this, he wondered, So it likes me? Esto turned his head to ask his teammate, Parker, what is this? Parker scratched his head. Well, it's almost too big to be called an animal. After hesitating for a moment, he announced, It's a desert crab. Sir Esto was standing in front of a giant crab, the scale of which he couldn't even picture just how massive it was. He exclaimed in shock, A crab? Parker held up a hand and explained, They usually live under the sea, but it seems they appear in the desert too. It's really big, so riding it shouldn't be a problem. It just looks a bit weird. He looked at the crabs being distributed to everyone and said, The one you'll be riding is a blue desert crab with a beautiful, dark-colored shell. Then Parker looked over at the crab assigned to him, and as for me, I'm riding a hairy, green desert crab. Mubian's face darkened, and he pondered for a long time. This is a really awkward situation. I've never ridden a crab before. Caravan leader Rasso, leading his granddaughter away, turned back and smiled reassuringly at him. Don't worry, just get in the saddle and hold on tight. Mubian turned his head and sighed. Even if I wanted to, it would be hard since this saddle is tilted to one side. A crab approached, and a clear voice called down from on top of it. Bang spoke scornfully. You're a learned man, right? Crabs walked sideways. But the funny thing was, the crab she was riding was walking straight ahead. This caused Mubian to shout in terror. You just said crabs walk sideways, so why is that one walking straight like that? Bang frowned, disdainful of Mubian's lack of knowledge. That's a pebble crab, a different species. Isn't this supposed to be common knowledge? Mubian genuinely didn't know. He was dumbfounded. Really? Sitting atop the crab, Parker was also timid and fearful. He looked around and asked, "Is everyone mounted?" Noticing Esto hadn't gotten on his crab yet, Parker leaned down and asked, "Guildmaster, are you all right?" Esto turned his head and answered quietly, "I'm fine." Parker chuckled and asked, "Really?" Then he said something that startled Esto because it hit the nail right on the head. "Could it be that you're scared?" Parker put on a one-man show, laughing heartily as he gestured wildly. "I bet that's it." "Well, I'm a little scared too. You're also blindfolded, and people say that not being able to see makes things even more terrifying." Esto just remained silent. Parker suggested, "Do you want to ride with Nezu? These giant crabs are huge. Several people can ride at once." Just then, Esto heard the crab's thoughts. It said, "Don't go." He slightly raised his head in surprise. Suddenly, he felt his body being lifted, his feet leaving the ground. It turned out the crab had grabbed Esto and was lifting him up high. It whispered, "I want you to ride me." Then, it placed Esto on the seat next to Anep. Seeing that he was no longer floating, Esto let out a sigh of relief. Sensing the presence of the person beside him, he spoke up to Anep. The girl held the reins, saying, "Poco is my blue crab." She beamed and boasted, "This is the first time I've seen Poco pick someone up on its own. It only picks me up with its pincer because I've been riding it since I was little. Since you can't see, I'll take the reins." Esto politely thanked her, and Anep began to control the crab and warned, "It's going to shake a little, so hold on tight." The group set off and traveled until dusk when they stopped. The sound of someone retching could be heard. It was Parker. Even though he's from the bird folk, his sense of balance isn't very good. While throwing up, Parker said, "I get motion sickness." Jose Smark walked over and patted his back with concern. "Are you okay?" Parker was very honest and replied, "No. Every time the crab runs, I feel like my insides are all jumbled up." Behind them, Anip and Esto had gotten off the crab. The little girl looked up and asked Esto, "I'm curious about something. You're not really human, are you?" Anip said honestly, "I knew from the first time we met, you're the only one without a star." Esto chuckled and asked back, "What does it mean to not have a star?" The little girl patiently explained, "All humans are born with their own unique star." She looked up at the evening sky and thought of a sky full of stars. Depending on their heart, the star's light can become brighter or dimmer, and they come in many different shapes, and sometimes they even foretell dangers that might befall their owner. Esto seemed to understand, so reading the stars is actually astrology? Under the twilight glow, Anip agreed. That's right, Esto pondered. Not having a star felt as if he didn't truly exist. After thinking for a moment, he asked the girl, "So you're not afraid of me?" She gave a bright smile and replied as if it were obvious, "How could someone that Paco likes be a bad person?" The group made camp to rest. They started a fire and cooked soup, the fragrant aroma filling the air. Parker held his bowl of soup, eating heartily. As everyone gathered around the campfire for dinner, Anip asked, "By the way, Mr. Angel, what's your name?" Parker replied cheerfully, "I'm Bunny Parker, just call me Parker." The girl asked in confusion, "But isn't Bunny your first name?" Parker chuckled and began to explain his name. "Ah, this is a custom of the bird folk, perhaps you all don't know. Usually, a person's name consists of a given name and a family name, but the bird folk are different. We use our village's name instead of a surname." Anip was curious and confused. "A village's name," Parker clarified for everyone. "That's right, when a child is born, the bird folk hold a ceremony, during which the elder gives the child a name, so the village name always comes before the given name, which means Parker is my real name." While Parker and Anip were talking, the fake mage Jose Smark suddenly noticed something. "Huh?" A cat walked over, meowing. It sat by the campfire and licked its paw. Jose Smark was curious. "A cat? Where did it come from?" Muan, who was nearby, said tersely, "That's Lord Esto's cat." Immediately, Jose Smark put on a fawning expression, wanting to play with the cat. "Here, kitty kitty, come here." Muan glanced at him and warned, "Be careful. If you say anything stupid to that cat, something might happen." But Jose Smark didn't seem to care much. "Well, whatever. It's just a cat after all. How bad can its bite be anyway?" Mubian was at a loss with this moron. He said coldly, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Josmar turned to look at Mubian and laughed loudly. "I thought you were a mighty warrior, but who knew you were so timid?" "Huh? Afraid of a cat? Are you going to pass out if you run into a desert monster?" Mubian refused to comment, turning away and leaving a remark. "That cat is more terrifying than any desert monster." His action made Josmar even more confident that Mubian was just being paranoid. He grinned. "Just kidding. You've never seen a desert monster, have you?" Mubian coolly replied, "No." Josmar smiled and nodded. "Neither have we." Thinking about the mysterious desert monsters, he began to speak more confidently. "I heard that all of them are extremely ferocious. Starting tomorrow, things could get very dangerous, so brace yourself. Mubian quietly muttered to himself, dangerous? He fell silent, a brutal scene from his past flashing in his mind. The nosy Josmar asked, by the way, I heard you aren't even a guild member, so why do you keep following that kid? Then, Mubian's reply seemed completely unrelated. This has been bugging me, Josmar said in confusion. Then, Mubian turned to ask, let me ask you this first. Why do you keep treating him like a child? Josmar looked away, scratching his face hesitantly. I heard he's just a rookie who joined the guild a short while ago. Mubian asked, so what? Josmar recalled his previous meeting with Esto. He remarked, the last time I saw him, he didn't even look like a fighter. He was low level and couldn't use a sword or magic. So doesn't that just make him a kid? Then he suddenly paused to think again. Wait a minute, now that I think about it. How did he even get into the guild in the first place? An idea suddenly struck Josmar. Wait, a minute. He was stunned, turning suddenly to ask Mubian. Was it through connections? Is he from a noble family? Mubian just sighed, completely exasperated. You really can't have a normal conversation with someone who thinks so weirdly. He didn't say anything. Instead, turning to clap him on the shoulder, go to sleep. Josmar jumped from the forceful clap, feeling like his soul almost leaped out of his body. A few days later, amidst the vast sands, a voice called out, this journey is about to end. Para looked around and remarked, I wondered what the desert monsters would look like, but it's really just an endless sea of sand. Guildmaster Rasso laughed and said, even if you get close, you still wouldn't see most of them. He was filled with questions and asked, why is that? The group's campfire crackled in the desert night, he slowly explained. Most of them hide beneath the sand, sandworms, giant scorpions, all sorts of them. They move by burrowing through the sand. Para sighed heavily, complaining. This is also terrifying. Mubian looked up and added, as if trying to be intimidating, it would certainly be harder to spot them if they're moving under the ground. Suddenly, Josmar, sitting across from them, spoke up. But the most dangerous enemy is the desert ghost of the card, blue sand. A curious voice repeated, blue sand? While warming his hands, he slowly answered, the blue sand is a place that often appears in ghost stories. Josmar immediately began to describe it in detail. It's an illusion. At some point, the mystical blue sand will spread out before you. The blue desert looks beautiful and dreamlike, but don't let it mesmerize you. The moment you step on it, you will definitely die. Mubian asked in confusion, die instantly? Is it because there's a powerful monster in that area? He answered hesitantly, no one really knows. I've only heard that as soon as you set foot in that area, you'll die in a... Puzzled, Parker turned to the caravan leader and asked, so have you ever seen the blue sand? The merchant replied as if it were a matter of course, I have seen it, recalling the terrifying sight from the past as he spoke. The blue sand was truly just a footstep away. It looked like the ocean. I was terrified when I saw it. He fearfully and carefully warned everyone, even if you follow the guidance of the stars, the blue sand can still suddenly appear like an illusion, so everyone must be very careful. Parker pondered, a blue desert? Suddenly, his face turned pale as he stared intently in one direction. Then, Parker anxiously shouted, confusing everyone. Is it something like that? Gathered around the campfire, everyone quickly jumped to their feet. The blue sand, we need to get out of here immediately. His hesitant, fearful voice rang out again. What is that now? Before their eyes was an enormous scorpion, a giant scorpion. Bang recognized its characteristics in an instant. They are cunning monsters that always move in swarms. Meanwhile, Parker trembled in fear. It was this close to us and I didn't notice at all? Then she summoned her weapon, comforting him. There's no way to know since they move underground. They must have been watching us all day, seeing us as prey. Bang stepped forward and shouted as if to announce, damn it, I'll distract it. Everyone, wake up the others now. She boldly advanced to provoke them. Hey, come on out, you stupid scorpions. Bang swung her staff down on the scorpion, trying to draw its attention to buy time. She gritted her teeth, glaring at it with extremely fierce eyes. Next, Bang launched a magical attack, striking the leader scorpion right on the head. Fortunately, the blow flattened its head, leaving it stunned and dazed on the ground. Russo shouted a command. Retreat, retreat. Don't fight the monsters, get out of here. As everyone was scattering in panic, Parker, confused, called out, Sir Muan, shouldn't we be helping instead of just standing here stunned? Muan replied without a care. Who knows? I don't see any reason for me to step in when that young lady is fighting. He chuckled and asked back, aren't you being too cold? This is a human life we're talking about. His expression didn't even change as he gestured forward with his chin. Even so, just look. It turned out Bang was ferociously attacking the scorpions in front of them. Muan spoke as if he could see the future. She'd probably get even angrier if we interfered. Parker watched helplessly. Yes, that's true. He continued to analyze. What we need to do is open an escape route. At the same time, panicked shouts erupted continuously. The blue sand is flooding in from the other side, from the west too, and the east as well. The caravan leader looked around and cried out in despair, "Oh heavens! The entire caravan has been surrounded by the constantly flowing blue sand." Anip, terrified and on the verge of tears, cried out, "Uncle." Rod didn't hesitate to ask the mages, "Please erect a barrier." A blonde mage asked in confusion. "Wait, in this situation, shouldn't we be trying to escape?" He tried to explain as quickly as possible. "It's precisely because of this situation that I'm requesting a barrier. Since there's no escape route, we can only rely on magic." After analyzing, the caravan leader gave his opinion. "If we use a barrier spell, the blue sand won't be able to get any closer. We can only wait inside until the blue sand recedes." The mage was shocked by the bold idea and asked, "Wait, you mean we just wait for the blue sand to pass? How long will that take?" He calmly held up 2 fingers. "At least 1 day. Or worse, it could be several days." He flared up and yelled, "Damn it! Do you think I'm a dragon or something? I can't hold on that long. Forget 1 day. I can't even stand half a day." Lasso rushed over and pleaded earnestly, causing the mage to click his tongue. Left with no other choice, he reluctantly said, "Please, just hold on for as long as you can." He announced decisively, burying the crabs in the sand, and gathered everyone as close together as possible. The mage stood tensely before them, preparing to cast the barrier. He watched the turquoise sand that had nearly covered the entire desert, fearing that this was the kind of sand that would kill anyone who touched it. Josima spoke up worriedly, "Hey kid, once the barrier is up, you won't be able to pass through it anymore. Call your teammate back now." Juan immediately agreed, "I'll bring her back." He couldn't help but think to himself that their group was full of people with incredible skills. No matter how many times he saw them, they were an amazing team. Next, Josima looked at Este, who was blindfolded, and wondered, come to think of it, what is this kid's special ability? He had just opened his mouth, but before the kid could speak, Muon announced, brought her back safely. Seeing him carrying Bang under one arm, Parker panicked. "Did you too? Just get into a fight?" In such a short amount of time, Muon hesitated while she fumed with a dark look on her face. My hair. Muon waved his hand and laughed casually. "No, I just accidentally cut her hair while trying to restrain her." Bang snapped, "Accidentally, huh?" After setting her down, he casually said, "Sorry, here, this is for you." Muon offered Bang a black ribbon from his hand. "In any case, it's better than dying, right?" She snapped back, "Shut up." While they were bickering, the blonde mage raised his magic staff and shouted, "Shield!" A circular barrier appeared and began to expand rapidly, enveloping the entire group. Suddenly, a scorpion advanced and struck the circle with its pincer, attacking repeatedly as if trying to shatter the barrier that the mage had painstakingly created. The blonde mage warned, if it's attacked continuously, the shield could break. Despite his anxiety, a calm voice spoke up. "There's no need to worry about that. It was the caravan leader holding his granddaughter. The monsters will soon be gone." Suddenly, several blue circles materialized and shot straight towards the scorpions. The light washed over and completely enveloped the scorpions that were nearby. Afterward, they slowly lost their color and appeared to crumble. Soon after, the scorpions turned entirely blue and it began to disintegrate before the astonished eyes of the group. The sea of blue sand had utterly wiped out the giant scorpions. A trembling voice belonging to Parker rang out, "Hey, what the? How is that possible?" Muon saw it too but was unfazed. Who knows? Maybe it's some kind of plague or something. He calmly walked closer to the barrier and added, "In any case, it can't get through the shield." Parker nervously warned him again and again, "It's dangerous. Sir Muon, please step back." Muon just chuckled reassuringly. It's fine. Even if it's dangerous, the sand can't pass through the shield." Parker was still hesitant. "But what if the shield disappears?" He answered as if it were obvious. "Then we'll just have to see." Muon looked puzzled. "Why are you so scared? You can just fly away and avoid it." Still uneasy, Parker asked again, "But what about the rest of us?" After a moment of thought, Muon had an idea. "When you fly up, just grab us with you." As if he'd just come up with a brilliant plan, Muon said confidently, "Makes sense, doesn't it? We can all stack up, like a human ladder, and then we'll just fly away." Parker replied helplessly, "I can't carry anyone heavier than I am." But he still shamelessly joked, "I'm just kidding." Amidst the noisy banter, Esto suddenly noticed something. Something felt off. He recalled the information he had. "I've heard that the blue sand is a strange phenomenon in the desert, and that people will die if they touch the cursed blue sand." Then what am I hearing right now? Esto called out loudly, startling Jose, who answered instinctively. "Jose," he asked with a serious tone, "can anyone get out while the shield is active?" He replied gravely, "You can get out, but you won't be able to get back in." Esto appreciated it. "I see. Thanks for letting me know." Jose carefully warned, "Be careful. Don't step outside the boundary. If you step out." Before he could even finish, the boy had already quickly walked towards the barrier, making Jose shout in alarm, "Hey, Esto." Esto had already reached his hand past the barrier and directly touched the blue sand. Everyone was horrified at the sight before them. He touched the blue sand. After making contact with the blue sand, he immediately realized it was just as he'd thought. This wasn't a curse. Surprisingly, Esto's hand remained completely normal after touching the sea of blue sand. The surrounding group gasped in amazement upon seeing that he was completely unharmed. "I can't believe it. He's completely fine." They couldn't comprehend it, breaking out in a cold sweat. He didn't turn into sand, nor did he die. Did that kid really just touch the blue sand? At that moment, Parker shouted to stop them. "You can't go out." Both Mubi and Nezu were also following Esto outside, and he couldn't stop them in time. Without a second thought, Parker ran after them. "Commander, you should tell us before you act." Nezu chimed in, "That's right." Esto turned back apologetically. Parker said gently, "We're your teammates, Commander. If you keep acting without informing us in dangerous situations like this, it's as if you don't trust us. I'll get upset." Before he could regain his composure, Parker's tone turned reproachful. "And you too, Mubi. Even if you were worried about the commander, how could you just follow him like that?" Bang, standing inside the shield, was at a loss for words. Are they all idiots? How can they trust someone so much? She affirmed to herself with a grim face. In this world, there's no one worthy of entrusting your very life to. Parker looked curiously at the glowing sea of blue sand. But didn't they say this blue sand was cursed? Nezu found it strange. "Yeah, I heard that anyone who steps on it will die." Esto lifted his blindfold and explained, "That blue stuff isn't sand." Parker asked, "What?" He replied matter-of-factly, "They're bugs." Parker was so surprised his jaw dropped. Bugs. Meanwhile, Mubi was holding out his hand, letting a blue bug fly onto it. Once the initial shock wore off, Parker could also see them. "Now that I look closely, they have wings." Nezu exclaimed, "For real?" Mubi calmly turned to Esto. "So that's why you stepped out of the shield. But can these bugs think?" He slowly clarified, "They're very simple, but they do have thoughts." As if to prove Esto right, the little blue bugs trembled and chirped, so scared. Ahu ran out from somewhere. "I know what they are." Parker jumped at his sudden appearance. "You scared the life out of me, Mr. Ahu. Are you awake?" Ahu began to explain. "They are insects that eat dead skin." Parker voiced everyone's thoughts. "What did you just say?" Ahu continued to share what he knew. "They're cute little things that eat dead skin from plants and animals. They dutifully act as scavengers and eat the dirty things that fall to keep the desert clean." Why is everyone making that face? Everyone was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to react to this information, this news. The people inside the barrier asked each other, "Oh my god, so that wasn't blue sand but insects. What about the victims until now? And the monsters from before, were they all eaten by the flesh-eating insects? Should we turn off the shield now?" The guild leader found it strange. Why aren't they attacking us? Ahu was also confused by this information. It's strange, when they attack humans, they're usually super lazy. Sometimes they even starve to death from being too lazy. He realized something. "Oh, I see, but who's talking?" Esto began to answer everyone's questions. The reason these insects are attacking other creatures is because they are extremely afraid of someone. Staring intently at the blue bug, one person spoke up. "Have the insects lost their minds?" He replied as the barrier slowly faded. "Yes, they attack anything they encounter after their survival instincts kick in." Esto sounded a little sad, lowering his voice. "I don't know what the cause is. I think I can see something, but they are all just fragments." Mew saw that he seemed distressed and said, "Please don't overdo it. In any case, the important thing now isn't the bugs, but you." Para chimed in cheerfully, "It's great that everyone here has escaped that dangerous blue sand." He used his wing threateningly. "Right, Sir Mubien?" Mubien dodged while mumbling, "I guess so." Jose Smar questioned loudly, "Wait, kid, how did you do that?" He questioned him relentlessly. The blue sand is a puzzling phenomenon that has caused quite a few problems for many people for a very long time. But you figured out what it was as soon as you saw it. You neutralized it too, didn't you? The crowd swayed with the wind again, becoming suspicious. "Come to think of it, isn't this really suspicious?" Jose Smar lowered his voice as if he had many things to say. "I hope that's not the case, kid." But he imposed his malicious judgment upon him. "Did you learn the art of summoning the undead, which is forbidden by the Empire?" Following Jose Smar's words, a skeleton seemed to appear before everyone. A sinner, one who has signed a pact with the spirit of a dead person, one who uses magic to bring the living to their death. That is a type of magic forbidden by the Empire, and if this law is broken, the mage who summoned the undead and all those involved will be executed. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. "How foolish! I let you speak, but you're only spouting nonsense." He shouted in alarm. "What? You want to start something?" It turned out to be Bang approaching. "That person is Esto, the commander of the Ignis Guild." She stated firmly, as if slapping Jose Smar right in the face. "You just accused a member of the guild's executive board, a necromancer respected even by the royal family." Jose Smar was stunned and in disbelief. A member of the executive board? As soon as he finished, he started thinking, now that I notice, the clothes he's wearing look quite expensive. He's been wearing them all day, so they must have temperature control magic integrated. There's no way a rookie kid would have such high-quality clothes with enchantments on them. Jose Smar was sweating bullets anxiously. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Is it true, sir? He stammered, needing confirmation. Kid, no. Are you really a member of the Ignis Guild's executive board? Esto, with his glowing insignia, replied, yes. He answered gently, do you have any more doubts? Or should I provide more proof? That alone was enough to scare Jose Smar, who waved his hands. That's enough, Bang said with disdain, lecturing him. Just answer straight when hearing such nonsense. You should at least have some reaction, right? Esto remained completely unfazed. Why should I? I don't particularly mind, though it seems to annoy you, he said, stressing that he was a member of the executive committee. Bang suddenly became furious at his calmness. An insult to the guild master is an insult to Ignis. You can't tarnish the guild's name while you're still on the executive committee. While raising her voice, she suddenly softened her tone. Ignis is an important place to me. Parker couldn't help but interrupt. More importantly, Sir Esto, I think you should take these insects somewhere else. Esto replied, actually, that's impossible. It seems there's nowhere for these insects to return to. Seeing this, Parker offered his opinion. In that case, I think we should leave as quickly as possible. He slowly pointed out the crux of the problem. Even if we leave, nothing will be solved. More and more terrified insects are appearing in this area. The perceptive Moo pointed out, you mean we should go find the source of the blue sand? Esto immediately agreed. Yes. Suddenly, a hand shot up as if to give an opinion. The merchants made an obvious demand. Can't you protect us all the way there? That's right. Aren't you here as mercenaries? To escort us? Let's just get to the Turk tribe's village safely first. He felt a pang of disappointment, thinking, I still haven't fully controlled my power yet. Maybe it's better to go to the village first. Esto gently lowered his voice to make a request. I understand. I'll have to rely on you again, Anjanin. Then he turned away while the insects continued to tremble in fear. How? Scary. So scary. Esto turned away, showing only the back of his neck, but he couldn't hide his overwhelming disappointment. I'm sorry. I can't help you. The insects pleaded continuously, pitifully, please save us. The sky had brightened and the sun was high, casting scorching rays down on the desert. The group expressed their gratitude. Thank you for escorting us here. Esto smiled and extended his hand. Although we poorer merchants are just a small group, I can guarantee the loyalty of the poorer people. The man shook Esto's hand while expressing his gratitude. I will never forget what you've done for us. Annette peeked out to talk about their next plan. We have to continue to the other side of the desert. Other mercenaries will go with us. The little girl held a blue gem in her hand. Here, please take this. Annette cheerfully handed him the guiding orb and explained, when you return, you just need to follow the path that led you here. And the little girl tried to remind him, many great and powerful stars have gathered around you. You must be careful. Esto spoke up. Thank you for the warning. You be careful too. Annette, walking with the merchant caravan leader, turned her head to say goodbye. Thank you for everything. In the village, the market was still bustling and crowded. Parker approached to ask for directions. Excuse me, can I ask you something? We're looking for the Ignis Guild building. Cavan laughed loudly, turning his head to reply. Ignis? What a coincidence. This excessive friendliness startled Parker. It is. The man casually pointed the way. I'm also on my way there to submit a request, so let's go together. Parker was surprised but had to agree. All right then. Cavan cheerfully inquired, looking at your outfits. You must be from the guild, right? Were you just hired for the Turk branch? Or are you just visiting? Esto cautiously replied, we're here to make a delivery. The man got the hint. I guess I shouldn't ask about that, right? Esto had replied curtly, his face impassive. No, Cavan exclaimed, both surprised and amused. You're so straightforward. He still cheerfully struck up a conversation. After all, it's been a while since we've had visitors in our town. Para curiously chimed in. Really? I heard that merchants pass by this place quite often. Cavan eagerly explained while Esto watched intently. Of course, there are many merchants who pass through here, but the feeling is different from tourists and sightseers. I don't really know how to explain it precisely. He helped him out. When merchants stop by, it's for a single purpose, so they feel more like familiar associates. But sightseers come here for their own reasons, so every visit feels new. Cavan laughed heartily, praising him. That's right. How did you put that so well? It's as if you can read my mind. Seeing this, Para grew curious. So why are you going to the guild? He casually replied, the entire town decided to submit a request for something. Para, understanding, interrupted, if it's something extremely important, you don't have to tell us. Cavan cheerfully reassured him, I'm the representative, so it's fine. He repeated in surprise, a representative? Yep. He proudly introduced himself. That's right. I'm Cavan Turkey, the representative of this town. Para questioned, You're the Lord? Cavan scratched his head and agreed. That's right. I'm the Lord. I'm not very used to the titles in this empire. Para thought to himself, how did I end up asking the Lord for directions? Come to think of it, most of the people in this town seem quite friendly. The people in the town were just as he observed, amiable. He remarked, Beautiful weather, isn't it? As they walked, Cavan asked, Do you guys know about the blue sand that appears in the desert? He enthusiastically replied, More than just know about it. We encountered it on our way here. He was surprised. Oh no, so you've seen it then. Para continued, wanting to surprise Cavan further. That's not all. We even walked right through it on our own. He excitedly dropped the bombshell. While we were crossing the desert, we encountered insects that looked like fireflies and emitted a blue light. Cavan lunged forward, raising his voice. Insects? He looked as if he'd found a kindred spirit. Everyone said it was cursed sand, but they're actually living insects, right? So I wasn't seeing things. But I heard that touching them is fatal, so how did you guys get through it? Para chuckled. It was all thanks to our commander. Kin also praised him endlessly, while Esther remained silent, standing there, as expected of Ignis. Amidst his excitement, he suddenly grew somber and sighed, Anyway, the blue sand. Ah, the insects, right? They've caused too much damage. On top of that, the desert monsters have become much more ferocious, and their actions have also become stranger, as if they're using tactics. Mubi, who had been silent all this time, agreed, Yes, I also felt that they were attacking us intentionally. Cavan, frustrated and wanting to vent, said, They're really strange, don't you think so? But the townspeople don't believe me. Something is definitely strange, but they have no intention of investigating it. This greatly puzzled Para. Didn't you say you're the Lord? You could just order them. He raised his finger and explained like a seasoned veteran, forcing people to do something unbelievable will only cause trouble and ultimately get you yelled at. That's why I'm on my way to submit a request to the guild. Cavan then asked curiously, I heard that the Ignis guild accepts any request, no matter what it is that true? Para wasn't so sure and replied, if it's something we're capable of doing. If it's possible, they'll send a suitable person to resolve it, but some requests might be denied. They stood before a magnificent building and told each other that they had arrived. The doors of the building slowly opened, revealing a blue-haired girl who smiled gently in welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Commander. I am a member of the Turkey branch of the Administrators Guild. My name is Dien. While she was speaking, she abruptly stopped, then continued in a hushed tone, and also someone with the same type of ability as you, Commander. Esto asked with great curiosity, the same type? Jinu immediately explained, I can infuse emotions into my voice and spread them to others. A person who possesses a psychic type ability, she remarked as everyone watched. My ability is called emotional assimilation. Esto seemed more excited than usual. I've never thought there would be someone with an ability like mine. Jinu shook her head in denial. No guild master. I can't read minds of others. My ability's effectiveness isn't very strong and its duration is also very short. She looked at him with joyful admiration and praised. You are truly the best in the field of psychic abilities. It's an honor to meet you, guild master. After hearing Jinu's explanation, he lowered his head in disappointment. I see. Para, standing to the side, held out his hand as if to get their attention. I think you should hear our request first. She spoke apologetically. My apologies. Lord, what is your request? Cavan quickly stated his request. I want someone to investigate the blue sand and find out why the insects have been appearing around us. If possible, I'm hoping for evidence proving that the blue sand is also a type of insect. He laughed heartily. I need to inform the townspeople about them. Jinu asked curiously, Don't you want to exterminate them? Cavan replied confidently while flexing his muscles. If we have enough evidence and information about their origin, then we Turkish warriors can deal with the desert insects ourselves. Turkey is our homeland, wouldn't you agree? With a slight hesitation, she said, All right, I will accept your request. He grinned, showing off his healthy white teeth. If any of you run into any problems while you're here, just come find me. I'll help as much as I can. Then, like the wind, Cavan dashed off. All right, see you later. Para, still recovering from Cavan's eccentricity, remarked, The lord of this place. How should I put it? He's certainly impressive. Inside the guild was a vast space with immense winding staircases when a voice curiously rang out in front of the round mirror. So, this is the spirit-containing mirror? Jinu recounted what she knew. I heard that the mirror spirit can change its form like an imposter. Esther said slowly, That's right. There's no reaction at the moment because they are sleeping, so we need to store it in a quiet and deserted place. While explaining, Esther recalled an image of himself conversing with a shapeless creature. One day, when the one searching for you appears, I hope you can awaken from your deep slumber and find happiness. He gently asked, I heard there is a place in the Turkish desert suitable for storing the mirror. She also thoughtfully recalled, Near the town there is an ancient temple from long ago. The The guides preserve it very carefully, so it's a good place to store it. But there is a problem right now. Jinu suddenly remembered the temple and the blue sand and grew worried. Just as the Turkish lord said, recently the blue sand and monsters have been continuously appearing and attacking the area around the temple. The path to the temple has become dangerous, causing the followers to stop visiting as well. Esto stared into space, thinking to himself, so that's why he said it had been a while since they had any guests. An image of Cavan rambling on flashed through his mind. Anyway, it's been a long time since we've had guests. Guests coming to our town while everyone is gathered around the table. She announced news that made Perer shout in shock. We also felt this phenomenon was very strange, so we conducted a preliminary investigation. He whipped around worriedly, but Turkey branch manager, isn't the guild forbidden from acting without a request? That's a violation of the guild's rules. Daidu stated seriously, the guild master has ordered us to investigate the unusual activities in the Turkish desert. As soon as she finished her sentence, the group immediately began to speculate and thought of Kai. Wait a minute, is that why she sent us here too? Mubian was so annoyed he couldn't control the expression on his face. That damn kid! She's using us like pawns while still pretending to be innocent. At that moment in Turkey, it was getting dark and sparkling stars were appearing in the sky. A green lizard was clinging to the transparent window pane. Esto was wide awake, lying in bed with Mubian, who was fast asleep. He kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, Esto sat up in silence. Putting on his cloak, he stealthily made his way to the door. He had reached the door and was about to open it when suddenly Suki's voice came from behind. Where do you think you're going? Esto immediately glanced back and saw Suki. He opened his mouth to explain but didn't know what to say. Esto boldly stepped out of the room anyway, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing." He walked further and further from the building, his steps focused. Esto stopped abruptly as if frozen in place. It seemed he had detected someone. "This place could be dangerous for you." Esto turned around suspiciously. "Have you been following me this whole time?" It was Mubian, who should have been asleep, affirming, "That's what I need to do here." Suki also wondered, but there was nothing interesting about just following him. Mubian bowed his head and chuckled softly, teasing, "If there's no battle, what am I supposed to do?" "Black Cat." The cat paid him no mind, retorting, "I'm not Black Cat." Mubian continued to chatter, "Even if it's boring, safety is best, Black Cat." Though he already understood, he still walked over to ask. More importantly, "This isn't a good area for a stroll. Are you having trouble sleeping?" Esto replied softly, "Yeah." Mubian suddenly recalled the bloodstains scattered everywhere, his voice deepening. "There are days like that, when my body is tired, but my mind is wide awake. I just can't stop thinking." He returned to his usual playful tone, shrugging, "So at times like this, I feel the need to do something, so I go hunting a lot." Suki was suspicious of what he just heard. Hunting? Mu continuously recalled hunting monsters. "There are monsters everywhere, so I can just lose myself in hunting them." Then he became surprisingly serious. "Mr. Esto, after surviving the encounter with the unusual phenomenon in the desert, I have a question." Esto didn't hesitate. "What is it?" Mubian offered his theory, if someone is controlling the monsters that were targeting the golden dragon Suhanan. He then issued a warning. The Turkish desert might be far more dangerous than we think. Suddenly, a noise startled him, and he looked around cautiously. Mubian spun around to face the stacks of firewood in the corner, shouting, "Who's there?" Something was peeking out from behind a rack. After a moment of hesitation, a potted cactus shyly appeared. When Mubian saw it, he sighed in relief. "What's this?" "Turns out it's Mr. Cactus." The cactus spoke fearfully. "That's what I should be saying. Why are you standing there in the dark? I thought you were a monster." Ahu used its roots to lift its pot and moved closer to Esto's group and asked, "So what are the three of you doing here? The atmosphere seems so serious. Are you guys fighting?" Muan sighed and said, "We're just taking a night walk." Esto asked with concern, "Ahu, do you want to go back to your family?" Ahu questioned, "Family?" Esto said, "I don't know how you got to Galaxia, but I don't think you wanted to come here." He asked Ahu, "Don't you want to go back home?" The cactus replied with a start, "No, not at all. I think you've misunderstood." Ahu pointed to itself in confusion. "My family? Can you even call it a family? Anyway, we don't have deep family bonds like humans do." It began to recount its harsh childhood. "We were born underground, and after growing to a certain size, my mother would push each of us up to the surface. My first memory upon reaching the surface was the desert under the scorching hot Sunday. It had a bad impression of it. I hate that hot and silent desert." Ahu remembered the shadow of a human that shielded it, and then by a stroke of luck, I got to travel all over the continent thanks to a human. It was put in a pot, placed in a carriage, and went everywhere, which is how it lost track of its family. I don't know where my other siblings went, or where my mother is now underground. Ahu confided, "I want to see them again, but I don't need to go back there." Esto knelt on one knee, reaching out a hand to the cactus. "I understand." Ahu rubbed its head against Esto's hand and said, "That's why I like being with you like this. Esto, Muon crossed his arms and asked nonchalantly, "So, Mr. Cactus, where were you planning to go alone in the middle of the night?" Esto was now holding the cactus pot, and the cactus also crossed its arms and replied, "Esto disappeared, so I came out to find him." Esto was touched, "Thank you, but please don't do that again next time." Ahu didn't understand why. Esto explained, "It's very dangerous for you to go out alone." He instructed, "Next time, please wake someone up or wait for me to come back." Holding the cactus to his chest, Esto promised, "I promise I'll be back as soon as possible." Comforted and advised, Ahu also understood, "All right, you promise." Just then, Muon stepped forward and suggested, "Let's go inside, the night is cold." Esto spoke up, "Muon." He replied, "What is it?" Esto revealed his plan, "I intend to go to the desert temple tomorrow morning." Muon calmly replied, "If you order it, I will follow, but may I ask why you're willing to walk into this danger?" Esto pondered, then answered, "The sand insects ask for my help. I want to see what is making them so terrified." Ahu suddenly snorted, "I hate insects." Muon asked in surprise, "But you're a cactus, why do you hate insects?" The cactus retorted sharply, "Just because I'm a plant, does that mean I have to like insects?" Everyone went inside to rest. Muon soothed the cactus. All right, all right." The next morning, in a magnificent and splendid house, a voice of apology was heard. "I'm sorry," Jinu said in embarrassment. "If I had known you were going to the desert temple, I would have prepared in advance." Esto replied, "It's fine." To salvage his support service, Jinu hesitated. "We've also quickly prepared a means of transportation." A few minutes later, everyone was arranged to ride on giant desert crabs. Muon grumbled at Bang, who was sitting in front. "Don't make that face, girl. It's not like I wanted to ride this thing either. If you hate it so much, you can get off." He gave a strained and annoyed smile. "I'm more than enough to protect him by myself." Suddenly, the reins were yanked from his hand, and Bang glared at him. I gritted my teeth. "What do you mean, get down? I'm the one driving." Mu put his hands behind his head and whistled. All right, just remember to drive carefully." Bang thought in annoyance. "Carefully. Don't make me laugh. You're going to regret letting me drive." The person behind him casually said, "I think I'll get a little shut-eye." Esto, who was controlling another desert crab, heard the argument and found it amusing. Those two are at it again. Nezu, who was hugging Ahu while steering another crab, felt a pang of pity and said, "That poor crab." Ahu chimed in, "Good thing I was born a cactus." Seeing that the team was settled in their positions, Esto took the lead. "Let's go." The place they arrived at was an old, dilapidated temple, where the angel statues were damaged with broken wings and missing heads, as if they had endured severe destruction, and the decaying, cobweb-covered walls made it look even more desolate. The group dismounted from the crabs' backs, and Para, having just gotten off the giant crab, followed Esto and asked, "Guildmaster, is this the ruined temple?" Esto looked around. "I don't sense any human presence here." He looked at the trembling crabs and thought, "And the desert crabs are terrified of this place too." Mew then came up behind them and suggested, "Let's set up the equipment we got from the Association and then explore the area." Esto looked up at the entrance to the dilapidated temple in front of him. The dark interior exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura, but he didn't hesitate and chose to head inside, where it was pitch black. What awaited them inside? Because of the darkness, the group stuck close together to avoid getting separated, and Mu remarked, given its state, "I guess we can't really call this a ruin." Para said nervously, "I don't think there's anything here, and there are no signs of human activity either." Esto walked in front, his face serious as he remained silent. Noticing he was quieter than usual, Para gently called out, "Guildmaster." Then suddenly, Esto's eyes widened as he heard someone crying, "I'm scared. I want to go home. Save me." Para reached out to touch Esto, who was ahead of him, "Guildmaster," but he had already dashed inside. "Someone is here." "I can hear them." Para hurriedly shouted, "Guildmaster, wait for us." Inside the desolate temple, the flickering flames from a wall sconce was the only light to guide them. The group carefully descended the staircase, and the deeper they went, the more the architecture and sculptures inside amazed them, causing them to exclaim, "This is incredible." This is a temple built by people who lived thousands of years ago. It must have been incredibly difficult to build something like this, even with all of our modern techniques. Paris spoke up fearfully, "Guildmaster, let's turn back. I don't think we're going to meet anyone if we keep going deeper." Esto stated firmly, "There are no living people here." His eyes glinted with determination. "I can hear them deep down below." A cry for help echoed. "Somebody please save me. I want to go home." Para followed nervously, thinking to himself, "I think the guild master's abilities are getting much stronger," he silently noted. "It's as if he's evolving." As he was lost in thought, Esto pointed to an altar ahead and called out, "Para, there's an altar over there." They had reached the very bottom of the temple. There wasn't much there except for some murals and an altar covered with a red cloth. Para looked around and said, "I think this was originally a place of worship." Esto was surprised. "A place of worship?" Para continued. "I heard that in the old days, people used to sacrifice live animals to the gods. Mu immediately chimed in, "Yeah, I've heard about that too. Don't some people still do that?" Para explained, "Nowadays, they only do it on special occasions. In ancient temples, for every ritual, they had to." To perform the sacrifice, Muan revealed something shocking, saying that records indicated they also sacrificed humans, which terrified Parker. Frightened, huh? While Esto looked around, Muan continued sharing information. That was just a theory. When the ancient ruins were first discovered, human bodies were found buried in the ground of temples like this one. Hearing this, Parker was so scared he felt his soul leaving his body, and he trembled and stammered, "Bo bodies," trying to calm his terrified soul. He protested, "That's impossible. Why would people who worship gods do that? They must have done this for funeral purposes, right?" Muan crossed his arms and continued, "Some findings suggest they placed living people in coffins and nailed them shut so they couldn't escape, and they also coated them with a magical preservation powder to stop decomposition. I don't know if they were aware these would be discovered in the future." Not wanting to continue the creepy topic any longer, Parker decided to change the subject, shouting decisively, "We're from the Ignis Association. Is anyone alive here?" This time, even Parker heard a cry for help. "Oh, the gods have answered our prayers." The sound of people crying for help rang out, "We're alive. Hurry up." Parker looked around. "I hear the sounds too." He was confused. But why are the sounds? Just then, Esto seemed to have found the source of the sound, and he crouched down, tapped on the stone floor, and listened carefully, then concluded, "The floor is hollow." Nezu approached carrying Ahu, while Parker tiptoed closer. One also walked over, wondering, "My goodness, how did they get down there?" A voice from below gave instructions. "There's a handle on the tree carving on the stone wall." Esto stood up and found the handle, as instructed. He pressed it lightly and the floor below opened up, to the surprise of the whole group. The passage under the floor was revealed, and soon after, a boy, wearing a white hood appeared, overjoyed to be out. "Oh my," Muan thought to himself from the side, "I don't know how long they were down there, but it's surprising they didn't run out of air." The boy expressed his gratitude, "Thank you so much. Without you, we would have died in there." Someone asked, "Is this mechanism designed so you can't get out from the inside?" He replied, "That's right. We were being chased by a swarm of insects and ran in here as fast as we could, but it doesn't open from the inside." Esto inquired, "Did the blue sand come here too?" The boy replied, "Yes, that's..." As he spoke, he suddenly panicked. "We have to get out of here right now." Esto didn't understand. What's wrong? Below, it wasn't just the boy from before. There were several other people helping each other climb out. The first boy explained, "This temple is their nest. If we stay here, we'll be overwhelmed." Esto pondered, "A nest." He looked towards the wall and understood. "So that's why I could hear the sound of insects coming from this place." Following his instinct, he walked over and lightly pressed a brick on the wall. Muan saw this and said, "There's a door behind the altar." The stone door looked heavy, remaining still and unmoving. The group of people wearing the white hoods had escaped and were now huddled together, trembling. One of them spoke up, "That door doesn't open. It's a room that has been sealed for a long time." The person said, "According to legend, unless a person is divine and blessed by the gods, it cannot be opened." As he said this, the speaker fell silent, because Esto had opened the stone door. The hooded group was also stunned as a light flashed from within the doorway. Seeing this, they screamed in fear and ran away. "Blue sand." Parker asked worriedly, "Are we just going to let them go?" Mu didn't seem to care much. "Let them go, they'll be fine." Esto looked inside the room. It was much brighter inside than it was outside. He remarked, "How interesting. It's underground, yet brighter than day. With this kind of light, it feels like we're in a cave full of crystals." Esto mused, "We found the survivors, and we also know that the blue sand originates from this temple. So in the end, what reason do we have to continue into this dangerous place?" Footsteps echoed from behind. "Just let me burn this whole place down." Bang walked up and offered her opinion. Even though they're small, if the passage is on fire, their numbers will be significantly reduced. She tried to persuade Esto. "They're different from the monkeys and cacti you love, Guild Master. These insects are man-eating monsters. If we want to eliminate them, we have to do it now so they can't crawl up to the surface anymore." Esto stopped her. "Wait, they were originally gentle, abstract creatures." His eyes were filled with sincerity. "We need to find out why they turned into monsters." Bang questioned, "Are you saying we'll understand if we go in there?" Esto replied, "I'm not so sure." In his ears, he could still hear the terrified cries for help. "I'm so scared. Please help." Esto pushed the stone door and said, "But I'll check after I go in." With that, he went inside. He turned his head to add, "Do as you wish. You don't have to follow me." Bang said stubbornly, "I'm going in to check too." She said worriedly, "If creatures that were originally gentle can turn into monsters because of an external factor." Bang gritted her teeth as if thinking of something unpleasant. In any case, that could also be an issue important to me. So, please read their minds and find out why the insects turned into monsters. She pleaded, please. Esto froze, thinking, please. He looked down, his pensive gaze falling on his own hand. Esto asked himself, is this ability worth anything? Without another thought, everyone ventured deeper. Before a sparkling light, everyone was stunned. What is this? There was no danger in front of them. It was a mountain of gold that made them all exclaim in unison. Gold. Everyone stared in amazement at the pile of gold before them. Esto walked forward calmly. Moose stood with his arms crossed, wondering to himself, is this all gold? Parker was ecstatic. Are we going to be rich? Mew shook his head, heartlessly throwing a bucket of cold water on him. Snap out of it. All temple treasures are considered holy relics. Everything here will be confiscated by the Holy Palace. Parker immediately grew gloomy in front of the pile of gold. Hey, but why is there gold in a temple? Mew said nonchalantly. Who knows? He slightly furrowed his brow, and in a secret place like this, no less. Thinking of the blue sand creatures, Mew suddenly asked, wait a minute, could the insects be born from gold? And replied, probably not. The white-furred monkey looked at the pile of gold and said, there aren't any insects next to the gold. In the room full of glittering gold, someone analyzed aloud. Thinking back, they only appeared up to a certain point. Parker shrugged, I don't see anything suspicious. Isn't this just an old secret vault? S knelt down to inspect it. Bang, standing nearby, was also puzzled. Why would a temple need treasure? The ever-wise Moose spoke up again. Priests need to live and eat too, young lady. The Pope is also very wealthy, you know. There are probably 10 vaults like this in the Holy Palace. Irang complained, that's blasphemous. He laughed smugly. You're one to talk when you don't even believe in gods. She turned to ask, so, do you believe in God? Mew switched into pious lamb mode, clasping his hands, but, he said with a hint of sarcasm, everyone in the Empire is baptized at birth. My religion was decided for me before I was even born. What forced faith? Then he expressed his view, well, that's true, but I personally believe there is a God, and that he cares for humans and sometimes intervenes in their lives. Back with Esto, he once again heard the green sands crying for help. Save me! He was bewildered. How do I save you? He closed his eyes to feel it. Suddenly, Parker curiously asked the leader, did you find something? Esto replied, the insects are talking about a box. Parker looked up, hesitating. The box you mentioned is. Following Parker's gaze, on a high shelf, sat an exquisite box, placed all by itself. He flew up, brought the box down in front of Esto, and asked, is this it, leader? Through his senses, Esto was surprised. The insect's movements were changing. He curiously opened the box, and inside, a brilliant golden light shimmered, revealing something that looked like a gleaming golden potato chip emitting light. Someone gasped, is it gold again? Muen observed with his hands on his hips for a moment, then concluded, no, this isn't gold, this is. Ahu, in Nezu's arms, spoke up, a golden dragon scale. Muen turned to ask, Mr. Cactus, do you know anything about golden dragon scales? Esto also looked over. The cactus replied, it's exactly what the name suggests. Ahu explained, this is a dragon's scale. Unlike a fish scale, it's imbued with magic. Everyone was surprised. Magic? The cactus continued, dragons are the race that created magic, right? So naturally, every single one of their scales contains immense magical power. Muen still didn't quite understand and asked, for example? Parker was flustered. Wait a minute. He frowned in worry. Don't tell me it has magic that makes monsters go berserk and kill people? Ahu leaped onto Nezu's head and praised loudly. Exactly. Muen crossed his arms and let out a weary sigh. So that golden dragon, Shanan, is the mastermind behind this? Nezu asked. So what should we do? Ahu replied, just destroy the scale, and the insects and scorpions will return to normal. Parker was confused. But how do you know all this? Ahu stood proudly with his hands on his hips. I inherited my mother's memories. Someone asked, is your mother the 1,000-year-old Akamanata from the Turkish desert? Ahu laughed. Hey, 1,000 years is a bit of an exaggeration. My mother lived in an era when dragons and humans coexisted. The cactus recounted. She even spoke with them directly. She also learned many secrets from various sources. Ahu said arrogantly, my siblings and I inherited all of those memories. That's the kind of race the Akamanata are. And we are one, and one can become all. Anyway, back to the main point. The cactus jumped onto the box holding the dragon scale. It takes a dragon to destroy a part of another dragon. It looked at Esto, which means only you can do it. Esto nodded, I'll destroy it. Suki was not happy, wagging its tail in disagreement, I object. It could be very dangerous. Do you think a dragon scale is just an ordinary scale? It frowned and offered its opinion. This is highly suspicious. Thinking about it simply, there's no way it would break as easily as a twig. Suki tried desperately to stop him. You were given a mission to come here and investigate. Isn't that all you were told to do? The people of Turkey can solve this problem themselves. It turned away, showing its desire to leave. We just need to go back, tell them the cause, and let them handle it. Esto said seriously, I'm still doing it. The green sands are killing every living creature they encounter. Suki froze upon hearing Esto say that the insects were also suffering, because they are being forced to harm others. It arrogantly turned its head and asked, are you going to risk your life for those insects? Esto calmly replied, I don't simply want to help someone. Suki didn't seem to care much, so what then? Esto sincerely expressed his personal viewpoint, the reason he wanted to see it through, because I've seen this, because I'm here. I don't want to ignore it and walk away as if nothing happened. Suki looked up worriedly. I don't want you to be in danger. I hate that you're also getting dragged into this. Esto smiled gratefully. Thank you for worrying about me, Suki. He turned to the box containing the dragon scale and picked the scale up and wondered to himself, how do I destroy this? Esto tried to channel strength into his hand and forcefully break the dragon's scale, seeing him struggle until his whole body trembled and his face turned red. Para softly called out to the president. Seeing this, Suki also walked over. You need to use your power. Esto replied naively, I don't think physical strength is what's needed. Suki sighed, not that kind of power, but your ability. Esto turned back to the dragon's scale in his hand, confused, but my ability is just reading minds and controlling emotions against an inanimate object. Oh, he closed his eyes and thought to himself, no, let's just try it. Esto focused and activated his ability through in his hand. He was surprised to see the golden dragon scale shine brightly, as if responding to his ability. Esto held the stone he had just taken from the chest and examined it. Para asked curiously, so you can destroy a golden dragon like that? I never would have imagined it was possible. Duke Mubian turned and spoke up. Then the insect-controlling magic will be nullified right now. As soon as he finished speaking, an earthquake suddenly occurred where they were, and Para immediately ran over and said, wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Duke Haiga agreed. I have the same feeling. At that moment, Para, looking a bit scared, spoke up. Hey, Esto, can you stop it? He froze, helplessly saying, I'm sorry. I think it's going to take some time for me to get it under control. At the same time, Bang yelled in a panic as rocks and dirt were falling all around. So what do we do now? Esto calmly replied, it seems you're going to dream a little. Please wait in the dream. Everyone exclaimed in shock and confusion, while the stone in Esto's hand flashed brightly. A dream. Yeah. The scene changes to a strange place. Esto was still dazed with his eyes closed when a clear voice appeared beside him and spoke to him. Hello, who are you? Esto slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a lush green meadow. Thinking to himself about the unfamiliar voices, are they people I know? The clear voice spoke a greeting, startling him and making him open his eyes wide. Hello, Suhanan. I'm Joe Aron, one of the blacks. On the grassy patch where Esto was sitting, there was a young boy, lying down and a little girl chattering on and on. The blonde-haired boy, who was Suhanan, opened one eye to look at the girl and asked, the blacks? Joe Aron looked at him with a radiant smile and said, yes, I'm so happy to meet a fledgling like myself. Esto sat there stunned, thinking to himself, this must be Suhanan's memory. It's probably because I touched the dragon's scale. Esto sat there, but it seemed no one could see him. Suhanan sat up, sighed, and said to Joe Aron, I'll forgive your rudeness, since you're still young, kid. I'm not a fledgling, Joe Aron said with interest. Really? But you look pretty small. That made him fume. Then Suhanan continued, I intentionally dressed this way to appear more decent to humans. Joe Aron squatted down beside him with a curious expression, asking non-stop questions. Really? I've never spoken about humans. What do they look like? Do you understand them? Suhanan turned and said, you ask a lot of questions, kid. Just what I'd expect from a fledgling. I don't like humans. The little girl asked cheerfully. Then why are you here? And you changed your appearance too? The boy's eyes held a hint of sadness. Just for fun. Duaren said meekly, I see. In the distance, someone called out to the little girl, Duaren. Hearing the call, she stood up. I'll come play with you again, so please tell me more about humans later. Then she ran toward the voice, smiling brightly as she waved back at him. He leaned on his hand on the grass and replied, don't come back, you're a nuisance. The scene shifts to a different point in the future. Eventually, they became friends and walked side by side on the grass. Then, the scene jumps to when the two children have grown up. Now, the two of them are lying on a lush green meadow, gazing at a small flower in front of them. The scene shifts again to a bridge where the two are sitting. Duaren asks, why do you like humans so much? She brushed her hair back with a gentle smile. They're lovely. Hearing this, Suhanan turned to her and said, I heard that the black-skinned ones are very skilled in mental abilities, like reading souls or things of that nature. Duaren rested a hand on the bridge. She replied cheerfully, that's right, I can hear your heart too. Suhanan exclaimed in shock. What? She continued. I've been able to hear it since the first time we met and everything you've wanted to say to me. Suhanan stuttered. So you actually. Du-Aran giggled, finishing his sentence. Love humans very much, don't you? Suhanan stared at her, then blushed and turned away in embarrassment. Yes, I like them now. Suhanan, flustered and blushing, explained without turning to face her. Ultimately, I like them because you like them too. Hearing this, Du-Aran called out gently. Suhanan, she asked, you want to know why I love humans, don't you? Still blushing, Suhanan heard her question and turned his curious face toward her. Yes. Du-Aran began to explain. It is said that we were born as intermediaries of this world. Among us, the black-skinned ones were born to love all living beings. As she explained, the girl imagined a beautiful scene, a place with people who had lovely personalities. We share our thoughts and feelings with them. In the vision, a happy family of 3 was taking a stroll together. How could I not love humans? Then, the image of a beautiful lotus flower blooming in the middle of a lake appeared, when even a lotus flower in a pond can be this lovely. As she spoke, Suhanan slowly reached over and took the hand of the girl beside him. The scene shifts to a bright afternoon under a blue sky with white clouds and golden sunshine. There are 2 people, a young man and a young woman. Du-Aran flashes a beautiful smile. She runs up to Suhanan and calls out, Suhanan, you said you'd come back right after meeting God. What took you so long? I have so many things I want to tell you. Suhanan, with a somber expression, called to her, Du-Aran, don't go near humans anymore. That is God's command. As if she couldn't believe her ears, Du-Aran grabbed his sleeve. A command? What do you mean? Suhanan looked down as he explained. All the dragons have decided to abandon this world. We're leaving this place and won't be part of this world anymore, so you must stop loving humans. She gently let go of his sleeve and said, I'm sorry, Suhanan, I can't go. I won't go. I'm staying here. In a sudden burst of anger, Suhanan yelled right in her face, startling her. Seeing that his outburst had frightened Du-Aran, Suhanan immediately tried to explain, flustered. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I didn't mean to. If you stay here, I'll stay with you. Promise me. Du-Aran Suhanan placed a hand on his chest and said sincerely, let's never be apart. Esto stood behind them observing, thinking to himself, I can't see any more memories, but I still find it hard to understand if Du-Aran broke his promise. There are still a few things that can't be explained, even if that's the truth. The black-skinned are born to love all living creatures. Esto walked in the darkness, slowly saying, to love. The scene changes to a place filled with people cursing. Those negative emotions aren't because of my ability, but because I've met people like that. The image of 3 people and a beast appeared in Esto's mind. This ability saved Nezu, allowed me to register with the church and led me to where I am now. Maybe I'm afraid of this power. If things had been a little different. Esto smiled. Would I be like you? Under a bright, vibrant sky with the cool air of the new day, Esto, Perer, Nezu, and Ahu stood still. Bang and Muen were sleeping soundly in a circle, even though they were lying on the cold, rough stone floor. A moment later, Esto suddenly woke up. He slowly lifted his sleepy eyelids and looked up at his surroundings. Suki, who had been quiet while he slept, saw that he was awake and let out a soft meow. Good. Sweet morning to you. Hearing this, Esto turned his head, looking up at Suki with half-closed eyes and asking with a slight smile, Did you have a nice dream? Suki didn't speak aloud, but a thought formed in its mind. I guess so. I don't know about the others. Now seeming to have had enough sleep, Para pushed himself into a sitting position. He didn't look very awake, raising a hand to support his forehead and groaning softly. Ugh. At the same time, Suki continued its silent thoughts, confirming it was a good dream, and then everyone else gradually woke up. Nezu sat up abruptly, saying happily, My mother appeared in my dream, but only. Bang hadn't woken up yet. She lay completely still. Wen tried to wake her, his voice soft. Bang. Even so, she didn't stir at all, and he asked doubtfully, She's still not awake? Is she sleeping very deeply? Seeing Nezu's worried expression, he suggested, Let's wait a little longer. A long time later, under the clear sky, someone spoke up. Guild leader, we've wasted too much time. The desert crabs might have been eaten by now. Hearing this, Esto turned to Nezu and asked, Nezu, can you carry Bang on your back? Everyone stood around Bang, worriedly, watching her. Nezu heard him and replied, I can. Right after, Nezu added hesitantly, but I don't think she'd like that. Without a word, Min suddenly lifted Bang onto his shoulder and said nonchalantly, I'll carry the luggage. Let's go. Suddenly, Esto became tense and asked in a serious voice, But before we leave, there's something I want to ask everyone. He recalled the room full of gold in the temple and continued, Even after we return to the Turkish village, please, don't tell them that we saw this room. Someone asked in return, You want to keep the temple's treasure a secret? He immediately replied, That's right. Muen, standing before him, asked quizzically, I don't object, but may I ask why? Esto suddenly remembered the dream from earlier, and his voice grew deep. He explained, in my dream, I saw a fragment of a memory from the Golden Dragon. A beautiful girl with black hair and a scholarly young man with shimmering blonde hair appeared. Fragmented memories flashed before Esto's eyes. He continued, this temple might be a place that holds his precious memories. I don't. I know what it means to him, so I don't want to touch it without permission. He suddenly lowered his head in thought and continued to speak, and then he decided, I also think we should leave the soul-containing mirror here. The others heard this and all nodded in agreement, everyone taking turns to concur, then we'll do that. All right, I'll keep it a secret. Nezu did the same, I promise. A few days later, on a fresh morning in a beautiful Turkish village, from a large house that was magnificent and splendidly off-white, a voice echoed out, this trip seems to have been a success. Our mission has been completed without any problems and the Guildmaster's condition has also improved. Can you control your power now? In a room inside the large house, Miring was still passed out, lying quietly on the bed, while Perer, Nu, and Muban stood around where Esto was sitting. Hearing this, Esto replied, yes, at least I won't cause any harm unintentionally. He looked at Bang's rosy face and spoke softly, but I'm a little worried because Miss Bang still hasn't woken up. We need to return to headquarters soon. Perer, Nezu, and Mubin all looked worriedly at Bang, when suddenly Mubin spoke uneasily. We can't take her through the portal in this condition. After thinking for a moment, Esto spoke up. I'll go into her dream and pull her out. Hearing him say that, all three of them exclaimed in surprise, is that even possible? With that, he stood up and walked slowly to her bedside, saying, I'll only know when I try, it's different for everyone. Ahu, who had been standing still on a cabinet from afar, suddenly projected a thought. But do we need to wake her up? Can't we just leave her here until she wakes up on her own? I don't like her. She's the one who said that anything that isn't human should die. Suddenly, Ahu bowed its head, its voice filled with a mix of self-pity and anger, projecting its thoughts. How many animals has she killed in front of us? Besides, I feel like my nose is going numb from the smell of blood on her. Facing an annoyed Ahu with its arms crossed, Esto asked, Mr. Cactus, do you have a nose? Even though you're a cactus. Ahu immediately replied, I have a nose in my heart. Then Esto turned his back to Ahu, cutting Ahu off in a low voice, stop it. Seeing this, Ahu projected a dissatisfied thought, why am I the only one being told off? He spoke tiredly, I'm not scolding you. I feel the same way. Bang won't change even if we help her. Then he lowered his head bitterly and said, however, this incident is my fault. Suddenly, Suki padded softly closer to him and let out a small sound. Suki looked up, raising its clear, bicolored eyes to him, projecting a thought, let's go together, Esto. Esto nodded in response to Suki's gaze, then walked to Bang's bedside. Gently placing his hand on her forehead, he channeled power into his palm, and suddenly, within his hand, clusters of light began to flash. Clear yet brilliant clusters of light. Beneath a clear blue sky with warm sunlight shining everywhere was a lush, fresh, and vibrant bamboo garden. Esto looked up and glanced around, and after a moment, he spoke in surprise at the bamboo grove, then looked down at Suki standing next to him and asked, can you find Jianbang here? Suki scanned the surroundings, replying with its thoughts, I can't find her from here. Suki leaned towards him and reminded him, we're in a dream, you should be the one tracking her. Hearing that, Esto's face seemed to go blank. As if Esto had thought of something, his eyes lit up and he suddenly cried out. He spotted a particular bamboo stalk and took it in his hands. Then he forcefully snapped it in half. After breaking it, he placed the broken end on the ground, shook the stalk gently, and then let go. The bamboo stalk suddenly fell under his watchful gaze. It landed on the ground pointing in a specific direction, and he looked in that direction and said, I think we should go this way. Seeing this, Suki asked helplessly, Esto, where did you learn that? As he stood up, he replied, I saw it in a book. Suki began to walk gracefully, projecting her thoughts. Even a foolish method might be a sure way here. Since we're in a dream, anything could be a sign, and anyone can appear if you wish for it. Esto and Suki set off on the path they had chosen. Hearing what Suki said, he replied, but the owner of the dream should be the one making the wish, not me. Suki glanced at him sideways. She spoke slowly. That's right, but you're the one with the ability to control dreams. Hearing that, he instinctively lowered his head. His indifferent eyes cast downward as he fell into deep thought, thinking to himself, this ability of mine feels so natural now. In his mind, an image of a mighty dragon with an obscured face appeared, and he continued to think to himself, what am I becoming? What kind of beings are dragons? While he was still lost in a sea of thoughts, a familiar sound kept calling his name. Esto. He was called again and again, but remained motionless, so an annoyed Suki projected her thoughts loudly, saying Esto. However, the sound that came out was Niak. Hearing this, Esto was startled. Suki suspiciously projected a questioning thought. What were you thinking about? standing there all lost in thought?" she asked, staring at the tense Esto. Suddenly, amidst the dense bamboo grove, Suki spotted a familiar figure. She suddenly cried out, "Look, over there!" Hearing her, Esto immediately looked over. He saw Bang in a tiny form and called out, "Jian Bang!" Suddenly, a small, round, yellow ball rolled to his feet. Esto carefully picked it up and showed it to the cat. "Looks like she's looking for this." He watched the little girl, who was fumbling around searching for something, and thought, "The way this ball rolled to me, it seems she would have never found it." Then, as if she had seen something strange, the little girl dashed forward, unable to hide the excitement on her face. Hidden behind the trees was a white tiger, her body covered in blood, her eyes looking a bit dazed. The little girl greeted, "Hello, Mr. White Tiger." Suki, as if sensing something, quickly explained, "It's a divine being that manifests in the world through an animal's body. However, they are not gods of humans, but gods of animals." Esther repeated, "A god? Clearly, they were not true gods, but other animals cannot defy the commands of a divine beast." Next to the tiger now was Bang, who was trembling. She knelt down in confusion, stammering, "Mr. White Tiger, are you hurt?" The tiger was in too much pain to even roar, and could only let out soft groans. She asked worriedly, "Does it hurt a lot?" Seeing that the tiger was too weak, she offered, "Would you like to come to my house? I'll apply some medicine for you." Hearing this, it merely opened its eyes and stayed silent, as if it were considering something. Then, despite its blood-soaked body and exhausted strength, it decided to stand up, but it could only hold itself steady for a few seconds. The tiger immediately collapsed. Bang cried out in alarm, "Mr. White Tiger." After recounting this terrible memory, she seemed quite emotional. "I should have just left it there." Hearing that, Esto turned back in shock, unable to hide his surprise. The little girl continued, If I had just ignored it then, the Xion family wouldn't have had to suffer." Her face was now tear-streaked, her eyebrows furrowed in resentment. "That divine beast, the white tiger or whatever, I should have never trusted it." He didn't know what to do and could only call out to Bang, but he was met with the confused face of a little girl. "Just call me by my real name. After all, we're in my dream." Seeing Esto looked a bit shocked, the little girl continued, "What's with that expression? Since you read my mind before, you must already know everything, right?" He simply replied calmly, "I came to find you because you still haven't woken up after all this time." Hearing that, Bang quickly turned away and said bitterly, "Do you feel responsible for me or something? Go away. I won't resent you just because I'm stuck in a dream." But Esto's reply made her pause. "I really am responsible for you," he told her guiltily. "I'm sorry for getting you stuck in this dream. I'll do my best to help you get out of here." She silently walked away. However, it seemed Esto's answer didn't sway Bang as she quickly walked towards a wooden house. Inside that house were her mother, father, and her younger brother. Bang turned back and said to him, "Who said I want to leave?" Her gentle mother had just placed a fragrant pot of soup on the table, happily calling for Bang. Hearing someone calling her name, a younger Bang excitedly ran in from outside, "Mom." Standing before that happy family scene from the past, the girl of the present couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Do you know how many times I've had this dream? Should I tell you what happens next?" Bang tried to suppress her emotions, her hands clenching so tightly they trembled. "The divine beast that I saved in that forest is the one who cursed my family. A divine being? A great white tiger that protects our country? Don't make me laugh." Then, unable to hold it in any longer, she screamed, her eyes filled with resentment. "A divine beast that isn't even strong enough to form a contract with the king? Who can it possibly protect?" In her memory, a house was being engulfed in a sea of flames, and outside was the silhouette of the white tiger. Then she continued, "The white tiger divine beast is called the god of all four-legged beasts and can control all animals." In front of the tiger was a young Bang, passed out next to a horrific pool of blood. "I passed out right after that, so I don't know why I was the only survivor. But thinking back now is meaningless. The tiger seemed to have just left." Bang recalled, "Not long after, the king's army arrived, and my family, the ones who had taken care of the white tiger, were accused of treason and framed as thieves who stole the divine beast from the royal palace." As she said this, she gritted her teeth, tears welling up, her face filled with extreme indignation. "Everyone was falsely accused because of me. We were sentenced as criminals, people who had harmed the divine beast, all without a trial, and that beast." Only the bloody images and the bodies of her relatives kept replaying in her mind. She continued, "It just sat there and did nothing, even as my family was being destroyed." After telling that heartbreaking story, she just said softly, "So it's fine to stay in this dream. As long as I can see my family, that's enough for me." Bang turned back, giving a bright smile to the two who had listened to her story from beginning to end. "Thank you, President." After witnessing such a tragic situation, Esto was a bit flustered. He was silent for a moment. Suki then spoke up. "Actually, divine beasts truly are the gods of animals, and they wouldn't kill humans without reason. After his silence, Esto offered, "I will help you," but he was met with a sharp retort of bangs. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she seemed very upset, turned around, and stormed out. What else could I do then? That king and that entire country are insane. How can I possibly fight against those beasts, creatures I don't even understand what they're thinking? Facing her rage, Esto just gently placed his hand on her and said, "I still don't like you, but I don't want you to die." Then he looked straight into her eyes and slowly uttered each word, "Live, Xian Bang." A familiar image suddenly flashed through her mind, the words her late mother once told her. Her mother at that time, covered in wounds, still tried to tell her little daughter, "You must live, Bang." Esto's voice pulled her back to reality. "I will go meet the White Tiger. I'll ask it who framed the Xian clan." At this point, Esto gripped her hand tightly and pleaded, "Please, don't run away anymore." Hearing this, Bang's emotions were in turmoil. She was moved, confused, and a little scared. Before she could react, Esto continued, "Go meet the king who accused your family. Let them know your pain." Realizing his sincerity, she was a bit touched but still acted cold. "Even if you help me, I won't change at all." Hearing that, he didn't scold her but instead replied gently, "I don't expect you to." Bang was surprised. Then why? His answer moved the young girl, her eyes welling up with tears. "Because I want to help you." The girl lowered her head to stop the tears from falling, shakily coming to an agreement with Esto. "I'll go with you. Wake me up from this dream." Bang's eyes slowly opened, looking tired. Hearing a voice call out, she quickly sat up, rubbing her head. Beside her, Esto had also just woken up. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, "Miss Bang, Mr. Esto." Now awake, he quickly turned to tell Bang, "We'll return to headquarters tomorrow. Let's rest today." She was slightly moved and said softly, "Thank you." Nearby, Parker overheard and was utterly astonished. He clutched his head as if he'd seen a world wonder. Did Bang just say thank you? What in the world happened in that dream? Beside him, Mubian added a sarcastic comment. "They say people often change when they're about to die." Hearing that, Bang was furious. "I'm not dying," she continued to explain. "The guild master said that he would go meet the White Tiger for me." Hearing the words White Tiger, a clear image appeared in Mubian's mind. He asked again, "The White Tiger?" Bang said with a hateful tone, "A detestable divine beast in the form of a white tiger. He wants to use beasts to crush humans and rule over them." Hearing about the divine beast background, Mubian could only exclaim, "My goodness, you got involved with something like that?" At that moment, the young girl was preparing to get out of bed, slowly explaining to him, "We're not meeting it right away. We'll go when the guild master says to." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the door, and it burst open. It was a messenger from the guild. He spoke quickly. "Precisely. The Ignis Guild is here to meet the trust of our clients. This is an order from the master." Everyone wondered, "From the master?" On the piece of paper were written the words, "Master of Rivet Castle." The Ignis Guild headquarters was an incredibly vast area, its splendor rivaling any royal palace. Kai was extremely excited to see everyone return. She ran out warmly to greet them. "Welcome back, Commander." She hopped onto the table, holding out her arms as if wanting to be held, and praised him cheerfully. "I heard you resolved the issue in the Tak Desert brilliantly." Esther wasn't fooled by Kai's innocent act and retorted, "Didn't you deliberately send me to Tak?" Realizing she'd been found out, she could only laugh out loud. "I've been discovered. Actually, I sent you there because it was in the area." Seeing Esto's bewildered and slightly surprised expression, she continued, "But luckily, it seems you found a way to control your powers. Congratulations." He immediately returned to his usual serious work demeanor and began reporting to Kai. "By the way, it seems like the guild doesn't have many members." Kai was also a bit flustered. About that." She explained the current situation in the empire is very unstable. The crown prince, the grand princess, and the 5 princes are officially opposing each other, and furthermore, the nobles haven't yet found a direction to take, causing the factions to be divided. It seems the internal power struggle among the nobility is quite intense. There have been alliances and there have been divisions. Kai continued to share the information she had gathered while everyone was away. As a result, the 5 princes and the grand princess have formed an alliance, and she came to a conclusion, and it seems the emperor no longer wants to turn a blind eye to this power struggle anymore. Hearing these complicated and headache-inducing stories, Mubian couldn't help but complain, "What a chaotic family. I can guess the emperor's intentions with my sharp intuition and experience in these circles. He could immediately guess the intentions of the country's leader. To end the internal dispute, he will point his sword outward." Kai, beside him, agreed, "Exactly. Soon a war of invasion. It will break out, and because of that, I think the emperor might summon you, Duke." Bang, who had been listening intently this whole time, was startled to hear that. Kai said, "I heard the first targets are the border nations between the empire and the eastern continent." The little girl, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "So everyone is being mobilized as soldiers, as mercenaries?" Kai replied, That's right, the Ignis Guild has a responsibility to support the royal palace. Perer, who was nearby, also asked curiously about something, looking around as if searching for someone as he asked, Guild Master, are the library staff also caught up in this? Kai's answer surprised him quite a bit. No, I've given them leave. The library is currently empty because all the staff have left, leaving only a messy pile of papers on the desk. She explained, because I have a hard time working when there are people around. Due to my weak heart, I'm easily influenced by the thoughts of others when I work. After having briefly described the current situation, it was Kai's turn to ask, I'm just asking to be sure, Guild Master, but please don't interfere in the Empire's war. Esto, understanding the gravity of the situation, became very serious. I understand, seeing that his comrades seemed exhausted from their journey, Kai said gently, so I'll let you rest. Please go somewhere peaceful and enjoy life. I will call you back for the Pope's inauguration ceremony. She smiled mysteriously, and then suddenly, Esto was pulled back. Kai's sudden action left him quite confused. After they finished talking, everyone parted ways. Esto gratefully said to Mu Bian, thank you for accompanying us. Please return to the people you need to protect. But Mu Bian didn't seem to. Very resigned. He argued back, I am a guard, and the master I need to protect is still here. Esto interrupted, but before that, you were also. Duke Haiga. Seeing the unwilling expression on his friend's face, he comforted him. I will always be here, so please, go back. After you finish what you need to do. Hearing his leader's words, Mu Bian didn't want to resist. He promised, then I will return as soon as possible. At their side, Jiang also expressed her desire to go somewhere. I'm going too. Her words surprised Perer quite a bit. Huh? Where are you going? Jiang answered, to become a mercenary. Only the guild master isn't allowed to participate in the war. The promise you made, call me when you want to fulfill it. And before their two figures disappeared from view, Jiang managed to say her final words, which also spoke for everyone else. Even if it's not for that promise, if you need me, just call. If it's your command, I will follow without question. Watching his comrades leave one by one, Esto felt a bit lonely for a moment. Parker, beside him, turned and asked, so, Guildmaster, what do you plan to do next? He recalled the words that Kai had whispered to him earlier. If you go to the Sky Island of Elia, a place rumored to be inhabited by Pegasi and unicorns, you might find a clue about your origins. It seems there's a path leading to this island if you go to the cliffs of the Wind Mountain Range. The final words she spoke still echoed in his head. Whether you go or not is up to you. Esto decided on his next destination. I'm going to the Sky Island of Elia. Hearing this, Parker was extremely excited, leaping towards his commander. I'm going with you. Hearing that, Esto was a bit hesitant and asked, are you sure you're okay with using your vacation to come with me? But Parker didn't seem to care about his vacation, saying with sparkling eyes, I've only heard about Ilia, but I've always wanted to go there. And so, the four of them began their journey to the new land. While everyone else was walking at a leisurely pace, Parker had to struggle to keep up. He exclaimed, looks like this is our first long trip since we went to your village without using a teleportation gate. Noticing his companion was getting tired and falling behind, Esto immediately turned back to apologize for the tiring journey. Parker panicked when he heard this. That's not it at all. This is also a chance to get some exercise. Esto looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. Seeing this, he ordered, let's find a place to rest for the night. As everyone was considering where to camp, Nezu's sharp ears picked something up. It quickly reported to its master, Esto, I hear something strange. Looking into the deep, desolate forest, it began to speculate. It sounds like a large beast in pain. At this point, Esto had to rely on Parker's abilities. Parker, can you check the surrounding area? He sprang up at his commander's order. Parker spread his large wings, quickly gaining momentum and soaring into the sky, scouting the surroundings as he flew. Suddenly, something caught his eye, startling him. Parker rushed back towards his comrades, shouting as he flew, Guildmaster. 30 meters to the north, there's a small pit, and next to it, a unicorn has collapsed, a blood-soaked unicorn unconscious on the ground. Its condition is quite serious. The team quickly moved to check on it. Parker guessed, it looks like it was injured by hunters or poachers. It probably managed to escape since I don't see anyone else around. Well, Parker fumbled through his bag, flustered. I don't have any medicine to treat a wound this severe like this. Just then, Esto had an idea. Do you have a knife or anything sharp? Parker quickly handed his leader a dagger. I have a dagger. Thanks. Esto bit down hard on a cloth to keep from crying out and hastily cut his own palm to draw his own blood. Then he offered his hand for the unicorn to lick. Seeing that it seemed to be doing better, Esto felt a sense of relief. The team decided to set up camp there. Let's rest here tonight. The drowsy unicorn suddenly heard a faint voice asking, does it hurt? It slowly opened its eyes. The first thing it saw was something very furry and as white as snow the creature was. Cheerfully, oh, you're awake? Are you okay? Seeing his strange appearance, the unicorn was a little startled, thinking to itself, a beast. Am I going to be eaten? But maybe that's still better than being caught by humans, so it quickly curled up, cowering at the base of a tree. It didn't dare to look at the big beast. Seeing this, Nezu was quite surprised. Hello? Nezu's greeting not only didn't help, it actually made the unicorn cry louder and become more scared. Hearing the commotion, Esto, who was warming himself, turned and asked, "What's wrong, Nezu?" He replied, "I think I scared it." Hearing that, Esto quickly reassured him, "It's not your fault, it must still be." Very disoriented after waking up from an attack. The unicorn was quite frightened and suddenly startled. That voice, I've heard it somewhere a long time ago. On the other side, Esto had started to stand up to go rest while it was still struggling with its own thoughts and doubts. When was that? Esto gently held out his hand and said, "It's okay, we can help. You get back home." The unicorn, with teary eyes, asked, "Really? Who are you all?" He slowly introduced himself. "I am Esto." The unicorn replied, "I've never heard that name before, but you have a very familiar scent." The unicorn felt grateful and moved closer to Esto. "In any case, thank you for saving me." The unicorn looked around and explained, "Your group has many different races traveling together, and that's why I feel I can trust you more." He asked curiously, "Why?" The unicorn, remembering the vicious humans, answered, "The humans I know all dislike being with other races." The wicked people in the unicorn's memory continuously gave, in the order to capture it. Nezu was full of questions. But aren't other races like that too? Suki and Ahu also dislike humans, and Nezu used to be the same. An image of his old self, baring his teeth and glaring, gradually appeared in his mind. Wide-eyed in astonishment, "I didn't mean it exactly like that, but what you said is also true." Esto looked at the starry night sky and announced, "It's late, let's get some sleep. We'll talk later, we'll set off tomorrow when the sun rises." Everyone was lying down near the fire, only he was sitting quietly, hugging his knees. Suki slowly walked over and asked, startling Esto, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" He gently replied, "I'm just not sleepy." "What about you, Suki?" The cat spoke up. With a scornful tone, "How could I possibly sleep in a place like this?" Esto tried to reassure him, "This mountain isn't dangerous." Suki disagreed and turned away. "There's no place in this world that's completely safe." The black cat sighed and advised, "I know. I'm being preachy, but you need to stop trusting people so blindly, Esto. Of course, it's fine when I'm here, I'll watch over them for you." He suddenly called Suki's name and immediately got a response. "What?" While remembering the image of a giant dragon standing on a globe, Esto began to speak. "I heard that Suhanan hates humans, but for some reason, he still stayed in this world." Suki flicked his tail and answered, just like what that person named Kai said, he might have stayed to bring this world to its destruction. He reached out and petted the cat's head, but Suki calmly questioned, "Why do you think there's another reason?" Esto lowered his head sadly, thinking to himself, "That makes me wonder." Countless questions kept popping into his head. What happened to Jo Aron? Did Jo Aron really die, or did she betray Suhanan and leave? The last question echoed, as an image appeared of a blonde man staying silent before a girl's questioning. Or is Suhanan just a crazed golden dragon? Esto was confused. "No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. I don't understand why he hates humans that much." Suki comfortably lay on his lap, playing around. He would probably never know unless he read its mind. Right after he finished speaking, the cat sat up hesitantly. "Wait, you!" He didn't deny it, saying firmly, "I have to meet him at least once anyway." Suki regained its composure and questioned, "Assuming that's true, but what if your target is a dragon that has gone mad? What do you plan to do after reading its mind?" Esto was evasive. "I don't really intend to do anything." The cat turned its face away, feigning indifference. "Suhanan is very dangerous. I won't stop you from meeting him during the inauguration ceremony, but that's it." Suki emphasized the warning, "Don't sympathize with anyone." Esto, the black cat's advice made him wonder if he was sympathizing with him. No. The sun gradually emerged, signaling the arrival of another beautiful day while everyone was on the move. Then Khan sighed in relief. "When I was attacked, I really thought I was going to die." "So you're all heading to Elia too. It must be fate." The unicorn still had many questions. "But why did I heal so quickly? How interesting." Esto looked distracted, contemplating. "I'm not confident I can explain my bloodline. It's probably better to stay silent." Nezu asked blankly, "Are we there yet?" Para immediately replied, "Not yet." He observed the vast scenery and announced, "We still have a long way to go. This is just the first peak. We need to cross 5 more mountains to reach our destination." The monkey repeated in panic, while Khan was still excited. 5 mountains? Para confirmed cheerfully. "That's right, but luckily, I know a shortcut." Before he could rejoice for long, he began to doubt himself when he saw the scene before him. "This is a shortcut?" Just then, Khan flew up high. Now the unicorn gave instructions, "Let's fly from this point." Para said timidly, Miss Khan, I'm the only one with wings. The others don't know how to fly. Khan knew that perfectly well and comforted him. It's okay. Of course, I'm not telling you to fly by yourself. The unicorn smiled and suggested, Esto, did you think I wouldn't repay you for helping me? Khan's cheerful tone confused Esto, who looked up. The whole group suddenly exclaimed in unison, constantly looking around. I hear the sound of hooves from somewhere. A startled Nezu suddenly pointed to the sky. In the sky, against the clear blue sky, 4 beautiful unicorns were flying towards them. One golden-haired unicorn called out, Khan. Khan cheered joyfully. Elder. Kirin slowly landed. So you're all right. I was very worried when the birds told me you were being hunted by humans. Congestured, these people saved me. Can we invite them to Elia? The elder asked in disbelief, Humans saved you. He refused without hesitation. But we cannot welcome the human race. Khan was shocked. Elder. The unicorn continued to plead, Elder, they are not hunters, they are my benefactors. The ones who saved me and healed my wounds. I owe them a debt and I want to repay it. Kirin frowned and pressed, Healed your wounds? The elder was suspicious. But I don't see any injuries on you, nor do I smell any blood around you. Khan, were you injured when the hunters caught you? Khan recalled the image of herself being severely injured. As I was saying, yes, the little one stepped on a trap and broke its leg, then was attacked with magic. It sustained a fatal wound. The other unicorns were utterly astonished, unable to believe it. Only the spring water of Elia can heal the wounds of a Pegasus. The elder stared intently at Esto, who was standing obediently still. If it wasn't him, then it could only be the dragons who created the Pegasus. He landed in front of the boy and asked, What is your name? Esto gently introduced himself. I am Esto. The Kirin was Serp. Unexpectedly knelt on one knee to show reverence. The humble elder bowed to welcome the last descendant of the Black Dragon's bloodline. Parker's surprised voice rang out. I can see Pegasi and unicorns everywhere. This is fascinating. Asking in return, Are you that surprised? We have a good relationship with the bird folk and communicate with them often. His eyes sparkled as he smiled brightly and said, I left the bird folk village a long time ago to work in the city, so everything here is really interesting. The blue unicorn thought to itself, but you people are even more interesting. As it gazed at Esto's back, finding it hard to believe he was a descendant of the Black Dragon, the unicorn continued to think, He looks just like a normal human. At that moment, Kirin respectfully invited Lord Esto. This way, please. A shimmering azure lake gradually came into view, as the elder explained that unicorns are born from this lake. The golden-haired Kirin continued, This is the place I wanted to show Lady Duarin, if she ever returned, that the Pegasi she blessed would continue to be born here. Esto immediately denied it, I am not Duarin. The elder replied calmly, But I still wanted you to know, you are the last trace of the Black Dragon existing in this world. Lord Esto pressed his lips together, holding back a denial. To himself, I never wanted this. The elder continued to explain, The lake is blessed by the gods, and the pebbles are soaked in the magic of the yellow dragon. As if to prove Kirin's words, a gentle sunbeam shone directly down onto the lake, the light pausing for about 3 seconds. He continued, These 3 elements combine to create unicorns. Esto asked, So how are the Pegasi born? The elder's voice grew sorrowful. Not anymore, as he reached his hand into the lake and picked up a stone. Kirin said, Pegasi are born from the magic of the Black Dragon. The elder spoke in a monotone voice, Because Lady Duarin has returned to the god's embrace, no one can provide that magic anymore. Kirin nervously suggested, So perhaps you could share your magic with us as the inheritor of the Black Dragon's lineage. Esto was silent, feeling helpless inside, I can't. As if giving up, he dropped the stone, thinking with self-reproach, I don't know what magic is, and I'm not the inheritor. The stone fell into the lake and made a sound that was neither loud nor soft, but it was enough to shift the atmosphere. The elder, understanding, replied, If that makes you uncomfortable, I will not ask again. Esto then asked his own question, I have a question. Did Suhanan help this place? Kirin exclaimed in surprise, You already know of Master Suhanan? The elder thought, puzzled, how strange. Master Suhanan never mentioned this person. His voice echoed in the vast space. He once wanted to destroy everything Duarin cherished, but at least he still took care of Elia. Esto stared at Kirin in confusion. Why is that? The elder continued to share what he knew. I don't know the details. But Master Suhanan was originally a benevolent dragon. Esto called out solemnly, Elder. He gently suggested, Please call me Kirin. Esto calmly pressed for the truth, apprising the elder. Kirin, was Suhanan really the one who killed Duarin? Kirin could not keep his composure and immediately refuted it. No, that's not true. Good heavens, is that the rumor among humans? The elder hastily tried to clarify. They were mates, sharing a single heartbeat. If one died, the other would also die together, so they couldn't hurt each other. Instantly, Esto realized the key point. So if Suhanan was still alive, then Duarin isn't dead, then? Kirin replied in a gentle voice. Lady Duarin has passed away, because I, Kirin, was created by her own hands, so I can feel it, the elder continued, even though he was confused, but her heart is still alive. Kirin recounted what he knew. I've heard that dragons can pass their hearts to their children before they die. The elder's eyes gradually welled up with emotion. Therefore, as long as the bloodline exists, the heart will also continue to beat. When I hear the beat in your chest, I can feel Duaran. A shocked Esto clutched his left chest, continuing to finish the unfinished sentence. I am the inheritor of Duaran's heart. Immediately after, Esto analyzed it in his head, but the timeline doesn't match. Duaran died over 1,000 years ago, while I was only born 19 years ago. Wait, how long was I asleep in that egg? Kirin angrily exposed the truth. The one who betrayed Duaran and took her life was not Su Hanan, but humans. Esto couldn't believe what he had just heard. I need time to think about this. The elder, understanding, walked away. I'll step outside for a bit. At that moment, in the warm, sun-drenched forest, and the rustling of leaves, Suki approached, softly calling Esto's name. The cat seemed to sense his emotions, comforting him. Don't cry. Suki was heartbroken seeing his tear-streaked face. Why are you the one crying? Esto suddenly realized, clutching his left chest tightly where the heart resided. She wasn't gone. She was always here protecting me. He sobbed so much that he couldn't speak. Suki repeatedly pleaded, please don't cry. Suddenly, the black cat unexpectedly called out to Esto as loud noises rang out continuously, startling them both. Esto frantically turned his head to look at the sky, unable to believe the sight of the court unicorns frantically fleeing from human chains that appeared before his eyes. The sound of Ruberry's command rang out. Capture the foals. The cruel command continued. It doesn't matter if you kill the large ones or not. Esto immediately ran to the others, asking about the situation. Is everyone okay? Paker was horrified and enraged, unable to believe it. They don't even have wings. He immediately spotted something over there, seeing in disbelief a bird person trying to capture the unicorns. Why would a bird person do that? Ahu warned anxiously. Wait, there's something more serious than that. He stared at Blueberry's cloak. It was the symbol of the Holy Palace. Seeing the symbol of the cross on the cloak, Para uttered fearfully, Holy Knights. They are the Holy Knights, who act only on the Pope's direct orders. The group of Holy Knights looked down from above, where Esto's group and the two Pegasi were below. A male member with pink hair turned to the man with blonde hair. Captain, these people weren't mentioned in the orders. The captain instructed, just stick to the mission we were given. It's wiser not to interfere in other matters. Then he turned to signal a female member with red hair. Lib, open the mic. Lib immediately complied. Yeah, here. Under the effect of the amplification magic, the captain's voice boomed. This is an order from the new Pope. Elia, this land will be managed by both the Raisin Imperial Palace and the Holy Temple. Below, Khan heard this and retorted in annoyance. This land will not belong to anyone from up there. That captain drew his sword. Therefore, any opposition will be considered blasphemy. His eyes blazed with fury and will be judged according to the law. With that, he threw his sword to the ground. The sword plunged deep into the earth, and on its blade a bolt of lightning flashed. The lightning grew stronger, and the sound of thunder became more intense, nearly spreading across the entire island. Seeing this, the pink-haired young man from before exclaimed, Is he trying to destroy the whole island? Libby said nonchalantly. He can't. He hasn't even managed to burn half of it yet. Another member of the Holy Knights shook his head and stuck out his tongue in disdain. He was sent to protect Elia, yet he's already destroyed half of it. Kirin stepped forward to question them. Is this how the Holy Temple manages Elia? Under whose authority? The blonde captain didn't seem to care much. He turned to ask Lib, Are they rebelling? She replied, It seems so. Para quickly stepped in to stop them. Please stop. He said sorrowfully, Elia is the only place left for the Pegasi. He begged, Please don't turn the Sky Island into a battlefield. Just then, a hunter approached, unnoticed by Para. The hunter was injured but still looked quite fierce, holding a crossbow in his hand. Words hissed through his teeth. The horses are right in front of me. Don't get in my way. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air rang out. Para instinctively closed his eyes and raised his hands to block it, but the searing pain never came. He peeked with one eye to check the situation and was surprised. Para froze. He wasn't hurt because Khan had taken the arrow for him. The arrow had pierced through Khan's neck, and Khan heavily collapsed, red blood gushing out. Para screamed in panic. Khan, Kirin, Nezu, and Esto all rushed forward to check. The captain above was displeased with this man's actions. He yelled, Hey, I told you not to aim at the horses. The hunter stammered in reply, It just jumped out on its own. The Holy Knight's captain scratched his head and sighed, Damn it, this is exactly why we shouldn't have brought these hunters along. Suddenly, his body stiffened, panicking inwardly. What? I suddenly can't move. His eyes darted around. He looked down at Esto, the one in the black cloak below, and speculated. Could it be because of that black-haired guy? The more he looked, the more terrifying the other person seemed. A thought flashed through the captain's mind. What the hell is that thing? Below, Esto seemed to have become enraged. He asked, "What do you want me to do with them?" Para was anxiously checking Khan's injuries. He looked up, confused. Huh. Esto said, "We could erase their memories and let them go." His killing intent wasn't obvious, but Esto looked quite frightening at that moment. "But I don't know if that method will solve the problem." "Probably not." Then he asked a rather chilling question. "Or should I just kill them all?" Para was terrified, stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, strange. The guildmaster isn't acting like his usual self at all today. Suddenly, Esto looked up. "I'm sorry, Para." He turned to look around and said, "I don't know who is right in this fight either. Suhanan, are you protecting Elia just to keep it for yourself?" Esto clenched his fist, wondering. "In the end, are the Pegasi just pawns to be sacrificed for your wrath?" Esto said, "Khan won't die, she has my blood." Khan weakly called out to Esto. He commanded, "Khan, get up." And Khan shakily stood up. Esto caressed Khan's face, cautiously asking, "What do you want me to do with them?" He said sincerely, "Khan, I can do anything you want." Watching Esto's actions from above, the captain concluded, "And this is dangerous. It's a form of wide-area mind control." He had seen Esto's eyes and thought, "He has the same eyes as our Pope." Lib suddenly spoke up. "It seems he is. The leader of Guild Ignis is the one our Pope is interested in?" The captain was stunned. "Ah, so it's him?" Lib remarked. "I heard he can read other people's minds." In midair, another squad member spoke up. "But looking at the situation now, it seems he has even more abilities than that." Another said with conviction, "No, there's no way that thing is human." Recalling the frightening man, the blonde captain concluded, "He's the same type as our master." The pink-haired man burst out laughing, as if he just heard a terrifying joke. "Please give a warning before you tell jokes like that. You sounded far too serious, Captain." But the captain's expression was grim and serious, without a hint of jest, and the smile on the pink-haired member's face slowly twisted. Finally, he pursed his lips. "Are you serious?" The captain replied. "We'll find out if it's true when we clash with him." And then he realized he could move normally again. "I can move again." He turned and signaled to Lib. "Libby, transform the holy relic." She replied, "Understood." Green energy flared up as she cast the spell. A holy sword appeared before Lib, and as the energy faded, the sword became more tangible. A hand reached out and gripped the hilt. The captain aimed the sword downward and declared, "First, let's deal with the troublemakers." The tip of the sword began to gather energy. It emitted a blinding light, which coalesced into a powerful attack that rained down upon the island. A flash of light struck the island hard. The attack was so powerful it shook a corner of the island, sending dust and debris flying and forcing Esto's group to shield their faces. Para groaned, "Oh my god." When the aftershock subsided, Para peeked open his eyes, stunned. "Huh?" Looking at the hunters lying scattered on the ground, he was shocked. The hunters? No way, they're the only ones who died. The captain of the Holy Knights spoke up. "The leader of Guild Ignis, it seems he landed on the island during that last attack." He walked over with his sword and stated his intention. "It looked like you were wondering how to handle this trash, so I took care of it for you." He introduced himself. "I am Blueberry, the only knight under the Pope's direct command to protect Elia." Esto stated flatly, "A Pope candidate who hasn't been baptized cannot be called the Pope, and he has no authority to command the Holy Knigh. Talids. Therefore, you," he glared at Blueberry and continued, "are not a knight serving the Pope, but merely a loyal follower of Suhanan." Looking at the arrogant man before him, Esto finished, "Just a guard." Blueberry chuckled. "Oh, so you already figured it out, guild leader? What in the world are you?" Esto remained silent, and the man didn't seem to want an answer anyway, slinging the sword over his shoulder and saying, "Well, it doesn't matter. I never do anything beyond the orders I'm given. However, I feel it's best to eliminate any potential threats that could hinder my master's work." As he said this, Blueberry charged toward Esto. He yelled, "My master will be most pleased if I bring him your head." A sound of impa. CT rang out, and both the sword and Blueberry were sent flying back. The sword in his hand was still trembling, a testament to how powerful the clash was. He thought in confusion. He blocked my attack? What stood before Blueberry now was not Esto, but a tiger with one yellow and one green eye, glaring at him furiously. Suki had transformed to protect Esto, who was behind it, and had just knocked Blueberry back. Esto called out in concern, "Suki." Terrified, Blueberry gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit gone. Staring at the ferocious Suki, he suddenly realized, a beast that can touch a holy sword and be completely unharmed. Suki opened its mouth and roared, the force of it sending Blueberry tumbling backward. His squad member panicked, and Captain Rubery gave a strange smile. I thought it was possible, but I never expected you to have a guardian too, by his side. Esto ignored the captain and calmed Suki down. Calm down, Suki. The tiger turned its head to look at him. He tried to kill you. Esto said, I'm fine. I'm still alive. Suki was furious, not understanding Esto's nonchalant attitude. Why was he still so calm? That disgusting bastard tried to kill you. Esto nodded, but anyway, he couldn't harm me. Suki asked, did you read his thoughts? Esto's gaze grew a bit pensive. Yes, but not exactly. He looked at the sword in Ruberry's hand. I read the will of the sword he was holding. Just then, Libby stepped forward, startling Blueberry. Huh? Lib. Seeing her act on her own, Blueberry was displeased. Hey, I never ordered you to turn into a human. Lib paid him no mind. She walked up to Esto and asked for his name. Esto answered succinctly, Esto. She stated her position. I've decided that from now on, I will no longer attack you. Blueberry, in the back, seemed unable to overcome his fear and was still sitting on the ground, not yet able to stand up. He said angrily, by whose order? Take it back. That's an order. Lib stubbornly turned her head and retorted, I don't want to. Lib has the right to decide for herself. Blueberry had a headache. This is driving me crazy. Esto pondered why she would betray her comrade. He found the girl somewhat familiar, and upon a closer look, she bore a resemblance to Du Aaron. Placing a hand on her chest, she introduced herself. I was born from the bones of the yellow dragon, and I can sense a similar energy from you. Zanan and Du Aaron, I know they once performed a bonding ritual. Esto speculated, so that means my father is. At that thought, Esto didn't dwell on it. He said coldly, go back. Lib turned and left immediately, while Blueberry, who had just been helped up by his squad member, was surprised. He staggered, pointed at himself, and asked, what? You're not going to kill me, and you're letting me go back? Esto replied calmly. That's right. Blueberry was confused. Even though I tried to kill you, you're not going to hold it against me? Esto explained, the ones who made me angry are all 6 feet under now. He glanced at his own group. The people I want to protect are still alive, so I don't mind. He took a step forward and asked him to pass on a message. So go back to Suhanan and tell him this. On the promised day, I will go to the Ilium Holy Temple. Esto said seriously, I also have something I want to ask him. A few weeks later, putting down the newspaper in his hands, Parker complained, I thought we could finally relax after that whole mess in Elia. He slammed his hand on the newspaper, showing extreme frustration and annoyance. But it's war every single day. This country is such a mess. Just then, Esto walked over carrying a tray of cookies, and Parker looked up at him and said worriedly, there's urgent news every day. I'm afraid it'll be a long time before Sir Mubien returns. Esto placed the tray of cookies down on the table and replied, I see. Parker looked at the freshly baked cookies that didn't look very appetizing at all and hesitantly asked, so this cookie thing, you've been practicing it for a few days now, right? Esto popped a cookie into his mouth, chewed it with relish, and replied, that's right. Afraid Esto would offer him a cookie. Parker quickly changed the subject. Aren't you worried about Sir Mubien? Esto shrugged, not yet. Parker's eyes widened in confusion. You mean you're fine because you haven't heard any bad news? Esto picked up a cookie and explained, he's really fine. No need to worry. I can feel it. Just then, a knocking sound was heard. Parker stood up and looked around. Did you hear that knocking? After looking around for a moment, he discovered someone was knocking on the window. Parker was startled to see something on the windowsill. A toy soldier-style doll was there, raising its hand in a salute, as if it had a soul, or was pre-programmed. It smiled brightly and said, I am the master's doll. Hello. Parker opened the window for the doll to enter. Standing on the windowsill, it introduced itself. I am Johnny, and I've come on my master's orders. Esto greeted it back. Hello, the doll said. My master has a message for the captain. Esto was curious. A message? As if activated, the recording program began to play the message. I hope you've rested well today. It seems today is a special day off for you. This is a message from Kai, the master of this messenger doll. Her voice echoed through the messenger doll. My apologies for interrupting your day off, but as soon as you receive this message, please prepare thoroughly. On New Year's Day, the ceremony of the Pillar of Light will take place. That night, in his luxurious home, Esto lay in bed, restlessly thinking. It was rumored that the Pope held power comparable to the Emperor, and the new Pope is only consecrated after their baptism ceremony. To think I was invited to such an event instead of the Emperor is truly a great honor. He clenched his fist, his mind racing. Perhaps Suhanan knows that. Esto turned over, pondering. No, that's impossible. He can't know that Aaron died. He agonized. Then why would Suhanan summon me at this time? A voice spoke near his ear. This is a bad feeling, Esto. It was Suki, who had jumped onto Esto's bed and was now advising him. Just as I thought, you shouldn't go to the baptism. Seeing him will only bring you pain. Esto sat up and replied, I still need to go. Suki said worriedly, I might not be able to protect you this time. Esto picked Suki up to comfort it. It's all right. Whatever happens, I can handle it. Esto hugged Suki close and stroked its fur, so please don't worry. Comforted by his words, the cat's eyes remained sad and worried, but it said no more. On the last day of the year, Parker had already arrived and was talking with Kai and Jen when he spotted Esto approaching. He waved and called out, Captain, over here. Esto walked over, surprised to see who was standing beside Parker. She nodded with a smile. Hello. It's been a long time. Esto greeted them as well. Hello to you too, Jen. She gave him a slight bow in return. He was puzzled, but Esto asked, Weren't you busy? Kai replied, I am. But the thought of you meeting Suhanan alone made me worried. She explained, Unfortunately, there's no one else in the guild suitable to accompany you, and Sir Haga is also occupied right now. It might not be much, but I felt that my accompanying you would at least be of some help. Hearing that, Parker laughed. Well, in that case, the captain isn't completely alone. But if the guild master is going too, I'll feel much more relieved. He scratched his head, laughing to cover up his anxiety. I was a bit scared about this. Kai cleared her throat. In any case, Esto thought of the Holy Temple. She said, For that reason, I will go with you to the Holy Temple. She earnestly shared, When you are in danger, I will use my full power to assist you. Kai's expression turned grim. Of course, since this visit is for a sacred baptism ceremony, such things shouldn't happen. But considering who we're dealing with, I can't be certain. Esto thought of the yellow dragon, Suhanan. He wondered to himself, should I tell her about my relationship with Suhanan? No, it probably doesn't matter anyway. He thought sadly, he never even met me once in 19 years. Kai announced, let's be on our way. Watching everyone step into the teleportation portal, Esto's mind was still a chaotic mess of thoughts. He walked along with the group, the lonely thought that he wasn't needed crossing his mind as he stepped through the gate. It teleported them to the sanctuary, where statues of angels stood, and the sanctuary's dome was built quite high in a circular architectural style. They could see the starry sky above, and someone exclaimed, This is Ilium. Para glanced around, observing his surroundings, and remarked, This place feels so solemn, and there aren't many people. Kai saw two people scurrying away, quickly, as if trying to avoid them. She said, It didn't look like this when I was here before. How strange. Kai grew more cautious, certain that something had happened. She noticed some candles in the corner, sacred candles used to ward off negative energy, which had weakened. It's best we don't run into anyone from the new pope's side until we reach the ceremony. As the group was walking, a spine-chilling sound rang out, and as usual, Para was the first to speak up in fear. What is that sound? Esto analyzed. It sounds like a wolf. Are there wolves in the palace? A terrified Para voiced his theory. Oh my god, maybe Suhanan released a monster to take over the palace. Kai laughed. That's not a wolf, at all. She said with a smile, It's a dog. Para was incredulous. Here? But still asked fearfully, What? A dog? A shadow darted past and landed, a fierce growl echoing throughout the sanctuary, its mouth drooling, not looking friendly at all. Its silhouette appeared at the apex of the sanctuary's dome, where one could see the starry sky. It was a white dog with a single horn like a unicorn's. Kai introduced it, the guardian dog of Sanctus Heavenesis. Nezu's eyes widened in admiration. It looks just like a puppy. Para, however, turned pale with fear. It looks more like a bear, if you ask me. The guardian dog's shadow zipped away, disappearing from the temple dome. It leaped to the ground, moving along the pillars that supported the dome. Seeing this, Kai continued, I heard that Heavenesis is a divine beast that descended from the heavens to protect the Sanctus. When the dog blocked their path, Kai said, From what I understand, it isn't as savage or bloodthirsty as a monster. Para didn't think so. He trembled and cautiously backed away. Are you sure? Sensing the movement, the dog growled threateningly. Para jumped in fright, panicking and yelling, I take it back, that statement. The dog bared its teeth angrily as if about to charge and bite him, whom it deemed an intruder in the sanctuary. Esto's expression darkened, and he stepped forward despite Para's anxiety, commanding, Leave it to me, I'll make it so everyone can hear its voice. For a moment, his gaze was resolute. He, the creature, spoke before Esto could. I am here to guide you on the orders of Sanctus Jigrail. Para sighed in relief upon hearing this, but still asked, I'm glad it's not here to harm us, but why the Sanctus and not Suhanan? Its eyes grew firm as it replied, I listen to no one but Jigrail. At this, Esto asked, Is Suhanan truly the Pope? He immediately answered, Suhanan is beloved by God. He has the qualifications to change the world and the power to control justice. For that reason, Jigrail believes he is worthy of becoming the Pope, which is why it's a given that Suhanan will be granted the title as Pope, even though you are also qualified. It gnashed its teeth, its hatred palpable. At this, he voiced his suspicion, Why are you telling me these things? He replied, I will now lead you to Jigrail. However, you cannot bring your companions with you." Hearing its request, Para was startled and immediately grabbed one of his arms. Sobbing, they cried, "We can't let our leader go alone." The white monkey beside them, just like Para, exclaimed, "Nu will go with you." His face was grim as he growled, "Make a choice. If you don't meet Jagro, you won't be able to meet Su Hanan." Esto asked, "But why?" He then began to explain the whole story. The Saintess is the one who chooses and cares for the Pope because Su Hanan received the Saintess's grace. Suki then suddenly advised him, "Esto, just go. You said that you wanted to meet the Golden Dragon Su Hanan." She urged, "Go and convince the Saintess. Then we can go meet the Golden Dragon together." Suki's eyes sparkled as she looked at him intently. "I will wait for you." The two who were clinging tightly, not wanting Esto to leave, now let go and stammered, "I'll wait here. I'll wait too." He left with but didn't forget to look back and tell them, "I will be back." He then stomped his foot hard, and his form immediately transformed into something like a unicorn. Esto stared intently at him, then climbed onto his back without hesitation. The scene shifts to another location, resembling a grand shrine. As Esto was curiously looking around, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, "Thank you for accepting my request." The Saintess gently introduced herself. "I am one of the children who has inherited the name of Jagrel." He also formally said, "I am Esto." She said warmly, "Esto, I'm very happy to meet you." Jagrel also patted he on the head beside her, saying, "Thank you, he." Esto carefully brought up the reason for his visit. "I came here today at the request of Su Hanan, if you intend to stop me from seeing him." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Lord Esto, I was actually hoping you could meet Lord Su Hanan." Jesso explained, "The only one who can calm him down is you, the arbiter who can read hearts, one of the black dragons. Now, I will tell you the story of Lord Su Hanan." She then clasped her hands as if in prayer. "When I first met Lord Su Hanan, he had completely lost control. He couldn't overcome his rage and inflicted a great deal of harm upon himself. His back was once covered with countless wounds, large and small. Holy water could heal the physical injuries, but it couldn't heal the wounds in his heart. His wounds would bleed so much they soaked through his clothes, and I couldn't stop his frenzy. All I could do was weep." Jesso confided in him, her voice pleading as she continued, "As the last member of the Gold, I decided to follow him, even if he ultimately chooses to destroy all of humankind in the world." Esto was puzzled by Jagro's strange words. "How can you be so sure that I can stop him?" She answered without hesitation, "Because you are one of the black dragons, the ones he loves." He immediately retorted against this idea. "Su Hanan loved Duaran, not me." Jesso asked, "Could you listen to a little more of my story, please?" She continued in a low voice, "Lord Su Hanan never had the chance to witness Lady Duaran's final moments. When all the dragons were leaving this world to return to the world of dragons, Lady Duaran suddenly vanished. It's said that it happened because when humans realized the Arbiter gods were abandoning the world, they betrayed Lady Doran to seize her power for themselves, which is the reason why Suhan's loss of control is becoming clearer. It means they hunted a dragon, that humans ruthlessly murdered that young girl. They believed that possessing the black dragon's heart would allow them to rule the world, but whether this legend was true or not didn't matter. Those heroes took the black dragon's scales and bones as trophies of war, and when Su Hanan saw this, he lost control. The poor girl Joaran was left as nothing but a skeleton. Jigo's voice grew heavier, "Even I don't know why Lady Joaran fell victim to the temptations of humans and couldn't resist them. However, she had already vanished when Lord Su Hanan learned this truth. He flew into a rage and began to destroy the world. He went on a rampage every day, until finally, the other dragons had to restrain him with chains. However, at the last moment, right before the gate between dimensions closed, he broke the chains himself and fell through. Now, due to the injuries he sustained back then, he has lost most of his power and is slowly dying." She was incredibly sympathetic to his plight, and Esto, hearing this truth for the first time, was utterly shocked. Jigo pleaded, "That is why I dared to tell you, but please, put an end to his madness so he can finally find peace." Without hesitation, he silently agreed, "All right, I need to tell him that Joaran's heart is inside of me. At the very least." Esto gently placed a hand on his heart, thought for a moment, and then replied, "If that's the case. The anger I just felt earlier." Suddenly, as Esto was speaking, an image of Suki lying in a pool of blood, calling his name for help, flashed in his mind. "Esto!" His eyes widened in shock. Esto screamed Suki's name in horror, to Jigo's astonishment. She hurriedly called out as she saw his frantic steps, "Lord Esto!" Elsewhere, Esto had just dealt with a group of soldiers. He suddenly froze as an unexpected voice rang out, "Lord Esto!" Suki's voice echoed, trying to stop Esto. "Don't come here. Don't come, Esto." On the other side, a smug blueberry said, "We meet again, leader of Ignis." At his feet was Suki's body. Esto silently knelt before her body. The man taunted him, "I was about to go looking for you, so thank you for coming on your own." He didn't respond, instead staring intently at Suki and her pool of blood, softly calling, "Suki." Nezu the monkey was also injured, and weakly tried to shoo him away. Esto, get out of here. Kai did the same, trying to stop Esto. You need to run. I should have protected them better. I have no excuse. It was an ambush. They just happened to have a fire user. So, my puppets had a hard time. Not far away, the floor was littered with scorched wooden puppets. She had been affected badly, even needing Jen to help her up as she continued. Suhanan seems to be more interested in you than we anticipated. She cried out in alarm, Master. Esto ignored their pleas and advised Kai, rest now. Kai, I can't rest. His expression turned cold, a stark contrast to his usual self. Kai tried to whisper a reply, but before she could finish her sentence, she fell into a coma from exhaustion. Blueberry's voice rang out, all right, you just came back from your meeting with Jigo. Huh. It's obvious she's just a nosy saintess who talks a lot of nonsense. He showed clear contempt for Jigo. He continued with a threatening reminder. If you say you won't meet my master or that you're going to run away. Right now, you'll be in big trouble, leader. Blueberry said with a confident sneer, if you break the promise you made to Jigo, you will be punished by the powers that be. Esto's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent as he growled, reminding me of the punishment from the gods above. His terrifying gaze startled Blueberry with a jolt, slowly raising the sword in his hand. Esto immediately used mind control, causing him and his subordinates to tremble in fear, forcing them to raise their weapons defensively. With every word he spoke, he declared, this is what you must face for committing these acts. He had completely taken control of Rubery's mind, making him uncontrollably press his own sword to his neck. Is this still not enough for you? Esto's steely voice rang out, did Suhan send you? If so, you should have come only to take me as he commanded. Why did you attack the others? Rubery's hands, holding the sword, trembled uncontrollably as he thought to himself, his abilities have gotten so much stronger in just a few weeks, I can't even resist with my divine power anymore. At that moment, Esto's eyes widened as he responded to the man's thoughts, as if he had heard everything. You are only experiencing what you have done to others, so don't hold any grudges. His every threatening word was filled with killing intent. The cactus, Ahu, jumped out to intervene. Wait a moment. It spoke up, I don't intend to oppose you killing these people. Esto was also surprised by its appearance, exclaiming, Ahu. Rubery looked at Ahu, his body trembling uncontrollably, afraid that in just another moment he would die by his own sword. That's no ordinary cactus. Ahu continued, we should ask why they attacked us. Of course, I understand if you don't want to hear their explanation at all, but are you sure you won't regret it after killing them, Esto? Ahu reasoned. At this, Esto regained his composure, stammering, I already feel regret, he answered while holding Suki's body in his arms. Esto held her tightly, his heart filled with complicated feelings. I shouldn't have been so quick to assume the golden dragon wasn't my enemy. He recalled its appearance at that time. Thinking back, Suki was right. I just sympathized with him impulsively. I shouldn't have left them alone. Esto recalled the moment before I took him away. Right now, his mind was filled only with self-blame. No, in fact, I shouldn't have brought her here with me. After careful consideration, he announced his decision to Ahu. I have no other regrets. Please don't stop me. Seeing this, Ahu hurriedly and awkwardly explained, no, there's another issue. These people are the guardians of the golden dragon, right? If you kill them all, will you be able to say everything you want when you meet the golden dragon? And surprisingly, no one has died yet, so let's just calm down a little, okay? Ahu happily reported the news to Esto that everyone close to him, including Kai, Zen, Nezu, and Parker, were all still alive, though unconscious. He stammered in disbelief, unable to believe his ears. They're still alive, it affirmed with certainty. They're not dead. They'll recover after I heal them with my flowers. So, what do you want to do now, Esto? This question made Esto reconsider his initial goal, which was to kill Rubery's entire group to avenge his teammates. With this good news, they could now begin the most important task. For now, let's start by healing them. Ahu agreed, replying, all right. At this point, Esto no longer held the same hatred as before and told Rubery's group, you can sit and rest for a bit. They didn't dare to be arrogant like before, so they obediently followed his command. After some time of being treated, Lady Nu and Kai both had their wounds bandaged and had fallen asleep. Almost all of the medical supplies had to be used. Suki, who was the most seriously injured, had also been cared for. Esto walked over at that moment and called out to Blueberry. He calmly asked, what was the order you received from Suhanan? The man answered honestly, it was to deal with the people around you. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately paid the price, as Esto controlled his head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Esto reminded him, let's be clear, your orders weren't to kill me, but to kill my allies, correct? Blueberry had no choice but to concede and answer truthfully. It wasn't to kill them, but to ensure that they no longer follow you anymore. After receiving the answer, Esto lowered his gaze and thought, Suhanan ordered him to deal with the people around me? Why would he target them instead of me? He then issued a warning. Don't just assume that I will obediently listen and follow Suhanan just because he requested my presence. Blueberry cautiously asked, don't you want to meet our master? Esther turned away and replied, I do, but I must at least wait for my comrades to recover first. All three members of Blueberry's group looked helplessly dejected. Paying them no mind, Esto asked his comrade, Kai, are your injuries okay? She was already awake and said cheerfully, this wound is healed thanks to you. It's surprising to see that your cactus has such impressive healing abilities. Ahu, upon hearing the praise, also smugly cleared his throat and demanded, just call me doctor. Not far away, Suki was still fast asleep. Esto spoke sorrowfully, I thought I could protect you. I'm sorry. Then he knelt before Suki's body, and behind him, the moonlight shone straight down onto the round glass of the dome. A new day began, the sky clear and peaceful. Kai looked at the scenery outside and remarked, it's time, have a safe trip. Esto calmly replied, I'm not going, I don't know what will happen if I leave you all again. Protecting my comrades is more important. After yesterday's incident left a bad impression on him. Suddenly, J. Russell, appearing from out of nowhere, spoke up, you don't need to worry about that. I have used my divine power to take your friends to a safe place. Esto asked guardedly, where did you take them? She readily explained, I sent them to your guild headquarters, so you can go with peace of mind. May you be protected by the one above. Scene change. Familiar footsteps now ascended the stairs as Esto followed the sound of music coming from upstairs. He felt conflicted. Following the sound, after walking for a while, Esto stopped before a large, wide-open door. The room inside was luxuriously decorated, and piano keys were continuously producing melodious music. The silhouette of a man stood before a window, his ears suddenly twitching as he heard a sound besides the music. Sharp, cold eyes opened. That person was none other than Suhanan, who had summoned Esto. Seeing him so silent, Esto didn't dare make a peep, only assessing him quietly. Is that Suhanan? He's so still, it's as if he's no longer alive. Meeting him for the first time like this, Esto was anxious and slowly stepped closer to Suhanan. Each step Esto took caused the piano's tubes to shatter, and this very sound pulled Suhanan out of a hallucination, making him turn his head. Esto was startled by Suhanan's gaze and froze, his eyes wide, as he tremblingly called out, Do Arin. Suhanan looked at him and said strange things. Another hallucination? You're wearing different clothes this time. Light always chases the darkness, but if you chase too hastily, you'll find the darkness has already gone. Even if you're just an illusion, it's okay, so please just stay with me a little longer, Duarin. Suhanan pleaded. Esto stood still, allowing his hand to touch his hair. The moment Suhanan felt it, he immediately believed Esto was his beloved, and shouted, My God, Duarin, you're not an illusion. It was then that Esto introduced himself. I am Esto, from the Ignis Guild. Are you Suhanan, the one who made the request? Suhanan's eyes widened in surprise at this information, and in just a moment, his expression clearly showed disappointment. He whispered, You're not Duarin, so why do I feel Duarin's presence within you? Suhanan's whole body trembled as he grabbed Esto's collar, and seeing his suffering. Esto seemed to feel it too. The pain, sorrow, and rage, all these emotions flooded into him. He could almost see the thoughts. Deep in Suhanan's heart, what's the point of living a life without her? If I had been the one to die instead, why was I left here all alone? Give her back to me. Suhanan's attitude quickly changed, and he grabbed Esto's shirt. Interrogating him, I can hear Duarin's heartbeat inside your body. You killed her, didn't you? In the end, was it a human who took a dragon's heart? His eyes widened as if he wanted to tear Esto into 100 pieces. Suhanan gritted his teeth and asked, You're the one who cut off her scales and skin to take her heart, right? Suddenly, a loud manic laugh echoed out. He lowered his head, his mind spiraling as he said, Look here, Duarin, you love these humans, but in the end, they didn't love you back. If you are no longer in this world, then I no longer have any reason to stay either. Despair and helplessness were etched onto Suhanan's face. He immediately summoned his weapon, Liberstick Mata. Startled by the sudden action, Esto rushed forward, shouting to stop him. Wait, give it to me. Esto grabbed the sword tightly, causing Suhanan to stutter in shock. What? Suhanan then noticed and his action and became bewildered. Wait, how can he touch the holy sword when he isn't a guardian? Esto held the sword in front of him and explained, This heart that Duarin left behind, I will return it to you, her beloved. So please, please, stop hurting yourself, he pleaded. After speaking, Esto didn't hesitate to plunge the sword straight into his own chest. He lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, So you won't know anything about me. Perhaps that's for the best. An image of Suki appeared in Esto's mind. He collapsed to his knees, suppressing the physical pain and comforting himself. If this heart can soothe your sorrow, maybe it's better this way. If only I had time to say goodbye. Suhanan was stunned by the scene, stammering, Why? Before he could finish, Esto held out the heart he had just removed, saying, This is Arin's dragon heart. He looked at the heart in his hand and thought, only a blood relative can. Take the dragon heart from my body and hold the holy sword. Esto then glanced at the sword lying in the pool of blood that flowed from him. At that moment, Suhanan took the heart in his hands. Only golden dragons can wield the holy sword, the guardians, and his eyes widened at the sight before him. Suhanan looked at Esto's side profile and was struck by how it was the spitting image of Arin, the image of the woman he longed for appearing right before him, leading to a bold thought, perhaps he is our child. After removing the heart, Esto fell into a coma.